That. Whoa. Working hard on my stump, what's the problem? I ain't had shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams of the wax in my conscience. Bron James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Shut the John on them jets cause we wildin'. Fuck the boat, it's a party on the island. Moment of silence. So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocka. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pots flipped. Knew his name, that's it, never bothered. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. Took a seat at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof with my first whip. Spent the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen the change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve them at the minute just to front, nigga. Goddamn. Had to grow up quick, I made my own rules. Had my first child, got it.
Welcome, Cameron Bennett. What channel are you on, Cameron? You ain't on the wrong channel. We're on Pocket Locker 86. Man. Yeah, I meant to go early. I wanted to go earlier at like 2, but I just been taking care of stuff behind the day. I've been trying to take care of some things before we do a hot program at 3:30. I think my one black friend is already set up and here, so he'll be ready to go at 3:30. My one black friend, I'm gonna start the show at 3:30, so you have till then to do whatever. But I just wanted to show you this how we do it. You could jump in. Also, I'm gonna try to link you up with Tux, man, because you don't see the same thing I see, but you have the same privileges as Tux. So Tux is able to jump in backstage and take control of the whole show and do the whole thing. So maybe Tux will show up at some point, and we'll be able to ask him what he's doing. That's different from what you're doing. But yeah, man, we got about 15-20 minutes where I'm going to just be kind of chilling on the Pocket Locker 86 channel before we go live on Hot Program. So, it's good to go ahead and get plenty of time to chill. But yeah, we'll see you in a little bit, man.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. Looking forward to it. Guys, the hot program's going to be dope. We're doing our first open panel. We've never really done an open panel. I wasn't really sure if my one black friend would be here this week or if Tux would be able to go in with me. And we've had so much going on. I didn't schedule any guests. So we're definitely looking forward to that. Let me go ahead and switch channels on my end. I need to pull up the Pocket Locker 86 stream. I've been watching the Casino Theater and Arcade channel. Also, shout out to everybody over on the Casino Theater and Arcade channel. The link is in the description. That channel has been growing, and the overnight crew just really holds it down. Joel, Cameron, Lena, Carrie Ann, of course, Cameron Bennett, YouTube Punk came through. So I really appreciate you guys. I've realized some things with doing that channel. Number one, it really helps with my mental health and sleeping and stuff like that. Number two, the community still has somewhere to gather, even when I'm not around. Number three, we're just having a lot of fun and doing things that are different. And then also I realized it's really important for building a more international community because, we have fans all over the world, all different time zones. And so it's good to have something going for the people that, are not so close to us in their time zone. So appreciate y'all for all of those reasons. That's been going phenomenally. What's up, Casey Randy? Let me put on some music real quick, and then I'll give out some currency. I guess let's wait for somebody else to get in this chat and be third in the live chat, and then we'll go ahead and give out pocket change for first, second, and third. But what's up, Casey, Andy? We're just getting ready for a hot program. I have a quick overlay thing I want to do with the stream elements, so let me pull that up. In the meantime, please enjoy the plane. It's from the OG Roddy Essentials playlist.
You niggas ain't tell your homie stop gassing you before we pull up and embarrass you.
It's no competition.
It's no competition.
Niggas be lying about how you be feeling. Saying you Jordan, you not even Pippen. Or Rodman when he was with Pistons. You BUNDY, you lying about all of your visions. Your paper be short like some midgets. I used to step out and just worry about digits.
Scott Duke is in the house. What's up, Scott? All right, we got 3. Let's go ahead and give out some pocket change.
Holding you back. I wasted some time, I never get back. Like, why I do that?
Cameron Bennett, 1 million for being first.
And put on the map. I only know some niggas who know how to spin up a check and get it right back. No competition. I'm feeling
KCA Randy, 500,000 for second.
But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? Niggas ain't zagging yet.
Scott Duke, 250,000 for third.
No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad as shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison?
What's the comparison?
Niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell the homie stop gassing you.
They not dating. What's the comparison?
No competition.
It's no competition, folks. That's what the people don't understand, man. It's really no competition when you out here like airplane mode. Y'all know this one of my favorite OG Roddy songs right here. So let's go ahead and get into it. I can't sing, but tonight I'm gonna try. She got all the things that I seen online, but the one that I'm with gon' ride for life. The problem really is bad bitch first wife.
Hold up, my wife for your bad bitch. Hold up. The one on the gram got perfect titties.
Yo, I don't even know if it's gonna let me log in because my Twitch account is suspended.
Just to level up her status.
Probably not. Man.
I met a shorty through a link. Now we linking for some drinks.
Oh, where's Authy at? Please don't make me have to get up and touch my phone. Alright, come on.
Headed home to my main chick.
Now I'm irritated.
Yeah, she might do some complaining, but I'd rather her than a fake chick who's stuck on herself and she brainless. Focused on loving the same way. Don't got no time for the game, babe. We're getting old.
I can't sing, but tonight I'm gonna try.
She got all the things.
Come on, man. Oh, you know what? I gotta tell it to send me a different thing. I can't do this. Send me an SMS. 2239. Oh wait. Oh, damn it. Appreciate you, Cameron. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Alright, we should be in here now. Alright, what we need to do is copy over our overlay. My overlays. Alright, now what we're gonna do is we guys gotta move some of these over. Copy, properties, duplicate, delete. There's something else. There's another way to do this. Duplicate. Oh yeah, then we pick the account. YouTube. All right, so we want that one. I don't know which one this is.
Yeah. She be getting that hair done Tuesday. Where you going? Feet up, relaxing, sipping that Douce.
Let's go.
2K shit. I can hit you on my two-way, or I could try to make you my new babe. Lay the dick down proper, it's a new day. Who ordered expensive lobster and souffle? Now that'll be me. Had to pull up in that CP3. Now do you love me, look key? Shot town to New Jersey, we gon' pull up, pull up. Hell yeah, I got the hook up.
This is some East Coast, New Jersey shit right here.
You gotta act brand new. Nah, I can't stand you. Have to bring you round just to show what the fam do.
Y'all, it's worship time. Time to gather around with the congregation. Catch a vibe with your neighbors.
No disrespect about city, so you know I'm about it. So you know I'm about it. I can tell you about it. Now let me tell you about it. Playing, no, I had to shout it. Days I'm in the hood like what it is. I might slide up on you like what up, bitch. Cause you know I like to play with you. Come spend the day with you.
Oh, OG Roddy going in.
But now it's different though, I guess it's cool. You wasn't shy about my love, remember after school days when I picked you up.
All right, y'all. Now what we got to do is switch accounts and go try to add these overlays.
Came back around to show you that I made for you. And here you go with the same old song on your weekend shit. I might just wish I never met her like Call Tom is, but I ain't tripping no. Stay up.
Who they murdered this song. All right, y'all. But in case y'all don't know what's going on, what we doing right now is our Twitch account got suspended for a week. Y'all know we ain't really up here violating no terms, but somebody, I think Atheist honestly got mad at us. Either that or Twitch is punishing us for something that one of these porn bots did. But anyway, so what y'all may have noticed is because the Twitch is not up at the same time as the YouTube, some of the emote splashes and some of the features that are built into the overlay on stream are not firing, and that's because the Twitch is not live. So what I'm doing is copying them over to the YouTube account, and then hopefully it'll be triggered properly again. So but let's test a couple things and see how it's working. But yeah, that's what I'm doing, y'all. That's what's going on.
On the ground, we gon' get some dough. And you got that good ass brain, I had to let you know. Really wanna let you know. Tell me what
this is some of his older stuff. It's some of his older stuff, but also when we talk about a two-way, sometimes one, they're just talking about throwback stuff, so they telling a story about when you hit somebody on a two-way. And then sometimes East Coast niggas just refer to stuff by old terms anyway, right? we'll be like, hit me on my mobile. It's just being silly.
Well, what you doing, girl? Pull up on me. I ain't got a lot of time living in the moment. I'm in the city with the gas roll for ya. Can I come get you and we bend them corners? No disrespect about me. No disrespect about me. City, so you know I'm about it. So you know I'm about it. I can tell you about it. Now let me tell you when you playing, no, I had to shout it.
All right, yeah, so y'all see how we didn't get the emote splash there. So that's kind of what I'm concerned about. Now, one thing I was able to do with my other account, hang on a sec. Let me try this. What I was able to do too was I created a emote splash only one. So let's duplicate that over there, and then maybe I can just use that. You can see it's really nothing here other than this Capagen. Damn, son.
Where'd you find this?
Love this. I love that. Emote. All right, I got about 5 minutes to do this, and then we'll pick up after hot program because I always like to use the restroom before we get started. So let's go in here, save that, that's fine. Now we'll leave out of here, we'll go over to Pocket Locker 86. Now we should have our overlays that we've copied over populated. Overlay gallery, my overlays. All right, so now we have this. And let's just try this out first. So let's go. Let's copy the URL. Then I'm gonna play the music. I'm gonna go backstage and put that on the OBS, and then I'll test it real quick. We'll see if that works. If that works, then we're good to go. I gotta add a browser source. New source. We'll call it Pocket Locker. Let's just call it Emote Splash.
Damn, son.
Where'd you find this? All right, it's acting kind of slow right now. All right, I got to copy the URL over here. I got to pull up Stream Elements website on my other computer back here. What I did is I wanted y'all to see me working on it, so I showed you me working on it on my the production computer. But now I got to switch over to the actual streaming computer, log in, and copy the URL over from there. Sorry if it takes me a minute to catch up to the chat. I'll do that in a sec. I'm just trying to get this done. It really bothers me. That's one of the ways y'all really engaged super well, so.
Girls from Rutgers, man, they got tattoos.
They got tattoos.
Hardcore hoes.
Those are some hardcore hoes right there.
Yeah,
There's some nappy headed hoes right there. I mean, come on, guys. Man, it is really struggling to do this while I'm live, which is not good. That's why we're replacing this computer, right? So, I mean, I'm not going to complain about it because this computer's already on the way out the door. All I can do is replace it, and it's on the way. All right, now if that worked, let's see. What's up, Lena? James Apperson is in the house. James Apperson, in 5 minutes, we're starting Hot Program. We're going to do our first open panel call, and so please, y'all call in. Make sure me and my one black friend have plenty of people to talk to, and that's the game plan. All right, y'all. Y'all see I got more work to do because we're still not getting the emote splashes the way we should. I really think I have to get reconnected through Twitch. I also have another Twitch tester account. So look, I'm not going to worry about it right now. I'm going to take a quick little PP break. And when I come back, we're going to get ready to start Hot Program. I believe my one black friend is already in the house. So let me check back here. Yeah, he's chilling. He's ready to go. All right, so I'm gonna hit the little boys' room. Thank y'all so much for joining me. I figured let's go live. Y'all know I like to show y'all what's going on behind the scenes. We actually like to do little pre-shows, little after parties. So this was kind of the first time we've gone a little live before Hot Program. Also, thanks to my one black friend, because he actually jumped on early today to make sure all his kind of technical stuff was taken care of. So that's kind of how I have it now, is so that him or Tux, who have sort of administrative privileges on Restream, they could jump in and out and get set up and then just come back when we're ready to go live. So thank y'all rocking with me. We're going to take a brief intermission. Man, I ain't going to play no whack commercials. I could play some commercials for y'all, but y'all know we trying to promote OG Roddy. So I'm going to let the music play. Take myself off camera for a second here, and I'll be right back.
From the scene, yeah. Whoa, shorty from the scene, yeah. Whoa, shorty from the scene, yeah. Whoa. Bitch, I'm crossing that shit, it's a knife. Hey, gold smokes on a bike. Hey, I've been swerving all night. Hey, white bitch on the Skype. Hey, says she wanna fuck tonight. Hey, man, I hit it first night. That pussy warm with the ice, and now she wanna stay tonight. I'm sorry, I'm catching the flight. Zach. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. They nervous. And that big boy we're switching lanes, I'm swerving, yeah. So, they nervous. Man, let's just get it in, man. Let's get it. OG Henry, yeah. Can't hop out the ghost. Can't hop out the lamb. Blunt in my hand. I'm still a man. Now what was you saying? Yeah. All
right, y'all.
Might hop out the coop.
Very good. Very good. Here we go. All right. We need to turn on the Hot Program machine. I'm going to do that. We're going to have an open panel discussion. I'm very excited. We're going to be talking about anything going on. Y'all also going to have to give me a chance to pin the link. I can't pin the link for the call-in until we go live on Hot Program, so I'm going to have to do that after. So, because we're not doing an event. Let's see. My one black friend's here. We're good. I don't need my screen up here anymore. And then I'm actually going to take us off for a second. Just so I can go over here and get us started. Great. All right, so we're started there. We're there. We're good there. Full screen. Chat's on. Perfect. All right, so that looks great. All right. bring back our beautiful host. All right, guys. So we are ready to go. It is 3:30. All right. So what we're gonna do, like I said, I got to turn on the hot program machine back here, and then we're gonna go live. So let me pull it up. Restream dashboard. Wish this was already in front of me, but that's okay. Got it all ready to go already. All right, guys, we're going to start hot program, and I am going to start the countdown. Welcome everybody to another very, very special edition of your favorite Counter-Apologetics show. I am talking about that hot program. Thank you guys so much for joining us. As you see, the dream team is back in the building. I, of course, am your host with the most from the East Coast, and I am joined by a man who recently almost died and probably wouldn't be here if it weren't for the hard work of doctors, scientists, and engineers. A man who almost needed a eulogy, but needs no introduction. How are you doing today? We're glad you survived. We're very, very thankful for those doctors and scientists.
As am I.
Tell us what happened.
I'm feeling great. So, and I can tie this into the show. Isn't that wonderful?
Great.
First of all, hello, everyone. Thank you, Pocket Locker.
Of course.
It's very good to be back. So
also, thanks to Tux for holding it down, right? And keeping.
And thank you, Tux.
Yeah,
I appreciate you guesting while I was away. So I was going to visit my fiance at an undisclosed location, and undisclosed. I was bringing a bunch of medical supplies and hygiene things for her family because we were going to drop them off. And I'm hauling 150 pounds of things with me. And some of you may recall that I'm already a heart patient. I have cardiomyopathy, so my heart doesn't beat vigorously because there's a scar. So there's basically an area of my heart that doesn't do anything. That's not fodder for a sermon. But,
right.
I realize somebody might think I set myself up for that one. But the doctors all think it's like because of some virus that I may have had when I was younger.
Really?
Severe. Yeah. And like I couldn't pinpoint it, but as I learned about the different symptoms that people with my heart condition have, I had them not all at this. I had them at different phases in my life. So she's the lead doctor who did my surgery and gave me a defibrillator. She thinks that this is probably something that's been there a long time, you know.
Wow.
And I don't think it's recent myself. But anyway, I'm getting winded and frustrated. I'm trying to make the bus depot to go to the airport. And I'm dragging all these things. And I finally say, because my suitcases kept falling over. And I said, you know what? I'm not dying for this today. My heart was racing. I could feel it.
Wow.
So I stopped. And when I stopped, two of the bags started to fall over. I reached down to grab the handle and missed. And the bag that weighed 70 pounds, the handle swung and hit me right in my defibrillator. And I said, oh, shit. And before I could finish my sentence, the defibrillator shocked me.
Wow.
Now, it shocked me a total of 7 times.
Oh my goodness.
So the first time, I know exactly what's going on. I don't know the reason why. I hit the ground. I'm on my knees and I start breathing deeply, right? Because why? To keep my blood oxygenated, keep myself going. And now the reason the device shocks me is because it's saying, okay, your heartbeat is irregular. You're going too fast. I'm going to pace you to a good, healthy rhythm. So it had to interrupt what was going on. It successfully did this. And as I'm there on the ground going, oh, it's going to happen again. I could feel this thing starting up, like, and boom, the second one went off. And I was like, okay, I'm fine. I hope it doesn't go off again. And I finally sit on my butt. And I'm
Is it painful
and I'm trying
when it goes off?
Huh?
Is it painful?
Okay, everybody's going to be different. So my answer is no. What it's like is someone who's very strong punching you in the chest. And what it felt like was an implosion of energy. But it was exactly that, into my heart, right? So you feel it. I felt it here, but not down here, sort of speak. Let me move myself. So like this, I felt it here. And it went into my heart. I could feel that surge. And there's like this flash of white light. No, I did not see Jesus.
Yeah, okay.
I didn't see.
Well, that was the next logical question.
Paul, I didn't see my dad. I didn't see my favorite person that's ever lived. Well, my fiance, my second favorite person that's ever lived on this earth, my Aunt Louise.
Yeah, I was about to say, what you really wanted was a vision of your fiance. You wanted that last minute sort of, that's what you would have requested, right?
No, I already spent the money. I bought the tickets, Airbnb booked. I want to go and hang out with her and have a wonderful time.
Sure.
That's what I'm after. But this was interrupted by my health issue.
He had a heart issue dealing with a heavy object, James. I'm not sure he froze. But guys, do me a favor. Please head over to the Hot Program channel. It is actually posted in there should be a link in the description. But here's what I'm gonna do to make this easier on everybody. There's also a call-in link in the description, guys, to call in. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna switch over to the Hot Program account. I'm going to grab the Hot Program video link, and then I'm going to drop that for you guys on YouTube so that you can come straight to this video. No big deal, right? On YouTube so that you can. All right, so let's do that. Now, here's the deal. If you're on YouTube, I'm pinning the link to the Hot Program video. Please come watch Hot Program on Hot Program. Yes, it's on Pocket Locker. We want as many people to see it as possible, but we're trying to grow the Hot Program channel so that we don't have to do that in the future. So please come and like and subscribe on Hot Program. Now, what I will do then is if you're on Hot Program, the correct Hot Program channel, that is where I will pin the link to call in. So if you come to Hot Program instead of Pocket Locker, thank you. Also, a couple people just subscribed to Hot Program, so appreciate you guys. And I will pin the message to call the show, right? All right, so there's the deal. If you're on Pocket Locker, we want you to come over to Hot Program. The pinned message will take you to Hot Program. If you're on Hot Program, we want you to call the show. The pinned comment is a link to call into the show. And, of course, there is a link to call into the show in the description. Guys, send out some stuff on social media. Hit up your friends. Hit up your other YouTubers. We're gonna be here till probably right about 6 o'clock is when I can stay here till. And this is our open panel discussion. People are always like, you guys should do panels. You should let people call in and talk about whatever they want. So this is your chance. Don't be shy. Of course, my one black friend is back, and we want to get back to this very, very fascinating story about how you almost died. So Sorry about the
This
technical
time.
difficulties, but go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, this time,
Okay.
seriously.
This might I didn't count, but I've almost died multiple times. So I had what's called ventricular tachycardia. Essentially,
Wow.
my heart was producing a rhythm where it was signaling, hey, I'm about to stop beating. So I'm in the parking lot and of this bus depot where you get on the bus to go to the airport. I'm pulling all these bags. I'm rewinding for Randy. I'm pulling all these bags or James Apperson. My heart is racing. And I said out loud, you know what? I'm not dying for this today. So I decided I don't care if I'm late. I don't care if I missed my plane and have to buy a new ticket. I'm not going to risk my health to pull 120 pounds of stuff that isn't even mine. You know, I'm not going to keep it. It's for other people. Better I be alive for other people and myself. So I stopped. And that's when the bag fell over, hit me and my device, which had nothing to do with the device going off. My defibrillator.
Now tell me something
going
again
off,
about
James.
these bags. Where were you carrying these bags to?
Undisclosed location, but
But you're in
one
the
bag was-
airport, right? That's what I'm
No,
trying to
I was
get
at I was going to the bus depot, which takes you to the airport. So I was going to leave my car parked for a few weeks where it's cheap,
Okay.
as opposed to paying for airport parking, which
Got
I'm
you.
talking about today.
Got you.
I'm
Okay.
paying,
So now, but
yeah,
you're
fraction.
bringing stuff with you for the people you're going to see and all this stuff, and you're
Exactly.
bringing that, and you're trying to get to the bus depot with this stuff so that you can take your flight. And so that's why you're sort of dragging this stuff along, and then it hits you in the defibrillator. All right. So then what happened? Yeah. Keep going. I'm glad you
Okay.
caught us up for James Apperson, and thanks.
Yes.
And guys, go ahead and call in. Go ahead.
See, I went back to rescue the one sheep that was strayed away from the.
Also, I want to point out something else to your attention, my one black friend.
Yes.
You had a technical problem, right? Your thing went a mess, and you had to log back in or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. But in your mind, you pinned James Apperson's comment, right? And then even though you had to deal with the frustration of getting back in, once you did, you were like, "Hey, I want to rewind for James Apperson," right? Mm-hmm. You're better at following the chat than you think. Go ahead. You don't give yourself enough credit.
Saying I was telling Pocket Locker I can't keep up with it. So, yes, Randy, I did miss my trip. But I'm here, man. I'm here. So what could be, only thing could be better if I just hadn't had my episode and I made the trip. At any rate, it was filled with education, and I'm sharing this. If you know someone with these issues, you can make them aware and kind of prepare them for maybe what they should be doing. So I'm down on the ground. I finally sit down, and I was thinking after it went off twice, like, I sure hope it doesn't go off again. And I slowed my breathing down, and boom, number 3, which was less intense than the first two. At least it felt less intense. And what was going on was, I learned this from the cardiologist who installed the thing. She goes, there's a setting that wasn't checked on your device. And that setting would enable your device to check your heart rather than retreating the problem. It would have seen that your rhythm corrected. Instantaneously, it corrected. So, or virtually, almost instantaneously. So after the first shock, there shouldn't have been additional shocks. But I was shocked up to 7 times because the latter ones after the fourth one were small. Really small, just corrective. Like, okay, let's get you back.
And it had like maybe a threshold firing issue or something like that, which is where the extra shocks that this specialist is telling you maybe shouldn't have happened or something like that.
Yeah, the box should have been checked to allow the device to resurvey my heart, as opposed to
just keep going.
The treatment again and again and again. And I'm wondering, like, did I wear the battery out? Because 7 times seems a lot. But I only remembered the first 3 and thought there could be a 4th.
And so did you pass out or?
No. I'm wide awake for this, and essentially I can only describe it as along for the ride. There is no me opening an app on my phone.
But did you fall? Are you laying on the ground?
I was on my way falling when I was missing the handle for the bags that were falling over, and then it hit me in my chest, and I went down on one knee just for that. But when the shock came, I went down on both knees, not in prayer.
Okay.
And by the way, we're going to circle back to that in a way. So I finally sat on my butt after the second shock. All this is one thing after another.
Okay, and then you just sit there. Now you're sitting.
I'm sitting there, and then the third shock comes, and I'm shouting for help. I'm shouting for help. People can't see me. There's an echo. I see people, but I mean, they couldn't tell where I was because I'm between a parking garage and a parking lot. The sound of my luggage wheels were echoing. Like, there's just, it's probably the worst place, one of the worst places to be that still had people in it, you know? So I sit down, or I'm seated. I take out my phone and I dial 911. Operator talks to me. He's trying to calm me down, did a very good job. I was calming myself down, but it just helped to have someone else there participating. And I'm settling myself down. He calls the fire department, which is very nearby. They come and they can't find me.
Really?
I explain where I am, and I says, okay, if you're facing the parking garage, I see the trucks. If they turn and face the parking garage, I'm not in the garage. I'm to the right of the garage.
Now, do you think you had to do this? Like, in other words, what I'm trying to paint the scene for people is if something else would have happened where you were incapacitated or couldn't use the phone or you dial 911, but somehow now you can't talk. Are you in one of them tragic situations where you're like seeing your help, right? But they're going to the wrong place. They can't find you. So in a sense, you're almost lucky that what happened to you, you can still talk and correct them, right? That's kind of what I'm getting at.
Yes, because everyone is not so lucky. Thanks, James.
Right, yeah.
Everyone is not so lucky. Again, I'm awake for the whole thing. I'm conscious. I know what's happening. I don't understand the complete reason. I needed the doctors to read the reports from the device to me to tell me what was going on. I had wondered if it malfunctioned because it went off right after the luggage handle hit it.
Cameron Bennett, thanks for posting this in the Ex-Christian Support Group on Facebook, man. I appreciate you doing that, Cameron. And guys, post to any of these groups you can find. Even if they don't come right away, or a lot of them don't come, or they don't come, you know, we're happy to build this one show, one viewer at a time. So just keep doing it, and maybe later on down the road they'll start to trickle in. But they definitely won't if they don't know this is happening. So we appreciate you continuing to put us out there, man. This is crazy. So continue. Tell us what happens after that point.
Well, come all ye formerly faithful.
Right.
So the fire department, one of the rescuers, if we will, he sees me. He goes, "Do you need help?" I'm like, "Yes, I need help." And so he comes down. He radios the other guys. 5 of them like come over, and they're surrounding me. They start hooking up the telemetry. Are you okay? What's your name? What's your birthday? Where are you from? Insurance card.
Wow, yeah. Seriously, well, they got to know where to take you, right? They got to.
Well, I mean, it's clear from them, they were the most calm people. My neighbor is a firefighter and paramedic, and his whole demeanor is that way 100% of the time. But I talked to him about this, him and his wife, and he was telling me, like, we have to be that way because it calms the other people down. And
they can't panic when you're panicked. Matter of fact, I just saw this. I just saw it. Didn't just happen, but there was a bombing in Atlanta or something like last year, right? And it just got kind of swept away. It was around Christmas time. It got swept away because of January 6th. So somebody mentioned in chat, and I saw the video, and something very interesting happened. They interviewed some kind of man on the street couple, like just some people who were in the neighborhood. And to your point, they kind of smiled a little bit and then talked about how tragic it was. And what I said to people watching, I said, this is a really interesting thing because they're not smiling because they're happy something got blown up, or even happy that they're on TV talking about something getting blown up. It's just a natural reaction, right? A friendly reporter lady comes over to you. She puts the camera on you. You got to remember what happened beforehand, right? It's not like we just show up, my one black friend, all right, tell us about the hurricane, right? What happens is I go, hey, we're looking for people to talk to us about what happened. Would you be willing to speak to us on camera, right? So I'm being friendly to you. I've probably smiled at you. Hi, I'm from Channel 9 or whatever. And so when we put that camera on you, ready to go, you might smile, But it's just a natural reaction.
It's natural.
You're not saying, "Oh, I'm thrilled to be on camera. I'm happy that people were blown up." It's just a natural reaction. But to your point, they then cut to sort of a man on the street interview with the firefighter who had responded to it, and his demeanor was totally different.
Well,
it was very straight. Yeah, and he spoke very matter-of-factly. You could tell he was trained.
He's being debriefed about the incident, so I'm sure it's very regimented, his presentation. And I think that's probably what you should expect. Don't expect that from me.
Right.
I'm a person who thinks almost every single thing is funny as long as nobody got hurt or mentally damaged forever. So anyway, while they have the telemetry up to me and I'm looking at my blood pressure, they're taking my blood pressure while I was standing, weirdly enough, checking my heart rate. I'm looking down. My heart rate's 100 beats per minute. This is 15 minutes later after the first shock, roughly. 100 beats per minute. My blood pressure is like 138 over 100. That's never my blood pressure. My blood pressure doesn't see 132. I could take it while I'm on my Stairmaster. It won't be 132 over, like 100. It won't be anywhere near that. My blood pressure stays under 120 for the most part, regardless of what I'm doing. 120 and then 72 maybe max for my diastolic, which is a lower number. So they ask me, one of them asks me, what is your religious preference? And I say,
wow,
hand on my side, still taking deep breaths, I'm an atheist. One of the firemen turns and walks away.
No.
And says, yes. He says, you're an atheist? And I go, yeah, but you can believe whatever you want. As I'm standing there, literally knocking on death's door. I'm just like, yeah, I still don't believe it.
and he can't get over it.
He can't get over it.
Because he thinks, at least in this moment, you're going to express a religious preference. When you knock it on death's door, you about to tell him you're a Buddhist or a Christian or looking forward to reincarnation or something.
Something now.
Something, yeah.
I believe that my two cardiologists are really good at their jobs. They're really good at what they do. If I'm going to believe in something, I believe that. I also believe I bought the insurance. Maybe I'll get my full refund for my ticket. If I'm lucky, the Airbnb people will refund me, which they did. They gave me 100% refund. The insurance I bought for my airline ticket gave me 100% refund. And just so you know, you can buy often medical insurance, which is a separate policy for your travel insurance. And this particular Allianz, they'll pay $50,000.
Okay.
Medical expenses.
Because while you're traveling, something happened.
I was in the Caribbean when I almost died a previous time.
Anyway, is that not normal with health insurance though? Is it not normal for I'm not covered when I travel? So break down for the people that don't know, what's the difference between that and regular health insurance?
Sure. The travel insurance is supplemental to your regular health insurance.
Okay.
My health insurance covers me anywhere I go in the world, but they say, okay, you were in France, that's out of network. So
it's the out of network type thing.
So
okay.
I think it's like they pay 80% or 90%, and then I pay the rest. And usually a hospital will, if they get 80% of their money that they're overcharging for, they're thrilled. And they'll wipe out your debt or have you pay something nominal. So always be willing to negotiate with your hospitals and your physicians that care for you.
Very important.
Anyway,
also, don't talk to the police and negotiate all your employment contracts. These are these basic kind of facts of life that people forget.
Yeah. So after that, the firemen, look at the presence of mind here. Would you like to take these things with you? They said. So I have my computer bag, my carry-on luggage, and then the two giant bags of supplies, which were 130 pounds.
Which has caused this whole mess to begin with.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Because again, I'm putting a load on my heart that it just wasn't used to.
Yeah, and you're not sure, right? But it maybe, yeah.
And I'm stressed out. The doctors both said, because I saw both the cardiologists this week or last week, they both said, don't ever give yourself that level of physical exertion again. Don't ever.
Ever.
And,
okay.
The one doctor, she says, how much did your watch say your heart rate was? I said, I left the watch at home. She goes, see? Because I complained about getting an Apple Watch because of
okay.
my heart condition.
Got you.
And so she's like, no, it's a good idea. You can keep track of your heartbeat and
Right,
do your
right.
ECG and all that stuff. So she's right.
Yep.
She's right.
Yep,
she's
yep,
right.
yep.
And I was treated very well by the people at the hospital, and they're trying to get me to replay events. They want to know exactly what happened, and they call it interrogation. They read your device, basically. It does a transfer of data.
Right, yeah, it's got a lot of data logging. Yeah, yeah.
It's got a lot of data logging, so that's one of the things it does very well. And they said, well, they explained what ventricular tachycardia is. They say it looks like that, but they didn't have the level of expertise that one of my doctors has, where she reads these things day in and day out and can tell when there was a problem. She knows when something went wrong. And, I'm in the hospital for like 4 days. They're
Really?
doing all sorts of, they're doing every test. Well, look, these people want to see me leave the hospital, not just so I can pay the bill, but so I can go on living, Kudos to my fiance, who took the news really well that I wasn't coming.
Yeah, and I'm sure you guys got to try to reschedule that or something. I'm sure that she was disappointed, but glad you're okay.
Yes. So maybe in November we'll go, or maybe Christmas time. She and I will see each other.
And hang on a second. I just want to say something to all of y'all, quote unquote, I'm calling y'all quote unquote couples right now. Because a lot of y'all be tripping over, well, I haven't seen you in a, couple of days, or you came home late from work. You know what I'm saying? Look at what my one black friend and his fiance got to go through. They got to deal with traveling to undisclosed locations in various parts of the world. We just gonna put it like that, and then y'all distant, so y'all don't get to see each other a lot, right? So you gotta maintain that bond, and then you have this type of trauma going through, and then y'all still have to just play it cool and keep going as y'all going, and schedule it down the road. So, even James Apperson talked about, not having this sort of contractual relationship that commits you to somebody, but earning it day in and day out. And this speaks to that y'all are still earning each other's love and trust and affection day in and day out, even though it's literally takes moving mountains to see each other, right? So some of y'all couples, I just want y'all to take that into consideration next time y'all having trouble deciding whether to get pizza or Mexican. Think about what some other couples is struggling to deal with. All right, go ahead. I just wanted to put that out there.
Go to Taco Bell and get a Mexican pizza.
There you go. There you go. There you go. You're talking about being at the hospital.
Yes. So I probably saw 3 doctors while I was there, 2 cardiac specialists, and just 1 doctor making the rounds. I guess 4 doctors. There was an emergency room doctor who spent all of like 7 minutes in front of me. But the person that was in the room next to me, they brought someone in, and they had to save their life right there.
Wow.
They had curtains drawn, and they're doing surgery on that person, waiting for like a surgical theater to open up so they can finish.
Really? Yeah. Wow.
So it was one of those instances. I'm pretty aware how lucky I am. Pretty aware. And I'm watching the clock thinking, as I was in the parking lot, maybe I can still go just later today. And then when they start telling me how severe this was, like, yeah, your heart almost stopped. You better stay here for a few days. You're not clear to travel.
Wow. And they probably know too, like if they let you go, you're probably gonna try to go. They got to
back on that plane, damn it.
Yeah, they probably know. Nah, he too high risk right now. We got to stop him from himself. Yeah.
Exactly. So I am cleared to travel now, which, as you know, I travel many of the
for work. Yeah.
I travel for work, so I am cleared to travel now. I have appointments in December. To follow up with those 2 doctors. But this isn't the first time I almost died. I had a near-death experience another time when I was in the Caribbean, and didn't know that I wasn't doing so hot, But maybe another day we'll go into that. But I think the people who have near-death experiences, and if what happened to them happened to me, because essentially my brain wasn't getting enough oxygen, so it started to shut down. turning off things, like being able to discern the difference between my mouse and myself.
Right.
This didn't appear different than me. So there was a lot of that going on, and it was I'll summarize it. It was a really beautiful experience. It was amazing how that felt. And I've written thousands and thousands of pages of fiction, and I fail to do this truth any justice.
Sure.
And by the way, you ministers, don't you steal that for your sermons.
I fail to do this truth any justice. Oh,
yes,
boy. They done stole all our good lines.
Yes, for all my words, I fall silent, as I have written before. But when those people try to recreate that experience for them, I think I get it. I think I get why they do it. Although that's really a dangerous thing to do.
Yeah.
But that was as serious as this was, because I had 2 nurses tell me, yeah, you should be dead. And then 3 doctors tell me, yeah, you should. Well, actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 doctors say, yeah, you should be dead. And then one doctor said, I've seen people worse than you.
Of course. Always that one doctor.
They're still here. I was like, well, good.
Oh, man, that's
so
super scary.
I lose the genetic lottery in quite a few ways, but in some ways, I did all right. I made it good. I'm not entirely recessive genes, other than my brown eyes and curly hair. So that was my experience, and I was told, don't do anything stressful. And I still had like 4 days worth of work to do. When I was on my trip, I still needed to work 4 days remotely. And I had to tell the people I work for, I was told not to do anything like this. Yeah,
that's great. And you got to talk. There's so much here. Sorry, but go ahead. I don't want to cut you off. I have a thought. I'll pin it and circle back to it.
Well, you go ahead.
Okay. All right. So
and it's not an acid trip, Lena.
Yeah, but Lena, I was actually going to shout you out and say we appreciate that. It does sound like it's a trip. We'll put it that way. Yeah. It sounds like it was a trip. But talk to your moments. Did you really have a moment where you thought, okay, this might really be it. I might die. No. And then, didn't think you might die.
In none of the cases where I've been, where I almost died, in none of the cases that I think this is it for me, nor did I want it to be. I'm the type of person who says things rather definitively. When I make up my mind is made up. And the decision not to die is one I made my mind up. I want to live to be a very old, healthy guy, have kids and grandkids. I'm 50. I don't have the kids yet. I don't have the wife yet. So I'm a late bloomer in a lot of respects.
There you go. Hey, we're good with that.
I still want that. To me, that's what's really sweet in life.
Sometimes late bloomers are big bloomers.
Let's hope.
Yeah.
So never in my mind was this is going to kill me. One day I'll tell the story of I thought past life regressions were BS, still do. And so I went to see a hypnotherapist about my weight to try to get that under control. And he mentioned that he did that. And I'm going, how much is it? He goes, it's $215. I'm like, done. Because even though I thought it was malarkey, I got $215 to waste on something that might make a good story. So
I got you.
Yeah, I went and did that too. And it was one of the most fascinating experiences. 50 is young enough to have kids if we can maintain adequate health and function, and if your partner is great. She's fantastic.
Yeah, she's great. She sounds like a keeper. So the reason I asked about this is because I think that a lot of believers genuinely imagine that in your last moments, your faith will come out. The truth of Jesus written on your heart. And I've wondered about this myself, and I love the way Christopher Hitchens went out, right? As he was passing, he said, I'm not having a deathbed conversion. If they tell you I had a deathbed conversion, they're lying to you. If I really say something that sounds like I'm having a deathbed conversion, please understand I've lost my mind and I'm fearful of dying or whatever, right? He made it very clear. And of course, they
Yeah.
still tried to do those things anyway. But I wonder myself if a heart attack struck right now, and and I decide I'm really thinking, does part of me just cry out to Jesus? You know what I mean? I'm just being honest with you. In pure desperation, does part of me just go, please, Jesus, save me? And so you're saying, not for you.
That's look, according to the biblical authors, you could be the most rotten person that ever lived, and all you need is that confession just before death. You confess your sins. If you've been, depends on where you read. You have to repent and be baptized. Sometimes you only have to have the faith. And if in that moment you have the faith, you're probably getting into heaven in that second resurrection. You're probably getting in there. So, and by the way, it's really hot. You got to read the whole Bible, and lots of things are on fire in heaven. You got to read the whole Bible. So, for me, no. To have the religious experience, I guess, or to approach at that point to plead for the mercy of a God, it's completely unnecessary. To feel like, okay, I have to say the right thing so that I can go to heaven. Yeah. It's completely unnecessary. Because again, I've read the whole thing.
Well, I think it's both ways though for people though, right? So a lot of people are, I think I'm dying, my last minute Jesus saved me so that I go to heaven, right? But I think a lot of people are literally praying for a miracle in that moment.
I have
and
one.
what you're saying is you
I have one
in your chest. Yeah, that's the defibrillator in your chest already, right?
I have an onboard miracle functioning 24/7.
Yeah. But what I'm getting at is in your desperation, and I think this is encouraging for atheists, right? This is like something encouraging to say, hey, look, we're good. And even if that moment comes to you, you may not cry out to make it to heaven on the last minute propitiation, and you also might not pray for Jesus to intervene in a miracle. You might just accept that either this is it or you're waiting for help to come. But I just take a lot of encouragement because I don't know. And you hear Christians talk about this a lot, right? Where they just say, well, I hope you're ready for your last moments because you'll be changing your mind then. So it's just funny.
I think that's what really blew that firefighter's mind as he's standing there like,
yes.
Almost, dude, most of the people.
Oh, why does he keep freezing? The freezing guys. Nah, it's really just internet stuff. Also, when he comes back in, I'll try to bring him back in this way. Oh, his signal's weak. Yeah, I can see the signal. My one black friend, just hit the refresh button. You shouldn't even have to leave. You could just refresh the tab, and it should bring you back in. Yeah, it's just a tab thing. No worries. But this is a great story. All right, guys, call in. Please call in. When my one black friend comes back, we'll finish up this story, and then it's an open panel, guys. So now's the time to come talk about any of the issues that you want. Otherwise, what I'm going to start doing is I'm going to start asking for his opinion and takes on some of the things that have been happening in our community, especially some of the things that we've been talking about with James Apperson. I could see your signal got a little weak there, my one black friend, no worries. But you were saying, and I totally agree, this is kind of what I was calling out. You think this is what blew the firefighter's mind. And again, we're not saying he walked away to say, screw you, I'm not going to help you because you're an atheist. He had to take a step back because he was just so stunned by your answer, right? Yeah, or at least that's how you see it.
That's how I saw it, because he just seemed like he was processing it. Like, how can it be? I do have to excuse myself because my medication makes me.
Oh yeah, take your time. James Apperson is here, so we'll hold down the fort.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna hit mute, but I'll probably forget to unmute.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Okay.
Oops, and I just let in the wrong thing. Hang on a sec, guys, real quick. Y'all already know what time it is. I ain't gonna waste your time on this one. It's time to get up off your feet. Clap. Yell, scream, make some noise, throw your panties at the stage. It is time to get it done. and mess these chumps up. We are about to take things to the next level with James Apperson.
Thanks, guys. Glad to be here.
Woo!
Black friend go.
He said he just had to go take some meds real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, he'll be right back.
That guy, while he's gone, I'm just going to talk about him.
Sure. Of course. That's what the internet is for.
Did you ever watch Scrubs, the TV show?
A couple times. Yeah, I've seen it. I didn't watch it hardcore, but I've seen it.
Every time I see my one black friend and hear him talk, I think, that's my Turk. I'm JD, that's my Turk. That guy is just such a beautiful soul. Yeah, and it almost makes me cry to think about how wonderful a person he is.
Seriously. Talk about it. Man, and I tell people too, it's funny, like, he said he's back. Okay, so let's let him in. But yeah, man, when we started thinking of this idea to do this show with people, man, we got together a few times, and it's like we were just kicking it and talking, and we were like, man, we got to really start the show and go live, because if not, we're going to just keep linking up and chatting on the internets for a couple of hours with each other. So we were just having a great time sort of getting to know each other and becoming friends, and then we were like, man, let's just start going. But like I tell people, man, so now things are different. You know, now I've been on Guts of Gibbon. I could call up to people and they'll work with me. And, you know, Derek could put in a good word for me. And my advisors are all behind me and stuff. But, man, when it started, it was really just my one black friend saying, man, Jay, I think you and I could do something. And then even like when we first started doing stuff, my mixer went down. And that was just driving me nuts every show. And, you know, he sent me over the funds to get a new mixer and stuff. So just, we do appreciate you in this community, man. And we should do more to give each other our flowers while we're alive, as they say, right? Give me my flowers while I'm still here.
Before you become flower food, yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
But James has been killing it too, my one black friend. He comes on a lot throughout the week, and he's been talking a lot about things going on in the community. He's getting his channel started. He's written a lot about what's going on in the community, especially with the theists we know. One thing I like is, like, you know, we have time to talk about religious people and the religious people in our lives, but sometimes we have really great examples in our own community. So when we talk about Otangelo or Rebecca, you know, it's great because we all have these people that we know that we can sort of have these conversations with. So, Apperson, I don't know if you have anything pressing on your mind today, but if not, well, if you do, then just go for it. But if not, I'd love to hear you maybe talk about some of the things you've been taking notes on this week that maybe you and I have gotten to talk about, but maybe not with my one black friend.
So, other than what I just said, like, what's been on my mind is trying to fix my YouTube. So I tried OBS, and I had some success with it. It uses less system resources, and Reddit seems to mention it more than the other programs, and so I'm going to be trying that one. But as far as, like, controversial things, I mean, I think about the same things in rotation, right?
Sure.
Less about politics, more about philosophy and religion. My interests in philosophy are probably a little bit different than most people's, and so I come at that from a different angle. But I don't even want to necessarily be a philosophy nerd, nor do I even really want to. Yeah, I don't even want to think about religion all that much. I really, when people get to know me, they think this guy wants to make a career out of challenging religion every day.
Yes,
and honestly, and I know I come across that way, and I'm not saying I would mind getting paid.
Right.
You're wrong.
Hey,
don't not send me all your money.
Turk's making plenty of money. Craig is making plenty of money, you know,
right.
Saying that the Bible is correct in this way or that way. So don't shy away from the cash if they're throwing it at you.
Right.
Right. And in fact, that's why I'm not as vocal about Joel Osteen and other people. I hate how they take money from poor people. I do hate that they scam poor people. But if they were limiting their gimmick to people that were financially already well off, I don't know. Like, I'm kind of divided about that because, you know, if rich idiots want to throw a whole bunch of money at me, I'm not going to say no. Praise Jesus, you know.
That's what gets you.
Yes, and I'm with you guys on 100%. Like the exploitation of the poor bothers me. But what name a business or industry that doesn't? I hate to say it, the university is doing the same thing, right? My rich students, their parents pay for it, or their legacy, or or they're on an athletic scholarship or something. But my lesser well student, they're going to graduate 6 figures in debt, as if they didn't already have enough disadvantages. But yeah, every business does that, and I totally get your point. Keep going, James, please.
Yeah. So with all that in mind. What I think would surprise a lot of people is that the guy I want to retire as, the guy I want to become, I have this larger idea of him, but one of the things about him is he hardly ever thinks about religion or politics or any of that crap.
Who is this?
Hardly ever thinks. The guy I want to be.
Oh, okay, hang on a sec. Fenton Mully, please let me know what you mean by AA.
Alcoholics Anonymous, maybe?
Oh, Exton's got to stop using the success of Alcoholics Anonymous to act like God is helping people. Oh, yeah.
May I jump in to add some levity?
One second. All I just want to add is, guys, I don't like this Xtins thing, Xtians, because I get confused to whether or not we're saying Christians but taking Christ out of it, or whether or not we're saying former Christians. Do you guys see how ambiguous that is?
Yeah.
So it's just my thing. When somebody says Xtins, like when I first read that, I actually was thinking, oh, you're talking about former Christians. And then I'm rereading, I'm like, former Christians got to stop using the success. And then I'm like, oh, no, you mean, right? So that's my 2 cents. Go ahead, my one black friend.
Okay. So I've wrestled with my weight issues pretty much since I was about 11 years old. Where I sprouted man boobs.
Wow.
Frustrating. So see, if there is a God, he thinks I'm hilarious to poke fun of. But anyway, I was going to an Overeaters Anonymous or something like that was held in a church. The church was nice enough to donate the space. And Alcoholics Anonymous met after we did. Off in the corner was a rack full of chairs and a note that said, "Place broken chairs here." And I thought, you drunk bastards. Because we bigger people are breaking this.
Sure.
There's a better way to leave a note.
Right.
Rephrase this, please. I'm sensitive.
That's hysterical.
But
so I have a special chair that I got from the Big and Tall shop that holds like up to 500 pounds, and it's a fold-out chair. You can take it anywhere. So I'm like, This thing's not going to break on me because I have had like those plastic lawn chairs break underneath me, and
yeah. Now I've had a couple things. So one time, at one point, I had gained significant amount of weight, and I was home for Easter, I think, and I was with my family was around, and I was sitting on one of my grandmother's old living room chairs, and I went right through that sucker in front of the whole family. It was awful.
I guess I can define faith. The best thing I can do to define faith is I was invited to a party. I sat down in a plastic lawn chair and it broke, and then someone brought me a second one right away. Faith.
That is faith. Yeah, right there. Yeah, I also I had a lawn chair collapse on me at a barbecue too, and it actually cut me. But yeah, that's really funny. And I worked at a church where we did the same thing. We did NA and we did AA. And now when I look back at that, it kind of disgusts me. One, because the church is only giving up that space for a very particular reason. Of course, it's also easy to give up your space when you don't pay taxes on the use of that space and you're not using it. And then, of course, those organizations are very creedal, right? We want to get you off the thing, help you lose weight, kick the junk. But, you've got to swear, some sort of devotion to something greater than yourself, which, again, to me is, I don't want to put them quite there because I think they do know a lot of therapeutic stuff and they try to use that stuff, but they're kind of mixing it in, whereas we don't really need that, right, on the scientific approach. So it kind of bothers me because from a mental health perspective, it's almost like, yeah, it's okay to see your doctor and take your meds, but let's also talk about how, you know, sin plays a role in your stress, and right. And I had a lot of that in my family where and I say this is still going on in my family. I think I'm lucky. I'm the lucky one in my family who got the education and kind of is not buying into this stuff anymore. But I also got diagnosed as bipolar, so I, you know, have a shrink and I take my meds, and I've been that way for years. The rest of my family is probably just as bipolar or, you know, whatever else it is, because I didn't get those genes from nowhere. But they shroud it all up with religion, right? So nobody will tell them that they're delusional for believing in this, you know, fairy god man that reads all their thoughts. So, again, I worked at that church, so please don't anybody think I'm trying to hate on them. I did it. I thought we were doing important work in the community, but now I have a different perspective, and I look back and I think, you know, we could have done better, and maybe people going through these things deserve better. But that's my 2 cents on that, and I'll turn it back over to you guys.
Well, the earth is bipolar as well.
Yeah. Well, that's
so you're normal.
Yeah. Hopefully,
to some degree. Take heart. Appreciate
that, James. Can you also talk about a little bit, because we've been having some on fire conversations about what's going on with theism, some of this sort of end time stuff, a lot of the anti-reality, anti-science stuff, and so I think you know, we should talk about that a little bit.
So before I pick a topic, my one black friend, do you personally have any specific topics of interest within that domain?
I sure do. So one of the dangers of me having a bunch of free time is I'll do some review. So I dove back in.
Wait, my one black friend, can you give me one song? One minute?
One song?
1 minute, 1 minute.
Oh, okay, I was about to sing.
And also,
I got the pipes.
please remember what you're talking about, because I don't want you to lose your train of thought.
Okay.
All right.
Discover BetMGM.
What are you doing? Hang on one sec.
Okay.
Do you really want to love me forever?
Yes, y'all. We have a very special guest joining us in the pulpit. Our first official fitness pastor here at the First Church of the Cult of the Flying Man. That's why the J. Cole is on. It's time to work out. I hope everything works out, and if it doesn't, you need to understand how to do the Swiss Romanian Super Ninja resistance band deadlift. If you want to be to the next level, if you really want us to be impressed with your stuff, then you need to get a little more buff. If you really want to help us start this riot, you might have to improve your diet. And if you are not with it, you might be destroyed and led to shame by Cameron Bennett. Oh, Cameron Bennett, the former SDA, is in the house. How you doing today, Cameron?
I'm good. I'm only gonna be here for a little bit.
Yeah, that's it. All right, your time's over, Cameron. Cameron's too good looking, so Cameron has been removed from the broadcast. Cameron's been given all of his allotted time. We have to. When you show up and you looking that sexy, you only get about 10, 15 seconds because you start making everybody else on the panel look bad. So, thanks, Cameron. Good to talk to you. We'll see you later. All right. So, my one black friend, what were you saying? No.
Yeah.
hang on. Let me stop messing. But yeah, welcome, Cameron, welcome. We're so glad to have you here. But yeah, go ahead, my one black friend.
Yeah. Well, to answer James' question, I have been thinking on this. One of the most fascinating, the two most fascinating books of the Bible to me are Revelation and John. And during my time off, I started to look into them both again. No, I'm not going back to religion. I'm just checking on something that was bothering me. I think the end of the world, end times philosophy, I think we're getting it really wrong, and so are the Christians. Mm-hmm. And I was trying to process in my mind why that is, because I know it was written for its time and not our time.
Right.
In Enoch, he says, like, this is for a remote generation. That's very smart. So it's like, oh, it's not going to happen now, but beware. But the Gospels are like, this is happening now.
Right.
And I had always been bothered, James, by the way Revelation is told. Is Jesus the one revealing the revelation to John? Or is John having his own revelation and Jesus is seen in it? It also bothered me that people say the Gospel of John is written by the same author as the one who wrote Revelation. I will now say I think that's about as wrong can be. Mm-hmm. What makes more sense, because if you read the beginning of John, it talks about John the Baptist. It sure seems to me, in my review, that maybe John of Patmos is John the Baptist.
Wow.
Because notice when Jesus comes along and sees John, and John is baptizing people, right? He says, behold, the Lamb of God. Mm-hmm. If you start reading that initial imagery in the Gospels that talks about John the Baptist, and then every time you see it, just go back and reread the beginning, like the first 2 chapters of Revelation. Go back. I think I probably can change your mind to see it like I'm starting to see it, where this seems to be talking, this seems like it's John the Baptist having a conversation with Jesus. And Revelation is, I want to say it's plagiarized, but maybe that's the wrong term. It's as if, and I'm going to go ahead and say it's John the Baptist. It's as if John the Baptist sat down and listened to Jesus, and Jesus is spouting a bunch of things that already took place in the Bible. And essentially, because of this, maybe John gets the idea that Jesus is one of these 2 witnesses, and he's the other one. You will recall in Revelation, there are these people who are under the altar or the throne. I forget which one. And they're asking how long, God, is it going to be before we get revenge? And these are people who were beheaded for the gospel, right? Well, what happened to John the Baptist? He was beheaded.
Yeah.
Wow. So that's I need to get my points in order, James. I need to start writing down, okay, here's how these things are connected. Here's how this could flow. I guess put together a proper theory.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a video essay that I think people would love or something to write. I want to let James Apperson respond to that because that's where we were going. And then I want to make sure Cameron gets in to respond to this if you'd like. And then also, Cameron, if you want to say anything else, because I know you got to go, so I want to make sure you get your time. And then also, Cameron, before you go, we'll make sure we plug your fiance's podcast. But go ahead and respond to that, James, and then we'll get Cameron in here.
I think it would be great if you finished that project because then we can get Derek to put you on Mythvision talking about this theory because, I mean, why not? That's
why not?
Brilliant,
True.
actually.
True.
Yeah, and a lot of people on Mythvision, I'm assuming you're familiar with that.
I'm very familiar with it, yeah. I've probably seen 150 episodes of that, yeah.
Oh, okay, so you've probably seen even more than I have. So, yeah, I mean, a lot of people I don't agree with and a lot of people I do, but there's something of value in every single stream, even if I don't end up agreeing with very much of it. And, it's just a matter of, can you build a comprehensive theory with the facts that are available? And if you can, and especially if it's a new take on the idea, like Derek would, I know he'd love to have you on there, and I'd love to see that too because I think you're onto something. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
I also think you could probably line something up with the scholar too, right? To see if if there's other people who you could bounce that off of that might even say, oh, go here or go here. Maybe there's some other stuff.
I would love that, like Francesca Stavrokopoulou, Dr. Price, someone like that. I would love to discuss this with them and see how they come back. Because I think often I've noticed with myself over the years, the greatest strengths of the arguments I put forth are derived from the objections I get. How do I resolve the objections that are put to me? Because it makes me re-examine maybe ideas I've just thrown out, like, oh, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. But the fact that, to me, Revelation read like John is present for, let me just read it, because John was present for Jesus giving a presentation. And it doesn't seem like it's another way to me.
All right, let me, can you pull it up, or do you want me to give Cameron a minute and then we'll come back to it?
Give Cameron
a minute. Yeah, go ahead, Cameron, while he looks that up. Hang on, I can't hear you, Cameron. There you go.
No, I was muted. I had muted myself. Can you hear me now?
I can.
I honestly just want to call in just to make sure the connection's okay. So when my fiance comes on, then I just know what's
so everything is. Yeah. So there's a little bit of a sync. So there's a little bit of a sync issue. So you sound good, you look good. The timing is not perfectly lined up, but not the biggest deal in the world. But a couple of questions on your end. What type of machine are you calling in from?
Ooh, I'm ghetto. I have a Chromebook.
Okay. Does your Chromebook? You're using Wi-Fi?
No, that's what I'm testing out. I actually have a connection, so I have like an Ethernet cable connected to like this converter, USB converter. So I have it plugged into my USB port to grab the internet connection. So I'm not using Wi-Fi. Okay,
so that's definitely usually a lot better. The other thing is, I would say try it on Wi-Fi. Only because I always want people to go through the wired Ethernet connection. I use one too, but then I don't know about that going through the USB. It should be fine. It looks fine, but always the other thing to do, Cameron, is there's something called an internet speed test. And so what I would do is run it. If you just Google internet speed test, it'll pop up. What I would do is just run that speed test wired and run that speed test on Wi-Fi, and then go with whichever one gives you the best speed, particularly upload speed, because it's the upload time that you're concerned about when you're calling in. But you're right on it. And I tell people this all the time.
If you want, I could just unplug it and see what if I disappear. If you wanted me to do that.
Oh, yeah, you can check that out in a sec. And then also, I was just going to say, you could call in, or you and I could link up a time, and you could call in like, Monday or whatever, right? And we'll sit around and troubleshoot as long as it takes to get you going. So don't even worry. Like, I appreciate you calling in, but like, trust me, bro. If you want to, we'll just link up and we'll sit here until we get it right?
You're busy with all your streams,
I ain't never too busy for Cameron Bennett, bro. But the other thing is, I also appreciate the opportunity to thank you face to face, just to say thank you for putting my cousin's music in your videos and stuff like that. It's a huge deal to him, is getting his music out there in all types of different people in different places. So I appreciate you, and I'm gonna link up with him to get those other tracks for you. Matter of fact, I'm gonna just have him send it to me. Yeah, and I'll just forward it. But go ahead and plug your fiance stream. Tell people where to find it, and then go ahead and drop a link in the chat. And then, like I said, let them know what's going on Tuesday, and I'll follow up with that.
Oh, okay. Well, her podcast is different. It's not no Counter-Apologetics. She's not a Bible nerd at all. She clowns me for being a Bible nerd, so she's not a Bible nerd. Her podcast is it's not streamed. It's pre-recorded. She edits it. She posts it on this one platform where she allows it to go to Spotify, Apple Music, iHeartRadio, Amazon Music.
Right. Now that's, guys, just so you know, but
you can find it.
That's essentially what we're doing with Restream. When people give me a hard time, I'd rather use Whereby. I don't like Restream because I'd rather use StreamYard. I'm going, when StreamYard allows me to stream 8 places at once, I'll go back. But until then, that's why we use Restream, because it allows us to go through all of them different platforms. And who the heck wants to spend time re-uploading videos to 8 different places and all that? So she's doing the same thing on the podcasting side. She's using a service, allows her to make one podcast, send it to one place, and then that service puts it all over the place. That way, wherever you like to get podcasts, Spotify, Apple Music, whatever, it's easy for you to find her. All right, cool. So just wanted to clue people in on that, but go ahead.
Yes. And her podcasts are short. She's only about 15 to 20 minutes max. And she talks about pretty much her perspective on different, I guess, social issues. Like, I'll just give you, this is her season 3, I think. So this season, she's only dropped 3 official episodes so far. She drops them on Tuesday nights at 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So far, she has colorism, homophobia, and mental health. And then I think the one that's dropping on this coming Tuesday is going to be toxic help. So she just likes to talk about her perspective on different stuff. And like I said, she's not a Bible nerd. She's not a Christian, but she's not a Bible nerd either. She's like most people who don't care, that she doesn't care about that type of stuff. She's spiritual though, but I won't speak for her. If she ever talks about it on her own, I'll let her speak about her own, beliefs. But so her podcast isn't about religion or anything like that. Sometimes stuff gets put in there a little bit. Like she might say something about Christianity, but she's not. She's definitely not a Christian at all, not even close. And but her podcast is mostly about social issues and
then what's the name for some people who want to just grab it and look it up?
You're right. There you go. I'm terrible at this.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good.
Get off here. And that's another thing. She's not shy like me. She's not shy. So you don't have to deal with her shyness like mine. It's called A Black Cat's Voice.
A Black Cat's Voice. You guys
can see it, but it's called A Black Cat's Voice. And cat's with a K, so it's a black with a K, like cat, because her name is Cat, Catherine. So it's a black cat with a K, Cat's Voice. The avatar is like of a cartoon black lady with it's actually one of her friends who drew it for her, and sort of like how what's his name?
Yeah. I'm trying to get that hookup. Yeah, exactly.
And one of her friends made it for her. And so I'll try to put the link when I'm off of here. I'll put the link in the
drop all the links, man. As many as it takes. Drop all the links. But yeah, Black Cats. Yeah. And matter of fact, Cameron, link me to that in Discord. And I'll put it up. Nah, you good. Don't worry about it.
But yeah.
Also, guys.
This one, and I think I have some other. This is what it looks like.
Yeah, it's good. They can't see it that well, but it's all right, Cameron. That's not you. That's on Restream. It's just because of the camera. But guys,
pretty much what it is.
She drops a new episode, I believe, on Tuesdays around 8 p.m. Eastern.
Pacific Standard Time, yeah. So it'd be you would be like 11 p.m.
Oh, like 11 p.m. Okay, guys. So what we're gonna do
for you.
For me. Okay, so what we're going to do is this Tuesday, we're going to check out the new episode. We're going to listen to it, and then we're going to have her try to call in once she's done. That way you guys could ask some more questions, and we could kind of have like an after-party follow-up vibe like we do a lot in our community. The other thing I wanted to mention is I want to go more in this direction, y'all. I'm really, y'all know I have a background in politics and social issues. Always been way more important to me, even when I was a Christian, right? I was the type of Christian who it wasn't really necessarily about what you believed or your theology. I come from old school Pentecostal, so it was about how you walked in your faith. So if you were visiting the sick and, praying for people and then trying to help them out and, donating to the poor and all of that type of stuff, then we considered you right. Right? And ain't nobody had no time for arguing about no philosophy. So with that being said, I've always wanted to move more in the direction of politics, of social issues, and of current events, because one of the inherent advantages is it's easier to make content because current events stay current, meaning they're always changing. The news will be different next week than it was last week. right? We can't say that about Counter-Apologetics. The Counter-Apologists will be on the same BS next year that they were last decade. You see what I'm saying? So it's going to be a lot easier for us to grow, keep things fresh. Also, we'll be bringing more eyes to our community, because even though there's a lot of atheists out there that will enjoy our content, they don't really know that, and they're not going to go out of their way to find anti-religious and philosophy content. But if they find some dope social content, some cool stuff about the news or whatever's going on, and then they recognize, oh, there's an atheist community I can get connected into, I think we're going to see a lot of growth that way. Cameron Bennett, man, you the guest, man. Let us know, man. We're trying to get people to call in. So anything else you want to talk about, vibe about? And before I let you go, you're going to have to say more about this SDA. We don't know about this SDA. Jamie Russell. We trying to put Jamie Russell on our hit list. Yeah. But say more about the SDAs in the community and coming out of the SDA religion. What might be a little bit unique about this community for you? Because so many of us, that's not part of our experience, but you've connected with us nevertheless.
It's a very different community. It's like, how you have like cultural Jews, like people deconvert from Judaism, but then they still will say they're Jews. It's almost like that when you're a Seventh-day Adventist. It's like you leave the church, but because the whole family is so entrenched in your environment, it kind of like, I don't know if you watched the interview I did with Rebecca, I kept on saying we a lot. Like, I'm still a Seventh-day Adventist. I'm not, but like my whole family is, and it's like still part of my mindset, because you have to think differently. Because like, for instance, since my whole family, a lot of my friends are still Seventh-day Adventists, I was joking about it last night in our stream last night about it's the Sabbath, but it was, or actually not last night, it was Friday night. So Friday night sunset to Saturday night sunset, it's a Sabbath. So my mindset, I know I can't talk to them about secular stuff. I have to wait until the sun sets on Saturday night before I could talk to them about. So I know, even though I don't practice none of that stuff myself, I always have to keep it in mind because I know my family does. And the thing is, when you leave that faith, it's different from like leaving Mormonism or Jehovah's Witness, where I feel like you get excommunicated and banished and all types of, for Seventh-day Adventists, at least from my experience, and I know a lot of the people that I'm cool with that have left as well, they're very like loving. So I don't know if they try to love you back in, but sort of they try to love you back in. I think one of the big reasons why is because there's no fear of hell. Like Seventh-day Adventists, they're kind of like, they have the same thoughts of like as Rebecca from Better Life in terms of hell. Since Seventh-day Adventists, they don't believe in a literal, eternal conscious torment. You're not scared into becoming a Christian. You're either going to accept God or not. And so once you realize the whole thing is fake, we don't have that fear of hell still in our brains. Like once we leave the faith, that's it. Like we know it's fake, kind of like the Jews. Like once you leave it, it's over, because similar to Jews, they don't have that fear of burning for eternity that they have to still deal with. And I never experienced that myself. Once I realized Christianity was false, I didn't have any fear. So that's something that I dealt with. For her, actually, my fiance she's actually a preacher's daughter, so that's kind of interesting. But maybe you guys talk about that later. That probably won't be part of our podcast, but maybe you guys can get her on her program, because she has a very different life that I've had. So, but yeah, that's my experience.
Cameron, super awesome, bro. Let me just say quickly, guys, we're trying to build up the hot program. We go live everywhere because we just want to put as many eyes on this show as possible. But if you happen to be on Pocket Locker 86, do me a huge favor. Please check out the hot program channel in the description, or even better yet, just click the pinned link in the live chat, and that will take you to this stream on the hot program channel. Please do that. Subscribe to the hot program channel. Please, I know I'm live on Pocket Locker 86 around the clock, all week long. We don't have a ton of time over here on the hot program, because right now we only do this once a week. But please come over to hot program. That's also where there's a pinned comment where you can call in. And of course, the link to call in is also in the description. Cameron Bennett, I want to thank you so much. But I want to give James Apperson and my one black friend an opportunity to ask their question, because because, like I said, we don't really get to talk to Seventh-day Adventists a lot. Never to mention that Cameron is a full-time mod. I don't know how he does it. I don't know how he squeezes in any personal training or all of this exercise he supposedly does on these videos. It might be a stunt double or something, because I'm telling you, when I wake up, Cameron Bennett is on top of it. When I go live, Cameron Bennett's like the first or second one here. When I'm going to sleep, I'm still getting messages from Cameron Bennett. So I don't know how he does it being a full-time mod with everything else. But look, I got to pee real quick, so I'm going to mute myself. I'm going to put on the speaker so I can hear the conversation. And my one black friend and James Apperson, please take a few minutes to enjoy a conversation with Cameron Bennett here.
I multitask.
Okay, well, Cameron, thanks for coming on. We certainly appreciate that. I had to step away for a moment. Do you sometimes co-host with your fiance?
No.
Okay.
I'm the shy one. She's not the shy one.
You're doing very well for a shy man. You're here.
Yeah.
And it's not your first time here, too. So we appreciate that. Well, let's see. Now, my doctors said I'm free to do any exercise except for the following: powerlifting, endurance training, like for a triathlon, and interval training. Where should I start? I got to lose 115 pounds. Where should I start?
I would start, if I were training you, I would have you, obviously, nutrition is going to be one of the biggest factors, about 80% of everything. But in terms of physical fitness, I would start with low interval training. So walking, and I would not just walk, but I would definitely include walking a certain amount a day, maybe at least 30 minutes a day, and I'd have you do like light work.
Light work?
Light work. Yes.
Like
light work.
In my yard or something?
No. I mean, I'd have you do exercises for sure. I'd have you do exercise, but nothing extra, nothing like too intense or nothing crazy. But I have you do simple things first, and then little by little build up until you're able. But yeah, I always start off. I'm actually getting a new client in like 2 weeks, and not to the same extent that you're at, but I have to worry and keep consideration about his, high blood pressure, diabetes, and so I always know, okay, I'm going to start at this level, and then we build up. But yeah, definitely, I would still have you do some physical fitness, but keep it low interval or low intensity. And obviously, nutrition is going to be at the highest of everything.
Well, let me Answers in Atheism and KCA Randy. Thank you for your comments here. With your client with high blood pressure, have that client speak with their doctor, because there are medications that help with that. And for instance, I have one, its job is to put a ceiling basically on what my heart rate can go to. It's a beta blocker.
Yeah.
So if he's on that, it's like an insurance policy too. It does what prayer cannot do. But you can, with that, they told me like that's why they're giving me so much leeway. Like, no. We're giving you the space. Like, you have the headroom to go ahead and be aggressive. Start easy, but you can eventually become quite aggressive in your workout, because losing the weight takes the load off my heart. There's less for it to support. So it will, by that rationale, it will increase its own efficiency. It's actually, my heart, the average ejection fraction for a healthy person is 60. And then mine is more 25 to 30. So I'm doing 50% of the efficiency of the average person, maybe less. So for me, every go ahead, James.
You qualify to be on disability for that ejection fraction.
I've been told by several people, like, this is a good time for you to retire. I'm like, it is the worst time for me to retire. One, my age, and two, I like owning things, and that takes money. Although it's funny, I've offered to sell my house with everything in it that belongs to me, as if those things had zero value. I'm pretty much just asking for the cost of the house. So before I went on my last road trip, I was giving a bunch of things away and selling them cheap. And I'm sitting in a chair. I don't know if you can tell what kind of chair I'm in, when I get up, you can see it. This is like a $900 chair, and I have 9 of them. And I was like, these things are hard to get, and people love them. I should just sell them all, and just sell them cheap, just to get rid of them. A friend of mine wants my dining table. It'll barely fit in her apartment. Just give it to her. I gave her all sorts of stuff for her. She wants to do a documentary, so I gave her a bunch of gear that she could use for that sort of thing. And I noticed I'm happy to see it go. I have a new client that reached out for some consulting services, and I'm going to help him and his family with something. And like, there's a bunch of things they need that I have, and I'm like, just give him a sweetheart deal so he can't say no. Where he just like, how can I say no? The price is better than anything out there. So like, although I do say I like owning things, I notice because I'm used to being away from the things I own, that I kind of also don't have any attachment to them. They're not, I guess they aren't precious to me. Even though some of these things I've wanted since I was a little kid, I can now have them as an adult, and I kind of realized after I got them, that didn't matter. So,
so maybe it's not the things that you really value. It's maybe the empowerment that comes with being able to get what you need and want.
I think so. I think that's it to some degree. There's one of my favorite YouTubers is a man named Kevin Talbot, and he does RC cars. That's his thing on YouTube, and he pretty much makes his living playing with these cars, goofing off with his friends. And I'm thinking, man, back in Indiana, I got a group of people I would love to just goof off with and have crazy fun with all the time. If that could be a business, I'd retire tomorrow.
Casino Theater and Arcade channel, man. Check us out over there. We trying to have fun. But I wanted to say something about my one black friend, and you a transparent guy, which is good, and you're my co-host, so I could just talk about you in front of your face, and I ain't even got to worry about it. Mm-hmm. But you remind me of my mother in that sense, that you truly are a provider. And so what I think you like is, I'll go work for the money, and then there's these other people in my life who aren't as fortunate enough to have the same financial situation that you could put yourself in. And you recognize that. Either they're younger, they're still getting it together, they've had a rough time in life, they don't have the same set of skills, they ain't got their finances together, whatever it is. And man, I could just give them this stuff because I can go buy more stuff. I can sell this house and give somebody a great deal on it. And man, the housing market is tough right now. People are getting price gouged. So I'll give you a really reasonable deal, help make sure some friends end up in a good house. I'll move on. I'll move on and buy another house, right? And so it reminds me of my mother, right? She's the first person in our family to, work her way out of the hood and get a master's degree and get a 6-figure corporate job and stuff like that. So now, like I'm 36, I guess I just turned, and she is, I'm trying to move and stuff. Well, she's like, well, Jay, let me know what you got to do. Here, I'm gonna send you all my furniture. She's built a new house in Jersey to go help take care of her family, and she's like, well, look, if you're trying to move, we got all this furniture, just give her, we buying all new furniture, so look, just take the old stuff, and if you don't want it, just sell it, put a couple extra dollars in your pocket, and I gotta go honor my mom.
That's definitely like me.
Yeah, I gotta go honor my mom and dad real quick and build this house in New Jersey, right? And so we all know in our family, nobody else in our family could do that for you. There's nobody else you could call in our family and be like, I really need $5,000, right? And have things happen. So I just want to speak to that because I think that is a big part of your motivation. And I'm sure that when you're helping people and building your relationships that way, that means a lot to you, and it means a ton to people like that. Yeah. Again, like when you helped me with the mixer, it was something that was really pissing me off every day, and you could tell. And at that time, I just couldn't deal with it. You were like, Jay, I know you just finished school, but in my mind, you're still a student. I can take care of this for you. Thanks for helping with the show, right? And that was just beautiful. Yeah.
Well, no, I'm happy to help. I grew up being very poor. Like you're probably not going to get it if you don't go out and hustle. So I've mentioned this before, probably since I was 6 or 7 years old, working. And so I've just become accustomed to it. So for me, James, taking a step back where I wouldn't have to work. I mean, I could sell my house and with the equity buy something very modest in the Midwest and probably be pretty comfortable with what I could retire on there. But I think I would lose a part of myself. The part that wants to live, wants to do things and go places and of course enjoy the fun of that. I can enjoy the company of strangers, everybody doesn't have to be a friend. Like Answers in Atheism, who I wonder if that's Pine Creek.
No.
It's not.
He has a channel. It's a great channel. Shout out to Answers in Atheism. Okay. Also, one of our best commenters actually leaves comments on my videos. Okay. My live chats are crazy, right? But since so many people watch live, the comment section isn't quite what it will be. And so I really do pay attention to people that leave the comments because I know they're kind of planting the seeds. But yeah, my one black friend. Please subscribe. Answers in Atheism. You can drop you have a wrench. You can drop a link. Please drop a link, and my one black friend will check you out. Also, my one black friend, man, let me know. I know you're super busy, so I normally just don't ask you to do more than this. But if you ever want to go live in the middle of the week and just do like an impromptu panel discussion like this or something, let us know. Especially a lot of times during the week, we might have 20 people in the chat at some point, and Derek might pop in, and so all this type of stuff does happen. But we love to see you also popping up on other channels, right? I get excited when I see James Aberson calling in another show, or Lena, or Cameron doing interviews on Bread of Life. So definitely you might catch a discussion on Answers in Atheism that makes you want to call in. Also, my one black friend, I wanted to remind people, sometimes I pop up places and I don't plug the show. So we've been talking about this a lot lately. And I just want to remind people, I've actually talked to my one black friend about this. I've told him I don't want to be seen as like a shameless self-promoter. So a lot of times when I don't, oversell the show when I'm on somebody's panel, it's because I just don't want to be that guy. And my one black friend, lately we've been talking about how certain people, like Doug, are sometimes not super into that. They don't really like to feel like their platform is being used by other people to promote their platform, which, by the way, guys, perfectly fine, perfectly healthy and normal attitude. If you're not, making it personal and saying, oh, I'll let this person do it, but not this person. And if you have some exceptions to that, because those are your friends and that's what you want to do, again, that's perfectly within your rights as a broadcaster. But then you have people like Derek, my one black friend. This week, Derek did a killer broadcast on basically how now evolution is helping us understand why there's like God, right? Why people believe, right? So I show up, a little late, send him a super chat, get a question or two in there, tell him I'm going to go rewatch the stream. Derek came through our stream and spent more time between hanging out, calling in, and just talking to us for a long time, and then just sitting in the chat, chilling with us like the rest of the day, because I'm chopping it up. We made a whole day out of it. It probably took us 8-9 hours, right, Cameron, to get through Derek's broadcast, right? So Derek does a 2.5 hour broadcast. We do like a 9-hour replay and recap of it because people are calling in and Derek calling all this stuff, right? My point is he spent more time on our channel that day than his own. That's a totally different mentality. Well, it takes all types, right? You can give me a text and send me a link saying, hey, you might want to jump in on this. Sure. Because while I'm home, I was gone 4.5 months. There's a lot to do. My friend who was supposed to be taking care of the yard didn't. I came home to weeds that were as tall as me. Wow. And so I still got work to do, pulling all that stuff up, getting pine needles out of my backyard, and I'm going to do that later today. So, yeah, I stay pretty busy around here. But
I usually listen to podcasts when I'm doing it. So there's no reason that there shouldn't be some program you're on that I'm, tuning into. And Answers in Atheism, I just subscribed. You have
Great. Also, please check out that link from Cameron. That's a way to check out the podcast. And it also has all the different places you can listen to it, which I'm telling you is everywhere. Like if you can't find this podcast on the podcasting platform, that's your fault. That means you want some weird platform. Get off that weird platform, man. It's not going to be a thing. That weird platform is not going to blow up. Man, James, spend a little time with Cameron. I know y'all in the chats a lot together, but maybe not face to face as often.
Yeah, I love seeing Cameron. I'm talking to Cameron. He's a very smart guy, very nice guy too. So,
thank you. He makes me nervous. I've never talked to him before. This is pretty crazy.
Yeah, the whole world is looking for a chance to talk to me. That's why I gotta try to hide out. Keep it on the down low. Don't tell nobody you seen me in here, because groupies should be crashing the whole server, man. I don't need that.
Yeah, there you go.
Man, in all seriousness, though, right? I've been telling people, we've got to become the community that expects kind of, the celebrity podcasters in our community to come through, and you got to be cool about it, right? So that they're comfortable and they can just kind of hang out and feel like normal folk, too. But yeah, go ahead, James.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to ask real quick, my one black friend, where are you at? Are you in Indiana?
No, I'm from there. I live in California, but I travel for work. So I may call in from Bulgaria or something like that, or from somewhere else in the United States. Tennessee or Mississippi or wherever I've been. Milwaukee, Georgia. I've been. Louisiana, South Carolina. I might be going back to South Carolina later this year. It's just, it just depends. I pretty much go where I'm needed. And when I came home, I was like, yeah, you kind of don't need to be here in this house. Right. You can live anywhere.
Yep.
And just when I get a contract, go work on that contract. But a buddy of mine who told me I should retire, he goes, I'll hire you to work out of your house in Indiana. So he says, you retire, and I'll go ahead and I'll give you a pretty good living working there. So he's mentioned this multiple times. So I'm
so you got a landing spot. And my mother, go ahead.
Look, my family is well set up back in Indiana. They're well set up. So anything I need, I don't have to worry about. I could probably stay at my brother Henry's house for a year before buying something. And who knows?
Right. We've talked about this. Yeah.
So anything I need, my support system is there, and they're like, come on back.
So what you're describing is crazy, because it's like, you're that support system for a lot of people.
I am.
But what you're describing is you're in sort of the rare situation where you in turn do actually have some of that support system in your own life. And isn't that extra special and nice a little bit? Because again, my mom, I don't know who she has that's really like that, right? She's that for everybody else, but who's that for her? I don't know. She probably got some friends. It certainly isn't anybody in the family. It certainly isn't anybody in the family.
Anything back there I need, I just have to make it known, and somebody's going to show up at my door.
Right.
And what city is that in?
Fort Wayne.
Okay.
Fort Wayne, Indiana.
And guys, this is another thing. Don't be afraid of the word no. Because when you start being afraid of the word no, you stop asking for the things that might lead to a yes. I'll give you guys an opinion. When I signed up at the University of Minnesota, I signed a contract that said, we will buy you a computer. It's usually let's say it's under $1,300. So let's say I sign a contract. It includes, we like to buy you $1,300 computer from the university computer store, right? That's what's in my contract. Well, when I started with my job, I started saying, nope. I do digital evolution research. I need a super powerful computer, and I need to get rid of this thing. And I said, I'd really like an M1 Ultra, right?
Yeah.
And so I asked my boss for one. I was like, look, I really need a more powerful computer. This is what I really like. This is why I really need all of it. And he ordered one for me.
Nice.
You know, I had to go through some stuff. We had to talk to the head of my program and see if the program had funds for it and make sure they could approve it and justify it. But we just did it, right? And then I came back to him, and as you guys know, I'm like, man, I'm having trouble with my stream. I have my stream go off. I have devices that go out. I have problems with my USB. I need a streaming computer. Wait a second. You just asked us for a Super M1 Ultra, and now you want another new computer? Yeah, because as soon as my M1 Ultra starts doing all the stuff my streaming and recording computer's trying to do, it's no longer harnessing all of its power that we paid for. Oh, yeah, that kind of makes sense. Yeah, I know it makes sense, right? So then he said, yeah, all right, now this is a little bit different. Now we got to try to go through the computer store, and now we are going to try to make it a university computer purchase and look at this type of machines. But my point is, if I'd have just sat here and said, man, ain't nobody going to buy me 2 new computers, and man, ain't nobody going to buy me this $5,000 computer or this $5,000 camera, you will never ask. And so being afraid of the word no stops you from doing the things where people might actually say yes, even if that yes comes with maybe not everything you want, or it might take a minute, or you got to wait 12 weeks for your Apple computer to arrive. But the point is, let's put ourselves out there, y'all. I used to say this as a dating coach. People ask me, what's your secret when I was doing the dating coach stuff, and I would tell them, I've been rejected more than any person you've ever met in life. That was literally the secret.
Yeah.
The secret is I've met so many people. Not even that, though, but no, it's like I've made a habit of meeting so many people that when you go and you do politics and stuff like that, and you go introduce yourself to 100 people in a weekend, most of it doesn't work out. But you do it so much that all of a sudden I could tell you these crazy stories. Like, oh, I've had this happen, and this crazy story, and that crazy story. And you could make a movie based on my life, right? But the part is people would be missing is those things only happen because I just rolled through all the no's. I just rolled through all the times the door got slammed in my face. I rolled through all the times my stream broke down, right? So that's what I'm getting at is like, it literally is the secret. You learn to just embrace the no. I'm probably going to get rejected a lot. All right, cool. Let's pony up and get it done. Go ahead, my friend.
Something I would say no to is an Asus STRX 49-inch monitor.
Bad experience? Had a bad experience?
2 of them. Oh, yeah. I bought 2 of them a couple of months ago. And one, when I lifted it off my desk and the screen cracked. Just picking it up like I would, with two arms, the screen cracked. It was sent back to Asus for repair. Wow. The repair cost was almost as much as the thing cost.
Wow.
They just weren't charging me sales tax.
Yeah.
And so it
hang on, I think he froze again. Just a little computer thing. My one black friend will probably rejoin us. Let me just. Okay. Yeah. Oh, you're back. You're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I cannot recommend the 49-inch. It's too delicate.
Okay.
It's too delicate. So it's.
Couple things I want to hit on. Fenton Mully, thank you so much for coming through our stream. Also, guys, head over to the Hot Program channel. Click the, if you're on Pocket Locker, click the link and come over to the Hot Program channel and watch from there and subscribe. If you're on the Hot Program channel, click the pinned comment to call into the stream. But Fenton Mully, deep friend in this community. We're with you everywhere, so thank you so much for joining us. Answers in Atheism. I'm so glad to hear. Casey and Randy, thanks for telling me that Sal and Answers in Atheism are mortal enemies. I'm mortal enemies with Sal, so consider me and Answers in Atheism in the same stable. you know, we were on the same team and on the same page beforehand, but now that we've identified a mutual target, it's about to be some Marvel versus Capcom 3 type of action where we're just assisting each other. So with that being said, Sal made a recent video about the zinc finger, which is basically supposed to be some anti-evolution nonsense. So Answers in Atheism said, I'm going to give Sal the middle zinc finger later this week. So please make sure that you check out that stream. We're probably going to check it out just to support him doing the hard work of deep diving into that bunk, just to help us debunk it. But with that being said, I want to make a quick point before I turn it back over to the panel, which is stop falling for these scientific distractions, right? What the other side is doing is they're trying. Oh, see, Cameron, you got to go. I was going to say get back in here, but go ahead, Cameron. Say whatever you want to say before you go.
Oh no, that was it. I'm just gonna watch now.
All right, Cameron. Also, please drop the links again, and one more time, tell the people the name of your fiance's podcast, where they can find it, and then also before you go, tell the people what to find on your channel and where to find your channel.
So I'm gonna put in the chat a Black Cat's Voice. That's my fiance's podcast. It's not a YouTube podcast. It's on Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon, iHeartRadio.
Right, got to go listen to it, guys.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
Pandora, I don't know, anywhere.
Yeah. Also, Cameron, real quick before I forget, let's get her on YouTube. There's ways we can work out to where she can actually do that and just put up a picture or something. She doesn't have to go live on camera. But I used to do this with podcasts. You just put up a thumbnail or something, and at least people who want to listen that way can listen that way. But yeah, drop the links for that, guys. It's on social issues that are very pressing to us. Also, let's be for real. We need to support our content creators, our women of color who are out here doing things. It's one of the hardest demographics to just find good people making good stuff, right? So we already know as Cameron Bennett's fiance, you already know that the perspective is going to be on point and be quality. So I'm very excited to show support over there. And then also, Cameron, go ahead and let the people know about that KB Fit 2.0 and what's going over there. What you got, like the Tchaikovsky triple back spin, Romanian lunge, with the stretchy, with the band. I don't even know. Tell the people what's going on with you, bro.
Yeah. Once again, my stuff has nothing to do with Counter-Apologetics either. I'm in the wrong group when it comes to people I hang out with. Obviously.
Great. Good for y'all for being normal human beings.
Yeah. So I just do fitness. If you type in KB Fit 2.0, one word, no spaces, you'll find me on YouTube, on Instagram, Facebook. I just use it to promote my stuff. I do online coaching. I do in-person coaching, but I'm trying to solely do online coaching so I don't have to waste all my day going back and forth to the gym, training people. And I can help more people when I do online coaching. And I'm not stuck in one location. I'm able to go anywhere and do whatever, have a little bit more freedom and still help a lot of people. So if you need an online coach, it's more than just, the fitness aspect. It's everything. I'm literally like your best friend as a coach. Hit me up, and yeah, that's pretty much.
All right, couple of things here, folks, to pay attention to. Number one, like James, who's trying to branch out and get this community into more than just counter-apologetics and philosophy, but really focusing on health. Cameron is on the same vibe, except Cameron's going to give you more explicit instruction in your exercise game, right? And unbelievable form. I mean, we tell jokes, but this is really what he does, guys. Like, he's not playing. Like, really, like, he's going to be able to teach you how to do things right. Also, he's very humble. but he has a strong following. Some of his videos his little shorts and stuff have thousands of views. People love his videos. So Cameron's actually, if we put him out here in this community, he would actually probably be considered one of our bigger content creators on the low. I'm going to just keep it real with you. On the low, Cameron's really out here doing his thing. The other thing is the videos are great, Cameron. Really great, very efficient. It shows you that Cameron is dealing in a different space. When you're dealing with the fitness game, y'all, it's a lot of different fitness instructors out here. It's a lot of competition, right, Cameron? And so Cameron knows in that space, people expect your videos to be tight, well-produced, really clear, well-spoken. And so Cameron's videos are incredibly good. Finally, Cameron, I'm going to drop something on you you may not have known. Before I got into this community, the real thing that got me started watching YouTube was actually like production stuff. A lot of music production, mixing, editing, and post-production. And so really my first thing that I blew up for me that I thought, oh, that'd be so cool to do on YouTube was one, being a drummer, right? Playing drums and let people follow, my journey in music. But then also eventually getting to the space where I was making tutorials. Like you see me with James and people. That's why I try to help people get started with videos and broadcasting, because eventually I really wanted to use the studio, right, to be able to make tutorials. That's part of why this studio is so crazy, because I'm trying to design it so that I could be working on a music production project or a video, and then I'm streaming it and recording it. That way I could chop that up later, put that up, and I'm doing everything at the same time, right? But at the same time, I'm going to be able to make a tutorial or whatever. So I say all that to say, I really wanted to get more into being like a coach or doing more like tutorial videos. And what a lot of people who did that realize is exactly what you're saying. You got to go full deep-throated into the online coaching, because that's how you take your video, and now you're not trying to get the audience. You're not trying to extract your wages and your money from your audience. You're using that video as a package to sell your personal services, right? You're really gonna be my personal fitness instructor, right? Mm-hmm. The video is just where you say, hey Jay, watch this to work on your technique for this exercise or that exercise, and that's how I found you. But now I'm gonna send you real money, and me and you gonna work one-on-one, right? So you can actually help me a ton by coaching me up in how to transition and start to grow in that area of my life where I can, get back into those type of things, making tutorials, and then eventually get to coaching people, whether it's stream coaching or drum lessons or scientific tutoring or whatever it might be. So don't be surprised that more. I'm trying to be like, I'm trying to learn from you, Cameron. You need to be coaching me on how to get this done. So just excited for you, man.
Appreciate that. Appreciate it.
Yeah. So we'll let you go. I know your fiance, don't want you hanging out with us Bible nerds for too long. But appreciate you in the chat and everything. And
yes,
we'll chat soon, man.
All right, y'all. Thank you.
All right, later on.
Thank you.
Cameron, don't forget to drop the links. Drop all the links.
Yes.
All right, James and my one black friend, I know y'all don't get to hang out too often. It's an open panel discussion, so James Apperson, I need you to reach deep down inside and talk about some of the things that are just really important to you and really weighing heavy on your mind. My one black friend do the same. We got to get out of here at about, few minutes before 6. So we probably got another good, let's call it 35, 40 minutes. And I'm going to let y'all do it, and I'm going to just, chime in or whatever from time to time.
Okay.
Awesome. So, yeah, I hope I get another chance to talk with Cameron at some point.
Oh,
I really
of course.
That guy. He's awesome. And I probably will hit him up for some help with fitness. I got to find out how much he charges, because, I definitely need some help with that shit. So.
Also, shout out to people in the chat showing support for Crossover.
Yes, definitely.
Also, subscribe to Nerdy Rodent. He says tutorials is what I do. So go ahead, subscribe to Nerdy Rodent. The question of the day, y'all, is do you have a YouTube channel? So go ahead. If you can drop the link for it in the comment section, please do. You probably won't be able to in the live chat. But what you can do is, one, you can head to the Discord. And we have a self-promo channel in the community section of our Discord. We have a self-promo channel. Go ahead, drop the links to your stuff there, and then come back to this video and drop links or descriptions and stuff like that down in the description in the comment section so that people who watch this later will be able to find your stuff. And if you guys don't already know, a lot of times we go live all day. We'll do 4 shows today. So, but by the time we get done and I go not live anymore, it might be 150 to 200 views on a video like this. So please do drop your stuff because people will come and go and they will watch it later. All right, I'm gonna get back out the way. I was just being a host and a YouTube pervert. But go ahead, folks.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. So, I went ahead and shared Cameron's girlfriend's webpage to my Facebook. I'm gonna check it out.
Great.
Detail later, and I think that's really awesome. So, and it's interesting that she's not at all into discussing things like Bible stuff, and she's not a Christian because I'm like every single topic on that list of things that she's been making audio blogs about directly and strongly ties into the issues I have with Christianity. So. At the very least, even though it won't be about religion, I'm looking forward to diving into what she has to say so that I can get insights on those general topics and that I can apply it to the work that I do. So appreciate that. And I was the reason I asked about Indiana was because if you were here in Indiana, I was gonna offer to come help you pull those weeds. So
thank you. I appreciate that. Which city are you in Indiana? Or
so currently Lafayette, but I've been in. I was in Fort Wayne for a couple years, and Southern Indiana for a couple years, and Northern Indiana, like up by Muncie and about South Bend area for a couple years. I've been all over the place in here, and all over the Midwest, and I've been on the coasts, but not as much.
Okay. Well, you could just come over. I'd have nephews and nieces and their kids out there pulling the weeds. I wouldn't have to do it. It's like, hey, good. Here's $10 and 3 good meals to hang out.
Yeah, right.
With myself and my fiance. I'm sure they'd love that. So when you could just relax and not have to put yourself to work, unless you can weld. Because I told her, considering the retirement thing, I said if I could work on cars and make a living working on cars on camera, I do that. And of course, goofing off with my friends.
Sure.
So I've got 2 cars in progress of 2 vehicles in process of being built right now. 57 Chevy truck, and I had so many other people working on that thing that I decided, I really want to do something myself. So I bought a 69 Firebird that I just picked up. By the way, I got to know. I wish I had their card with me. There's a place that gave me an amazing deal on some seats, on 2 sets of seats.
Nice.
I want to do that myself. And I realized when I started working on the truck, because I was actually doing things, and I said, I can't tell you much about the mechanical side, but I bet you I could teach people the financial side and how they can prepare and weigh their options, how to prepare financially for this undertaking. And is it actually beneficial for you to do your own car or write a check? And I did this with a brother of mine who's quite well heeled. He wanted the practical experience of building a car. So he started in a different tier than I did. He bought a $90,000 car to work on. I bought a $7,000 car to work on. So he's in a different league with what he's doing, but he wanted the personal fulfillment of doing it as opposed to just writing a check. And he totally could write the check and never miss the money.
Yeah, it's
and
like
I respect him for that. He's building it,
It's like people. I like to offer people the experience of, if you co-host the show with me, just join the stream or click the link or whatever, and you can join the stream with me. And all the technical behind the scenes stuff, I'll take care of. To the best I can. Right? I'm not perfect, but I'm trying to grow in that. Right? And so if somebody offered that same opportunity to me, though, I'd be really disappointed. Right? Because for me, that's part of the challenge I love as a broadcaster. Part of the great thing for me is that I grew up watching my dad in the studio, and he hosted the show, and he did the financial part, and he was sort of in control, and then he did the on-camera stuff. But I was always impressed by the people mixing and in the switch room, and that was the fun part of making TV to me, right? So, so to your point about your brother, I would miss that. The whole point of me doing this is having to figure out all the technical challenges and the mix and stuff. And he's the same way with the car. It's like I can get somebody to do it for me, but the part of this I'm searching for is the satisfaction of doing it myself. Yeah. Yeah.
So with my device, I can't weld, and it was like a lifelong dream to learn to weld and be quite skilled at it. So when they told me that's one thing I couldn't do, I was kind of sad, and I thought maybe I won't get that defibrillator if I can't weld. I don't weld every day, and I can still use a torch to weld, and my stuff won't be as good as someone who could use a MIG welder or a TIG welder. But you know what? If I move to Indiana, I probably could knock on my neighbor's door, and they know how to do it. A lot of engineers and very skilled, talented people in the Fort Wayne area. I'm sure I would have no shortage of people I could call, and they'd come over and use my stuff to help me with my car. I can't be in the room when they do it. I have to be like 20 feet away.
Wait, why?
Because the electromagnetic signal from the MIG welder or TIG welder could set my device off.
Okay.
And that would make me uncomfortable.
The other thing I was going to say, yeah, seriously. The other thing my one black friend I was going to say is, man, and I've taken this, it's almost advice I think you gave me or when we first started doing this, which was, let's just start doing stuff. One, you'll be surprised how many, people will come if you're out there once they see it.
So true.
The other thing was you would say you don't know how willing a bigger content creator or someone might be to help you or to pick up your stuff. And, I was surprised that Gutsick given thought enough of what happened with me and some random dude on the internet to make a video about it, or that Derek finds my ridiculous stuff, somehow worthwhile or whatever, right? And so I would have never anticipated these things happening this quickly. But I think the same thing would happen for you. Oh, and you also made the point of once people find us, there'll be now more stuff to watch, right? Like when we first started doing this, people would show up and they'd be like, welcome to the first episode of Hot Program. Hope you watch this because we ain't got nothing else on the channel. Right? And then, a couple weeks later, there's some videos there. And now it feels like it's months, right? And so people could spend, most of your work week watching old episodes of Hot Program, and then, we start. But I think the same thing would happen with your car stuff, right? Like if you just, I'm sure the setup will get better over time, but for now I'm going to just start with my, my phone camera on a little handheld tripod thing and just move it around and talk to people about what I'm doing. I think over time, the same thing would happen, and you'd get a little spillover, right? You wouldn't be starting from zero because you'd have at least a few people from Hot Program who were willing to kind of go over there
James,
and start
learn
something.
to weld, James. Learn to weld in case I move back. If you don't know already.
I'll do it. I'll not only learn to weld, I will move back to Fort Wayne.
There you go. There you go.
All right.
Well, look, we're trying to start the Atheist Inexperience. A lot of the Atheist Experience people, they moved to Austin. Right, like Jimmy Snow moved to Austin. That's where Matt. I think it's because that's where Matt Dillahunty is, or whatever. I get that impression, right? So now it's like they've kind of made Austin a hub of the atheist community, which it kind of was anyway, to be fair. But we could do our own thing, right? So we could all get together. But because to be honest, it put UT Austin on my list.
Yeah.
I was like, man, a job at UT Austin, which is interesting because that's also now where the long-term evolution experiment went. Like, people don't know this, but Rich Lenski he's near retirement, right? So this longest-running evolution experiment in history of science needs to be moved to somewhere else. And so it's moving to UT. It's already moved to UT Austin. It did that this summer. So they're now propagating it. So it would be kind of weird because it's like, that experiment is there, that I came out of that lab, and then that community's there. So I'm like, yeah, it wouldn't be bad to get a job at UT Austin. But yeah, I do think it'd be great for us all to have physical community someday.
Yeah, could be good. I think I don't know that Fort Wayne has a big atheist community, but maybe it's bigger than.
Yeah, we might need to just all go to Austin, join them.
Well, I want to say my brother just bought a house in Texas.
Oh, he did. Okay,
but I in the Houston area. So again, I'd have a soft place to land if I was headed that way towards Texas. I find it funny that not often, but every once in a blue moon, when I look at Zillow and I'm looking at houses in the Allen County, Indiana area, I'll also see churches that are up for sale. And I give serious thought to buying a church building that also allows you to live there as a home.
That would be wonderful.
Yes, and ironic. And I have a lot of fun with that. I've told this to my fiance, and I've even sent her a couple of the listings. Like, well, we could do this, and it could be fun. And some of them are quite beautiful. It's just, you got to build a room inside, like, where the main people meet. I probably will get with my brother, if I do move back, and start a bar that is in a former church and name it church or something like that.
Oh yeah, love it. So and people have also done recording studios in churches, right? And so I used to work at a church, and we had a recording studio in the basement. So I'm all about that. I've always wanted, and I think we could use a legit church, right?
Yeah, but
that'd be super fun.
And stained glass and stuff.
I'm with James. There was one. It was so beautiful, and I was amazed at how much you'd get for your $750,000. Now that's way more money than I want to spend because I don't want a house payment.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I was thinking that could be worth owning.
Oh, I'd buy my grandfather's church if I could. If I could buy my grandfather's church, it's an actual Roman Catholic cathedral. Anybody can get there. From New York City in under 30 minutes or whatever, right? So it'd be a really dope spot.
Ask him if he could take over his ministry.
No, it's a cathedral. I don't even want to see the price tag on that thing. But there's always financing, The one, especially because if you set it up as a studio, it would eventually pay for itself. Couple things in the chat. Answers in Atheism went to the ACA back cruise twice. He said he went with T-Jump when he was first starting out. Also wanted to mention Nerdy Rodent. He mentioned that you do AI stuff and Python stuff, and let me see some of this other stuff that
Nerdy Rodent would know what an autosopher is.
Text to image, generative adversarial networks, neural nets, which we work with in digital evolution and that sort of stuff. So, like I said, Nerdy Rodent, I am trying to sabotage the growth of my YouTube community. I'm doing well, I'm entertaining people are having fun, and I'm like, nah. Let's not do that anymore. So I'm trying to become a reality streamer where people are tuned in to my reality throughout the day, throughout the week. And so I'll be doing a lot of coding on stream. And since the community will probably immediately abandon me once I'm actually working in front of them and they realize that I'm actually coding, I will need every nerdy rodent out there to support me in my research efforts, because I think, building a small community of programmers around that type of content, like Jason Torn, who also happens to be an academic and does a lot of programming stuff, will, just help us build some community and have some fun. All right, I'm going to kick it back to the panel. I've got about another probably 20 minutes or so we're still good.
Mm-hmm. Well,
and actually, I got to pee again real quick, so let me get myself out of here. Yeah, thanks.
I hope everything comes out all right.
Same.
Thank you. James, to get back to an earlier part of our discussion here today, you had wondered about my sort of trying to equate John the Baptist with the book of Revelation. So do you want to, can you turn to or go to the online Bible or whatever and read John chapter 1, not First John, just the Gospel of John. And not the whole thing, of course, but let's see. Go to 1 through 18.
So which version do you want me to read?
It's up to you. I don't know what's on my computer, what version it has. There's an app here, but it doesn't have to be King James or anything. It says ESV. That's what's on my computer. The app has the ESV.
All right, let me find this in the list. Hold on. I'll just come back to here to do it.
So just to recap for the balance of the audience, I'm sort of coming to a realization I need to put this together as a full-blown theory, but that the book of Revelation and the Gospel of John aren't necessarily written by the same person, as many scholars will say. But the John that's in Revelation that it's referring to at the very beginning of it in chapter 1 could be John the Baptist. And to me, this reads as if John the Baptist is listening to Jesus talk about things that are to come. And right. As I suss this out, I'll find chapter and verse where John the Baptist sends his disciples to ask Jesus, are you the one that we expected to come, or should we look for another? Because some of the things that are promised in Revelation are supposed to be happening during that time, but they're not. They're not occurring. As if it's sort of, hey, John, all these things are going to happen in our time, man. And John is like, yeah, Jesus, I totally see that coming, man. And like, Jesus, maybe you're the prophesied Son of God, you know? And you know what, John? Maybe you're right. And the conversation was something like that.
Yeah.
But it didn't happen. So you go ahead and, if you would, 1 through 18.
Oh, sure. So, in the beginning was the Word. Am I in the right place? We're in the right.
Okay. Yes.
And the Word was with God, and the Word was God. He was in the beginning with God. All things were made through him, and without him was not anything made that was made. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. And the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. There was a man sent from God whose name was John. He came as a witness to bear witness about the light, that all might believe through him. He was not the light, but came to bear witness about the light. The true light, which gives light to everyone, was coming into the world. He was in the world, and the world was made through him, yet the world did not know him. He came to his own, and his own people did not receive him. But to all who did receive him, who believed in his name, he gave the right to become children of God, who were born not of blood, nor of the will of the flesh, nor of the will of man, but of God. And the Word became flesh and dwelt among us. And we have seen his glory, glory as the only Son from the Father, full of grace and truth. John bore witness about him and cried out, this was he of whom I said, he who comes after me ranks before me, because he was before me. For from his fullness we have all received grace upon grace. For the law was given through Moses, grace and truth came through Jesus Christ. No one has ever seen God, the only God, who is at the Father's side. He has made him known.
Fantastic. Thank you. So I'm going to jump over to Revelation chapter 1. The revelation of Jesus Christ, which God gave to him to show his servants the things that must soon take place. Now, if you remember Revelation at all, it's all this end of the world stuff. Satan's supposed to come back and be a jerk, and The word of God is supposed to come back on a white horse and start killing off non-believers. And Jerusalem is supposed to be attacked by the armies of the world. They're going to be in the valley of Megiddo and throw down. The person who wrote the book of Revelation could not imagine, I think, an army with the things we have today, the navies with the things we have today. Right. I don't think that was even on his radar. So clearly, this is written for their time, not for our time. I'll continue. He made it known by sending. I'll start over. The revelation of Jesus Christ, which God gave him to show his servants the things that must soon take place. He made it known by sending his angel. Now, another word for angel is messenger or also star. So when you read that in Revelation, in the New Testament and Old, just know if you see angel, could it mean messenger? If you see star, could it mean angel? Could it mean messenger? It's more likely to mean, star is more likely to mean angel in that instance. Okay, and to his servant John, who bore witness to the word of God, word should be capitalized, it isn't in the ESV, and to the testimony of Jesus Christ. So hear that? To the testimony of Jesus Christ, even to all that he saw. Blessed is the one who reads aloud the words of this prophecy, and blessed are those who hear and keep what is written in it, for the time is near. Now, again, this is 2,000 years after the fact, basically. We're basically 2,000 years from when this was written. So the time is not near. It was not near. But they thought it was. John, to the 7 churches in Asia, grace to you and peace from him who is and was and is to come, and from the 7 spirits who are before his throne, and from Jesus Christ, the faithful witness, the firstborn of the dead, and the ruler of kings on earth. Now, in no way during Jesus' lifetime did he rule over the earth. You can say that in an exchange between Pilate and Jesus, Pilate essentially signs off on Jesus being king of the Judeans. Fine. Because it doesn't matter. He enjoyed, we know this from history, he actually enjoyed pissing off, the Jews that were there. It was like he was easily disrespectful of them. So Jesus never ruled over the kings of the earth. Right. There was somebody who was considered this way. Freaking Cyrus was looked at as the king of kings and lord of lords. Okay. So, by the way, that I'll tie that in when I do this on the full scale. I'll tie that in with the book of Daniel. So you'll see why I said that and why that matters. To him who loves us and has freed us from our sins by his blood and made us a kingdom, priests to his God and Father, to him be glory and dominion forever and ever. Behold, he is coming with the clouds, and every eye will see him, even those who pierced him, and all the tribes on earth will wail on account of him. Even so, amen. So when we listen to Christians talk about how Jesus is the Old Testament is the New Testament concealed, the New Testament is the Old Testament revealed, that sort of thing. Yeah. This is an old game. This is an old game that they were even playing back then, trying to say that this or that person is this person who has come into the world to free Jerusalem from captivity, to free the Jews and Hebrews from captivity, from tyranny, from other nations. Right. So,
they've been jonesing for that ever since Babylon, man. Ever since then.
That's key. That's key. And the book of Daniel, like I said, when I write all this up, I'll show you things where even it's talked about who, if you don't believe in the Christian God, you're to be roasted in the fire.
Yeah.
So the idea of hell didn't come from the New Testament. It's in Daniel, but they're going to drag a human being out of their house basically and throw them into the fire. It's not a place you go to. It's a place you're brought to, and you're fully conscious while it's happening to you. And they're going to throw you in the fire because it's that much of an offense if you didn't believe in Daniel's God, because Daniel can predict all these things, remarkably similar to Joseph, as a matter of fact. It's a little too close to Joseph. So let's see. Okay, so verse 7 in chapter 1 of Revelation. Behold, he is coming with the clouds, and every eye will see him, even those who pierced him, and all the tribes of the earth will wail. I want to focus on this expression, coming with the clouds. I don't know what this is in Greek, but I have a feeling that it's derived from the Aramaic, to come in the clouds. This means, this expression, when they say Jesus will come in the clouds, it means to succeed in a mission. It doesn't mean that he's like Yahweh, the cloud rider, necessarily. It's more likely that it means that he will succeed in a mission. And his mission is to what? He's going to seek and save the lost, not just Israel, but certainly Israel. He's also going to get rid of these other militaries. And of course, what else are they going to do? Conquer Babylon.
Mm-hmm.
Although, I think
so now
Cyrus too. Go ahead.
Yeah, so later it became a metaphorical Babylon. It's just a way of describing their enemies, whoever is oppressing them at the time.
Well, that's Egypt. Egypt is thought of that way. I'm going to disagree with you. It's not that you don't have a point. I just don't agree with it. I think they would frequently use Egypt to represent captivity, although I don't see the proof that they were ever in the land of Egypt as captives. Right. For sure they were.
Derek has a special coming up on that. He announced it. He's got I think 5 different experts in the field. Or wait, no, maybe it wasn't Derek. Maybe it was Dr. Josh. Yes, it was Dr. Josh Bowen. Okay. 5 different experts in the field about the Exodus story. And they're all going to explain to us how we know the Exodus didn't actually happen. Okay. So watch for that. But go ahead.
I'll keep my eyes peeled. So again, when you get into Daniel, Ezekiel, Jeremiah, it's like they're writing essentially to back one another up with what they think. Also is very important is the book of Zechariah, because Zechariah is telling you who these people are supposed to be, who are supposed to be doing some of these changes. So it's very interesting that sort of is swept under the rug when Jesus comes along. It's like, well, they didn't do it, so I guess we should do it. Yeah. They're not the ones, so maybe we are the ones. Let's see. Okay. And Jesus is, I am the Alpha and Omega, says the Lord our God, who is and was and is to come, the Almighty. So can you go back to, let's see. I think you just read it. This is why I need to write out the whole thing. Well, Jesus, when you read in John 14, the Word became flesh, and flesh dwelt among us, and we've seen his glory as of the only Son from the Father, full of grace and truth. John bore witness, and he cried out, "This was whom I said, he who comes after me ranks before me, because he was before me." So Jesus is the first of the dead, right? We get that in Revelations. He's the first. How does it phrase it?
The first to
the resurrection. Yeah. Which we clearly know. Well, if you read the whole Bible, he's not the first person that we see brought back from the dead. Right. But actually, even in his own stories, he's not the first.
Right.
So
I've heard a couple different theories about that, but go ahead.
Please share.
Like one of them was the idea that perhaps he died to his former self when he took his human form, and so he died as a spirit being and rose back up as a physical being. Is one of the theories that I heard.
That makes sense, because one of the Gospels borrows from Samuel, the book of Samuel, and where it's talked about how I will make you a new person and give you a new heart. Mm-hmm. So I can see that, because they're borrowing. They recycle these things from other books.
Yep.
So that's interesting. Okay. Let's see. John, your partner in tribulation. So you'll hear Christians talk about the tribulation here in Revelation 1:9. I, John, your brother and partner in the tribulation and the kingdom. Remember, Jesus is supposed to bring his kingdom. And the patient endurance that are in Jesus was on the island called Patmos on account of the word of God. And here's why I say To me, this is as if Jesus and John are together, and John is essentially taking dictation to what Jesus is saying about what's going to happen. I need a bookmark. I, John, your brother and partner in the tribulation and the kingdom and the patient endurance that are in Jesus, was on the island of Patmos on the account of the word of God and the testimony of Jesus. I was in the Spirit on the Lord's day, and I heard behind me a loud voice like a trumpet saying, write what you see in a book and send it to the 7 churches, and then it lists the churches. So let's say John the Baptist, who was what? Jesus' cousin, allegedly. We keep reading the Gospels, we see that. They're related. John the Baptist, his father, had work to do in the temple. He lost his voice, John's father did, and couldn't speak. But when John the Baptist was born, he could speak. And people went out and they published it abroad, as the King James said, which is kind of beautiful. They published it abroad. Now, when Jesus comes along, what are they told? We saw his star in the east. Remember, star can mean, some translations might say we saw his angel, but it can also, remember, it can also mean messenger. So if people are talking about this, that John is heralded as, because his father, it talks about this, John is heralded as the one who's supposed to what? Make a way, make the crooked path straight, make a way for the Messiah to come along. If that is the case, and this starts early, there's no miracles here. They just heard a guy talking, some street preacher like Ray Comfort. They heard a pre-Christian Ray Comfort telling people about how God is supposed to come back and fix the world, fix the things for the Jews. It's going to be great. So a lot of there's all these little details that matter more than I used to think they did, because they don't mean what we're taught they mean. They actually have a meaning that is smaller, and it leads to the big picture. If you like art, maybe think of pointillism. If you don't know what pointillism, look it up. Pointillism is taking little dots of different sizes to make up a large picture. And at a certain distance, you can't see the dots anymore. They blend together. So that is one way I think we could look at all these little details we get throughout the Bible to form a big picture. And to me, I'm thinking, gosh, it's so scammy when you know what it says. It's so scammy. It doesn't read like truth to me. It reads like some pretty decent fiction, I have to say. But Revelation is probably the worst book if you think the Bible is true. It's one of the worst books you can look at, because it pretty much says it's not true. Because if you go back to Daniel, you'll see it's borrowing. Ezekiel, it's borrowing. And all these other books where it's borrowing. Things that the Jesus in this story, in Revelation, says are going to happen actually occur in the book of Revelation. But if you read about it, you're like, wait a second. And some Bibles will give you a footnote where this story appears elsewhere in the Bible.
Yeah.
Well, if the publishers know that, they're just trying to sell you a book, man. I don't know how much they're trying to get you to believe. They just know you got a little money you might want to let go of to buy someone a Bible that they won't read, or that you won't read. So.
Right.
But yeah, I'll sort this out and give chapter and verse. And my computer has some sort of, I don't know. This is new, so it's got Microsoft something or other that probably does PowerPoints. So maybe I'll create that or talk to somebody else in the community who can help me with that, and that way I can better illustrate. Because again, this is an interesting argument, but it's not solid to someone, say, who's a devout Christian or has a casual interest in the Bible. It's not solid because I'm not giving you chapter and verse on everything, but I know I can. I can. So when it reaches that level, I think it's something that should be published throughout Jerusalem and other places, and it should be published much, shall we say.
I'm looking forward to seeing that. Yeah.
Well, thank you. I'll be looking forward to sharing it. But to me, it's it's pretty evident. I know if you've listened to Hot Program repeatedly, I say things that just like, well, nobody else says that. Like when I tell you, if you read the Gospel of John all the way through, Judas is alive at the end of the story. And people are like, nah, I'm like, read it.
Yeah.
Read it. What does it say? Lord, what about him that betrayed you? Well, that's Judas.
Uh-huh.
He's standing right there with the rest of them. So either there's an error, somebody mixed up where a page goes, but to me, it's more likely that Judas is really Lazarus.
Yeah.
It's the same guy.
Bart Ehrman joins a growing number of scholars who says that the whole story about the betrayal from Judas was added later. It was not in the original versions of the story. And so that's why it got so mixed up, and why why the different writers came to agree on what happened. Like, did Judas die from hanging himself? Did he die from when he's walking through a field, then tripped and his gut spilled out? Was he still alive after it was all said and done? They can't agree because it was all just rumors that kind of made it back into the stories, and they heard different versions of the rumors, so they got different versions of the story. It wasn't in the originals. James,
I am a super heretic on this one. To me, this reads like people's homework. Like from I took creative writing classes. I was in creative writing club. To me, it just seems like it's an assignment that a bunch of people had to do. And I mentioned this before. We used to do things like we would use each other's names in our stories because it made it, the small group of us reading these things and writing these things, it made it fun for us. And I seem to remember one of my teachers had an assignment where we took a story that he wrote when he was a kid, and we had to rewrite his story. And we could use as much of it as we want, but we had to expand on what he wrote. Now, a classroom full of kids did this. What do the Gospels read like? Pretty much that.
Yeah.
And the lazy ones took big 80%, 90%, and stuck it in their gospel. All right, I'll write a gospel, but I'm pretty much going to pad this sucker out by using what the Mark writer did.
Right.
You know, whereas John is as if someone is fairly creative and says, you know what? I'm only going to take a little bit of that. I'm going to go on my own. So for me, when I hear a scholar talk about Q, I always think back to that assignment. And if you have a general document that's shared and everyone can access it, but they're supposed to riff on it, that's how you get to a Q. And if individuals are making up the rest themselves, that's why we see differences and everything isn't the same. The Sermon on the Mount, Matthew 5-7, chapters 5-7. That's an outline for what takes place in the book of Matthew.
Yeah.
I'm reading it and I'm going, why does this seem so familiar? Why do I think I'm going in a circle when I read this? And right there it is. There's all these little granular details. Again, think of pointillism, where there's the Jesus is saying in the Sermon on the Mount, do not give what is holy unto dogs. Right?
Yeah.
And he meets the old lady later in the story who said, even dogs eat the crumbs from their master's table. Oh, woman, he's all so impressed. But he said that in the Sermon on the Mount. Now it's happening later in the story. Do not cast your pearls before swine, or else they will turn and rend you. Well, when he's casting the demons, legion out of the demoniac, and they go into the pigs, and the pigs run down to the sea and drown themselves, the townspeople come, and they throw Jesus out. Well, he's speaking to his disciples. They is not the pigs. They is the people.
Yeah.
So there's all these little, and I actually wrote on that. I did everything but chapter 7. I did 5 and 6, but not 7, because I got busy doing other things. But that's why it's not a good thing for me to have free time. So if you're a Christian, hearing this and you want to try to make me lose my job, don't.
All right, guys. I got to wrap this up so I can get to church on time. I'm just going to do what I normally do. Before we wrap, I want to just say to Rebecca, what we do is, we use Restream. It allows us to go live on up to 8 channels at once. I've recently basically requested, got Derek on board with the idea of letting me host sort of panel discussions and open panels with other content creators. That way, as opposed to it being like, well, are we going to go live on my channel or your first channel or my second channel, or I'll go live and then you repost it. Rather, it's like everybody can pick a channel or all their channels. We go live on everybody at once. We use opportunities at the beginning of the stream, the end of the stream, and periodically throughout to promote everybody, say, hey, go sub to all these people, go subscribe to all these people, and then everybody's free to do with it as they want. So appreciate that. And also Bread of Life, check us out at Pocket Locker 86. That's my main channel where I'm live normally around the clock. We talk about you all the time. We spend a lot of time making fun of you. You're kind of our favorite punching bag over on the Pocket Locker 86 community. But I always tell people we do it because we consider Rebecca a friend. So number one, we care about her enough to pay attention to things that even if we don't like or agree. And then the other thing is she's grown, right? And she's a great broadcaster. She's fun. Mm-hmm. You guys see her. She'll make videos about stuff. She'll take her shots at people. She'll tell all you flag waving phony atheist that your whole worldview is ridiculous and absurd, and that's why you that's why you believe in your silly religion of scientism, right? And
rewind this one, Rebecca.
Yeah, rewind this one, right? And I always say, but I can pop on the Bread of Life and she'll have me on the stream within 30 seconds. So Rebecca and I are always cool. My one black friend, you can testify to this. How cool was Rebecca when we had her on?
She's wonderful.
Took everything like a champ, right? A true pro when it comes to broadcasting. So, Bread of Life, don't take any of the stuff when we make fun of you. Personally, Rebecca, we really do love you. And honestly, I'm just trying to put butts in seats and get more eyes on our streams and get people excited about our conversation. So, we know you take your shots. We try to fire back, and we're just so happy to have you in the community. And like I said, go ahead, follow us on Pocket Locker 86, and do stay in touch. We'll be live there all day. And then also, we've got the Casino Theater and Arcade channel. So that's where we have fun and we kick all the Bible nerds out, we kick all the philosophy nerds out, and we just have fun doing anything else. You guys are all welcome to come there and just kick it with us. On that note, at 6 o'clock, I got to go to SDMC Church. And then at 8 p.m., we will be doing the Atheist Crew Book Club, ACBC, and we'll be talking about Christopher Hitchens' God is Not Great. And then we'll follow that up with an after party and another late night and overnight stream at the Casino Theater and Arcade. So do check the links in the description, subscribe to all the channels, and of course, those of you that are watching on Hot Program channel, thank you so much. We are trying to get more subs and viewers on Hot Program. When Hot Program and Pocket Locker 86 get big enough, we're not going to go live on both of them at the same time anymore. This is just to help people put the most eyes on it. So please do sub on Hot Program, and if you can, watch Hot Program on Hot Program, because that will eventually be the only place to see it. But it is time. I want to be live all day. It's time to switch back over to Pocket Locker 86. If you're on Pocket Locker 86 already, sit tight. We just got to switch some device stuff and turn off the Hot Program machine, and then we'll be live on Pocket Locker 86 for the remainder of the evening until we switch over to the casino. So head over to Pocket Locker 86 if you're on Hot Program. Otherwise,
stay alive.
Yeah, stay alive, stay alive. And before we go, I'll probably end up a couple minutes late, but I'm going to let my one black friend and James Apperson take a minute to sign off. Go ahead, James, and then I'll turn it over to my one black friend.
Oh, so yeah, I'm really looking forward to when he finishes that project. I think he's got some insights there that I hadn't considered before, and I really, really want to see the rest of it. In the meantime, I'm just glad I had a chance to connect with him again. I'm so glad he's still alive and among us. It's like, I just...
Yeah, definitely.
That's scary.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers. If you're an atheist, we want your thoughts. If you're a theist, we want your prayers. Any way you slice it, it's attention and energy to a good person who, and we appreciate that. So go ahead, my one black friend. We are so glad you're still with us. Go ahead and sign off to the people.
Okay. I just want to say if you can help someone, please do. And if someone is calling for help, if you can answer the call, please do. Sometimes it's going to be you that is in need of the help. So it's a good thing when other people are there. I'm thankful to the doctors, the nurses in Northridge Hospital who treated me wonderful, and then my own doctors who didn't beat me up over this incident, but were more fascinated and concerned about seeing me on my way to have a nice, long, healthy life. And they were not at all freaked out, except for my doctor who did the surgery. She's like, "Why did this happen? You should have only been shocked one time." So anyway, I'm very grateful. I'm grateful that the podcast is here. My fiance for being so understanding. My family and my staff, my last project, who were reaching out to me, making sure I'm okay on a consistent basis. My friend Andy, who said he'd give me a job.
Great.
And if I decided to retire, I could have an easy time because he'd be helping me. But I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm going to have fun no matter what's going to happen.
Yeah.
My fiance is gold. If you can fall in love with the right person, it'll be one of the best things you ever do. And I hope you wake up feeling that way every time, every day, because I do. So that's pretty much all I have to say. If you've been a Christian and you think that I'm full of beans with some of my ideas, I do encourage you to actually read the Bible, like read the whole thing, not just parts, read the whole thing. And it's way more interesting than you may have previously understood it to be, and also unsettling. And get back to us and let me know if you think that killing and burning a goat is really going to fix anything other than what you should have for a meal. Is that really what the God who created the universe needs? Can somebody throw some open pit sauce on those goat ribs so I can smell the sweet savor of that? Is it really?
Yeah.
Did we get there? Another thing, I did comment to someone on YouTube how the God of the Bible seems to solve every problem by killing people.
Right.
That's his
MO.
go-to.
Yeah,
that's his go-to. No, I can fix it. You can? Are we going to pay for something? No. We're going to hire experts? No. Well, what are you going to do, God? Just kill people. It fixes it.
Right. And it always goes off the rails before that. The problem always starts with his deadbeat parenting style. Totally hands off and absent.
Not a helicopter dad at all.
Seriously.
You could do with a bit of that. But anyway, notice I don't want to beat up on Christians.
Sure. We feel this way about every religion.
Right.
Well, the gods. All right. It's always an unfair fight,
Yeah.
So I guess that's basically it. You really gotta get the most out of your life. It's a hot day. It's 95 degrees. I'm gonna go jump in the pool, which I haven't been in all year because I've barely been home. So I'm gonna relax. And the doctor told me you can swim in your pool. Don't be so scared of yourself now. Right. And by the way, if you have medical issues, that might not be a bad thing to tell your doctor, because I said that to the cardiologist who did my surgery. I said, I'm scared of myself now. And she said, don't be.
Yeah.
Stay in your parameters. You'll be fine.
Kind of like I'm afraid of other people right now. Bread of Life, we've made a bunch of videos about you, and Nano has made some fantastic Atheist Fever Dream edits that feature you. We play those almost every day. So, if you start combing through them Pocket Locker 86 streams, you're going to see a lot of Bread of Life. Matter of fact, sometimes I think we probably just watch your whole stream while you're streaming and stuff. You're gonna see a lot of yourself. We're like Bread of Life anti fan fiction or something. I don't know. All right. Look, I'm turning off the hot program machine. I'm late to church. Y'all gonna get me in all types of trouble with my motorcycle club. But we're live on Pocket Locker 86. Please join us on Pocket Locker 86 on YouTube. Otherwise, to the hot program crowd, thank you so much. In the name of the Darwin, the Dawkins, and the Christopher Hitchens. Thanks to James Apperson, and so glad my one black friend is back with us. Poof!
James, thank you. Pocket Locker, thank you.
Yeah. No, great fun. All right, I got to switch devices and stuff. James, you can hang out for a second. I just got to switch computers. I'll stay in the restream, but just give me a second to get all my stuff switched over here.
Okay. I am logging off once I figure out what to do here.
All right. See you later, my one black friend.
See you later. Thanks, guys.
Matter of fact, let me take care of this now because I'm going to change my screen, and when I do that, it will probably be too late. All right, so let me close all these hot program tabs. Don't need them. Don't want them. All right, let's keep all of this open. Keep all of that there. All right, where's the other restream, the studio? Oh, right here. Okay, got it. Let's pull all this over here. Graphics. Let's go back to, let's do this real quick. Purple, deep purple. Yep, overlay, artwork J. Perfect, there. No, let's go better than that. There. Looking good. Let's switch our primary camera to James Apperson for now. There. All right. And then now we're good. Taking too long, but okay. All right, switch device so that we're watching the PlayStation here. Perfect. All right, and pull up stream. Yeah, there we go. Looking good. Corner. Switch views. I'm gonna have to bring my camera back. Let's pull that down for now. Close that. Great. All right. Why are you still not on the right device? There we go. All right, boom. Party audio. All right, guys, we're actually going to try to focus on Sacred Death Church now because we've got permission to stream the audio. So we can actually focus on church during church time. Let's go ahead and get into the party. Members. Oh, we looking light tonight. That's not good. Boom. Do that. What up, y'all? Sorry about that. I was getting my stream set up. Well, that's what's up. Let's chill, man. Let's have some fun.
Bio, how can I fix this?
This is my doing. It should be good now.
Can I get an invite to the lobby, y'all in?
Yeah. No, I'm echoing.
Do you still hear it though? It's my microphone.
I don't hear an echo.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I can hear you fine.
I can hear you. I don't hear an echo.
Oh.
I think it might be on Tyronic's end. Sounds like.
Yeah. What do I do?
This is pretty pathetic.
What, that nobody's on?
Church. Yeah.
Don't we have a ride today?
It was supposed to be today, yeah. I'm not doing it. I'm not hosting it.
Honestly, I wouldn't even worry about it. Right? Like,
I wouldn't either.
it's just one church. Like,
No, I'm just saying, like, the activity-wise of, like, the club, we have, like, barely any activity.
yeah, that's what I figured.
Sucks.
Must just be a bad week. Yeah.
I feel like, you know, like, if somebody gets into a fight, then I gotta get backed up or anything.
Yeah. I mean, that's what it is, though. I mean, it's a game, y'all. It's really not the end of the world. Like,
I mean, we could fix it by just trying to go out and get some recruits, but...
yeah, but I think
Based on
recruiting
the-
should be left to people who want to recruit and are good at it. Sometimes making everybody recruit is a bad idea. Most organizations, you got to remember, there's a reason most organizations don't have people doing that job. It's because, you know, asking your janitor to go door to door for you is really generally not a good idea, right? You want your salespeople to go door to door. So to me, it's like,
past experience.
no, I'm feeling you, but like, I'm just saying, like, the other thing is it's a chore, right? So I think it can hurt the activity, right? If I know for me, like, I hate recruiting, especially by myself. And it just became like a chore. Like, I used to be a door-to-door salesman, right? I used to work in politics. I've done a ton of that, right? So the last thing I want to do is feel like I'm being asked to do that on a video game. And so being super busy, having very limited time to get on, when I get on, I just want to have fun with my club. So when I got to go in lobbies with randoms, which I don't like anyway, right? Maybe a different mode, shooting mode, which I don't like anyway. I'm getting blown up and into fights with people I don't like anyway, just so I could try to, you know, sit there and type out messages on the GTA phone that I hate using. So for me, it's already like a L. Whereas, like, I might have some fun where I'm, like, spectating randoms, just jumping in on random people. Oh, this person looks like they're doing something fun or silly. I'll go hang out with them for a little bit. That's effective for me once in a while. But my point is to say, like, people who are on a lot, who are good at the game, have the requisite activity, know the culture really well, really good at messaging, getting people set up with Discord. Yeah, it's probably great to encourage them to recruit as much as possible. But you just don't need everybody doing it or everybody doing it the same way. So, and I kind of agree. I'm more like Prez, like what he was talking about last week. I really resonated with as far as just not worrying so much about the numbers, because again, it becomes a numbers game. You're gonna recruit a lot of people, but a lot of them ain't gonna be working out. I'd rather have a small club that doesn't have a lot of drama in it than a really active club that's always sorting people out and dealing with issues. So I don't think there's a right or wrong answer. It's just something I've been thinking about a lot. And I've been thinking, well, you know, people like Bio probably really good at recruiting, right? And probably knows that that's what he wants people to do, because him and people like Rav have probably had a lot of success doing that. Whereas somebody like me, who has very limited time to get on the game, doesn't like doing grindy shit, you know, I'm gonna probably be more effective doing other things. So, you know, that's just my thoughts on it, man. And I'm only rambling because I just had some coffee, bro. I woke up tired as fuck from my podcast, so I had to drink some coffee. So I'm fucking, I gotta talk, or else I won't shut the fuck up. Also, I'm sitting here waiting for a lobby invite.
Yeah, I was trying to find.
There's that hat. There's the hat. How it glitched. The bill is.
Oh.
You see that?
Oh, how'd you do that? That's cool.
I don't know. I was just fiddling
I want
around
one.
last night. I know. I gotta figure that out. Well, I kind of just loaded like that.
I'm gonna go ahead and load up the game just so we're not sitting here staring at the screen.
So I saved it real fast. Anyways, that's what happened. And then I got this jacket on with this patch, which is kind of cool. See?
Someone want to send me? Who's deciding who we work with?
Who needs invite?
Yo, Pocket.
What up, bro?
Motherfucker, when you gonna give me a special role in your Discord?
Oh, I don't even be knowing if y'all joining my Discord on purpose or not.
But I want to be known as the Musket King.
Man, yeah, no.
Nickname him the Musket King.
Special role of Musket King.
Yo, I sent both you guys a friend request on this new account. It'll be a lot easier to find you that way than through my account that has like many friends.
Wait, a friend request on what? A new PS4 account?
Bio _sacred.
You know what? I was thinking of making another secret account just for adding secret death members because I've got like 150 different MCs added on this fucking account.
Yeah, I think the wave is mobile gaming. Like a lot of my community, they play free games off phones, man. That's the future, man.
I don't know how you can play a game on a phone. It's so annoying.
I think you just don't miss it, right? If that's just what you get used to, like you don't miss a console. Plus, you could plug it in and like stream it to your screen if that's what you want.
Well, it's just playing it on that. I mean, I know you can like wire your PlayStation controller to it, like Bluetooth it. Bio taught me that because I have Grand Theft Auto San Andreas on my phone, but I never.
Yeah, I mean, I feel you, but I normally just assume that that's because I'm a console gamer.
Yeah, it is the future, though. You're right. It is.
Well, it's just eventually your phone's gonna be just as powerful as a console, right? And then there's gonna be so many free-to-play games in this, and then people are gonna have controllers attached to it. Like even like when I'm watching Evo this year, they're starting to push like the mobile version of the fighting game, so you could tell like they're eventually gonna start doing like, you know, mobile fighting games at Evo and shit.
All
right, baby.
Give me a fun game to play on mobile.
My community plays Mario Kart and COD Mobile.
Okay.
So that should cover it, right? A pretty hardcore FPS and then like something fun like Mario Kart. So that's a good thing to fill them out.
You want to add another account so I can invite you to find you?
Something like.
Or did you ever? Oh, you did. Thank you.
I got Diablo. I also got Magic the Gathering on mobile.
What? Really?
Is Diablo any good?
Yeah. Diablo's great. Magic is super fun on the computer and stuff.
You mean the new Diablo?
I tried Diablo. I'm still echoing.
Anybody else echoing?
Nah.
I was echoing the other night too when we were playing.
I don't even hear it. Like, it's not echoing on stream or anything. I think it's something on his end, I think, because nobody else is even hearing it.
Disconnect your mic and then put it back in.
I tried that.
What up, guys?
Yep.
Civ 6. Lena, is that Civilization 6?
I'll try it again.
Also, Lena said, I highly recommend the mobile game Unciv if you're trying to get into Civ.
What's Civ?
I think it's like Civilizations, like maybe it's an empire building type of thing. It's a really popular game on mobile. I think I have it. I just haven't really jumped into it.
So I go to the Play Store. I'm gonna do Diablo. I like that.
Yo, these new cars are crazy. SM722?
New cars, damn.
The GTA, yeah, I don't have money for. I can't buy them right now, but they look good.
We gotta get you set up with the business. It's like you need to get your bunker going.
Well, yeah, actually, I was talking to Bio about that. Like one of the last times I was on, we was talking about, you know, getting a. But I set up my business. I just haven't finished them. But that's what I was saying. Like if ain't nobody on for church, we could just make some money. I gotta hop off at 8 anyway.
No, I gotta put a few things to discuss.
Oh, all right, yeah, I'll come over.
Yeah, it's happening.
Where's Meals?
Meals had a family emergency. He was on his way to the hospital. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, bummer.
He sounded like he was in a rush, so I didn't want to ask.
I'm part of a GTA motorcycle club. Every Sunday we have church at 6 p.m. to vote on recruits and any issues going on in the club. Every other Sunday I have to get on a half hour early because the officers all have to meet a half hour early every other Sunday. We didn't have to do the earlier meeting this week, but we will next week. I have to put on the correct outfit, this outfit with the patches on it. You're only allowed to wear a cut. Our vests are called cuts. You're only allowed to wear a cut with the patches on the front if you're an officer. And, you know, when you go to church as an officer, you have to have that on. What else is there to say? Been in this club probably about 4 years. Do this every Sunday. I mean, it is kind of the after party, but a lot of times after parties, people can call in or we're still talking about whatever the topic is. So the after party for Hot program is always Sacred Death Motorcycle Club. It's kind of appropriate, though. It's called church. We call this church. Oh, Melly Joy used to play San Andreas. Great. Well, we still out here in San Andreas. That's what's up. That's also why I say that all my shows are emanating from Los Santos, San Andreas. So yeah, this is our church. We call it church because we do it every Sunday and we got to vote. There's the invite to the clubhouse. Bio, who's running this today, is our vice president. He used to be our president. But we have a new president, and our current president, I think, had some sort of family emergency today. So he's not with us. Also, pretty much our whole club is missing today for some reason. Like the prospects and hang-arounds aren't on. None of the other members are on. There's probably like 20 or 30 of us. There's probably about, I don't know, 15 to 20 of us we expect to be reasonably active, so we don't know what the hell's going on today, but it does happen from time to time. And quite frankly, I don't give a shit. I just don't want to deal with drama. I'm just so sick of drama and headaches that I know my club, wants to take everything super seriously, but it's like, I don't give a fuck. I'd rather be a smaller club, have less shit going on if it just means less drama. I just have too much shit going on in the real world, so I kind of don't mind the smaller numbers.
You guys are doing a TDM?
No, church.
Oh, okay.
It's supposed to be on GTA when the church is going. What's up?
Alright, I'm coming.
How would you get those pants again? I forgot how to do that.
Oh, I can show you at the church. That's real easy. Pocket, you want to mute the stream for a bit?
Sure. What's going on? All right. Check. What happened to my fucking mic? Oh. All right, guys. Sorry, I got asked to mute this. Hang on a sec. Just bear with me a sec, guys. I got to deal with this. Now I got to put on music and shit. I hate when we do this. I fucking hate when we do this. I literally said we're supposed to stream the fucking audio from church, and we're only supposed to mute the audio from church if we're talking about something super important that nobody in the world can hear. And that makes, so then I focus the whole stream on church so we can listen to church. And then the first thing they ask me to do is, oh, can you mute the stream? Why? Are we talking about something super important nobody can hear about? No, we're talking about some fucking stupid, dumb shit that nobody cares about. And I'm just getting sick and tired of the club just cutting itself off at the nuts by refusing to be fun or interesting. Just refusing. They wanted me to mute the stream so we could fucking talk about recruiting. I don't give a fuck about recruiting in this goddamn club. I don't care. I just don't care. God. All right, guys, sorry. Here's some fucking lo-fi while I curse these motherfuckers out because I'm tired of this shit. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I agree with what Mills said last week. Like I'm of a totally different mindset on this, and I do sincerely mean this with all due respect. I'm just not on the same page. Like, number one, yes, 100%. Can't say it enough. Bro, you might be right. But what I'm basing it on is look at us. All of these recruitment efforts, they go in these cycles, up and down, up and down. You got 12, you got 4, you got 5. I just think over the long run, for me, and again, I think you got to remember, dude, this is what a community means. It means we should all have different roles to play. And we should not be trying to say, this is the way you are in Sacred Death, and everybody be the same way. Because, again, we all have very different personalities, very different skill sets at this game, very different shifts, very different availability. And so I agree. I agree with what Meal said. Last week when he was saying, I don't mind when the club's small. I genuinely do not mind when the club is small. I think when we're small, if we focus on just having fun and just sharing the club with people will come to us. So again, this to me right now, this conversation is a mistake because we made a big deal about finally getting people approved to share the audio for church. So I made a big deal of not ending my show and my podcast with an after party, because when you guys say, oh, we can't stream the audio for church and I'm live, I got to play music or I got to let people sit here and have a panel discussion because they can't hear the party audio. Well, I said, no, we're not going to do that this week. We're actually going to focus. I'm not going to have people calling in. I'm not going to play distracting music. I'm not going to play other video clips. We're going to sit here and we're actually going to sit here and pay attention to what Sacred Death is doing today. And the first thing we do is let's mute the stream audio pocket so that we can sit here and talk about this thing that I don't even think needs to be private because nobody cares. We have to remember. What'd you say? No, but this is my point. Hear me out. It's related because we just keep shooting ourselves in the foot. If we let people hear us having this conversation, when there's only a few of us, but this is a compelling conversation about what matters to our club. It's great for people to hear that there's 4 or 5 of us sitting around trying to figure out, well, do we push towards recruiting or do we not push towards recruiting? People like it when it's small. Some people like it when it's bigger. This is compelling, but we turn everything into a problem. Now, to speak directly to the issue of recruiting, again, I think this high pressure sales tactic approach doesn't work for everything, and it doesn't work for everybody. And with this club, it doesn't work for me. Go ahead. Maybe 3 or 4. But Bio, I think you're hearing me in extremes. I think you're hearing me in extremes, and I'm trying to speak to you in nuance, brother. I'm not saying no one. I know, but Bio, did it get us here? We're still here, right? So so I think that means neither approach has prevented us from growing, And neither approach has guaranteed us a lot of recruits. We've spent periods of time not recruiting, and our numbers have gone up and down and everything in between. And then we spent periods of time recruiting the heck out of shit, and our numbers have gone up, down, and everything in between. At some point, maybe it's the recruiting. It's not the recruiting that's making the huge difference. There are bigger factors going on. The activity in this game goes up and down and everything in between, season to season, week to week, and so on. But also, I'm just saying this. I think the most important thing to focus on is fun. I think fun is the most powerful recruitment tool. So to me, again, turning it into a high pressure sales thing for the entire officers or the entire club, I don't think is a good move. I think if there are people like you who really do want to focus on recruiting and think it's super important and know all the great ways to do it, then it probably helps us if you do focus on recruiting and find some other people who are great at it.
taking a step back, the first part of your definition of anti-realism is the way I use the term and the way many people in the field use the term. One thing to say about this is I would just say that I don't think there's a correct definition for these kinds of terms. It's really that there are different concepts and people use different terms to refer to those concepts. And there hasn't been any sort of like canonical agreement on what these terms mean. But typically in the academic literature, you would roughly, anti-realism is something like the denial that there are stances. But that doesn't entail the other stuff that you brought in, like that moral claims are really expression of our preferences or whatever it is that you said.
Okay.
Once the anti-realist says, look, I don't think there's any of these stance-independent facts. It's a position that's simply defined by what it's denying. You could then ask the anti-realist, okay, so you don't think there's any of those. What do you think there is? And an anti-realist could give a variety of different answers. They could. So to give a comparison that people may be familiar with, atheism. There is a dispute over, like whether atheism is just lack of belief in God or whether it's the belief that God doesn't exist. But let's just go with the belief that God doesn't exist. Just because you believe God doesn't exist, it doesn't entail, for instance, that you're a naturalist. Even if, in practice, we might think lots of atheists are inclined towards naturalism. And it's the same thing with moral anti-realism. Even if many moral anti-realists might say something if asked, like, yeah, I actually think morality just expresses our preferences or something like that. That's not an actual feature of the anti-realist position. An anti-realist could just say, I don't know what morality is.
Okay, I see. So it doesn't. So, and this was actually going to be my first question to you. So, if moral anti-realism is that there are no stance-independent moral facts, then, like, is there anything else that does it entail anything more than that? Like, can that sum it up and that's it?
I would say yes, but there wouldn't be a universal consensus within the fields that tend to address this question. The main field being like contemporary analytic philosophy, which is like I could get into what that is, but basically the kinds of philosophy that you probably would see in most major philosophy journals is from this particular tradition in philosophy, and that's where most of this discussion takes place. Probably a lot, maybe the majority of philosophers would say, yeah, that's a good enough definition. But philosophers are all about, getting really specific and splitting hairs and taking issue with, being super duper pedantic. And so they might take issue with that. So, some of them might want to include some characteristics or exclude some characteristics. But roughly, I would say anti-realism, just the position that there are no stance-independent moral facts.
Okay, awesome. Now I want to kind of share with people, why are we talking about this? Well, this is Lance's favorite topic. And, I've been talking to Lance now, probably, is it more than a year? Maybe going on a year about moral.
A little less than a year.
A little less than a year? Okay. So, I have started out holding the position that there are objective moral facts, but I challenged some people last year who are atheists, and I said, if you're an atheist, I don't think there are objective moral facts. Like there can't be if naturalism is true. So I argued against that position, and then that kind of connected me and Lance. And now I've been listening to Lance talk about this for a long time, and I'm close to being converted to a moral anti-realist. Now, I still have some things that I want to hash out with Lance and kind of talk specifically about moral anti-realism and its relationship to like being a Christian, and ask some questions related to how moral anti-realism works for me as a Christian. But so that's kind of where this conversation is going. Now, if you want to hear more, Lance has been on many channels talking about this topic, and he's been on this, just on anti-realism in the past, just what it is and more like about why he thinks this way. Like there's several videos on my channel and then on many other channels as well. So you guys can go back and look at that. And I want to just take a minute to say hi to people in the chat. Captain Kim is excited. Drinks on me. He says, woo, really? Okay. So CJ says there are some Christians who are anti-realists. They aren't contradictory positions. And that's what I have been, I've thought about this topic quite a lot this year because of Lance and Danny and having these conversations. So I think I'm at the point where I'm saying they're not contradictory. But like I said, I have some questions that I want to ask Lance. Lena says, I would refer any atheists here who are doubtful of moral realism to check out Stanford Philosophy's entry on moral naturalism. Do you want to say anything about that, Lance, while I'm kind of scrolling?
Yeah, so moral naturalism is, I mean, again, it's one of these things where it could be divided into a bunch of subcategories, but roughly it's just the idea that moral facts are natural facts, that moral facts can be identified with or map on to or reduced to a certain subset of natural facts in the world. That is probably a bunch of philosophical jargon, but just to give a very simple example, someone could say, look, moral facts are just facts about what increases happiness or decreases happiness. And like, it's good to increase happiness and it's bad to decrease happiness. And that's just what the moral facts are. And like happiness as a sort of psychological state, well, psychological states, maybe they inhere in the brain or they're features of what something that brains or nervous systems do. And so that's a natural phenomenon. And so moral facts are really just like a type of natural fact, or they could be understood or rendered consistent with the natural world. They're not non-natural or supernatural, something like that. And, you know, I believe the majority of philosophers are inclined towards naturalism, and many people are inclined towards, they don't want to have supernatural or non-natural elements as features of their ontology, like their worldview about what the fundamental nature of reality is like. And so moral naturalism is a rather appealing view to people that want to have a more generally naturalistic framework. The general concern I would raise with naturalism, and this is something that you would see if you check out that article, the Stanford Encyclopedia entry on it, you should see in there something like the triviality objection, which is what I tend to say to naturalist accounts. So naturalist accounts struggle to incorporate a normativity or kind of like oughtness or practical authority. So if you take the moral facts, like what it means for something to be morally right or wrong, and you just say for something to be right just is for it to increase happiness, and for it to be wrong just is for it to decrease suffering, someone could agree to that and say, okay, yeah, sure. So like torturing babies for fun would decrease happiness, and helping people in need would increase happiness. And like I agree that those are descriptive facts, but like what if I don't want to do that? And typically, one would think that what morality we would have thought on reflection is supposed to be about is telling you, no, you ought to increase happiness. You should avoid harming people for fun. And if should just means this, it just goes right back to just saying, well, what I mean by you shouldn't hurt someone is that hurting someone would hurt someone. That's not amounting to very much. And so the naturalist accounts, and it doesn't mean that they don't try, but they struggle to get that normative oomph in there, that ability to really have kind of force over our actions. And I don't think that they're able to achieve that. So they just strike me as trivial redefinitions or arguments by labeling morality as something else. And I just don't think they're very successful.
Kevin Goodlad says, please, and thank you, can you please say something about my messages? Hi, Kevin. I'm glad you're here. Glad you are healthy enough to hang out and be on the chat. And so good to see you here. Hi to Brenda. Hi, Cameron. And let's, so let me just give some examles, because I think a lot of Christians will naturally react to this idea.
In DT.
Fuck it though, those are good KLSs.
Yeah, it was pretty funny, dude. I was the reason why.
All right, gang. I'm gonna switch this back on up to Sacred Death for a little bit here.
What are they called? Yeah, Deadly. That was the reason why we ended up KRS with Deadly Tribe, because two of them tried to jump me, dude, and I just murdered them both. And then they were like, hey, apologize now and let my men get their kills back, and I was like, nah.
I thought it was because the one alliance that we had.
No. The Blood Tribe was shooting at us. We were shooting at Blood Tribe. They tried to come over and say stop it, and I was like, yeah, no.
Oh.
Yo, Nazi, do you live in Britain?
South Africa.
No,
What do you mean South Africa?
Nah, I'm from Britain, yeah.
What?
Oh,
I thought
okay.
you was Australian.
Nah, his accent can sell it quick.
Yeah,
I
you
can tell.
It's UK.
Nah, he's lying. He's in Canada.
Actually, I'm Chinese.
Yo.
Nah, he's British. His accent sells it.
Yo, are there normally randos in the clubhouse like this?
Oh no, it's part of the new update. If you can, there's like more people sitting in your clubhouse now.
Yeah, it's been like that for I don't even know how long.
I don't even think
so
I'm.
You can do runs now for your clubhouse where you can pick up like beer and like cocaine and shit and drop it off to the clubhouse and more people.
Yeah, I got like 20,000 in bar earnings.
Oh man, we about to have to do some motorcycle club shit.
So you
There's
go
a
up
little
to Cindy
safe.
and just press left on the D-pad and she'll resupply your bar to get that.
Wait, say that again, Tyronic.
So you just go up to Cindy and at the bar and then press left on the D-pad and then at your clubhouse.
Have you given the woman your clubhouse?
Oh, Cindy's the hookup now?
Yeah, and then you can also sell bikes too. They're going to be at your clubhouse.
Oh yeah, you can pick up bikes and sell.
Yeah,
Is
and
Church
then
over?
there's club contracts. And by the way, Pocket, this week
Go ahead.
only, do one club contract and complete it, either solo or with the club, and you'll get 200K. Boom.
Boom. All right. Also, what do I press to get the thing with Cindy?
Press left on your D-pad.
All I see is ordering the drink.
Order the drink.
I did that.
Keep working. Try it again. How do you trigger it?
It's wet at least.
I was having trouble with that too. Just keep trying.
Okay. Oh, also, this isn't my clubhouse, so never mind.
Oh yeah, that's why.
Yeah.
Can you send me an invite to the club? He's trying to talk to the woman. Hello.
Dude, I got kicked from the session.
Yeah, I sent you an invite back already, or you can take the same one. Alright,
What's up? Now
I got
my
one
mic
more,
sounds crazy.
important topic to bring up.
Go ahead.
And this is, I think will be a good thing. What do you guys think about creating a support patch?
I
Support
actually
your local.
agree. Yeah, we should
A
have
support patch.
For like for people who don't want to join but want to be friends and hang out and help and shit, it'd be pretty useful.
Well, the good thing is with these guys, right? You know how we have hangarounds, but it also says like SD hangarounds.
Yeah.
It can fall back towards us, you know, very easily, so that they'll know that that's our
you could
hangaround.
So you could have this one just like 1904 as the tag or something.
I don't even want any affiliation. I think we should just put fucking support your local S.
Oh, why don't you just put like SUPP, like the start of support, and then you're gonna be like, oh.
Well, I don't know. I feel like
support your.
I mean, I'm definitely down with it, but I feel like it's more fun if it's actually affiliated with us. I mean, if you can't tell, it's really, you know what I mean? Like it was, I don't understand how it's different than being unaffiliated.
Nah, because then we got to deal with fucking, oh, this person blew me up, that person blew me up, blah, blah, blah. I have to deal with that whole shit. If they don't know where it's coming from, if it's coming from our club,
I'm
then,
live
you know.
streaming, so they're gonna know where it's coming from.
But then I'm wondering, like, why would you,
Because we could just throw them in there, and then if they stay around, they'll move up to hangarounds. And we can concentrate on them that way.
Oh, you mean like pre-hanger? You thinking of it like pre-hangaround then?
Yeah, so like a case of like, cause you know sometimes we'll get a recruit, he seems like he's interested, then we never see him again.
Right.
And then sometimes we won't see him for like a couple days, and he pops up and he starts becoming active with us,
Okay.
gaming with us, and I think that'll kind of help a little bit on the process of getting people in and you know seeing who's interested, and we won't have to concentrate so hardly on the supports.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm back.
And then maybe even like having a separate chat, or I don't know if you guys would even want to do that, or turning in the prospect to hang around chat, just invite them into there and just don't put them in Sacred and Friends. And if he ever shows up and he makes it to hangarounds, we can add him into the Sacred and Friends chat afterwards. This way we're not going through a shit ton of chats just to remove that one guy. It was an idea somebody brought up to me, I can't remember who. And I was like, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Can anybody hear any music or anything in this damn clubhouse?
No.
No.
You gotta put the jukebox on. I have it off.
Oh, okay.
He's going out to
The
put the
jukebox
jukebox
should
on,
be right
and
next to the door.
Well, it's just quiet as a bitch in here.
he's gonna go in there and all you're gonna hear is
So, I don't want to do anything this week, but I wanted to at least bring it up because Mills is not here. I want to see what his opinion is on this. I think it'd be a decent idea. I know it's be an extra step, but it'll also, we won't have to focus on it. Like every month we can go through it and then remove the people we don't know.
I like it. I actually do like that. Fuck with it.
I like it.
Oh my god, give me a rip.
We don't have
give
to
me
be
a
on
rip
top of them as
there.
much. It'll just say support your local. I mean, obviously we'll be on them if they're like in the lobby with us and they 99 some. That, you know, that's still gonna be a thing. But if they're out and by themselves and they blow up a fucking.
What about support your local MC or something?
Yeah, there'll be no like affiliations to it or to get back to us really.
Yeah. Rather than support your, I don't know if people know what that means, but at least support your local MC will look like a, motorcycle club thing or whatever.
Support your local S.
Like Sacred?
Yeah, I mean, there's many clubs that have like S in their name. It's like
Oh.
Brothers, Speed Demons.
But you're saying this as Pocket and me are both live streaming though. No one's gonna see mine, but people might see Pocket.
Bro, nobody care about this goddamn game.
Exactly. There we go. See, I like it, Pocket.
Y'all gotta stop being so nervous. Y'all like scared of what's gonna happen in the game. Y'all
Dude,
crazy to me.
Excuse me. I will not be talked to by a Christian like that.
What you mean scared of what happens in the game?
I'm saying, but like people are gonna see us and they're gonna shoot at us and then they're gonna send us messages on Instagram.
It's not that. It's the fact he's like, you'll have no affiliation, and then he's like telling this elaborate plan.
No, I know that was funny. Yeah, I know. I got you.
What do you guys have against Christians? Who has a problem? Because I'm one.
Ain't no problem. We just don't, probably, we just don't think it's true. But it's okay. You probably don't think, a lot of things. We probably disagree about a lot of stuff. I got friends that think the Earth is young. I think it's old. We just don't see eye to eye on it. It's okay.
As long as you're not flat earth, alright? I'm fine.
Yeah, exactly. As long as you know that we're right and you're wrong, it's all good.
Huh? Let's not even start this because I don't even want to talk about it.
I was just messing with you, man.
Yeah, you guys know that dinosaurs never existed and the Earth is actually flat.
Dude,
let's not pull it.
Show me a picture of a dinosaur. I bet you've never seen one. No, let me stop.
How do you know the Earth's flat if you've never seen it from fucking space?
Have you? So it's
I
it's
live in
conspiracy.
space. That's why my internet's so shit.
So he's over here floating in the air.
Dude, I'm the actual guy who's
We should call this normal people counter-apologetics.
from a space station.
He's doing the true 360s last night.
That's what normal people think of your religion. Why do you think the Earth is flat if you haven't seen it from space?
Outside, out of space, the Earth is spherical. Believe that.
Alright. Does anybody have anything to bring up? Stan wants to go and join the Wicked Chiefs. I was supposed to bring that up at this church.
He's being shown. I want my Wicked fucking Chiefs patch back. God damn it.
There's no Wicked Chiefs on at the very moment, so it's kind of pointless to talk about.
What happened to Yushi?
I don't know.
Yeah, well, some of y'all ain't dressed right, but I'm not the enforcer. But too late now.
I don't know. Working, I think? Yeah.
All right, let's get up out of here, man. Who's that?
What is he playing anything though?
No.
Oh, Rambo's in the chat. Thank you, Rambo.
Oh, what up, Rambo? Y'all ready to get into this, man?
Anybody have anything to bring up? Doctor, you have anything to bring up this week?
Well, I was thinking I want to be an officer enforcer too, but I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know how we'll go about that, but I'm torn between being an officer and staying as a patch member because the pressure is just the pressure. I don't know.
You can do it.
I don't know. I'm torn.
Let's put that on the table next week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What am I doing? Oh, accepting friend
I can
request.
shoot. So.
I fuck with.
Or what do you think? So the only problem that Milt has with me is because I'm not church every time, and on Sundays I always spend time with my fiancée. Sunday, Mondays, and Tuesdays, because those are the days I'm off. And I take her out and shit, so that's why I'm usually not on all the time. Actually, this is a lucky Sunday that I'm at the house with her, so that's the only problem.
Hey Caterpillar, also happy birthday to Melody Bennett. Hopefully I'll catch Melody again between now and Tuesday.
Yeah, something you'd have to talk to Meals about. I'd be cool with it. So,
yeah,
we're just gonna have
I'm down with
we're
it.
gonna have to create something to get your votes in before church when it comes to like certain matters.
Right. Other than that, all I want is this club to be prosperous, everybody, to respect everybody's decision and everybody's minds and thoughts, and just to be a great club. That's it, because I ain't leaving.
There you go.
And if it shuts down, I'm gone too. With GTA's dead.
There you go.
Wait for GTA 6 or whatever.
Nerds, you got anything to bring up?
No.
Anyone else got a PC up in this bitch?
I do.
Yeah, I need some people to get PC GTA over there.
Can we finish this real quick?
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Do you have anything to bring up?
No, I'm good. Thanks.
Tyrone, do you have anything to bring up?
No, I'm good.
Alright, go ahead, Pocket. What were you asking?
No, I was just saying it'd be dope if some of us got on PC, because then we could make, get help with some of like those more advanced scenes we want to do with like the different interiors and all of that stuff. I should put something in the Discord ask in there too.
For me, I want PC to GTA and Call of Duty to ban PC completely.
Yeah, I agree.
What, you would switch over, you saying?
No, to take PC out of like online gaming, like certain games, like shooting games.
Oh, to make it like they can't do crossplay with PC?
Yeah, it should be like I think it should be Xbox, Switch, and Xbox.
Yeah, so that you don't deal with the the machine differences and the modded controllers. And
There's people that fucking will hack their
cheat
PC
and stuff.
Yeah, the lag switching and all of that.
Called it's not actually auto aim. It's something, and it's really hard to notice, but it actually helps with the mouse and keyboard. Like you actually look over at them, and it like you still have to move it, but it's like an assist.
Oh, like based on your head or your eye movement and shit?
Yeah. No, just like if you move the crosshairs over the person, like it kind of like locks on a little bit.
Oh, I got you.
Kind of how like GTA has the FAA. Similar to that. So like you can get away, you can get killed by another player, but like it's anyway. But the point is that the first ones to have these glitches, not glitches, but hacks, is PC gaming. And it's kind of one of those situations where you can't prevent it. Well, you can prevent it, but can't maintain it as well as you can on the consoles.
Yeah.
Got you. Do we have any prospects to hang around on?
We do not. I don't think we have any prospects.
All right. Yeah, I got to get off in like 20 minutes or so because I got to start the show at 8. Normally, I'll be on a little bit later on Sundays, but I'm trying to do things earlier today so I can go to bed earlier. Do y'all want to do a TDM or something?
I'm down.
Yeah.
Somebody want to set it up?
I have a question.
Go for it.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot you was even here.
Question.
Sorry, Martinez. What's up?
Are we still doing the family fun ride thing today?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. And I have another question. I wasn't here for the entire thing because my parents were leaving, so
No worries.
what happened at the beginning of the church?
Oh, we just talking about recruiting. So you probably, yeah. That's mostly we were just talking about recruiting, and we're going to talk about it next week. Go ahead.
Are we gonna start recruiting again, or?
If you want to, we're trying to identify people who actually want to do it. We're trying not to
And
make.
you're always welcome to recruit someone if you
Absolutely.
Like to. You know, if the opportunity is there, please take advantage.
And we're also maybe looking for somebody to do that officer role. We tried to have an officer role for a recruiter, and it was hard to find a person outside of the people who are already doing it. So.
No.
You don't know. We don't know about that, but that was something we talked about, right?
Yeah.
And then Doctor, I'm sure you heard Doctor is possibly wanting a officer role as enforcer. So just jot that down, and then we're going to bring it up next time in church, right? Right, Bob?
Yep.
Is that? Yep. That might be.
She let me copy this stuff down on my phones for next church. And then we're also going to bring up the topic of putting a support patch.
Yeah.
You don't have to put that into the church notes, but I mean, you
I
could.
will be selling this week too. Probably on a Wednesday is always a good time, so I'll be doing some selling on Wednesday. Let's just do that. About between 6 and 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. All welcome to join.
6 to 7?
Yeah, let's just post that. We try to get everybody to have a little bit of fun.
Eastern Time?
Pacific.
Oh, Pacific.
Yep, Pacific. Washington State.
Here we go. Hopefully Doctor will be there. And
The Evergreen State.
Have some fun.
We have a lot of trees that I can't even count.
What up, Tyronic?
Oh, just hopefully we'll have some fun. You can join us.
Oh, when is this?
It's going to be Wednesday between 6 and 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
So what you talking? Sorry, I was just trying to figure out where this music was coming from. You talking about selling?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to join. Wait, you're moving it up? You're moving it up though to what? That would be 9 my time now.
It would be. It's going to be between 9 and 10. Yeah, your time.
All right, that's fine. I might get on. Yeah. Sometimes I might be a little late, but yeah, I'll try to get on for it. I meant to get on for it this week, and then I ended up getting groceries that night.
I really want to help other people out, and
Yeah, I need to get my businesses at. A matter of fact, yeah, that's a good opportunity to go and set these businesses up, and we could break down the flow. Matter of fact, we should make a video about that, and start making little GTA videos. And a good one would be how to make money, right? If we show people how we make money out here.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
All right.
As long as the prez is okay and VP are okay with that, I am okay with that.
Yeah, definitely. I've always been okay with putting stuff like that out there.
Yeah, so
Shit, I was even thinking about posting up how to do the tattoo patch on my channel.
I really need to get that, and I could be your guy to do that.
Yeah. Well, I would. You'd be the first one to watch it, so you can see it. But just talk through it, all right, you need to do this, you need to do that, and then throw it up.
I remember doing it. I know you need to save one, you have to. Don't you lose all your outfits?
Yeah, except for you can keep one when you wear. But yeah, maybe after the TDM we could do that if you want. If you get time. I don't know if you're going to be cooking or anything.
Did somebody start up a TDM?
I'm about to, yeah.
All right. And do a different stage. Anything different.
You ever do the one on the block?
Let's check it out.
You're gonna go shoot each other on the block?
Yeah. All right, y'all. Here's my philosophy on that. Has anybody ever watched Street Fighter V on Twitch? All right, if you watch Street Fighter V on Twitch, just pull up the category Street Fighter V, and what you'll notice is that all the sweaty tryhards who think they're doing something dope, they always do what? They always fight at the gray practice grid stage. You know what I'm talking about? So then what happens is when you go to actually find a content thing in there, everybody's thumbnail is the same. Everybody's just fighting at the same gray grid stage. And if you're really just looking for a stream, like the ones that are going to stick out to you are the ones who just don't do that. So it's always weird to me, like, because, you know, like YouTube, they put a lot of emphasis on thumbnails and stuff like that. So I'm like, man, these streamers could help themselves a lot if they just change the stage all the time. There's a reason the developers put so much time into making all those stages. But yeah, I'm always like, I think our TDM streams would be a lot better if we just mixed up the stages more. And then throw in our regular ones, like, you know, once or twice a stream or whatever. Nobody's going to care, but just don't make it the only thing you do, you know? But yeah, let's check this out, y'all. We about to be out in these streets shooting at each other, I think. You said on the block, right?
Yeah. The 187 block.
Can I get an invite?
Okay.
Yeah, I got you, Maximus. Give me a sec. Sorry, I just invited the whole lobby.
I say, hold up, you do that? Bitch, are you sure? The last time I saw that bitch was back in 2004. She was bad, you can't blame it, oh shit. Since back when Freakin' League was on the radio with shit.
Are you hearing a line, Martinez?
Yo, what's coming along with that patch? Remember when you said that a couple churches back, there's a competition for the patch? How's that coming along?
It's just Yushi made one.
So is Yushi the winner?
Yeah, pretty much. Well, I don't know yet. We gotta. I think you had to the end of the month or something like that to create it.
Yeah.
So the last church of the month is when we're gonna take the vote and upload it.
Oh, are you? Can you change it to
making that money? Young players getting raised out here, and all the chicken hair bitches wanna braid my hair. Straight taking that money. Straight taking that money. It's all good, no sweat off my back, cause it's just another day. Big boy bringing you all the ruckus. Now listen, don't get mad, turn it up and enjoy this great hip hop. In the life of a man.
Yo, Bio. Yo, when am I getting the black patch?
Would be the 3 months, the 3 month mark as a member.
I think I finished it or something.
Alright, remind me, either later tonight or tomorrow. You know what your social club name is? Is it Doctor?
Dr. Doctor. Oh, my social club is, I'll text you.
Is it Senpai?
I know, right? I don't know how to do it.
Just squat while you're fighting.
How do you squat?
If you've got a spare rubber band, dude, go on and invite all me, crouch and just push your blocks together and walk in a circle for like an hour.
You know that shit, fuck a twice, I don't know that bitch. Facing on them, I'm 3 damn rich. GTA when I push the bitch. In the right, switching positions. I was broke.
Oh, I forgot about that. That was something I was going to mention. Hey, Pocket. This is my 3rd account that I've got to level 100 and still haven't made it. I got a bunch of balls in that you don't really want to.
Pocket's been like level 90 for like the past 50 years.
No, it's telling me my stealth is full. I don't know. It's telling me it's full.
Too many breaks, I can pick him up. Got too many racks, get a paper cut. Play with the keys like Mike Dean. Pull up, make a movie like Spike Lee. Keep the diamonds on the wall like Fiji. Young nigga got chicken like a 2-piece. Fucking in the Rari, switching positions. I was broke, now I pull up the business. There was haying, but I ran up the digits. Good lean, gotta fuck up my kidneys. You know that shit, fuck a twice.
Yo, why is Yushi put on like Instagram
GTA when I pull up the business. In the Rari, switching
Veronica, you wanna eat bullets in your head, huh?
Good lean, gotta fuck up my
my kidneys. You know that shit, fuck a twice, I don't know that bitch. Flexing on them, I'm 3 damn rich. GTA when I pull up the billion. Yo, I get the chicken and blue cheese. Play with the key like my D.
Y'all, give me 1 sec.
Is that a bullet eater, right?
Input device.
So Pyronic and
Duo. Output device. Duo. There it is. All right, and then we should say, I don't know why I'm seeing the signal too, dude. What's out there?
Let's go. You ate a headshot there, goddamn.
I know you ate one too. With this.
And then I gotta add the party over there too. Boop. All right, there we go. Looks good. Boom. All right, where's my shit? Oh, we out here in the hood? Oh, we in the streets like that? Oh, we in the streets like that then? I'm up here. I'm gonna take advantage.
We can talk about it, bro.
Hang on a sec. Hang on. Where y'all fools at?
Oh my god, my aim is
Where y'all
fucking
fools at?
doo-doo.
Take a doo-doo pie. Who is shooting me? Disrespectful to shoot the wise man. You about to get headshot. Yup. You about to get headshot. Yep. Oh, you about to get headshot. Oh, come on, really? Oh, we killed each other? Good shit, Bio.
Dude, what the fuck?
Also, is Bio in the party still?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, Bio is okay.
Oh, he just out here shooting people. He don't want to talk to nobody. He just want to shoot at motherfuckers. Let's see how it is.
Oh my god, dude, how come I
Telling y'all a bunch of tryhards. And yeah, this stage is dope. This is fun. See, this is something different. I don't know what to expect. I don't know where everybody coming from. Whoop. Caught you slipping. Caught you slipping. Caught you slipping.
You had to spawn behind me.
Pretty much. That's pretty much the only way I was going to win a gunfight. So I got to take it. Got to take it when I can get it.
I'm getting shot from behind. Oh my god. Are you pushing me? No.
See what you did there. Good shit.
Oh, why is there 3 people just shooting at me? They're all standing next to each other.
Oof.
Sorry, Pocket.
Come on, give me that.
Nope.
Sorry.
Getting abused out here.
You asked for it.
Oh my god, dude, this map's way too small.
I got to, had to. Gotta get that one.
Damn, I'm in the middle of all that shit.
Good shot.
Right. Go away.
Oh, he's Tyrone shot down the street.
Oh! I'm like that kid in the streets just waving a gun around at people, hoping for the best.
Why am I gonna shut? No!
Oh my god, there's 4 people just showed up. What the fuck?
Fuck.
Run away, Doctor, run away. Who threw a fucking mob?
Tyronic.
Oh.
Nice try, Pocket. Climbing over walls and shit. Why is there so many people just shooting at me?
Oh shit, fire.
Fuck, I look up at my top left, I see
I got you.
Pocket fucking climbing over a fucking wall, like trying to
Oh, just spawned an immediate kill.
Fuck.
Stop, aim, shoot in that order. See, now I ain't play GTA, you can't stop. That's the problem. See, Chad trying to get me, Lena trying to get me killed out here. She thinks you're playing Call of Duty. You can't stand still and shoot these people. That's the problem. You see what happened when you stand still? Standing still is the only man. See, you lucky Bio ain't out here. Bio be out here giving lectures. Footwork, pocket. Stop standing still. Keep footwork. Y'all, they be out here be like, we got a drill on how to do your footwork. Ooh. Let's get this kill streak real quick.
Oh my god, I'm on health.
Nope.
Damn.
No, Rambo! Oh, it's Bio. I thought it was Rambo there. I just see like a black t-shirt.
Problem is, you're shooting first and aiming second. Yeah, that's the idea. You pull up on them. Boom. Look, I told y'all, I'm the wise man at the Sacred Death Motorcycle Club. I ain't never tell none of y'all I was good at shooting. So if you think I feel bad because you don't think I'm good at shooting, you should think how this club has felt for the last 4 years and how likely it is that you're really going to change things right now. My hands are not built for this shit. I'm the wise man. I'm like a chaplain out here. You know the chaplain don't be going into the front lines for a reason, y'all.
Oh my god, dude, I think I need to lower my sensor a little bit more. I'm like whipping past the head and shit.
See, I knew some motherfuckers were gonna try to run around on me. Nope, not having that. God damn it.
Damn it! I should have killed you, man.
Bye, what are you doing?
Musket!
Is that Mithril? Each brother?
Wow. Standoff in the old West. God damn it. Ugh, that wasn't good.
No, you got it.
Look at this camera.
Oh my god, dude. Oh, dude. I just had your head and then you got that kill. True kill.
This is why when we do lobby wars, we play Protect the Wise Man.
Oh no, man.
Somebody take the Wise Man to a safe location.
I'm gonna bop someone with a musket.
Saint, you coming. Saint, you coming. Saint, you coming. Still didn't help. All right, y'all. All right, you got to switch modes. Time to switch it up on them.
I just killed. I'm sorry.
Here comes the problems.
No, I was trying to get a shotgun.
We killed each other.
Oh, he's trying to get a shotgun too. Fuck out of here. Come on, y'all. No, not that. All right, see, I was gonna be like that, doctor. Are you gonna kill me when I'm trying to get my weapon out?
No time for waiting.
Oh
my god, that was bad.
Tyronic, what was that?
I know. I thought my shotgun was equipped. It was actually the grenade launcher.
We should buy.
Oh, got me. God damn it. I was just trying to be a moving target that's hard to hit.
Goddamn.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Oh.
What the fuck did I just run past?
Ironic.
Ah, fuck you!
Who just hit me with a fucking shotgun blast? Oh, that was my fault, but I'm not. Nah, that was my fault. I tried to run past you.
Man.
God damn it!
I'm being shot from every fucking direction.
Oh shit. God damn it, Nerdsy.
Man, Martinez is
Losing streak. Thanks, GTA. Wasn't quite sure. Shotgun. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Oh, come on then.
I got it for you.
Got him. Oh! I was about to have Mithril.
Nope.
Getting shot in the back, run away! You'll never catch me alive!
Shit, I'm halfway to level 91. I'm actually gonna make level 100 up in this bitch. It's a problem. Uh-oh. Oh, damn it.
You're shooting at you?
No, nope, nope.
I'm sorry you have a shittable head.
Get over here. God damn it, Bio. Bio's easier to shoot when he's AFK.
Yeah, we drained my health.
Come on, shotgun.
Get away from me! No, we done the roll too! We both rolled at the exact
See, Bio, that was a coward's move. You were supposed to continue focusing on Rambo.
No. He doesn't need to.
I'm gonna hit you with a longbow.
Come on, we can talk about it. No!
Shotgun. Oh, come on. Dun-dun-dun-dun.
Shooting at me with the shotgun in the back.
Got him. Got him. Got him. Yes. Yes. Shotgun for the win. Oh, man. Oh. Come on, he rolled right up into it. Give me. Oh. Yo, I had Bio Tyronic. I had him. Oh, God, I'm so good. Oh, yeah.
You shot me through the bush.
Oh, yeah. Oh, damn it.
Shit, bro.
I'm trying so hard to catch up to nerds.
Oof.
Right?
Nerdy, stop getting kills.
Oh my god, I swear to god, fucking pocket. I swear to god.
Every now and then I'm scrolling on all the cameras. Behind me, it's a fucking silent shotgun, bro. Yo,
got him!
I didn't even mean to kill you, I was aiming for a vehicle there.
There we go.
Hi! Go away from me!
Oh!
No! No, Bio! That was a smooth move, Bio. Your aim stopped.
Damn it, I was trying to roll. I rolled right into the damn bullet. Ooh, nice.
Oh shit. I don't know why I jumped.
Ah, that reload killed me.
No, Nerdy!
Who is dancing? Mithril? I guess Mithril's no longer fighting. Ooh. Ooh.
Get that maximum kill.
Ooh.
He had me there and fucking you came in and stole the fucking stuff back.
What are you dancing for there? Stupid shit.
Ooh. Get back here. Come on.
Someone using the bullpup shot.
No. I'm using the combat shotgun. Getting my No Country for Old Men on. Got it. Oh.
No, Bio, you hit me down in an alleyway.
Got him. Yes.
Yeah, you ran down the alleyway.
Sorry.
The Shotgun Warrior is here.
Get over here, Nancy. Let's go!
Oh, damn it. Shotgun is so nasty.
Fuck!
Nerdy, your footwork is fucking on point today.
No! I've said that, then I rolled too late and got a headshot.
Come on. Oh. And I didn't get the kill on Myth. That was awful.
I'll never ever get
Just
my game back
awful.
to what it used to be.
Actually, I think you might have, you're going up against people that are a little bit better now. You know?
Nah, just the aiming, bro. I've gone away from so long.
Oh, I hit him too. Damn it. You did that second shot. This weapon's a 2-shot kill.
You on a one-shot?
Oh! Somebody just took me out from behind. I was setting up on him. See, I'm gangsta. I need time to set up on a nigga.
No, every time I get a good headshot, dude, it's always people spawn in front of you.
Guy behind you, turn on it. Guy behind you, turn on it. Everywhere.
Oh, good shot, Tyler.
Woo! That was lucky.
I don't know how I shot your head. No, just shooting your head.
Oh, you want to go shopping, boys?
Oh!
Yeah, I got lucky though.
Ooh, okay. Alright. Alright, everybody shotguns for the last minute. Shotguns only.
Alright, let's go.
Pistols only. Pistols only.
Alright, pistols.
Pistols? Alright.
Pistols only. Let's get it.
Any type of pistol?
Any type of pistol. Oh, come on.
Even the AP pistol?
No, come on now. Oh, I got a pistol kill!
Shot, Rambo.
Hey, you said any?
Get your ass back around that corner.
I'm sorry, man. I'm trying to.
Yo, pistols are so much fun. This is how you gunfight.
And melee. I'm a melee expert.
God damn it.
You got me to one shot. God damn, bro. I went about Navy revolver some motherfucker.
Alright, I ain't gonna lie, that was fun.
Let's switch to a different chat so we can get Metro on the chat. I just realized he's no longer.
Alright, word. Yeah, I gotta hop off and do another podcast. I appreciate y'all. That was super fun.
284, yay!
What we got going on this week? We got selling on Wednesday, right? Anything else? Alright, for sure. Alright, I'm gonna catch y'all later. Keep it sacred.
You too, brother.
Rambo, you were close.
Oh wait, no wait. Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Alright, y'all already know it's time to get back to work. We gotta do this Atheist Crew Book Club. What's that? Show number 1, 2, 3 of the day. Alright, no big deal. It's no big deal. No big deal. We don't really make a big deal about doing 3 shows in a day. You know, it ain't really nothing to us. Ain't really nothing to us. Alright, let's clear out this old chat right here. Now look, y'all can see what the vibes are. Look. Man, I'm gonna show y'all something y'all don't even realize is happening, man. Y'all don't even know what I'm about to put you on right now, man. I'm about to school y'all to the game right now, kids. Pay attention, childrens. All right, childrens. When you go to the Pocket Locker 86 Discord and you go to stream and you jump in here in the streaming chat with me. What you talking about? Ain't nobody else in here. Oh my, it disconnected me. Hey, okay, here, in here, join voice. Oh, and it disconnected me. All right, I see what's going on. All right, turn on the camera, turn it on. All right, guys. I can't show you here. I'm gonna show you over here. Show you on the other one. Boom. Go over here. Boom. Go over here. There you go. Now let's go over here. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong thing. Desk. Yeah, nah, this is the right thing. Hang on a sec. Discord. Boom. Put that there. Let's put the camera here. There you go. All right, so the point is, it looks backwards, folks, but it's not actually backwards if you're over there. The point of showing y'all this is to say, here. You can actually, oops. Man, I'm terrible at this right now. You guys can actually watch the stream from Discord, and you won't deal with the same time delay that you get in the YouTubes. And also, you can still talk in the stream chat. And then there's even a private chat in this room. You can open the chat. Welcome to streaming. This is a chat for the streaming channel. Boom. You can see that. So there's a chat for that. There's a chat for that right there, right? So if you want to watch the stream more interactively in real time, go ahead and watch it from Discord. And then for the most part, go ahead and put the... you can also put your messages in the stream chat there. All right, so No worries for now. We'll put that down. We'll go ahead and get ready for the Atheist Crew Book Club real fast. Let's stay here where we're playing things. Great. That'll be good. I don't think that overlay thing worked out. So we'll have to look into that. Also, when did my Twitch account get suspended? Can we get back on Twitch yet, you guys think? Probably not, right? There's twitch.tv channel, the broadcaster. Y'all, is my Twitch account unsuspended? That would be fucking phenomenal. All right, let's add Twitch back to Restream because they was tripping. Let's see if we can reconnect it. That would be amazing. Let's listen to some OG Roddy while we do that. Hang on a second. Let's get a little break in here. Let's get a little fun intermission. Let's have a little fun. Y'all want to have some fun? Of course y'all want to have some fun. Let's have some fun. Where's my goddamn handheld mic? Where's my handheld mic? Let's have some fun. Let's have some fucking fun. Y'all have some fun real quick? Hey, is this thing on? Is this thing on? Is that thing on? Is this thing on? Put that goddamn camera on me. Get this goddamn thing out of my way. Get this out of my way. Put that goddamn camera on me. Take these fucking headphones off. Mute that other microphone. Put the speakers on. Put the goddamn speakers on. I can't hear. There we go. Put the speakers on. Put the speakers on. Mic's sounding quiet as shit. Turn this up. Turn this up. Go home. Turn this up. Boom. Louder. Boom. Boom. It's louder. All right. Put this over here. Put this over here. Give it out instructions. Hey, chat. All right. Here we go. Get over here. Let's get over here.
Because it's self-evident that the more facts okay,
Yeah.
that's one way of responding. I don't know what to do.
I like this shit.
I think it's interesting, though, that it's highly convenient that the
OG, I throw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang.
Actually, this mic is too loud.
Gang. OG, I throw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang.
What up, y'all? We ready to do this Atheist Crew Book Club.
And then he go get the cake.
Open up the
Then we link up with the gang. Gang. OG, I throw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I throw up the plate. Niggas don't know what to think. Don't I get money, you change. But you thought we was the same? Still stay away from them clones. Niggas better leave me alone. Talking about niggas.
Logical knot where it's all bound up in itself, and it's not going to be at all obvious.
Whoops. Sorry about that. That's trash. Here, let's start this again. Let's have some fun real quick.
Your attention, please. Please do not smoke in the terminal building. Smoking is only permitted in the specified smoking areas.
Zach.
OG, I draw up the play, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang.
OG, I draw up the play, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the play, and then he go get the cake.
Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the play, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang.
OG, I draw up the play. Niggas don't know what to think. Don't I get money, you change. What you thought we was the same? Still stay away from them clones. Niggas better leave me alone. Talking about niggas as though you run with niggas who don't know you. Whoa, I made that zagging when city to city. You niggas not hot in your state. If it was money to get a hit Henny, we get it and never complain. Same go for the gang, and we split it up all the same. I can't really eat, let's stay straight, cause we go way back in the day. My day ones from back in the day, they still hang around me today. You wanna come on us, you can't. I'm rolling up loud, it's great. But mama, she back ever complain, cause I'm too in love with my dreams. And I gotta get on the plane and go get this money with
Would you draw up the play?
And then he go get the cake.
Then we link up with the gang.
Gang, gang.
OG, I draw up the play.
And then he go get the cake.
Then we link up with the gang.
Gang, gang. OG, I draw up the play. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang, gang. OG, I draw up the play. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang.
Come on, honey.
I get the bag with the gang. Taking that Zach to the bank. And it be all in my drink. You niggas is stupid, you think that should change? You not even hot in your gang. Ain't nothing even hot about your gang. You niggas be lying about saying, be posting them pictures of guns for the fame. Niggas just look at me different now. Say that's your man, but he a clown.
Can't fuck around with the fuck around.
Little nigga, you should cut it out. Me and my niggas take different routes. Punch a bitch nigga all in his mouth. Hold up, my nigga, we different now. I need a Robert, this is my style. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I get a bitch today, she probably a foreign model. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I'm with my gang today, tomorrow never promise.
OG, I draw up the play.
And then he go get the cake.
Then we link up with the gang.
Gang, gang.
OG, I draw up the play. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang.
Gang, gang. OG, I draw up the play. And then he go get the cake.
Caterpillar Lena. Melody, I see you.
OG, I draw up the play.
Time to link up with the gang.
Then we link up with the gang. Gang, gang.
Yes. Alright, we're gonna do one more. We're gonna do one more. There's so many good ones. I really like this one though. I like so many of them. But this one has a real East Coast spot to it.
Feet up, relaxing, sipping that Douce. If this was 2K shit, I could hit you on my two-way, or I could try to make you my new babe. I laid the dick down proper, it's a new day. Who ordered expensive lobster and souffle? Now that'll be me. Had to pull up in that CP3. Now do you love me, look, key shot town.
Kinda hot in the headphones. I ain't gonna lie, sounding good in the headphones right now.
Time that you need me, we gon' pull up. Damn right, I got the hook up. And saying you gotta act brand new. Nah, I can't stand you. Had to bring you round just to show what the fam do. No text, no calls, no reasons to be involved. Young John Wall taking what's give it and get it off.
What you doing, girl? Pull up on me. I spend a lot of time living in the moment. I'm in the city with the gas roll for you. Can I come get you and we bend them corners? I don't disrespect about me. No disrespect about the city, so you know I'm about it.
Yes. Let them know how we do on the East Coast. It's all flowing good time.
I'm in the hood like what it is. I might just slide up on you like what up, bitch. Cause you know I like to play with you. Come spend the day with you, come kick it, seeing what it do. You feeling comfortable, I make the move. It's different though, I guess it's
yes.
cool. You wasn't shy about my love, remember after school days when I picked you up. So now you fucked around and changed, almost messed it up. So
wow.
I changed, baby, trying to catch a plane with you. Came back around to show you that I'm made for you. And here you go with the same old song on your weekend shit. I might just wish I never met her like Call Tom is, but I ain't tripping no. Stay up on the grind, we gon' get some dough. And you got that good ass brain, I had to let you know. Really wanna let you know. Tell me where you wanna go and what you wanna know. Whoa. What you doing, girl? Pull up on me. I spend a lot of time living in the moment. I'm in the city with the gas roll for you. Can I come get you and we bend them corners? I don't disrespect about me. No disrespect about the city, so you know I'm about it.
Atheist Crew Book Club coming up next. Got your Fitbit on, get your steps in there. Yes. Yes, we gotta show love for the ladies. You know, ladies like to catch a vibe. You gotta put them books down. Stop, put them video games down. Move around. Act like you got some sense and some rhythm in you.
What you doing, girl? Pull up on me. I spend a lot of time living in the moment. I'm in the city with the gas roll for you. Can I come get you and we bend them corners?
Get that Fitbit poppin'.
No disrespect about city, so you know I'm about it. So you know I'm about it. I can tell you about it. Now let me tell you about it. Playing, no, I had to shout it.
Yes. Yes, that's how we do it. Sometimes you gotta take a little dance intermission. You know? Can't be serious all the time. You gotta take a little break. You know? A little dance break. Nothing wrong with that. Comes highly recommended by doctors and health people and all of those guys. Alrighty then. Let's see what we got to do here. We don't have a whole lot to do, honestly. Many of you know, I'm a fan of saying that the Atheist Crew Book Club is in fact the easiest of the shows to prepare for. Because all we got to really do, go to Amazon, hit it up. Oh yeah, we were going to see if we could add back our Twitch channel. I don't know. I'm not optimistic, guys. Not optimistic. It's been a very difficult road. Let's see. Edit destination. Can we just add destination here? Twitch. Pocket Locker 86. That's the one. Nah. All right, let's check the token. Should be sending me a token. It's gonna, after it hits me with the token, it's gonna be like, sorry, your account sucks. You're not allowed on Twitch anymore. You're no longer a Twitch person. Oh, I don't want that. Send me an SMS. I don't have the Authy thing set up yet on my phone. Just send me a text message. Hop up in them DMs. All right. Unable to connect to Facebook. Let's fix that. Or try to. Off and on. Turn it off. Turn it back on. What's gonna happen?
Yes.
All right, we're back on Facebook. I don't see my Twitch. Oh, there it is. Let's see. Let's see. It's gonna be like, nope. There's been an error trying to connect to your Twitch. Because Twitch hates you. Uh-oh. 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 Mature audiences only, so I don't know why I got suspended in the first place. 2-second turnaround, y'all. Wow. 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 Look at that. The emote splashes are back. The emote splashes are back. What? 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 Are you seeing what I'm seeing? I've been set free. I've been set free. I'm back on my OG platform. My original channel. Pocket Locker 86 is officially live on Twitch, and we are going to celebrate all night long. That's right. I'm not staying live overnight on Pocket Locker 86 on YouTube. We're not live on the casino right now. But on the Pocket Locker 86 Twitch channel, we're going to be live all night on Pocket Locker 86. And then when we go overnight on the Casino Theater and Arcade, that's just for them YouTube lame punks. And it's the YouTube people that get all the separate channels. It's the gross YouTube people. And they live with their 7-second turnaround and then their 7 more second delay. No, the Twitch is fast. The Twitch is fast. The Twitch is like a 2-second turnaround. Super fast. You should be watching me on Twitch. And we're going to be live overnight on Twitch. Woo! We back up in this bitch. Oh, we have been set free. Set free. Had me in streamer jail for a whole week. Had to sit out that suspicion. Gonna need that bread of life. Y'all, shout out to Rebecca. Rebecca came through our program chat earlier. I told y'all, I gotta be cool in my community. You know, I'm an A-list atheist now, so there's a lot of celebrities that come through my broadcast. So shout out to everybody that was watching Hot Program when Bread of Life came through. Everybody was very sweet, but also played it cool, let her feel like a normal person. That's what we do when, you know, Derek comes through or you know, any of the celebrities that might come through. There's a lot of celebrities out there. Jason Torn, James Apperson. There's a lot of big name people that like to come through. All right, so we're the hangout spot for all the cool kids. Oh man, thanks Spider, appreciate you. Safe travels. We can't wait till you get back. We'll see you. Is she a morally stance-dependent person now? I don't know, y'all. Come on. I can't. Rebecca in philosophy is like, I can't even, y'all. Y'all already know that. All right, we got to start the Atheist Crew Book Club, though. We got important things to do right now. Let me show y'all what's going on. For this particular broadcast, we're gonna need God Is Not Great by Christopher Hitchens. You know what I might do though, actually, y'all? I might just leave it open like call-in style. Here, go over here, change my camera to this one, come into here. Yeah, and then leave it like this. All your settings are fucked up. All right, there we go. That's a lot better. All right, there we go. Now we're in here. And let's check a little clippy. Y'all seen the backstage, y'all. We getting ready for the show. The show about to start in a couple of minutes. Looks good. Alrighty. There we go. We're in Fox mode. They used to call me the J Fox. Fox Team Racing. So I used to wear a lot of Fox Team Racing stuff because my nickname was the J Fox. And I like dirt bikes. I don't ride a dirt bike because dirt bikes are expensive. But if you watch me long enough, when I get some goddamn money and some property and some places to ride around, we'll be having some dirt bike fun. In the meantime, I got a sweet-ass moped. And once I pay some people to get it started for me again, I'm going to put a little camera on it. And we're going to ride around, and I'm going to take y'all motor wheeling on my moped that's really fast. It goes like 55, 60. It's really a motorcycle. It's legally a motorcycle. I have to have a motorcycle license. So I got my motorcycle license like I'm in the motorcycle club. The wise man rides a moped because that's the wise thing to ride. It's a wise ride. It's a good time. Good time had by all. All right, now. Really love this Fox character. I could just kind of sit here and look at it and monologue, just kind of monologue, and it kind of feels cute and furry and intimate. And it's kind of nice when I can use such a cute and furry persona to tell people the things they need to hear. Hey, you religious fucktards, y'all are dumb. And you need some more education. Yeah, the truth is that it's really hard for us to say this, but the reason we don't take you guys seriously on these issues is because you guys aren't sufficiently trained to be taken seriously. And you seem to be too lazy to do what would be required for us to take you seriously. Now, I agree that this is a very big problem, but the solution requires some effort on your behalf. Y'all see that? Y'all get the vibe? It's kind of fun. It's kind of fun when you hide behind that shield of anonymity. Even when you know people are watching, doesn't matter if they're watching you. It still makes you feel like you're a little bit anonymous, and so you're ready to tell off some fuck faces because you look cute and cuddly. You know, very cute, cuddly, very steampunk. You know, much like a Becky Lynch fan or something. Oh, Kelly's got a classic Vespa. He knows what's up. Lena wants to ask, although she was already an anti-realityist. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah. Like being a moral anti-realist because you're already an anti-realist in some sense. Yeah, I just think these are just words that y'all made up so that y'all have fancy words to talk about stuff that doesn't really matter. Look, does it really matter if morals are real or not? Like, this is... All right, I have a little bit of a diatribe on this, but I'm going to save it till when we start the show. But the long and short of it is, and Cameron Bennett will probably testify to this, not all strain on your body is good for your body, right? Like, you could be doing an exercise very wrong, and rather than helping you build strength, you're just going to injure yourself. And the worst part about that is you will have wasted the opportunity to do good exercise. Well, where am I headed with all of this? I think a lot of y'all spend too much time worrying about theology and philosophy. And one of the reasons I think it's a bad thing is because it's a distraction. It makes you think really hard. And because you're thinking really hard and you're reading about what you think and you're defining your terms and you're doing your own research and you're having these debates and conversations and you're really educating yourself about the high-minded ideas, right? That doesn't really make it necessarily a practical use of your time. It doesn't really mean that you're furthering your ability to understand the world in a way that is going to manifest itself as being actually more productive in your life. There is such a thing as wasting your time or spending a lot of time thinking about something that isn't really worth the energy and effort you put into it. And that's kind of what I feel, not about philosophy as a field, but the type of excuse philosophy I guess we see on the internet. Like, it's just people thinking that because they've found these technical words and because they're learning how to define them and because everybody's distinguishing themselves and identifying which camp they're in and how they see the world and all this stuff, everybody takes that as really a stand-in for education. Wow, man, when I go to bed at night and I stop watching YouTube, I feel like, man, I've learned so much and I've thought about all this. And I'm like, honestly, I'd rather you just pick up a book about something you find interesting, like you don't know about, like, I don't know, maybe you always wanted to learn more about butterflies or how to draw or, you know, different varieties of tomato, right? And so just ask yourself, is the thought energy I'm putting into whatever this topic is really gonna pay off for me? Or am I just having a bunch of effort because it makes me feel like, well, I must really be, you know, growing my brain because I'm stressing it. Maybe you're just straining your brain and it isn't really good exercise. It's just useless brain strain. And I see that a lot in our community where useless brain strain makes people feel like they're doing some really sophisticated type of thinking or intellectual development. And I go like, you know, I think you're sitting around wasting 2 or 3 hours defining, whether or not bad means bad, or does bad exist outside of our mind. We're all on a practical level. We all just know what we mean when we say something is bad, and so mostly we just move on with our day, right? That doesn't mean that these aren't, interesting philosophical conversations to have or think about, but then the question just becomes how useful to who, and how much of these conversations is useful. All right, that's my spiel. I'm going to go hit the little boys' room, and when I come back, we're going to start late night Counter-Apologetics. Thank y'all for bearing with me. I think I'm mostly set up other than a little Amazon thing. But yeah, how to draw butterflies on tomatoes. There you go. There you go, folks. Let me actually play a couple of these. I'll play a clip or two while I go.
Islam is a disgusting, evil, violent, stupid religion for imbeciles. And you know what? If somebody is under the sound of my voice now hearing this on the internet and you're a Muslim, you know what? Then instead of getting mad that I'm calling you stupid, pick up this book and read it and see how stupid it is. And then pick up this book and let the tears roll down your face and say, this is the Word of God. It's got power. And then pick up this book, Islam, there's no comparison. And then pick up this book, following God. And then pick up this book, this is the Word of God. And then pick up this book. You know what's hateful? The gospel.
You kind of caught me off guard here. Okay. Now, thank you, Lord. Help me. Let me pray. Very simple. It takes a lot of money to do that. Oh, yeah. Well, for example, that's really none of your business. But, hey, you listening to me? Let me give you another example. And I prayed about it, and I thought, back when, and I might add another thing, too. It's a misunderstanding. I'm talking about the Bible. God, I get excited talking about it because I love it. I had to learn this, the demons. Abraham was very, very good. I learned it from him, from the Bible.
There's a foundation in the Bible.
Wait a minute now. The blessing of Abraham. Abraham was extremely good, and he had covenant with God. I'm talking about the Bible. Oh, God, I love this. And I started out standing. My grandfathers. I love the people. those are the demons. And I understand that, and I love them with all my heart. If you go into the old covenant, and it's full of meanness, it's just full of hell on earth. He made that airplane so cheap for me, I couldn't help but buy it. I love your eyes. Face to face, personally. Just the same as Jesus is very real devil. Rulers of the darkness of this world. God bless, Father bless. But it's a biblical thing. It's a spiritual thing. It doesn't have anything to do with people. And it's full of miracles and signs and wonders. It's full of unseen things. Jesus, people, I love people. Dragging some woman down an aisle, it made me so mad I wanted to punch the guy out myself. We wrestle not with people. And I have a lot of natural gas.
You have lost your mind. Homosexuality should be a crime. They ought to take all the homosexuals and put them all on a boat and give them enough gas to get halfway out in the middle of the ocean and let the sharks eat them. So there's no way to stop me. There's no way to stop the truth. This isn't preaching, this is hate speech. It's both! Because we can purge out all the sissies and purge out all the fair weather Christians, purge out all the weaklings. Because we're supposed to be treating them lovingly and respectfully. Even though the Bible says they're filthy and vile. I mean, I know some of you guys are enjoying it, so don't act like I'm all alone up here. Some of you thumbed up some of those comments too, didn't you? No, I'm just saying, look, you know, hey.
All right, y'all, I got one more for you, and we're going to start the show.
As you can see, we've had our eye on you for some time now, Mr. Anderson.
I don't believe for 1 second that I am the only one smart enough to pick up the Bible and figure out that we're not supposed to mourn when homosexuals die.
One of these lives has a future, and one of them does not.
So what?
So let's just do a quick check. Let's make sure that none of our Bibles have been tampered with.
I just take pleasure in their death. God has darkened their heart and blinded their eyes. Look, if God darkens your heart and blinds your eyes, you can't believe. You can't believe. Washing our feet in the blood of the wicked in the New Testament. I'm starting to just realize the uncomfortable truth. Who here really struggles hard to be a homo? I mean, it's really hard. And you know what? These people are going to be burning in hell for all eternity. The victory is theirs. It's not ours. They've already won. We've already lost. It's already been written. We've already read the last chapter. And we know
I don't love God.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Atheist Crew Book Club. Let's get going.
Ready for takeoff?
Whoa. Working hard on my stump, what's the problem? I ain't have shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams of the wax for my conscience. Bron James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Shut the John on them jets cause you wildin'. But the bowl is a party on the island. Moment of silence. So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocka. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pots flip. Knew his name, that's it, never bothered. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. Took a seat at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof for my first whip. Spent the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen the change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute just to front, nigga. Goddamn.
Live from Sacred Death Studios in Los Santos, San Andreas. Welcome everyone to Late Night Counter-Apologetics. And now, please welcome your host. He is the wise man of the Sacred Death Motorcycle Club. He is the sexiest man in all of word wrestling entertainment. He is the most entertaining man in
thanks.
the
It was just a hang up with the scene.
of evolutionary biology. He is the virtual visionary, Mr. Dual PhD himself. Please give it up for the architect of the atheist apocalypse, the only man to have his vestments blessed by Pine Creek, the most high apostle of the cult of the Flying Man. He is none other than the Outlaw Prince, the one and only Jesus who can save us, Dr. Heartbreak J, Pocket Locker, BUNDY! I know I'm sexy, I've got the look that drives the girls, while I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines, I'm just a sexy boy. Are y'all ready for the Atheist Crew Book Club? Tonight we are getting into the next chapter of God Is Not Great by Christopher Hill. That mic flip though, I make them shiver, their knees get weak. Whenever I'm around, they see me walk, they hear me talk. I make them feel like they're on cloud nine. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. Eat your heart out, girls. Hands off the merchandise. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Welcome. Welcome everybody to the Atheist Crew Book Club. It is I, the host with the most from the East Coast. And as always, are you gonna come get this thing, Sam? Get over here. There you go. Alright, I don't know where the hot dogs are. They're somewhere else. Y'all gotta wait a minute. Alright, I am in airplane mode. You guys should try to not redeem stuff like that when I'm in the middle of the introduction. It's a little bit disruptive to the flow of the goddamn show. I gotta put a little forethought into these things. Alright, now, folks, let's talk about what is going on today on the program. We are talking about God is Not Great by Christopher Hitchens. It's going to be a problem. As always, it's a goddamn problem. Christopher Hitchens is on our side. He's not on the other side. And chapter 15 is about why religion is an original sin, right? It's titled Religion as an Original Sin. So that's what we're going to get into. If you're dumb, lazy, otherwise sitting on some bullshit, you might want to excuse yourself from this portion of the stream because your feelings might get hurt, But if you're grown and willing to hear us out and try to understand our perspective, then I suggest you stick around. And it's going to be a lot of fun with Christopher Hitchens. And definitely before we do that, go ahead and catch a vibe. Please, please, please head over to itsairplanemode.com. Pick up my cousin OG Roddy's latest album. It's called Lyle Guardia. This one, we're actually going to go... I can play other songs now that I've got Stunt 102 in the countdown there. Let's go with Lyle Plays. I also need to roll some weed at some point. Oh, Jesus.
You can get hit with stick talk, put some money on your head like a tip jar. Young aviation, I lift off. You the man in your city, I'm big dog. Getting high, ride around the low waves. Getting money, we was only playing G's. Made a couple $1 up on Cleveland. Still that same nigga from La Place and Beef. Packed through them Ellis exotics now. Yeah, they used to have doubts, but who got it now? Went state to state and I'm selling out. Had to go hard, got a second child. I remember them days only moms was down. Damn, feel like an only child. They had locked my bro up, bill 100,000. I was still in the street trying to hold him down. Can't explain it, but now we are popping. New month, gotta take shorty shopping. New deals got me feeling grateful. Did it off with a gang, gotta thank me. They ride the wave, I stick to the mission. Help for none but the set, fuck you other niggas. I'ma just grind till it's ceiling. Run up the money until I'm winded. can't slip. Never switch sides, who I came with. Life on the line for my clique. Know I'm gon' ride for my family. These niggas gon' ride for what they cause. Know I'm gon' slide if you call. Yeah, ride for my dogs. I'm gon' ride for my dogs. Yeah.
112 all black, we the family. This for all my C's, fuck a plan B. Never switched on the bro, stick to the 3 code. Give a fuck if you understand me. Bro just did 10 in the slammer. Paranoid, had to keep the tool handy. Niggas hate when you great lockdown, getting cake in the streets, looking sweet like candy. About to fly on niggas airplane mode. Neck deep in shit, it's the same mode. I done flexed on the homies for a little too long. 2022, I'm about to Range Road. Gotta hush you, niggas straight flush you. Niggas ain't gotta waste money on the drain, no. Niggas wanna talk shit, duct tape to his lip, pool table with the stick straight, ain't no. I done hit some sick niggas with the sweet, so they'll do what I say for a little fee. RP to Spencer, he was a little G. Look in my son's eyes and I see a little me, so I ride like fuck it if a nigga kill me. So long as I go out like a real G. Keep the rubber gloves if shit get thick. If the floor wax down, I'ma talk my shit still when I can't slip.
Never switch sides, who I came with. Life on the line for my clique. Know I'm gon' ride for my family.
Appreciate you, Cameron. Thanks for putting this in your video. Here we go.
I done made so much money rocking with the mode you probably wouldn't know. 1,000 after 1,000 piling on the flow. Strategize the options, pocket get the growing. Pop the Henny toast, lot of different coasts. And that's just the day to day.
That's just the day to day.
Said that we wasn't gonna be shit, but look how we paved the way, yeah. Cops coming, I'ma take the chase. Can't stop running, gotta shake and bake. So I'm shotgunning to the 808. And I hate to say, but I'm just a sinner. Cops isn't here, but I can remember my aunt had the K with the arm that pull out. Like ornaments you will pull out in December. Or boxes of mistletoe. Y'all get the topic, I'm talking cold winter. Still the same dirty nigga, Pilgrim Village, Hazel Place. Time to take it around the globe. Politicking with my woes. I've been sticking to the codes. Also sticking to the mission. Though you niggas often lost within the vision. We ain't giving up or gone to intermission. You talk from a distance, we can't hear that shit.
And I can't slip. Never switch sides, who I came with. Life on the line for my clique. I'm gon' ride for my family. These niggas gon' ride for what they call. I'm gon' slide if you call. Yeah, for my dogs. I'm gon' ride for my dogs.
Yeah, appreciate that. Appreciate that. All right, y'all. Let us go ahead and get into our communion ritual. Woo, we happy as fuck to be back on Twitch. They suspended us and we right back on their asses as soon as they let us free about that bitch drinking and smoking on the internet. YouTube suspensions, you can go fuck yourselves. Rather, Twitch suspensions, rather. Twitch, whoever the fuck suspended us. Twitch, go fuck yourself. YouTube, go fuck yourself. Facebook and Twitter, y'all might as well preemptively go fuck yourselves. Please raise your glasses and hold on to your asses. Through him, with him, in him, in the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours who flied for our sins forever and ever. You may drink. Oh, yeah. Let the spirits fill you. You know what I'm talking about? Y'all know what I'm talking about. Letting them spirits get in you. Oh, yeah. Let the church say amen, Kenny. All right. Now, please enjoy our communion song. It comes to us from LaGuardia, which you can get at itsairplanemode.com. Ready for takeoff?
Start my morning every day with a
That's what it's like being a DJ. It's like when you a DJ, you be in the studio day in, day out, night after night, night after night, and people want to play the same goddamn shit every day. That's why East Coast niggas know your shit got a bump. You can tell my cousin is a DJ. When he slides and he hits you off with the music, he's not hitting you with that shit you want to hear one time. He's a DJ head. He knows what other DJ heads need. We need that primo A plus motherfucking plus shit that we can let it bump day. Think about that shit. That's what the fuck DJs have to deal with. That's why we don't play no bullshit. That's why DJs be mad as hell when some bullshit ends up in the chart. You guys be like, you know how long I'm gonna have to listen to this bullshit? No, this shit can't be popular. No, all the DJs have decided that's not good. That can't be popular. Nope. I'm not gonna play it. I don't blame them. You wouldn't want to play that shit every day either. It's airplanemode.com.
She be there to take the pain from me. The homie said that I'm tripping, but all they do is get drunk. Smoking on the wax, they thinking I'm off the drugs. I go all out the way for ya. In the morning I might lay with ya. In the afternoon I stay, cause she know that I'm in love. I ain't even tripping, cause she the one I could trust. She go running every day with me. Take the kids out to play with me. They say I'm tripping, I ain't slipping, cause she ain't even a drug. Niggas sipping lean, ain't worried what's in your cup. In the morning I might play with ya. Take a long walk and stay with ya. She my sweet Mary Jane, and she the one I could trust. Niggas sipping lean, but me I'm smoking a dub. I go all out the way for ya. Take some time out my day for ya. I even took her on a plane, but never enough. Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might lay with you. In the afternoon I play with you. But I know I'm never tripping, cause hi, I'm in love. Mary Jane is different, cause she ain't even a drug. Yeah.
All right. Cameron Bennett is in airplane mode. Let's go. All right. Also, my chat's a little bit behind here. Let's refresh that. Yes, y'all. All right. Let's get into it, y'all. We're going to switch up the view here. I'm going to post a link for the suckers that don't know how to find the goddamn call-in link in the description. Religion as an original sin. I'm going to post the link. Call me. Pick up the phone.
Don't be lonely. Just call me. Let's party.
Pick up the phone. Come on, y'all.
And these faults and crimes are not to be found in the behavior of its adherents. Chapter 15. Religion as an original sin. There are indeed several ways in which religion is not just amoral but positively immoral. And these faults and crimes are not to be found in the behavior of its adherents, which can sometimes be exemplary, but in its original precepts. These include presenting a false picture of the world to the innocent and the credulous, the doctrine of blood sacrifice, the doctrine of atonement, the doctrine of eternal reward and or punishment, the imposition of impossible tasks and rules. The first point has already been covered. All the creation myths of all peoples have long been known to be false, and have fairly recently been replaced by infinitely superior and more magnificent explanations. To its list of apologies, religion should simply add an apology for foisting man-made parchments and folk myths upon the unsuspecting.
That's right.
And for taking so long to concede that this had been done. One senses a reluctance to make this.
Yeah, but I mean, people could call it now.
The whole religious worldview, but the longer it is delayed, the more heinous the denial will become. Blood sacrifice. Before monotheism arose, the altars of primitive society reeked of blood, much of it human and some of it infant.
But yeah, let's go ahead and call it an after party call-in. That way we could go ahead and get through the audiobook chapter, and then people could call in and, take it from there.
The thirst for this, at least in animal form, is still with us. Pious Jews are at this moment trying to breed the spotlessly pure red heifer, mentioned in the book of Numbers, chapter 19, which, if slaughtered again according to the exact and meticulous ritual, will bring about the return of animal sacrifices in the Third Temple, and hasten the end of time and the coming of the Messiah. This may appear merely absurd, but a team of like-minded Christian maniac farmers are attempting, as I write, to help their co-fundamentalists by employing special breeding techniques, borrowed or stolen from modern science, to produce a perfect red Angus beast in Nebraska. Meanwhile, in Israel, the Jewish biblical fanatics are also trying to raise a human child in a pure bubble, free from contamination, who will, at the attainment of the right age, be privileged to cut that heifer's throat. Ideally, this should be done on the Temple Mount, awkwardly the site of the Muslim holy places, but nonetheless the very spot where Abraham is alleged to have drawn the knife over the live body of his own child. Other sacramental guttings and throat cuttings, particularly of lambs, occur every year in the Christian and Muslim world, either to celebrate Easter or the feast of Eid. The latter, which honours Abraham's willingness to make a human sacrifice of his son, is common to all three monotheisms and descends from their primitive ancestors. There is no softening the plain meaning of this frightful story. The prelude involves a series of vilenesses and delusions, from the seduction of Lot by both his daughters, to the marriage of Abraham to his stepsister, the birth of Isaac to Sarah when Abraham was 100 years old, and many other credible and incredible rustic crimes and misdemeanours. Perhaps afflicted by a poor conscience, but at any rate believing himself commanded by God, Abraham agreed to murder his son. He prepared the kindling, laid the tied-up boy upon it, thus showing that he knew the procedure, and took up the knife in order to kill the child like an animal. At the last available moment his hand was stayed, not by God, as it happens, but by an angel, and he was praised from the clouds for showing his sturdy willingness to murder an innocent in expiation of his own crimes. As a reward for his fealty, he was promised a large and long posterity. Not long after this, though the Genesis narrative is not very well illustrated in point of time, his wife Sarah expired at the age of 127, and her dutiful husband found her a place of burial in a cave in the town of Hebron. Having outlived her by attaining the fine old age of 175, and having fathered 6 more children meanwhile, Abraham was eventually buried in the same cave. To this day, religious people kill each other and kill each other's children for the right to exclusive property in this unidentifiable and unlocatable hole in a hill. There was a terrible massacre of Jewish residents of Hebron during the Arab Revolt of 1929, when 67 Jews were slaughtered. Many of these were Lubavitchers, who regard all non-Jews as racially inferior, and who had moved to Hebron because they believed the Genesis myth, but this does not excuse the pogrom. Remaining outside the border of Israel until 1967, the town was captured that year with much fanfare by Israeli forces and became part of the occupied West Bank. Jewish settlers began to return under the leadership of a particularly violent and obnoxious rabbi named Moshe Levinger, and to build an armed settlement named Kiryat Arba above the town, as well as some smaller settlements within it. The Muslims among the mainly Arab inhabitants continued to claim that the praiseworthy Abraham indeed had been willing to murder his son, but only for their religion, and not for the Jews. This is what submission means. When I visited the place, I found that the supposed Cave of the Patriarchs, or Cave of Machpelah, had separate entrances and separate places of worship for the 2 warring claimants to the right to celebrate this atrocity in their own names. A short while before I arrived, another atrocity had occurred. An Israeli zealot named Dr. Baruch Goldstein had come to the cave and, unslinging the automatic weapon that he was allowed to carry, discharged it into the Muslim congregation. He killed 27 worshippers and injured countless others before being overwhelmed and beaten to death. It turned out that many people already knew that Dr. Goldstein was dangerous. While serving as a physician in the Israeli army, he had announced that he would not treat non-Jewish patients, such as Israeli Arabs, especially on the Sabbath. As it happens, he was obeying rabbinic law in declining to do this, as many Israeli religious courts have confirmed. So an easy way to spot an inhumane killer was to notice that he was guided by a sincere and literal observance of the divine instruction. Shrines in his name have been set up by the more doggedly observant Jews ever since, and of those rabbis who condemned his action, not all did so in unequivocal terms. The curse of Abraham continues to poison Hebron, but the religious warrant for blood sacrifice poisons our entire civilization. Atonement. Previous sacrifices of humans, such as the Aztec and other ceremonies from which we recoil, were common in the ancient world and took the form of propitiatory murder. An offering of a virgin or an infant or a prisoner was assumed to appease the gods. Once again, not a very good advertisement for the moral properties of religion. Martyrdom, or a deliberate sacrifice of oneself, can be viewed in a slightly different light, though when practiced by the Hindus in the form of sati, or the strongly suggested suicide of widows, it was put down by the British in India for imperial as much as for Christian reasons. Those martyrs who wish to kill others as well as themselves in an act of religious exaltation are viewed more differently still. Islam is ostensibly opposed to suicide per se, but cannot seem to decide whether to condemn or recommend the act of such a bold shaheed. However, the idea of a vicarious atonement, of the sort that so much troubled even C.S. Lewis, is a further refinement of the ancient superstition. Once again we have a father demonstrating love by subjecting a son to death by torture, but this time the father is not trying to impress God. He is God, and he's trying to impress humans. Ask yourself the question, how moral is the following? I am told of a human sacrifice that took place 2,000 years ago, without my wishing it, and in circumstances so ghastly that, had I been present, and in possession of any influence, I would have been duty-bound to try and stop it. In consequence of this murder...
The other thing I was thinking about is that these stories are not ancillary to these people, right? You have to remember all of the modification and councils and political shit that these holy books have gone through, especially in the case of Christianity. We talk about that a lot in this community. So there was all of those opportunities for them to correct it or, provide some, some other explanation for it, or to, just get rid of it, right? And instead, they always felt the need to keep it in there because it told some bigger story. Like I always want them to justify the human sacrifice, justify the sacrifice of the son and all of this stuff, and tell me that it's all okay because it points to a greater moral story, and then tell me the greater moral story that it points to is Jesus, right? Because again, it's not just the human sacrifice, it's the human sacrifice that points to a greater story, only, hold on, the greater story is more human sacrifice and Jewish blood magic. So, fucking ridiculous. But yeah, fantastic point, Lena.
My own manifold sins are forgiven me, and I may hope to enjoy everlasting life. Let us just for now overlook all the contradictions between the tellers of the original story and assume that it is basically true. What are the further implications? They are not as reassuring as they look at first sight. For a start, and in order to gain the benefit of this wondrous offer, I have to accept that I am responsible for the flogging and mocking and crucifixion, in which I had no say and no part, and agree that every time I decline this responsibility, or that I sin in word or deed, I am intensifying the agony of it. Furthermore, I am required to believe that the agony was necessary in order to compensate for an earlier crime in which I also had no part.
There you go.
The sin of Adam. It is useless to object that Adam seems to have been created with insatiable discontent and curiosity, and then forbidden to slake it. All this was settled long before even Jesus himself was born. Thus my own guilt in the matter is deemed original and inescapable. However, I am still granted free will with which to reject the offer of vicarious redemption. Should I exercise this choice, however, I face an eternity of torture much more awful than anything endured at Calvary, or anything threatened to those who first heard the Ten Commandments. The tale is made no easier to follow by the necessary realization that Jesus both wished and needed to die, and came to Jerusalem at Passover in order to do so, and that all who took part in his murder were unknowingly doing God's will and fulfilling ancient prophecies.
Big Bang Flying Wayne, what's up?
This makes it hopelessly odd.
Welcome.
Allegedly performed the strangely redundant act of identifying a very well-known preacher to those who had been hunting for him should suffer such opprobrium. Without him, there could have been no Good Friday, as the Christians naively call it, even when they are not in a vengeful mood. There is a charge found in only one of the four Gospels that the Jews who condemned Jesus asked for his blood to be on their heads for future generations. This is not a problem that concerns only the Jews, or those Catholics who are worried by the history of Christian anti-Semitism. Suppose that the Jewish Sanhedrin had in fact made such a call, as Maimonides thought they had and should have. How could that call possibly be binding upon successor generations? Remember that the Vatican did not assert that it was some Jews who had killed Christ. It asserted that it was the Jews who had ordered his death, and that the Jewish people as a whole were the bearers of a collective responsibility. It seems bizarre that the Church could not bring itself to drop the charge of generalized Jewish deicide until very recently. But the key to its reluctance is easy to find. If you once admit that the descendants of Jews are not implicated, it becomes very hard to argue that anyone else not there present was implicated either. One rent in the fabric, as usual, threatens to tear the whole thing apart, or to make it into something simply man-made and woven, like the discredited Shroud of Turin. The collectivization of guilt, in short, is immoral in itself, as religion has been occasionally compelled to admit. Eternal punishment and impossible tasks. The gospel story of the Garden of Gethsemane used to absorb me very much as a child, because its break in the action and its human whimper made me wonder if some of the fantastic scenario might after all be true. Jesus asks, in effect, do I have to go through with this? It is an impressive and unforgettable question, and I long ago decided that I would cheerfully wager my own soul on the belief that the only right answer to it is no. We cannot, like fear-ridden peasants of antiquity, hope to load all our crimes onto a goat and then drive the hapless animal into the desert. Our everyday idiom is quite sound in regarding scapegoating with contempt, and religion is scapegoating writ large. I can pay your debt, my love, if you have been imprudent, and if I were a hero, like Sidney Carton in A Tale of Two Cities, I could even serve your term in prison, or take your place on the scaffold. Greater love hath no man, but I cannot absolve you of your responsibilities. It would be immoral of me to offer, and immoral of you to accept. And if the same offer is made from another time and another world, through the mediation of middlemen and accompanied by inducements, it loses all its grandeur, and becomes debased into wish-thinking, or worse, a combination of blackmailing with bribery. The ultimate degeneration of all this into a mere bargain was made unpleasantly obvious by Blaise Pascal, whose theology is not far short of sordid. His celebrated wager puts it in hucksterish form. What have you got to lose? If you believe in God and there is a God, you win. If you believe in him and you're wrong, so what? I once wrote a response to this cunning piece of bet-covering which took two forms. The first was a version of Bertrand Russell's hypothetical reply to the hypothetical question, what will you say if you die and are confronted with your Maker? His response, I should say, O God, you did not give us enough evidence. My own reply? Imponderable, sir, I presume from some, if not all of your many reputations, that you might prefer honest and convinced unbelief to the hypocritical and self-interested affectation of faith, or the smoking tributes of bloody altars. But I would not count on it. Pascal reminds me of the hypocrites and frauds who abound in Talmudic Jewish rationalization. Don't do any work on the Sabbath yourself, but pay someone else to do it. You obeyed the letter of the law, who's counting? The Dalai Lama tells us that you can visit a prostitute as long as someone else pays her. Shia Muslims offer temporary marriage, selling men the permission to take a wife for an hour or two with the usual vows, and then divorce her when they're done. Half of the splendid buildings in Rome would never have been raised if the sale of indulgences had not been so profitable. St. Peter's itself was financed by a special one-time offer of that kind. The newest pope, the former Joseph Ratzinger, recently attracted Catholic youths to a festival by offering a certain remission of sin to those who attended. This pathetic moral spectacle would not be necessary if the original rules were ones that it would be possible to obey. But to the totalitarian edicts that begin with revelation from absolute authority, and that are enforced by fear, and based on a sin that had been committed long ago, are added regulations that are often immoral and impossible at the same time. The essential principle of totalitarianism is to make laws that are impossible to obey. The resulting tyranny is even more impressive if it can be enforced by a privileged caste or party, which is highly zealous in the detection of error. Most of humanity throughout its history has dwelled under a form of this stupefying dictatorship, and a large portion of it still does. Allow me to give a few examples of the rules that must, yet cannot, be followed. The commandment at Sinai which forbade people even to think about coveting goods is the first clue. It is echoed in the New Testament by the injunction which says that a man who looks upon a woman in the wrong way has actually committed adultery already, and it is almost equalled by the current Muslim and former Christian prohibition against lending out money at interest. All of these, in their different fashion, attempt to place impossible restraints on human initiative. They can only be met in one of two ways. The first is by a continual scourging and mortification of the flesh, accompanied by incessant wrestling with impure thoughts, which become actual as soon as they are named or even imagined. From this come hysterical confessions of guilt, false promises of improvement, and loud, violent denunciations of other backsliders and sinners, a spiritual police state. The second solution is organized hypocrisy, where forbidden foods are rebaptized as something else, or where a donation to the religious authorities will purchase some wiggle room, or where ostentatious orthodoxy will buy some time, or where money can be paid into one account and then paid back, with perhaps a slight percentage added, in a non-usurious manner, into another. This we might term the spiritual banana republic. Many theocracies, from medieval Rome to modern Wahhabi Saudi Arabia, have managed to be spiritual police states and spiritual banana republics at the same time. This objection applies even to some of the noblest and some of the basest rules. The order to love thy neighbour is mild and yet stern, a reminder of one's duty to others. The order to love thy neighbour as thyself is too extreme and too strenuous to be obeyed, as is the hard-to-interpret instruction to love others as I have loved you. Humans are not so constituted as to care for others as much as themselves. The thing simply cannot be done, as any intelligent creator would well understand from studying his own design. Urging humans to be superhumans, on pain of death and torture, is the urging of terrible self-abasement at their repeated and inevitable failure to keep the rules. What a grin, meanwhile, on the face of those who accept the cash donations that are made in lieu. The so-called Golden Rule, sometimes needlessly identified with a folk tale about the Babylonian Rabbi Hillel, simply enjoins us to treat others as one would wish to be treated by them. This sober and rational precept, which one can teach to any child with its innate sense of fairness, and which predates all Jesus' beatitudes and parables, is well within the compass of any atheist, and does not require masochism and hysteria, or sadism and hysteria, when it is breached. It is gradually learned, as part of the painfully slow evolution of the species, and once grasped is never forgotten. Ordinary conscience will do, without any heavenly wrath behind it. As to the basest rules, one need only consult the argument from design once more. People wish to enrich and better themselves, and though they may well lend or even give money to a friend or relative in need, and ask for nothing but its eventual return or its grateful acknowledgement, they will not advance money to perfect strangers without expecting interest. By a nice chance, cupidity and avarice are the spur to economic development. No student of the subject, from David Ricardo to Karl Marx to Adam Smith, has been unaware of this fact. It is not from the benevolence of the baker, observed Smith in his shrewd Scots manner, that we expect our daily bread, but from his self-interest in baking and selling it. In any case, one may choose to be altruistic, whatever that may mean, but by definition one may not be compelled into altruism. Perhaps we would be better mammals if we were not made this way, but surely nothing could be sillier than having a maker who then forbade the very same instinct he instilled. Free will, reply the casuists. You do not have to obey the laws against murder or theft either. Well, one may be genetically programmed for a certain amount of aggression and hatred and greed, and yet also evolved enough to beware of following every prompting. If we gave in to our base instinct every time, civilization would have been impossible, and there would be no writing in which to continue this argument. However, there can be no question that a human being, whether standing up or lying down, finds his or her hand resting just next to the genitalia. Useful, no doubt, in warding off primeval aggressors once our ancestors decided to take the risk of going erect and exposing the viscera, this is both a privilege and a provocation denied to most quadrupeds, some of whom can compensate by getting their mouths to the same point that we can only reach with our fingers and palms. Now, who devised the rule that this easy apposition between the manual and the genital be forbidden, even as a thought. To put it more plainly, who ordered that you must touch, for other reasons having nothing to do with sex or reproduction, but also that you must not? There does not even seem to be any true scriptural authority here, yet almost all religions have made the prohibition a near absolute one. One could write an entire book that was devoted only to the grotesque history of religion and sex, and to holy dread of the procreative act and its associated impulses and necessities, from the emission of semen to the effusion of menstrual blood. But a convenient way of condensing the whole fascinating story may be to ask one single provocative question.
All right, fam, the room is open. Quippy and a bunch of cowards. Somebody call in. This is your time to shine. As Otangelo has informed you all, I prefer monologues to dialogues. So, I'm giving you guys an opportunity to call in here and have your voices heard. Otherwise, it's just going to be a whole bunch of more monologues. So, come on. Also, it's Sunday, and I'll skip all this Bible nerd philosophical nonsense and move on to other more fun and meaningful experiences. So, call in.
Don't be lonely. Just call me. Let's party. Pick up the phone.
Pick up the phone. I have to start calling people out by name. Otangelo, you out there? James Apperson, Tux. Who else? Who else is out there? I don't know who else is out there. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, if Cameron can do it, you guys can do it. You guys can do it. All right. Nope. No Name can't call in. Everybody except No Name can call in. Y'all, No Name was insulting me and saying bad things about me, and then trying to just take over my show like it never happened. I don't really appreciate that, so I don't really deal with that no more. Everybody's welcome here until I don't want you here, and then it sucks. Whoops. Too bad. We're taking over the internet without you. All right, now I think you guys are a bunch of scaredy cats. I think what we have ourselves here is a bunch of these flag waving phonies who talk about, I have all these critical thoughts about this and that. I want to talk about all of these things, and then I'm like, call me and talk, and y'all are like, nope.
You're offering me a bribe. What you have just done is illegal. And in this state, if convicted, you could be fined up to $5,000 or spend 6 months in a correctional facility.
Nah, I mean, I tried to be cool on my birthday, but you can't, really flip out at me and then just try to... Yeah, people try to do that because your channel is public. I've had other people try to do this to me in the past where it's like, they're going to treat you like you're not even a person, but then because you're live, they could just roll up through your chat and then, you're taking calls. I'm going to just call in and take over your stream. Like, everything's cool. Like, man, get the fuck out of here, man. Playing around with me. In a goddamn game. Yeah, Carrie Ann Chrysler, unfortunately, you came back to the no one's willing to call in hour. Apparently talking to a fox is pretty scary. So, yeah, there's that problem. Let's see what else is going on. Maybe there's some other people who are live. We might have to play some clips for a little bit, but we're just gonna go to the after party soon. I'm gonna be honest with you. Let's see what.
It's too terrifying.
It's too terrifying. They're too terrified, y'all.
So a few months ago, I would have said faux. I was in that mindset of that Mike was talking about how I expect to live forever.
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
look.
I'm a living thing.
That's where everybody is. No Name is over here. Otangelo is over here. Yeah, they over here at Answers and Atheism. But I don't know if he's taking calls or what. Send us a postcard. Let's see. At Answers. You taking calls. Actually, I don't want to let people on over here anymore. What up, Chris?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah. How you doing?
I actually got off the Rebecca's channel about the anti-realism. Anyway,
Yeah.
complicated stuff. Probably I agree, but
I always forget where you at on this stuff. Are you a theist, atheist?
I'm an atheist. Yeah.
All right,
However, I do accept. Sorry, I do accept other terminologies though. Primarily a existential.
You accept what?
Nihilist.
Oh, all right. I'm gonna let you go though, because your mic sounds
like
terrible. I don't like when people's mic sounds bad. You know, no bad sounding mics, folks. I got to be like Doug up in there. I got to get real strict, or else you guys. I got to encourage you guys. If I don't encourage you guys to get your sound set up together, you guys are just gonna have bad sound forever. So we got to kick you we got to boot you from the studio until you get it together.
Okay, but what does the grounding have to do with how I see evidence?
Because you have no way to ground those claims from one time index to the next. You could say this is.
I'm asking what does grounding matter?
It matters because you'll say, "Oh, the gospel message is incoherent," and then from the next moment, it'll make complete sense because there's nothing sustaining your claim. The truth.
Do you think I have the ability? Do you think I have the ability to find contradictions in the Book of Mormon or the Quran without grounding?
Yes. Well, no, not without grounding, no.
Without the ability to articulate my grounding?
No,
I can't find...
no, you cannot.
So if I open up the Book of Mormon and it says...
What up, YouTube punk?
David should pick up a stick. Verse...
YouTube punk. Also... Can't you see the stream back there if you go into the streaming channel? Let these fools know Discord is the place to be. You can watch the stream there. You can hear everything back there. Oh, I actually can't hear everything. I don't have this going there. All right, let's put this back there. All right, now you should be able to hear everything back there. And you've got the stream chat, all of that stuff.
2, David should not pick up a stick.
Also, guys, I'm probably going to do shows where the only way to call in is to go through the Discord.
Because I don't have the grounding, I can't say that's a contradiction.
No, because you have no metric by which you can judge what a contradiction is, but for the Christian worldview.
Oh, so I can't even see that there's a contradiction.
No. I mean, you can see it, but you know how... Okay,
can I see it or can't I see it?
Well, you
YouTube punk, I don't know what you mean. It shows up it'll show up in the stream chat on Discord. It showed up in the Pocket Locker 86 chat. I can see it. It says Restream bot from Discord, YouTube punk test. So actually it does say it. So I don't know. I see it. I don't know why you don't see it. I see Melody Joy's message from Discord. Yeah, that's what the Restream bot does. You got to look for the Restream bot. It comes through as Restream. We couldn't hear you, Chris. Yeah, Chris, you're not. The problem wasn't that you didn't bore me. It's just I couldn't hear you and your sound was really bad. So I just kick out people if I can't hear them because it's really hard to deal with people breaking up. So I just couldn't hear what you were saying.
Can't account for it. You can see it, but you can't account for it.
Okay. I can't account for it, but I can still see it.
That's debatable. Like Matt Slick would say that you can't even see it. So that's why I'm kind of flip-flopping here. But,
yeah, you are flip-flopping.
Maybe. Check it out, YouTube Punk.
I think you need to go back to Matt Slick.
I have to
take his course.
I have to stay in solidarity with my Christian brothers.
Yeah, no worries, Chris.
But you see the problem,
Chris. I know who you are, Chris, and we've both been in this community for a little while. So don't worry, Chris. You can call in anytime. Just play with your settings next time, and we'll try it again. No worries, bud.
No.
Also, we'd love to have you on Hot Program sometime. So shoot me an email, pocketlocker86@gmail. After we get your setup so that you can call in with me, and maybe we could just use Discord or something. We'd love to interview. We try to interview people that are, somebody that people in the community know, and I'm sure people would love to hear more from you, Chris.
Because ultimately, Doug, I have suspended my autonomous reasoning in favor.
Lena said, "I'm ready for the closing song."
Sovereignty of God. Well, I'm still waiting for you to provide a worldview, like a competing worldview that accounts for intelligibility and grounds truth claims.
Through my ultimate presupposition.
Just like Darth Dawkins.
Yes. That's your answer. That's my answer.
Your ultimate presupposition. Is that a concrete one or a concrete many?
It is both.
That's a contradiction.
I can't understand contradictions.
Nice.
Yeah. Precepts are dumb. That's another thing that's just, guys, I got to be honest with you. It's not even worth looking into. If people can't get their shit established amongst the real experts in the field, then you don't have to listen to them. Like, I don't know what's wrong with people for making you think that you owe them this stuff. But y'all, Christopher Hitchens put the nail in religion. Both of our sub counts are going up as a result of some collaboration. Thank you. All right, hang on. Let's see if he's calling in. All right, let's see if he's taking callers.
Something kind of positive in there, but she is.
Uh-oh, what was that?
Being able to accept, but that makes some sense. Just putting the back cover on a person, and that is something that it's going to be.
What's up, Chris? I thought Chris M was over here. Oh, never mind. My bad. I don't know what happened. Oh! James Apperson is back. What up, James?
Hey, guys. Hey, Jay.
All right, James. Finally, somebody that's going to actually not bore the people and know how to have their shit together.
That's what I'm talking about. In fact, I was on that show that you were just streaming a second ago.
What, the Answers in Atheism show?
So he was on somebody else's channel that morning, right? This morning?
I don't know. Fill me in, bro. Yeah,
So
yeah, no, I'm too busy streaming to know what's going on with other streamers.
Yeah, they put a phone number on, and they hadn't had any callers yet, so I popped their call in, Sherry. So.
Oh, I've been trying to do that, actually. That's exactly something I wanted to do this week was I've been wanting to do that.
All right.
Getting a phone number. Yeah, because, it's like I really want to use Discord, right? When I started on Twitch, we just used Discord for people to call in. And I want everybody to go to Discord. But some of y'all are Luddites. I mean, real fucking Luddites, you know? And so you got to have the Discord and the Restream and the StreamYard so that they can just click the link. I'm like, the link's in the description. It's like, no, you got to pin the link for them because they don't know how to click on links in the description. So then, you know, they're you know, calling you from inside their toilet. so right. The audio quality is terrible, and you know, the camera just makes everything worse, and they come on camera and it's like 24 pixel resolution.
You hear me? I'm calling from 1988.
So I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. We just need to go with like the straight atheist experience and have the boomers call from their phones. You know, just call me from your phone. And we can talk.
Call us from your flip phone.
Call us from your flip phone.
Or your rotary.
Exactly. Oh man.
Tom was talking about, or Jason Torn talking about how they made him so angry. I was there when they did that. This one guy kept talking over him, and it's like. And then he said sorry at one point, but then Jason started talking it again, and he started talking over him all over again. Jason got so pissed. He's like, I'm done with this shit.
You two punks said rotary flip phone. They got to pick up some Jimmy Johns. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. All right. Let's see who we got over here. We finally got some callers. That's right. Heartbreak J and the one James Appercenter up in this bitch. It's time to be scared. Atheist, put some weed in the air. But that is not all, folks. It is time to have the retards reborn. It's time to feel the atheist scorn. It's time to have your hearts torn by the one and only Jason Torn. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we got to get it hype. You know, we got to do word wrestling entertainment things around here. Also, it's not like the damn theists are ever going to show up with some evidence or a good ass argument. We got to do something up in this bitch to keep it interesting. Go ahead, fellas.
So, Jason, after you left, the guy ended up admitting that the real reason he was so upset is because he can't stand Danny and didn't want anybody defending Danny, even on a minor point. And so he admitted that he overreacted and he shouldn't have gotten angry.
Oh, my God. I got so pissed off. That guy, for whatever reason, he just irritates me. I've been on a couple streams with the guy, and, he's over-talked me a bunch before, and I've just let it go. And so, for whatever reason, when I was on speed stream, he started to overtalk me, and I would just flipped out. And I was like, you know what? Shut the fuck up. Stop overtalking me. Well, I'm okay with overtalking. It's fine. But when this guy was just he really rubbed me the wrong way. So, sorry. You can overtalk me, Jay. I don't care. Jay,
I'm good. I'm rolling up my weed. You're good. Go ahead, James.
Jake and
But yeah, I think it's good because I think I think one of the mistakes we make is they demonstrate so much bad behavior. And sometimes I think you can't continue to be taken advantage of, by being gracious. So I think when you know that you're dealing with someone who's rude, then, a lot of people can't watch that. A lot of people, to them, people being upset with each other or arguing is just, it makes them so uncomfortable. But I'm not really that way. I'm really more like, if you want to go there, we can go there, and I don't feel like I have to like everybody or be nice to everybody. And again, I talk about having rivals and people who wanted to beat me up for dating their sisters and all this stuff growing up. But one thing it did was it got this notion out of my head that I could make everybody like me. It just disavowed me of that very early on. I had rivals, enemies, all of that. And it just gets you used to the fact that, not everybody's going to be on your team. But yeah, I'm going to let James get in here because I'm just chilling.
So I have a question. They were saying, after you left, they were saying that Danny isn't really an atheist. He just likes to troll atheists. Is that true?
I don't think so. No, Danny used to be a Christian, but he's a philosopher, and I think over like the last several years, he has changed his opinion. So I don't think Danny is a Christian. I think Danny is an atheist. I think he has a nuanced position of atheism. Like Danny's a dualist. If you know what dualism is, he like mind body dualism. He or not mind body dualism, but just like dualism with regards to the mind and the brain being like separate things. He argues philosophy positions that sometimes aren't in strict alignment with atheists, but I think in general, Danny is an atheist. I don't think he's trolling. I don't think so at all. I think that's a bullshit statement by like Speed and those guys.
It didn't sound right to me. I never got that impression at all, but they seemed really confident.
So one of the things I said that Speed, I think, took offense at, which first of all, I love Mike. I love Speed of Sound. He's a great guy. I have no animosity towards Speed. Speed and I have like tussled before, and we always are like, we both love each other. I love Speed. We disagree on some topics, which is totally acceptable. Speed. One of the things I said on that stream was I said that because Speed doesn't like Danny. Speed calls Danny like a weenie, and he thinks Danny, he doesn't like Danny so much. I said on that stream, I said that I think that, and I prefaced it with respectfully. I said, respectfully, I think the people on this stream are intimidated by Danny because he's extremely intelligent and he's a good debater, and they just don't like that fact. And so they kind of like Speed kicks him. Speed doesn't let him on his show. So I think they're a little intimidated by Danny. He's a young guy. He's very smart. He stands up for himself. So
yeah, when I stuck up for Danny, they did not like that at all, and I'm like, oops, I read that room wrong. So I'm like, I'm done. I'm not going to stick up for Danny here anymore.
Yeah, I mean, Danny is like a Jack Angstrike prototype or protege, I should say. If you know Jack Angstrike.
Jack Angstrike. It sure sounds familiar. I'm going to Google it.
Okay, there's a whole history of this with like Darth Dawkins, Jack Angstrike, Pal Talk. Here, I'll give you the brief history. The brief history is Darth Dawkins used to be on this chat exchange called Pal Talk, and on Pal Talk is where Jack Angstrike, this guy from New York, would go after Darth, and they went back and forth. And Jack is like a very smart philosopher, and he won't put up with any bullshit. And maybe like 5-10 years ago, Darth Dawkins just was like, I'm not going to talk to Jack. He is like, he stalks me. And essentially Darth Dawkins won't talk to him because Angstrike just annihilates him. Angstrike just goes after Darth, like just attacks him, in debate. And so it went from Pal Talk to Google Talk to like Discord to YouTube, and Jack is still around. Jack's on Clubhouse now, and Darth just is scared shitless of Jack Angstreich. And Jack Angstreich, like, so Danny is like a protege of Angstreich. Danny and Jack have been in channels a lot. And so Danny's philosophy, techniques, etc., I think a lot of it, he looks at Angstreich as kind of like, as his mentor. I mean, maybe I'm going a little far on that, but anyways, if you're ever interested, I can send you a link of like the clubhouse rooms where like Tom Rabbit, Jack Angstreich, Detroyer, Pogan, all these guys from Discord that are philosophy guys, that are really, really sharp with these items. Danny like hangs in that crew. So, wow. And Danny can be vicious. Like when somebody starts to be a dick to Danny, he will just totally annihilate you philosophically. He's a very smart kid, and so
I've seen that.
I appreciate that about Danny.
Yeah, I mean, my exact words right after you left is I'm like, Danny is brilliant and has a laser focused mind, and they did not like me saying that. They did.
Yeah, he does. Yeah. Danny's kind of you either love him or you hate him. Some people hate Danny for whatever reason.
I love Danny. But,
Yes, I'm the same way. I love
Jason Torn, you ever seen anybody change their mind in this community? Because I just feel like these people are wrong, right? And I mean really, really wrong. So do you ever see anybody coming around or anything, or is it just going to be all entertainment and throwing grenades from here on out?
Okay, that's a good question. I mean, I think that these issues around belief, like worldviews, belief statements, people are very entrenched in their beliefs, and that's reinforced by a lot of different things. So do people change their minds? I mean, I think occasionally, but usually not. Usually it is just grenade throwing, and it's trying to show who's got the superior position.
Sure.
I hate to say it. Yeah.
I have an insight on that too, though.
Go ahead.
All right. So I was heavily involved in the MySpace religion and philosophy forums back when that was the place to be back in the day.
Of course.
And before that, it was other platforms, but it really
AOL Instant Messenger.
Sure, AOL Instant Messenger. I can't even remember what the names of all of them were. Yahoo, Chat, like we just any place I could find a debate, I went for it. At the time, back in the MySpace days, I was a religious fundamentalist whose views favored that of Jehovah's Witnesses, because that's what I'd been brainwashed into. And I wasn't a JW, I didn't even pretend to be, but I favored their views, and I was very fundamentalist. And so I would be one of those creatards arguing against evolution and for biblical stuff. I even argued against abortion. I mean, I was on the wrong side of every issue. And it was interesting because after the MySpace forums collapsed, years went by, and then once Facebook became the place to be and people started running into each other again, we all discovered something really, really interesting. We had all changed our minds since then. Apparently, no matter how dogged we were and how much we dug our heels in, it was what kept us rooted in those positions was the fact that we were constantly renewing we were constantly doubling down on stupid. And it was only after we each took a break from the scene, because for a while there wasn't really a place to go to have those kinds of debates. And so it just took a few years. All those seeds that had been planted grew. And we couldn't find a single member of our old crew, either side of the debate, that had maintained their original views. Everybody had changed at least a little bit. Most of us changed a lot. So what's happening per my experience is that all these people who are so doggedly wrong and will never change their mind, if Facebook falls and they spend a couple of years without a good place to spend doubling down on being stupid, a lot of those seeds will grow. And then if you run into them again, just per my experience, you're going to see that change has finally had a chance.
Great. So a couple things in the chat I wanted to touch on. Peter W., yes, we need to settle it in the ring. That's what Word Wrestling Entertainment is about. But some of these points about people changing their mind, I agree, okay, Danny's changed his mind. True. Okay. I've changed my mind. Sure. Somebody said Rebecca changed her mind about something. Yes. but also no. Because the more I look over it, right, I don't know how much I count because I changed my identity more than I changed the way I think. If you really think about the way I thought before when I was a Christian and the way I think now, I haven't really changed my thinking, but my identity's changed. I accept the fact that I'm an atheist, but when I was a Christian, I didn't take any of it literally. I was a scientist. I was an evolutionary biologist. I wasn't, right? So really what I believe hasn't changed a lot, but the label has changed. And yeah, I don't want to undermine it and say, oh, that isn't a huge significant change, because it is, right? But it's kind of not what we're getting at, because I think we're all more talking about people who are deeply entrenched in their world beliefs and they're kind of off the, fundamentally wrong about these things. And then we're asking, will they change? And again, I'm being hyperbolic. I don't think it's nobody ever changes. It's just more trying to get a feel for what the community experience has been, because, I've only been in this community for a little while. And so even in the case of Danny, I would say the same thing. Whether Danny identifies as a Christian agnostic or an atheist isn't going to interfere with someone like Danny's ability to be an educator or a science teacher, right? I think mostly Jason Torn and James Apperson, you'd probably agree with that, right? But we're more talking about somebody like Rebecca or Otangelo eventually realize they're sitting on some bullshit about creationism or something like that. And I just think we're talking about a much different type of change rather than, oh, I still have the same, perspective and factual basis of reality. I've just, realized maybe these labels aren't necessarily as extreme as they need to be. And so I'm not trying to discredit what the chat is saying. I'm just saying I think we're having a little bit of nuanced conversation, and let's, track the nuance. And sometimes I'm just lazy when I'm asking questions. So maybe that's my fault. But yeah, I think that's the other thing too, right, is are you really talking to the person? Are you talking to their audience? That's what I want to say to Rebecca a lot of times is I genuinely, I gotta admit, I have conversations with Rebecca in the mirror. And I'm always trying to tell my imaginary friend Rebecca that I need you to not feel the need to concede to me on YouTube. I need you to really get away, go outside, go for a walk, spend some time away from us, from YouTube, but also your friends and family. And just spend some real alone time with Rebecca and start to ask yourself some basic questions. Because I think she's so deeply now entrenched in the fight that she's not seeing, the fact that she concedes that she doesn't know what the hell she's talking about, but then is going to turn around and say that all the experts are wrong and all this other stuff. And I just think, spend a little bit of time away, review some of your footage, spend some more time away, may do more good than continuing to host this endless series of evolution debates when you're clearly not looking for the right answer. All right, go ahead, fellas. I've rambled too much.
What I was going to say is that it's easy to maybe I'll say it like this, that I think that the easiest way of assessing that situation is to turn that in on myself and to say, as a former Christian, as somebody that was raised Christian in a Lutheran household, my parents are very Christian. They still are. They look at me as a heathen. Could I ever see myself going back to religion? And one thing that I do think that is different between at least an atheist like myself, I acknowledge that it's not impossible that God exists. It's not a logical contradiction. I'm not saying that God doesn't absolutely 100% exist. I'm saying I don't see sufficient evidence to suggest that God exists. Therefore, I don't believe that God exists. So it's not impossible that I couldn't,
Jason, are you like me in that you just think it all points to they all come from books? You just haven't come across a God that you don't think the source of that God is somebody's imagination. But you acknowledge there could be this God. It just seems all the ones I come across come from books written by people.
Well, I mean, I think even from a more philosophical perspective and from a scientific perspective, I don't want to say that it's impossible, because the word impossible doesn't, it's a difficult word to use to say something is impossible. It's, I mean, given the way that like the Christian God is structured, I don't think that the Christian God exists, but I think that like it could God or some interpretation of God exist in some manner. I'm not willing to say that it's 100%.
I actually am getting close to being willing to say that it just doesn't exist. I'm really getting more and more comfortable with that. And the reason is only because, one, I'm not a philosopher. So I'll pull a William Lane Craig and just say, I'm not a philosopher. Don't really care what philosophers think of my thought process, right? They could be like, well, that isn't philosophically valid. I'd be like, yeah, okay, next, right? And so for me, it's just, I just don't, to me, it just isn't. It just isn't. Like, we've just figured out enough of the universe that this idea that there was this intelligence before all of the intelligences that I'm just like, nope. I just really, but I guess what I'm saying is I'm with you, but to me, to be with you is on a technicality. I'm making this carve out, and I'm saying, well, technically the word impossible means there's just no way imaginable, and
it's a logical. There's a contradiction. That's the way I look at it. There's a logical contradiction.
James, I think you're echoing for some reason.
Oh, sorry.
You're all right.
Sorry. All right, I fixed it.
But Chris, call in another night. I don't let people call in more than once. If I try you like once or twice and it doesn't work, I'm not going to keep letting you call in time after time. So try me the next time I'm taking callers. All right, go ahead, guys.
I was going to say that, like the law of non-contradiction, like the sky can't be blue and not blue, is there a logical contradiction in God's existence? And so some people would argue that there are logical contradictions.
I do. I think there's a lot of them. I think there's so many. Again, like even as an evolutionary biologist, I just think we've never observed an intelligence that didn't evolve. So this idea that there was an intelligence prior to evolution, nope, I'm just not with that. I just don't. You just got to show me something. That's not something I'm just going to grant based on some metaphysical possibility, right? Metaphysically, we could all be turtles, right? But until a Christian's going to tell me, well, I think it's possible, and literally, Jason Torn, I'm just looking at your screen right now, I'm going, oh, well, the universe could exist inside a gigantic guitar. After all, there are resonances and frequencies, and look how many phenomena are represented as waves and frequencies. I mean, that clearly demonstrates the universe is inside a hollow-bodied guitar, right? Now, is a Christian going to honestly sit here and tell me, yeah, Jay, I literally think that I have to hold out agnosticism on the possibility that the universe is inside a guitar? No. They're going to actually look you in the face and tell you, no, I'm sorry, it's not possible that we live inside a guitar. Like, it just isn't. They're just going to tell you, I'm sorry. But we, again, as the charitable ones, the ones who want to use words accurately, who want to bend over backwards to be charitable listeners, are going to go, well, I guess I won't say that there couldn't be something out there. And I'm just like, nope. And again, as a scientist, and again, it's like I tell people, Jason Torn, it may just be a cop-out for me, right? It may just be that you, as a regular person in life, have to listen to this nonsense. But I get to use science as an excuse. And I just go, scientifically saying there could be something is literally saying nothing. You could not be saying less to a scientist than when you say, well, I just think there might be something. Great. When you've got evidence of what that something is, come back to us. In the meantime, like, I think, again, I hate to say this, but this to me sounds, and I'm not saying you're doing this. I think we all know what you're doing. You're just being accurate about what these terms mean. But when people force us into that corner, I feel like they're just being childish, right? Like, they're just so unwilling to do the one thing, the elephant in the room, which is say, hey, maybe I was wrong about this. My other thing, and I'm gonna stop rambling and light something up. Guys, see, I smoke a lot of weed because it puts something in my mouth. I call it my listening stick. When Jay smokes something, that's the listening stick. That means his mouth is occupied. He can hear the voice of others. But the other thing I wanted to touch on is I feel like this is insulting to us personally. Jason, are you a former Christian?
Yes.
Okay, James and I, yeah, you spoke about coming from the family, right? So you did it, bro.
Yeah.
Now, wait,
Yeah.
tell me about your guitar skills. Can you actually play that guitar?
Yeah, of course I can.
So pick it up. Play me a little something. It's acoustic. Pick it up. Grab it right now. I'm putting you on the spot.
Come on, you want to?
I'm putting you on the spot. Grab it. Grab it. This is a very important point. Grab it.
So,
Nope.
can I make
it's a huge point.
Wait,
Go
I
ahead,
want to make
Jay.
a song request. I want to make a song request.
Well,
Oh, no, you can't get a song request. That's crazy.
I'm not gonna start playing on.
Come on, we want to hear Sunseed. Jesus is a friend of mine.
Oh, we want to hear Stairway to Heaven. Can you do Stairway to Heaven? You know, to people, can you just whip out that Carlos Santana real quick? I mean, what's wrong? What's wrong? You
friend
ain't
in Jesus.
you don't do the man. Oh goodness, this is gonna be great, guys. It's gonna be great. I promise I'm going somewhere with this. If not, at least it'll be entertaining. All right, here we go. Just hammer something out.
What do you, look? This is not like like showcase.
It could be anything, just anything.
Just play some chords.
Yeah, seriously, just play something.
Well, like what was I playing? I was actually trying to play Helplessly Hoping.
All right, give us that. I've never even heard of it. Hit us with it.
Okay, I think it's if I can remember, like. I'm trying to remember what key. Yeah, I don't know if you know this song. Do you know Helplessly Hoping?
Nope. So you could literally just play anything. We'll be like, that sounds awesome.
I'm trying to remember.
Do you know a song? Play a song you know. Play a song. Play an old favorite.
Dude, I haven't played in a long time, but like it's like helplessly hoping a harlequin summer's nearby. Like
Great,
it's the Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young.
Can you play a scale? Can you play a scale on that thing?
What is this? Like you put me on the spot here?
Yeah, there's a really deep point here.
What's the point?
The point
Why don't
is,
you just tell me the point. And
you have to pay the cost to learn how to play that guitar, right? You had to sit there in the chair and figure out where to put your fingers and where to put the capo and how the lyrics go and what key the song is in. Right? You could put the guitar down. It was just a prop. We were just messing
true.
with you.
That's true. But let me just make a point.
Sure.
Like, okay, that I used to actually play quite a bit, but when I started working on my research, I uncannily stopped playing so much because I just didn't have time.
Right.
And I will say that like playing music is something that like you have to do all the time. If you don't, then you just kind of lose some of those capabilities.
Yes.
But
yeah.
I like to think I like to think of myself as a musician, but like I don't play enough to be able to feel, like I play for myself to like ease stress.
Yeah.
But like I always feel a little uncomfortable playing when I'm like.
So I gig, and one of the things I've learned over the years of being a grown adult musician is, especially if you plan to like play in bands and sort of have a lot of responsibilities as a musician in life while still having a regular life, is you have to build in those periods of not playing and learn how to get off of those. So let me give you a. Hang on a sec. So I'm just going to put my regular camera on for a second. So when I came up, I really wanted to go to music school. Like I wanted to be a professional drummer and go to college and play music, right? So the one thing I was always afraid of was exactly what you're talking about, right? Going through this period where, I didn't play for 6 months and now I've lost my chops. Do you see what I'm saying? Jason, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes,
I'm
you're
reading
good,
the
you're
chat
good.
of everybody making fun of me in chat.
And
yes,
then,
chat, you can make fun of me.
And then you're worried you're never going to get it back. Do you see what I'm saying? what I've really learned is that for a lot of us, that's actually the skill. The skill is I haven't touched the drumsticks in 6 months to a year, and now I know how to get not maybe back to where I was, but back to seriously gig ready in, a week or two or whatever I've got, right? And then from there, then you get back in the rhythm and you start growing and you grow from where you were. And so I'm just 100% validating what you're saying. But yeah, you also just learn that. Like you would need to go through like a guitar boot camp, right? Where you spent a couple weeks and said, okay, I'm going to put in, a couple hours a night for a month or two to get kind of back to feeling my way around this thing and then prepare for your gig. And then if you kept that going or started playing in a band twice a week or something,
Sure.
You'd be off and running. You know what I mean? But the reason I want to do that, and I've been playing with people trying to do these different shit tests, which is to see if somebody really knows what they're talking about with something. But my main point with this, with the apologist, and thanks for playing along with the guitar thing, is they're talking to people who have done the work. They're talking to people who used to believe this stuff, who realized, we were sitting on some bullshit. Maybe we doubled down. A lot of us were in ministry or working in churches. A lot of us, it was incredibly difficult to come out to our families. A lot of us, have gone to college and grad school and all these things since then. And so they're sort of looking for sympathy from the wrong people, right? They're so used to preaching to the choir, right? And preaching to the choir is great for them, right? Because they could say, oh, I believe the Bible is true. And everybody goes, yeah, we believe the Bible is true. Praise Jesus, right? But then they come to us and it's like they want the atheist former Christians who have gone through the deconversion process, and many of us still are, and we're still struggling with it, and then they want us to pat them on the back and tell them they're smart, and tell them they're critical thinkers, and tell them, oh, we feel so bad about, losing your religion because it would take away your hope, meaning, and purpose. They're like, fool, we've been through it. So you're looking for sympathy from exactly the wrong people. Because we're the people who have done the work. We've sat in that room and learned to fiddle around and play guitar. And by that, I mean left religion to learn and learn how to critical thinking and learn how the world works and learn how to treat people without the 10 Commandments and all of that hard work. And now they're sitting around, wanting us to pat them on the back for showing up at the gym. And we're like, nope. Nope.
Yeah, and on your analogy, that it kind of like I've mentioned this before, I think, on your stream, which is that people take advantage of what we're talking, how scientists operate in an objective manner. And I'm connecting scientists with atheists because a lot of atheists are naturalists, but they obviously don't have to be. But
sure.
For scientists who are saying, look, I can't say with 100% certainty that God doesn't exist because I don't want to rule that out because I want to be objective, just like in any scientific endeavor. So I've done all this training, and my training is telling me don't say with a high level of confidence, but don't say impossible.
Exactly.
And the people that don't have any background are saying, aha, I gotcha.
Yes. Yes.
And that's what I think you're kind of getting at, which
absolutely.
Is people that don't have that background take those positions. So, yeah, that's like folks like Rebecca do kind of do that. And
all I'm getting at is I think if they're going to do that, and I think you're telling it exactly right. We're used to not doing that. And sort of what I'm saying is, well, I can have an opinion too. And if you're going to express your opinion like it's near certainty, well, I can be a layman too. I don't have to speak for all of evolutionary biology at all times. Jay Bundy's allowed to have an opinion. And if Jay Bundy just thinks what you said is ridiculous, then I could just think what you said is ridiculous. The same way you could have it, right? Well, show me scientific evidence that just don't. You don't have any evidence, right? So it's like we can play that game if you want to. And my thing is, I think it could be useful because again, then I'm gonna just and again, I'm only thinking this now as you and I are having this conversation here, but I literally feel like, okay, well then you concede to me that it isn't impossible, that it's, turtles all the way down, or the flying spaghetti monster, or the, the teapot orbiting around Mars, or whatever, fun thought experiment we like to throw out there, and then get them to admit that if that's the criteria they want to use, then fine, these ideas are just as plausible as their God, because again, they can't show that it's metaphysically impossible.
Yeah, I mean, I always try to give, I want to give people ample opportunity for them to explore their ideas, and I want to be an honest interlocutor. But I will say that after being on YouTube for the last few years, like I just don't. It's hard for me to do that anymore in that forum, because there's so many people that like. It's just blood sport. It's just like they're not going to change their mind. It's almost like I feel like it's a responsibility to be like, you're wrong, and I'm going to show you how you're wrong.
Yes.
And I don't want to be a dick about it, but unfortunately, it kind of gets to that point.
Yeah.
So it's hard. It's a hard situation to be in.
And I think there's different. Go ahead.
No. That's it.
I was just going to say, I think there's different roles too. Like I talk about my one black friend and I, we had a great episode of Hot Program earlier. We're just totally different, right? He's a really nice guy. I genuinely think he's a nicer person than I am. And I don't mean that to say I'm a bad person. I just think he's friendlier than me, and he loves the Bible, right? He thinks it's artistically wonderful and sewn together. For me, it's a source of pain. It's the book I was beat over the head with my whole life. And I don't want, as an atheist, to be told how important it is. Yeah. I don't want the atheist telling me, you got to study that Bible, Jay, just like the theist told me my whole life. Like, that's scary to me. Go ahead.
You went to church as a child.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And me too. Like, I can tell you, like, I have associations with, like, the church and getting beat. Like, I would like go to church with my brother, and we'd be little, and you're like kids,
right?
You're like goofing around,
right? Or eating you're chewing gum or something,
you're laughing,
yeah,
like that. And my dad would be like, you're going to get beat when you get home. Like you're you're in trouble. And then the whole time the drive home, I'm thinking, oh shit, and like, lo and behold, you get home, you'd get beat for that. And like, so I have this connection of like getting physically beat up. Like,
right. So it's traumatic. And see, that's what I tell people. Like, for me, I don't associate going to church like that. Because to me, going to church was fun, music, family time, drums, everybody singing or whatever. And so the religion bothers me a lot more. The Bible bothers me a lot because it's the source of that religion. But being around Christians and community doesn't bother me at all. Being around worship service don't bother me at all. Doing church stuff, none of that bothers me, right? For other people, it's the opposite. Studying the Bible in isolation don't really bother them, or talking about religion is not really a big deal. But ask them to go to a church on a Sunday morning, and now you're bringing back all sorts of trauma for them, right? So we all had kind of where we fall on that spectrum of how it affected us, and therefore, like, I guess what triggers us now can be very different. But also, speaking about what you said, I think a lot of us are super nice. So I'll give the example of Lena, right? I think Lena has a very direct message. Y'all are fascists. Let's talk about that. But she's super sweet, right? So if you give her a chance, there's like this super sweet kind of, I really want to walk you through this and really be really gentle about this. And I have a challenging message, but I want you to hear it and, walk through this with you. Whereas I want to just show up and be like, y'all are a bunch of fuckfaces. Now, what seems to be going on? Why are you so goddamn retarded? That's the only question I have, right? For me, that's much more Robert Reed, Gin and Truth, or much more, pro wrestling, and not just pro wrestling. Some people think, for me, pro wrestling is just, you have a over-the-top attire or entrance and some signature moves. It's like, no, it's really wanting to fight, right? Part of what when you watch pro wrestling is it don't matter if they're a couple, a team, two wrestlers walking down an aisle at a grocery store trying to make dinner, is going to end up in a fight. Right? Everything is to set up a fight, right? So it's really embodying I just want to fight, right? And then the heel. All my favorite wrestlers are heels. They don't want you to like them. They want to trigger you. They want to be booed. They don't want everything to be too friendly. They don't want too many people cheering them on, right? So people don't forget that, no, I want to go in somewhere and really genuinely agitate someone and genuinely have them agitate me. But I don't think everybody should do that, right? I don't think that's an effective tactic for everyone, and it isn't even always an effective tactic for me. But go ahead.
I was going to say what I thought that the connection with wrestling for you may have something to do with, in some ways, wrestling is like this. Is it true or is it fake? And they're like, these people are somewhat being manipulated to think that what they're seeing is true when it's not true, has a direct analogy with religion, because it's like people saying stuff that is not necessarily true to a group of people that are convincing them to do it to kind of manipulate them.
Yes.
I felt like that the rest
Yes, that's definitely part of it too. And also you should be worked. So a great example of this is Rebecca. Rebecca and I make great rivals. And part of that is we genuinely represent different camps, and I can cut a promo against her, and then she'll call me out on her stream and say, I've been trying to get in touch with Jay Bundy, but he's scared. I think that evolutionary biologist is just afraid of me, right? And so we can have this healthy back and forth, but in reality, I like streaming with Rebecca. I consider Rebecca a friend, even if I disagree with her, and sometimes vehemently, passionately, and sometimes it really triggers me. I don't not like Rebecca. I just don't like what Rebecca said today, right? And so there's this way in which now we can do business together because we can cooperate. We can, hey, let's come on my channel and do this, or go on her channel and do that. Whereas if we really just hated each other and never were willing to look at each other, well, then we can't really do anything together. And then we're also not going to be able to give our audiences anything to watch. And if I didn't know somebody and they didn't know me, well, then I'd have to play it straight, right? And then so it gets a little weird. So the best business can be done, like you said, like pro wrestling, where there's sort of well, no, they do really disagree, so then they don't really like each other. But at the same time, they've got to work together, and they've got to try to keep each other safe, and they've got to make sure I don't whoop your ass so badly that I can't do it again tomorrow night. Right?
There's a strategy.
And so that's all part of it. And I told people the same thing about Donnie for Standing for Truth. I can't stand his channel. It triggers me. And I only normally go in there to start fights. I'll go in there, what up, creatards? What delusions are y'all getting into today? So no sort of even pretension of good intention, right? But I sent Donnie a super chat to challenge Kent Hovind, and he played along and set it up. And I asked him, hey, can I change the topic? He said, sure. I said, can you change the thumbnail? You picked a terrible picture of me. Yeah, sure, no problem. Oh, I got a bunch of other stuff I could line up for you after Kent Hovind. Right. So again, I'm going, well, Donnie and I really are on opposing sides. And we really want to go at each other on this stuff. But at the same time, I'm going, oh, Donnie's trying to do business, right? Donnie's trying to go, right. I need an evolutionary biologist to stand in here and debate a bunch of the creationists I get lined up. And I'm like, well, my community's trying to interact with more people on the other side, right? So we're realizing we got to do business together, and we've got to have this sort of cooperative, playful rivalry where we can go on our channels and really go at each other, and then behind the scenes keep it professional and respectful, and hey man, I love doing business with you. You help me sell tickets, I'll help you sell tickets, right? So yeah, that's definitely part of it. It's also my personality. It's also how I see the world and think. And so it's helpful in that regard. But yeah, go ahead.
I just saw the picture that you had him replace on the thing. That's great. You playing drums?
Yeah. Well, I had him pick anything else. I sent him a couple options, but the picture he had of me was something, well, like this old graduate department picture. It's just like one of the worst pictures I've ever seen of me in my life. So,
but like, are you ready for this debate?
I mean, I've seen a bunch of Hovind debates, and I've seen a bunch of Hovind stuff on Donnie's channel. So I pretty much know the Hovind stick. I'm really just trying to get in stuff about the trials, right? I'm teaching a class with Rob Pennock. He was the expert witness in the Kitzmiller versus Dover trial. And so since the topic is now evolution on trial, I'm more or less going to go with, well, it's really funny that you guys want to talk about evolution on trial because we've had these trials, right? And so let's talk about why, the evolution side has won all of those trials and why intelligent design creationism is not science. And so in a sense, I think I'll make a convincing case that the debate was over before it started because there was really nothing to debate. And, that's not only the scientific reality, it's the educational reality, it's the reality according to the government, and that reality has been upheld in the highest courts of the land. So, and then it'll be on Kent Hovind to tell us, that, evolution is a religion and where am I going when I die, and that we don't, you don't have any evidence that fossils reproduced, and
I mean, don't underestimate him because he is a savvy, like he's done a bunch of these debates, so he knows
Hundreds.
how to he knows how to overtalk. He knows how he's gonna use insults. He's gonna make snide remarks. Mm-hmm. He's gonna he does all the hit the atheist like SpongeBob on the head. He's gonna display his slides on his video while you're talking. He's gonna just like me here. He's gonna have his slides up here in the corner. So while you're talking, he's gonna be running his slides to slides that refute what you're saying or try to refute. So, which I find to be a dishonest tactic.
Yeah, and I've had people suggest that I do the same thing to him. I also may ask Donnie to give me the full screen during my presentation so that he can't do that. But I got to be honest with you guys, I genuinely don't care. I honestly thought, first off, I never thought this would happen. And I kind of thought, I was thinking Word Wrestling Entertainment. Ken Hovind's just a big fish for me to put a target on and call out and cut some promos on. And so Donnie actually agreeing to do it is again, similar to LPP. It's I don't really care because, guys, I just think we're growing, right? Our community is doing its own thing. I think if I said no to this, we'd just keep growing and doing our own thing. But I think this is going to put us in front of some different viewers and maybe give us one of those opportunities that kickstarts you, or, you find a bunch of new people, or you start a bunch of new collaborations and stuff. And I'm also hoping that it gets me more in the atheist circuit, right? I'm hoping you guys remember, it's all about my career, right? So I'm hoping to, in addition to all the science work I do in education stuff, be able to say, hey, and I also get to do a lot of science education and, epistemological outreach on the philosophy of science, because I'm kind of an atheist YouTuber, right? And I get to go to the atheist conferences and give talks about whatever, right? And, I go to all of these channels. And so being able to say, hey, Gutsick Gibbon did a video about me, and I recently debated Kent Hovind, and, been doing stuff with Derek from Myth Vision, that allows other people like the Aaron Ross and the, Matt Dillahunties of the world to say, oh, maybe we can start to pay attention to this other community, right? And then maybe this community and that community can start to do more stuff. So to me, it was more look, let's just call out Fuckface Ken Hovind on Donnie's channel and see if Donnie bites. And then Donnie bit, right? And so now I got a debate with Ken Hovind. So I've seen enough of Ken Hovind's stuff to know that I'm not going in here trying to prepare for a serious debate and win. I'm trying to go in, have a little fun, make my case, plug my class, have people come over, maybe find the channel, and then maybe set up, future debates with Ken Hovind, because he's enough of an idiot that he'll keep, if he doesn't hate you, he might want to do it again or whatever, or future debates with Donnie or other creationists. So we're totally using it as a chance to grow the platform. more so than anything. And most of the advice I've received is that that's probably the way to go, because you're never gonna, win over Ken Hovind. I know I saw some questions and stuff popping up in the chat. Go ahead, Jason Torn.
Oh yeah, no, I was just gonna say the guy. I think there's some guy backstage, Richard Madsen, who I've talked to before. I think he's a Christian. So you may not have room on the stage. I don't know, but I know I know he's backstage on your.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, that's Richard.
Yeah. Hey, Richard. I kind of want to stay on topic, but I want to give you a couple minutes to talk to the panel. How you doing, man? Good to see you.
I'm better than I deserve and have been since 2012, and I don't expect it to start changing now.
Nice.
But please, let's go on. I didn't want to change the topic.
Oh, okay. Well, what do you think about Ken Hovind debates, I guess?
Kent Hovind would like to present himself as honest. That's what I think.
Yeah, I don't think he is. And honestly, I'll be honest with you guys. I said this the other day on stream. I actually think Ken Hovind is a killer.
Like an actual killer?
No.
You mean like he's a killer?
Here's what I mean. I think he's someone who has the potential to be an actual killer. I think he has that high of a disregard for humanity, truth, reason, law. But what I think it is murder's a difficult game. Right, murders are difficult to deal with. Mafias are difficult to deal with, and so Ken Hovind is
a psychopath,
a grifter, right? Because the grift.
That's a good way of putting it.
The grift, yeah, he's a psychopath. That's exactly what I'm getting at. I think he's a complete psychopath, but I think he's found grifting, especially grifting off the religious, right, to be easier, less blood on his hands, worse he'll get his tax evasion and all of this type of stuff. He's had his little things, but he mostly doesn't have to deal with stuff. But what I mean, y'all, is I do think under different circumstances, when I really look into his eyes, when I really think about how he is and what I see when I just stare into this man's face and think of what I would feel sitting across from him, yeah, I think Ken Hovind's the type of dude that'll off a person. I ain't even gonna hold you. I think in a different line of work with some different influences, if he was a little bit more associated with the mob and some people with some more violent tendencies, then I do think he's capable of it. He's just, I really do. So Jason Torn, I'm just kind of speaking to your thing about not underestimating him. Yeah. I think he's a really serious guy. I don't think he's a joke or a game or none of that. I think he's like a stone cold psychopath.
Yeah, I agree with you. And he I think his attitude, his tax evasion, his abuse of his wife, all these things are indicative of somebody that thinks that they can just do whatever they want to do and there are no repercussions. And the fact that he is this, he has this religious mentality that I'm not saying that obviously not all religious people are like that.
I don't think he's religious. I also don't think he's religious at all.
Oh, you think it's just a
No,
show.
I don't think he's religious at all. At all. I think Ken Hovind spends zero time in prayer. You know how they say if you're really religious, you should not pray in public. You should do it in private or whatever. I think Ken Hovind spends zero private time praying. If Ken Hovind is praying, he's in public. Somebody's watching him. He's leading the service. He's speaking. No, I do not think he cares at all about the heart of Jesus. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We got to prioritize people based on who I actually need to do shows and stuff with. So Richard Madsen, I'm going to give you 2 more minutes. I'm going to let you ask the panel and talk to these guys about whatever you want. And then I'm going to give Wesley 2 minutes. He's just a friend of the channel, but I'm not going to keep him on long. And then we're going to follow that up with Mark Reed, who we are actually going to have on for as long as he would like to stay with us, because he's preparing for a debate with Ken Hovind himself. I want to help promote that, and also I want to talk to him about my approach. So, Richard, you've got 2 minutes on the clock here, and then I'll give that to Wesley Curry.
Thanks, sir. There is nothing biblically coherent about.
You're good. Go ahead.
There's nothing biblically coherent about what Kent Hovind has to say. And as far as personality is concerned and his potential to do harm to others, literal evil, I think an insider and how an insider acts toward him is a good indicator. His eldest son sold off the land while he was imprisoned and started his own ministry. That's a really good sign that his eldest son has no respect for him.
Yeah, that's crazy. I kind of had the same analysis when you see the Donald Trump Jr.'s text to like Mark Meadows on January 6th. This idea that your son is this concerned, but he has to go through the chief of staff. Like, there's no way if my dad was the president in that moment, I'd be going through the chief of staff, right? I have enough access to my dad that type of conversation, I'm kicking the chief of staff out of the office, right? So, yeah, it spoke to a similar screwed up dynamic. Yeah, go ahead. You got another minute. Go ahead.
I don't know. A minute isn't enough time to do anything except say thank you, and I love you, and I appreciate what you guys do. And if you got out of religion or you avoided a religion altogether because it didn't make any logical sense to you, I congratulate you on your ability to think.
For sure. And we appreciate you, Richard Mattson. Please plug your channel for people. And let me go ahead and also do a permit here so that you can drop your link over on the Pocket Locker channel.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, tell the people about your channel and what you do over there.
Okay, well, despite my needs and wants, me being an anti-theist in 2012, I saw something falsifiable that held on its own merits from ancient scriptural stories. Then I had to consider quite possibly that these things are actually true in reality and that people are telling the stories poorly. The more I investigate it, the more I find that Christians are understanding it at like maybe a 6th or maybe an 8th grade reading level, which is the obvious non-intent. To take it literal in that way is not the intent of the overall work. And there is a way to understand the text that is correspondent with reality, coherent within itself, and has no logical problems.
Yeah, all right. That's a great summary. Please do drop us the link, guys. Check out Richard Mattson's channel. He has a ton of great conversations. We also, over on the Hot Program channel, we had a great episode with Richard Mattson, and I'm sure we'll have another one coming up. So thanks always, Richard. Appreciate you coming through. I'll try to keep it under control by I'll bring in Wesley Curry next. Thanks so much, Richard. Sorry.
Peace, everyone.
See you, Richard.
See you around.
Oh shit!
All right, Wesley.
Oh my God! All right,
you got 2 minutes, Wesley.
2 minutes. Time me. My name is Wesley Lawrence Curry II.
Oh my God!
I live in Huntington, West Virginia. The last money any of you shall ever have is the money you're going to get for being branded with the Omni tattoo. You'll receive 32,523 cryptocurrency dollars, not real money.
All right, so Wesley's always got these prophecies that don't work, and then he's also a musician who never sounds good. So he made it like 25 seconds, guys. Sometimes, hey, look, show business, A-list atheist. I can't really mess around. Wesley brought us a prophecy last time, and the prophecy didn't work. Tux was here; it didn't work on Tux either. So, you false prophets. I'm trying to do you a favor. You false prophets are not helping your religion any. So we're in the name of Jesus, we're gonna move on. All right, what's up, Mark?
Hey, well, yeah, I'm sorry for stealing your spot, Wesley, but your hit rate has not been good. I got to admit that. Thanks for having me on, Jay. I really appreciate it.
No, Mark, I apologize because I've been really bad about getting back to people and scheduling things, and I'm about a month behind on emails, so I appreciate
it's no problem, mate. It's absolutely no problem. I just sent you something to say, hey, if you need, want to talk to Prep, that's fine. And look, I actually
do. And just to tell you, I will reach out to you probably. What's tomorrow? Monday. Monday's my light day. So if you don't hear from me Monday, then look for something maybe Tuesday or Wednesday, because I've only got like a week or so to prepare for this thing. I'm gonna take a totally different tack than you took. I'm actually not even. I actually don't even want to talk about biology. I'm actually going to try to focus on the legal cases, right? Because the title is Evolution on Trial. So I'm going to try to focus on the legal cases and what they tell us about the philosophy of science and how we know that evolution is science and intelligent design creationism is not. But I will definitely want some feedback.
Yeah. So you want to use examples of where evolution has been on trial and passed with flying colors. Yeah, okay, that's a good strategy.
Because I think it says something like I like to say about January 6th. You may not accept this, you may not want to hear it, you may not like it, but this is done, right? And the thing I loved about the January 6th was it was so official, right? It was, let's go through all the evidence. It was the Congress. It was, and so you can now say it didn't happen or it wasn't an insurrection or whatever, but the rest of us have moved on. We've all laid it out, prime time. You know what I mean? And so now the only thing to see is what comes next. And so I think that we all know where the scientific consensus is.
Absolutely.
And so it's not even a conversation, but they like to wrap that up into, the conspiracies and denials or whatever. And then I think they like to really avoid the battle of even the public, because they know public opinion isn't on their side, even though their strategy, right, is to convince the people, not the experts. But I think this evolution on trial issue is one where, now you've got to accuse the courts of being involved in the conspiracy. And a lot of times, just like with the Trump stuff, you're talking about conservative judges who, had no interest in this being the case. Some of them even said so. But again, it's sort of the idea that here they go again. They want to have this debate that shouldn't be a debate. They want to talk about what would happen if evolution was on trial. Well, everybody's decided that evolution is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of being the explanation of how we got here. Point blank, period. And so I just think it's an opportunity. Again, it's not going to change Ken Hoven's mind, and it's not maybe even going to reach so many people in his audience. But I think for the people in our audience who are interested in this stuff, maybe want to learn a little bit more, but maybe don't have a serious background in biology, let me give them something that's a little bit educational, maybe some, ammunition for themselves, but keeps it at the level of stuff we can all talk about, right? Let's talk about these cases, what the important issues, matters at law were, and how things went, and then tie that in a little bit maybe to what I teach. And the other reason for all this, of course, is that 2 days later I'll be starting my class at Michigan State University with Rob Pennock, who was the expert witness at Kitzmiller versus Dover. And we're planning to stream our class, right? So this is really just a perfect opportunity for me to say, hey, I'm teaching a class with one of these expert witnesses starting 2 days from now, and you should tune in, right? And so that's really the goal, yeah.
And I think it's interesting that Behe admitted there's not a scientific paper that backs up intelligent design, and there's not a scientific paper that sort of, is against evolution.
Yeah, I also
admitted that on the stand under oath.
Right, and then I also, which is great because they love to cite Behe, and we go,
right.
That's the first name we cite as discredited scientist.
Yep.
So it's this
that
inverse.
Had to admit under oath that he had nothing.
Had to admit it under oath.
Yep.
And that's the key stuff, right? And that's the key thing to say to the people in our community, some of our friends, the Otangelos, the Rebeccas. Are you really willing to follow that person who had to admit under oath that they were wrong? Oh, well, Casal is. I don't know if you know Sal Cardova, right? Their little tutor. Because Sal is, right? Sal is right on the Behe train and everything else. And it's like, come on now, these people been, do you swear to affirm the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Is what you're saying true? Absolutely not. That's how it goes when they had to really do that. Go ahead, Mark.
No, you got your own style, and that's great. Every style is good. I've got my own style. I try, I think I like Amy Newman's thing of we are merchants of doubt kind of thing, and that's all I'm trying to do is instill doubt in the people watching. You're never going to change Kent's mind. That's absolutely true. But getting people to even not convincing them, but ask themselves questions kind of thing, that's the start to getting them around to accepting scientific fact is start ask questions of why this doesn't work under my belief and why this doesn't work. Get that cognitive dissonance machine flowing, but that may not be what you're after. It all depends on what you want to do, what you want to get out of it. So if you just want to punk Kent Hovind, absolutely, that's easy as he bites so hard, like he absolutely, you can wind him up. And I think that definitely going into why the courts decided that intelligent design was a religion and evolution was not, and it was science. And there are multiple cases, not just Kitzmiller versus that one. So you might have to do some research and look up those other cases.
Yeah, I do. We have to teach it in our class, so that's kind of where I was going. It's a great setup. It's a great segue. Yeah.
Absolutely. The problems that I see with that, and don't get me wrong, it's a great idea because we've got an official verdict, and the things that they had to admit on the stand aren't the same as the things they say in the public arena, which is fantastic because it shows that when they're actually under oath, put their hand on a Bible and definitely use that phrase, hand on the Bible.
Hand on the Bible.
So the problems that I see with that, and this is just sort of minor stuff, is that Kent will ask a lot of questions. He'll ask, why didn't this happen there? And why didn't he? If you do pivot away from that, he'll just say, oh, you can't answer the question. And be prepared if you don't go into explanations of how evolution works. If you just keep it all to the legal stuff, basically they're going to say, well, he's 2 PhDs and even he can't explain the evolution stuff.
Yeah, that's right. He's going to say that. So just be prepared. If you're going to argue for the legal aspects, Kent's not going to talk about that. Kent's going to bring up his points. He's going to say bananas to humans. How do you explain that that a banana and a human come from the same?
Now, what I'll do is, you got to remember, my class is called Darwin's Law, so I'll give the 30-second breakdown of evolution. What I mean when I say I'm not going into details is I'm not going to talk about ERVs. I'm not going to talk about zinc fingers. I'm not going to talk about transcription and translation. Now, I'll talk about, hey, we understand how evolution works. It's variation, inheritance, and selection, and you need random mutations and all of that stuff. But that will be more to give the audience the overview that I know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Darwinian evolution. In fact, it's what I teach. I'm talking about the foundations of evolutionary theory. Now, when he goes off on his rant, it's just going to be, well, Ken, I already explained to you how the basic process works, and if the audience, is unclear on that, they can look into it, and I'm sure they'll see that I'm telling the truth. In other words, sometimes you got to just say, I'm not going to let you take me off on your side train. Now, if he wants to claim a victory over there, he going to claim victory no matter what I say and do. So sometimes it's important to say, look, the other person is never going to shake your hand and tell you were the better man. So don't go getting distracted on his ground anyway, because there's really nothing over there for you but distraction. And again, I also just think I'm trying to be a little bit savvy of the audience. Most people that have seen this have already seen Ken Hovind's debates. Most people on either side already know the basic explanations of evolution. So it's more, like you said, finding a way to prod at them, because I just don't think the biology conversations are even honest conversations to have to begin with, because you're having the conversation with people who are insisting on misrepresenting it. So,
but he's going to bring. But I would okay, this is just me.
Sure.
I would like not underestimate him, and I would be I would go to like very specific debates, like his debate with Professor Dave. Like I've
been watching that, and then also his debate with Erica and some of his stuff with the Arn Ra. Yeah.
I would go to those, and he talks about here's the thing that you can count on for Ken. Kent, that he brings up the same issues
every
over
time
and over again.
Yes,
like
he's
one of the things. He's very predictable, and that's an advantage in your corner. Is that I guarantee he's going to say, "What is it I've got here? No plant or animal today can produce anything other than its own kind." He's going to bring that up. He's going to show a conceptual phylogenetic tree, and he's going to say, "Are you telling me that a sponge and a human can't that?"
Yeah. See, here's the difference. I think this is the difference. The difference between me and a lot of Kent's opponents is they have felt the need to prove him wrong. I don't.
Okay.
I'm a person who, I say this all the time. I had the same thing with the apologist. Bring it to my classroom. I'm a legitimate academic professional. I get paid by the university to teach this. So I'm going to sit up there like this. Teaching evolutionary theory is my job, right? So when Kent says, no, you're never going to be able to show anything, producing anything other than its own kind. And I would say, Kent, nothing about evolutionary theory predicts that it would. And for the final time, or not really final, for the umpteenth time, you don't know what you're talking about and you're wrong about this. Now back to what I was saying about the trials. Right? Because it's the same thing I would do and eventually it's going to have to be Donnie. Donnie, cut him off, mute him, because again, guys, what I think it's a mistake. I'm telling you, it's a mistake, because what you do for people is you make it sound like what he said was just so wrong, but somehow super important. And so what you've got to do is explain it. And then he misrepresents it. And then you explain it again. And then he misrepresents it. And then you explain it again. And then Donnie goes, sorry, you're out of time. So I've learned this with a lot of people, and it's not everybody's tactic. And again, I'm not a debater, right? So I'm also not trying to transform myself into a debater overnight when I don't even really want to be a debater, right? So
well, Jay,
go ahead.
Make that clear at the start.
True, I plan to.
I'm not a debater. I am a educated scientist. This subject isn't even a debate where I come from. This is
sure, exactly.
I'm not a debater, and it's not debatable. Right.
Absolutely. That's a great way to put it. That's kind of what type of thing I was wondering, because I was planning to do that, and I think I'll do that, because it'll also undercut his, I've won 4,000 debates. It's against atheists, Well, you can't even win. You can't. Exactly. He says that. Yeah. He says that no matter what. And so a lot of it, I'm just gonna have to say, I'm sorry, Kent, you're wrong. And not only you're wrong, but you're not qualified, right? I'm gonna talk about the institutions. People keep telling me about Ken Hovind's past. Look, guys, I keep telling you, I have a past. I have a criminal past. I don't want Ken Hovind bringing up my criminal past. It has nothing to do with the debate. I'm not gonna bring up his criminal past. It honestly has nothing to do with the debate. And I don't need to, right? Why on earth would an evolutionary biologist debating a creationist need to say anything off topic about the creationist? There's no need to. Doesn't help. If anything, it'll just make people think I'm a jerk. So, and again, who would this be news to?
Well, right? Jay, if your past is out there, be prepared for him to bring it up.
Well, I am, and that's actually kind of what I was preparing this community for. Well, no, it's not even him. His fans and his little, right-wing troll army, whatever, I don't. They are the ones who really might decide that they don't like me, and they've got to find whatever they can, and whatever. Have fun.
Okay, so Atheist Junior, he went as far as to find a sort of wiki page from fans, looked into all of it, found out that he once admitted that he was bisexual. Brought that up at the start of the debate. I shit you not.
Wow.
Be prepared for the guy to dig up dirt and mention it at the start of the debate in order to discredit you. That is something that he has done in the past.
Oh, wait, he said to somebody else that they admitted that they were bisexual?
No, he said that at the start of the debate against Atheist Junior.
Say that again. How did he say it?
Okay, so he basically brought up a picture of Atheist Jr., said, this is Atheist Jr., he's this height, he started doing YouTube videos at this time, he likes makeup, he is into makeup in his free time kind of thing, and then he brought up a Twitter thing saying in this day he admitted that he was bisexual kind of thing. Just at the start of the debate, it really did.
Just an utter coward. And I saw him do something. I don't know if it was the same debate, but I think somebody at the end of the debate, he kept going back and forth to their identity. He kept being like, he or she. I'm not sure what to call you. Can you just tell me, how do you identify? Because I haven't known what to call you this whole debate. And I was like,
I think that was Daria.
I was like, wow. What a piece of shit!
Look, it's Kent Hovind, man. What can I tell you? But I wanna make just from my thing.
Yeah. Go ahead.
100.
Also, hang on one second. Tell us about your thing. You did one, and do you have another one coming up? I thought Donnie said you have another debate with Kent Hovind coming up, or did you just do that? Let us know what's up.
I've done 2 debates against Kent. I've done a flood debate. Well, it was more like an ark debate. He wanted to talk about the ark specifically, not the flood. But anyway, I did that one. And then I did a evolution debate. And then he's trying to get a third one. I don't have anything definite on that, but I've said, hey, I'll do it. So he's basically trying to set up the trifecta kind of thing.
Yeah. All right, guys. So that's what Donnie said. And so when I have Mark Reed on here with the panel, y'all, we ain't messing around. We talking to an experienced Hovind debater who's training in the gym for the same opponent, right? So we comparing training notes.
I wouldn't say seasoned. I would say lightly salted, Jay. But I have to 100% agree with Jason and say, do not underestimate this guy. He may be a brain dead, delusional, old crotchety guy, but he is an amazing rhetoricist. The way that he talks is very, very good, and the way that he manipulates the conversation is very, very good.
Do you guys see this, Mark? Do you really believe that? Because to me, that's weird. When I see his debates, I don't get that from him.
Yes.
Like I've watched a lot of Kent Hovind footage. He just sounds bad to me. Maybe I'm listening with a weird perspective or something, but to me, you got to remember, I come from a family of preachers. So he doesn't sound impressive to me as a preacher. He doesn't sound impressive to me certainly as a scientist, as an educator. He doesn't sound good to me as like a counselor. Like I've had a really hard time even identifying his audience. Because I can tell you right now, if I put most of my Christians, put Kent Hovind up in front of my Christian friends, they wouldn't listen to him for more than 3 minutes. They're just like, no, he's terrible. Like, get him the fuck out. Even the biblical literist wouldn't want to deal with him because he's too rude. He's too outward in his denial of science. So I really have a hard time. When people say to me, don't take Kent Hovind, don't underestimate him, I think he's very calculated. I think he's very cold. And I think he's capable of anything. Like I said, I think if he was in a mafia, he'd be a killer. I just genuinely think he's a psychopath. But it surprises me to hear people compliment his rhetoric because and maybe it's just a taste thing. I don't find him impressive in any way, shape, or form. But go ahead.
So he's got a number of tactics that in the sort of debate sphere you would generally consider very dishonest. Like, for instance, and I'll go through a few of them, he will actively try and make you mad, okay? He will say stuff to try and get an emotional reaction out of you because he wants to be able to go and, hey, look at the angry atheist that just flies off the handle and, is just mad. And he does that very well. He will say stuff to try and trigger you. Be aware of that. He will also gish gallop. He will bring out topic after topic after topic, all in one long block of sentence where you can't talk. And then when you haven't addressed every single point, and that was the whole idea of why Dwayne Gish did it in the first place, is he can go back and say, hey, he didn't address this, and he didn't address this, and he didn't address this. It's really considered a really dishonest debate tactic, but it is a debate tactic.
So,
another thing that he does is he will use really, really rude and obnoxious. See, I'm gish galloping, Jay, right? I'm gish galloping right now. I'm bringing out point after point after point after point, and you can't respond. And just for my background, and I'll just gish gallop a little more here.
Yeah.
My background is I worked in IT, and the first half of my life was on the phones in IT doing stuff. I did complaints for telecommunications providers, and you learn something called conversation control or call control, and it's how you dominate a conversation or let it like communication happen. And I gotta say, Ken is pretty good at it. I mean, he's not amazing, but he's pretty good.
So what you were saying is not, I admire Kent Hovind's rhetoric, and I think he's good like that. What you're saying is he has tactics. I know the tactics, and he employs the tactics. He employs the tactics routinely and effectively in terms of the tactic itself. His gish gallop is gish gallop. His trying to trigger people triggers people. His the techniques you're saying. Okay,
misrepresentation of your points. So he'll straw man you all the time. And misrepresent your points. And so what happens is, okay, so he'll gish gallop, misrepresent a few of your points. Say, hey, you're saying that a bird turned into a duck. That's just a very simple, but it'll be a bit more complex. Right. Okay, when he goes on to the next thing, he'll say something very, very triggering. So you want to answer that. The problem is then it looks like the first thing has completely been missed, and therefore it's true that the dog can't turn into a duck or whatever crazy thing he spouted off.
Sure. Oh, Tangelo, what's up?
I wanna just clarify for 1 second. When I say I think he's good at rhetoric, I don't think I mean the content of his rhetoric. I mean his actual. Well, that's what I mean by rhetoric. The style, the
style.
The information is presented. Yeah. Sorry, Tangelo.
Tangelo, I just want to say you got 2 minutes because we're handling serious business. But I let you in because you have friendship privileges. You're a buddy, so I didn't want to leave you back there. What's up, man?
Well, I don't want to hijack the conversation. So if you guys have a topic that you're discussing, I don't want to interrupt you guys.
You were saying in the chat that that Hovind is usually spot on. Did you want to respond? You want to clarify that?
Yeah. Well, now you got time. Yeah, go ahead and clarify that before you get up on out of here. But yeah, what do you mean?
Well, I think that Hovind, he runs his whole shtick for decades, and he never changes it. So. I think he's boring because he never comes up with a new discourse, and he doesn't go into the biochemistry where actually the mechanisms are which explain organismal complexity. So it remains usually on a superficial level. Whatever debate he is involved, it is always superficial. It is always the same. And it is basically boring. That is, but I mean, of course I am on the same page as he is, and I believe the same things.
You mean as Kent Hovind?
He believes the same things that Kent Hovind does at the high level.
Yeah, but Tangelo goes more into the papers and sort of says why the papers are wrong, rather than just says. I don't believe what X can turn into a Y, basically.
Well, Kent Hovind doesn't think that the geologic column is like legitimate. That he doesn't agree with the way the geologists consider uniformitarianism or the structure of the geologic column. He doesn't agree with that. So I mean, you wouldn't agree with that, would you, Otangelo? Or would you?
Well, I don't have any education in geology, so
okay.
That's the 2 minute. That's the 2 minute timer. But Otangelo, look, man, I'm gonna be honest, man. It scares me that you guys are so wrong about this. Like it's just, you guys got to understand, man, that sometimes in life you just wrong. Like. You're just wrong. You got to go learn the stuff from the real people.
You say that, Jay, stop. You say that in every stream, and it's boring. I mean, you have.
It is boring. I agree. That's why I do a whole lot of song and dance, because it is boring.
Well, you need to put the facts on the table, and you are not doing that. And I am still waiting to see what you actually have to actually substantiate your position. And you saying to me that Carl Zimmer is an authority, I am sorry, but this guy has no clue whatsoever what he's talking about. He doesn't know the science.
Wait a minute. Oh, Tangelo, you're bringing up like the fact that an authority is not an authority. I mean, we've constantly had this discussion where we're saying, look, we have pretty much 99% of the scientific consensus is on our side. So
if you're
going to care, I don't care about your consensus. Fair enough, but you just I want to talk the science, and you guys.
You don't, though. You don't.
You are just talking about consensus and things like that.
Just a second. Wait a minute. Just a second ago, you just said, "Wait a minute, Jay. You're bringing up this Jay Zimmer or this Zimmer guy, and he's not really an expert in this area." So you yourself are bringing up that topic. So that opens up the door for me to say, "Wait a second. You're looking at somebody's qualifications. Well, all the people with all the qualifications are on our side."
That's why you're being so dishonest. And on top of that, I'm not. You come on a YouTube channel, and this is what I keep trying to tell you, Tangelo. It's not a matter that is settled on YouTube. It's a matter that is settled in the science. So if you want me to present the case to you, and I give you the leading biology textbook written by one of the best science writers we have, it's literally the textbook I use to teach at Michigan State University. When you tell me I'm not presenting my case to you, I'm like, no, I'm presenting the whole case to you. I'm not giving you the hour-long condensed version. I'm saying, Tangelo, here's the source. Here's what I use to actually teach this subject at the university. It's got the whole case in it. You could read it at your own pace, take your time, and then you tell me, well, he's not an expert. And again, you don't have to take my word for it. We could do what Jason Torn is talking about, and I'm sure Mark Reed would agree. We can poll the American audience full of science readers and ask them what they think of Carl Zimmer's expertise. They will all tell you the same thing. We can poll all of the prestigious scientific publications that he's got. And we could ask, most importantly, the scientists who are the experts in this field. Not even just that. I'll take it one step further. We could not even just poll all the evolutionary biologists. We could poll all of my people, the evolutionary biology educators, the people whose job is to say not only what is the best evolutionary evidence in science, but who is actually teaching that evolutionary science the best way. And they will all tell you it's Carl Zimmer. And they will give you that same link to that same book I sent you. So please don't tell me that I'm not presenting the case to you when I'm presenting the case to you. What you really need to do is go through that book, and then once you've done that, come and tell me about how you've actually gone through my case and the problems you have, and the most importantly, again, the better evidence that you have to present.
Yeah, and I just want to add that scientific consensus is integral to the scientific. Tangelo, please.
Yeah.
That the scientific consensus is integral to the scientific method, which we know works because it has produced so many things over the years. You're on the internet right now because of the scientific method, and because people came up with a consensus that, like, for instance, Ethernet was the best way to run local network connections. That came up through the scientific method, Tangelo.
I mean, to give Tangelo credit in one respect.
I am not a science denier. I deny the philosophical circle around science.
What do you mean the philosophical circle? What do you mean by that?
Which is what is basically in dispute here.
Well, what's wrong with? So you're talking about method. Just one sec. You're talking about methodological naturalism. Is that what you're talking about? Because that's the philosophy of science, right?
No. I am talking about philosophical naturalism. No, I am talking
science
about
isn't philosophical naturalism,
which is basically around.
Go ahead, Tangelo.
Sorry, go ahead, mate.
Can I finish this?
Yeah. It's just a bit. There's a delay on your end, Tangelo. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
I think it's because I'm in Australia.
Right. Okay. So when talking about origins, then we do not have a time machine to go back and see what actually happened. So what we can do is to look into what is, and then when we are asking how did these things come to be, we make a basic philosophical inference to the best explanation. While atheists say a natural mechanism is the best explanation, we as intelligent design proponents say we think that there are signs which demonstrate that intelligence had somehow to be involved in order to make these things that we observe. That's basically the entire discussion. So we agree on what we observe because that's what it is. I am not disputing what science is observing or unraveling. What I am disputing is that non-intelligent mechanisms suffice to explain the phenomena in demand.
Okay, so the problem with that is that what you've described is philosophical naturalism. It's also called ontological naturalism. It says that basically God cannot possibly exist. Now, science is different. That's methodological naturalism. What it basically says, and look, this methodological naturalism or science doesn't care where the answer ends up, right? It doesn't care if it leads to a God. It doesn't care if it leads to some sort of supernatural thing. It doesn't care. The evidence leads to whatever the evidence leads to. But what methodological naturalism says is that you cannot start or incorporate the supernatural into any of the methods it is using, right? So you cannot start out with an assumption of anything supernatural, and you can't incorporate the supernatural into the methods that we are using, because if we do so, they don't work. They don't produce the results we want to produce, which is, discovering things. And the reason why we did that is because before the Enlightenment, we found the supernatural for all kinds of things. Like for instance, epilepsy was supernatural, and sickness was supernatural, and all kinds of things were supernatural that we now found out weren't. So it doesn't. Science doesn't prevent you from showing up, like ending up at God, but it does prevent you from assuming God as the conclusion at the start.
But I don't think he's bringing up God in this instance.
Guys,
right?
I need to 1 second.
Well,
sorry to interrupt. It's just that
No, sorry, go.
I need to let him out. He's starting to go crazy, so I need to let him out before he has an accident or something.
Yeah, sure, man.
And then I'll be listening to it. I'll play it on my tablet. And then I was gonna say, Melody said hashtag stay home. Don't be out here with these COVID deniers. But the chat's been lit. Chat, we appreciate you, Cameron, Lena, Richard Madsen, Melody Joy. There's been some others, but yeah, I'll let you guys to it. Also, I appreciate James Apperson, and let James Apperson get in here. Sometimes he does a good job of bringing in some of the comments from the chat. But yeah, appreciate you guys. Hold it down for me for a few minutes, and I'll be back.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but you're not. I mean, I don't think Otanjo's bringing up like the God supernaturalism in this instance. I think he's just saying that it's an intelligent design argument that he agrees with all the observations that science has. He's just saying that the core foundation has to be an intelligence which originated what we're seeing in that observation. But they're not necessarily saying that's a supernatural instance. You're just saying it's an intelligence. Is that correct, Otangelo?
Well, what I am saying, I actually partially agree with Mark. Then when we are talking about operational science, then the question is different than in historical science. We try to understand how something works. So if a scientist finds a new bacteria or a protein or whatever it is, then he tries to understand what is this thing doing. And of course, then you don't put a supernatural hypothesis to explain the operation of a natural thing, because God isn't fiddling there all the time doing something in order for that thing to work. So there it is okay to use methodological naturalism to actually understand what is going on. But when we are talking about historical sciences, then we need to put all the possible mechanisms on the table and not exclude intelligent design as a possible explanation a priori. This is what science today is doing. And this thing, that's why you never see at the end of an evolutionary paper or a geological paper or whatever paper has with historical village system.
You're breaking up a lot, Otangelo. I'm having trouble hearing you.
This thing into existence.
Your connection is horrible. Yeah,
it's breaking up a bit. I caught the first part where you said we can't exclude intelligent design, and I think that what I'm doing is I'm getting across we don't exclude intelligent design. Just say all the evidence led to aliens, like the idea of panspermia. Aliens came down and sort of mixed life up in a beaker. That's where the evidence would lead, but the evidence doesn't lead there, at least not yet. And so we don't exclude intelligent design. It's just we can't use supernatural things. In science, you have to have a falsifiable hypothesis. So if your hypothesis is intelligent design, how do you go about falsifying that? And I just want to add that there's no difference between historical and operational. I've never heard those terms before. I don't know if Jay can shed some light, but I don't know what you're talking about. The methodologies for science are the methodologies for science. I don't think they split them up like that.
They don't.
Yeah, and I don't think intelligent design is considered a legitimate scientific theory or hypothesis. Like,
it's not.
It's not. It's pseudoscience. Google it.
It is considered pseudoscience, yeah. Kitzville versus Dover, they kind of, and we were talking about this earlier, they got baby on the stand.
Well, you can call it whatever you want. All I am saying...
Well, I don't call it that. That's what the scientists call it.
That when we are talking about historical evidence, intelligence as being part to instantiate
I can't hear you.
Whatever.
Yeah, you're breaking up a lot.
It is a possibility. And doesn't exclude it a priori, it actually does. And it does it since the 19th century when the philosophical framework was established by the X Club and Thomas Huxley. And since then, God is excluded a priori from any kind of scientific.
There he is, Jason, doing the thing you just said he wasn't doing.
Never paper, which in the end will say.
I only caught some of that, but what I missed, and I really want to know, is what are we excluding a priori? What are we saying we cannot find this as the answer? What are we excluding that you're claiming that we are?
God.
Exactly. Sorry, I just want to hear from Otangelo there. Maybe he's stuck.
When it comes to historical science, intelligence as a possibility of the phenomena observed in the natural world is not permitted because supposedly it cannot be tested. It doesn't be part of science.
That's not true.
Sorry. What I am saying, and that is factual.
No, that's not true. I just went through if the evidence led to intelligence, then it would lead to intelligence. So the evidence we follow, if that leads... Otangelo, I was very good for you and remained quiet. Can you let me speak? If that evidence all leads to intelligence, like I said, if it leads to aliens or if it leads to God, that's fine. The thing that we don't allow is assuming intelligence up front. You can make a hypothesis that it's intelligent, but if we can't falsify that hypothesis, then we can't put that into science. And that applies for everything. That applies for magic. That applies for unicorns. That applies to anything we can't falsify. It's not just intelligence. And so we don't say it can't end up at intelligence. What we're saying is you cannot assume it up front or use anything supernatural in your methodology for finding out that conclusion. If the natural evidence leads to intelligence, whatever that intelligence may be, so be it. But if you are saying we've got to assume intelligence up front, then you are doing it wrong.
Crickets.
It is a video hold. I think your video's stuttering a little. You froze for a second, Otangelo.
You gotta
Satan
get a better...
really just doesn't want Otangelo to testify. That's what it is.
Dude, you got a horrible internet connection. Maybe it's the video. Maybe it can.
I don't know. You have to turn off the video. Maybe.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah, that's a good idea,
I'm
Richard.
interrupting
Thanks,
all the
mate.
time.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't I don't understand incorporating an intelligent design into like what Mark was saying, like a null hypothesis structure that allows us to evaluate the effect or relationship of intelligence into the formations of life. Like I don't understand how a hypothesis would be formed in that respect and how you'd be able to evaluate that hypothesis. I mean, if the premise is that all life or all facets of our world were constructed based on intelligence, then I don't understand if we have no observations of non-intelligence being engaged and everything was formed by something intelligent, then how will we test for that? It seems to be it doesn't conform to a method that would allow science to evaluate.
This is a justified question, Jason. And when we are let me answer to that, Jason.
Go for it.
I agree with you that if you are talking about events of the past, and if creator eventually created life just in one event in the past and he will not repeat that event, then of course you cannot test that. I agree with you on that. But my standard answer to that is this. Beings, we can instantiate blueprint, we can make all these blueprints, machines that are not intelligence is capable of doing this. And on the other hand, science is trying to actually recreate life without involving intelligence as an ingredient, and is not capable of doing it. So we have two situations where natural non-intelligent mechanisms, they are unable to instantiate instructional information, and through that information they're making molecular machines and cell factories, while on the other hand, analogously to what we do, we can attribute that to the biological world. We know that we as intelligent beings can actually instantiate and make blueprints, and through these blueprints then it can direct the making of molecular of machines in general and factories. So we have a positive case on the one side and a negative case where it has not been demonstrated on the other side that intelligence is not capable of this thing.
I can barely understand anything you're saying. You're breaking up, Otangelo.
Rational to infer that intelligence.
I know what he's saying.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I know what you're saying. I mean, but like my response, even though you're breaking up horribly.
I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
Oh my God, it's Jordan Peterson.
Jordan Peterson is in the chat. Yeah,
Um,
to me, Otangelo, that just sounds like an argument from incredulity. You're sort of saying, well, I can't believe that natural processes could create this thing, so therefore it must be intelligent designer.
Yeah.
And it's fine if the evidence leads to intelligent designer, but you're sort of... yeah, all right. Yeah.
But I mean, I think I understand the position. Just to address the latter portion, that first of all, I would disagree that we don't have experiments that in some way, shape, or form have replicated life. That synthetic life has been generated. There have been multiple experiments where you may argue against it, but there have been multiple experiments that have reproduced life in some limited manner. Now, if you're going to say that's not really life, those aren't really appropriate experiments that show that we can replicate life, that's not proof that it's not possible. That just means that we haven't achieved that yet. And
Right.
so to make the assumption that because we haven't achieved that yet, that therefore it's not possible is just flawed thinking. That
Right.
you're making an assumption that because we haven't done that, that therefore it can't possibly occur. Therefore, it's a check mark in your corner. And I would say that that's not the case.
And the reason,
Go ahead.
sorry, the reason why is because you have millions and millions of occasions where people have said, you can't explain X, therefore it's God or it's an intelligence kind of thing. We used to think that about lightning. We used to think that about wind. We used to think that about all kinds of natural stuff. The thing that you're using, Otangelo, it's more complex, but the same argument's been used a million times. You know, people couldn't, people go, well, I can't believe that lightning would just come down naturally from the sky. It's got to be Zeus. I can't believe that a tide would carry a ship so far across the ocean. It has to be, some sort of mystical water spirit. This argument's been put into place millions of times in the past, and it always, well, to the audience, it's always wrong.
It's always costly.
And costly, yeah. But we always find the natural explanation behind it. No worries, Otangelo. Thank you, mate. Yeah, I do apologize. It was just we had so much trouble hearing you. And sorry to interrupt you, Jason. I got to admit, I just jumped in over you. I'm truly sorry, man. Looks like it's just us, mate. All
right.
Yeah, no worries. But yeah, I don't know. I guess Jay's got me thinking about why I debate. And I actually enjoy the back and forth. I enjoy the kind of intellectual sparring kind of stuff. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. But I do like the, locking horns with somebody with a completely different perspective than you, and addressing their points while being able to articulate your own. I do enjoy that.
Yes, so do I.
Yeah, and I find it gives me a sort of avenue to really speak my mind, to really get down in these things. Hey, Jay, welcome back, man. Sorry, welcome back, Jay.
Thanks. I'm still heating up. I'm heating up some food, and I'll be back in a minute because I gotta. I'm hungry. I'm starving. I've been streaming all day, but I just wanted to quickly touch on a couple of things with the conversation with Otangelo. You guys just laid it out there so perfectly, right? And I'm done. I'm at a point with people where if you don't understand the explanation, I'm now entitled to think you just can't understand the explanation. And sometimes it's, and this is where my interest diverges from other people. Some people want to really psychologize every single case. Is it this person's cognitive dissonance? Is it, why do they hang on to this one? Well, okay, Tangelo's a Shroud of Turin guy, so let me dig into how I get it, the Shroud of Turin. This other person's an argument from contingency person, so I'm going to become an expert on the argument of contingency. And I'm like, look, some of these people just don't get it. Now, I'm a person who just believes, and I'm going to keep it real straight with y'all, I believe there's a lot of stupidity in the world. I believe there's a lot of willful ignorance in the world. I believe there's a lot of malicious ignorance in the world. More importantly, I believe there's a lot of people who simply don't have the education to live up intellectually to their ideals. Mm-hmm. They just don't have the tools, and it's not always their fault. It could be psychological, cognitive, economic, whatever, right?
Yeah. And I'd go so far as to say it's rarely their fault,
Rarely their fault. Yeah. I would agree with that. But at some point, y'all, you don't have to educate everybody. And there's a couple things I really like about education that I like to touch on, and then I'll let you guys get back to it. The first is accountability, like I always say. I get to grade people. And one of the things I really want to make clear to Ken Hoven's audience Like I try to make clear to the Rebeccas and Otangelos of the world, if you come on my turf, university soil, I get to just grade you. I get to just say you failed. I get to just say you're wrong. You didn't meet the standard of what this class requires of people. And you could take it to my boss and my boss's boss and all the way up to the university president if you'd like, but you're going to be held to the accountable for the fact that I was wrong, I was right, and you were wrong. And no, your teacher didn't give you the wrong grade. You actually demonstrated you don't understand how natural selection works. Oh, this thing you gave about intelligent design creation actually being a scientific... No, that was wrong. It's not a scientific theory. What are you talking about? Right? That's... Go ahead.
I got to ask, have you been handed one of those before? I've got to know.
What?
Assignment or some sort of,
No, my students... Again, because you would never try. You would never even dare. You would never even dare. You already know. You already know you'd be sitting on some BS. But you do have students who want to challenge their grades and stuff like that.
Of course.
Now, the other thing
I don't
is...
know. I've seen some people hand in some pretty whack stuff, to university.
Yeah.
I don't know whether they would try for that, but yeah.
No, you may be early on. You have some students who might express something like, they're part of a church group or whatever, and they might have some hesitations or something. But normally it doesn't bleed into their assignments, and they quickly, that just goes away.
And once they start studying,
of course, yeah. And usually it's funny. They don't even have to tell you. You could just see it. So, but what's the other part that's interesting is prerequisites.
Well, Jay, sorry to interrupt. Maybe include that, that you have taught. I mean, I don't know how many students.
Yeah, lots.
Taught, you've seen them come in, start to study it, and the pieces start to click together, kind of thing. You see it happening, and intelligent design never seems to survive a decent education. A decent education in the science of evolution.
Absolutely. That's 100% a great point. Thank you so much, and I'll hold on to that. I'll actually probably rewatch a little bit of this and pick up on some of the things we talk about, so I don't forget them. But that's a great point. The other thing is prerequisites. If I dealt with a Rebecca or Otangelo in the classroom, before you take my class, which is a senior seminar, most of my students are on their way to med school. I don't think we really have any prerequisites, but it's not unusual for a class like ours to have prerequisites, right? You have to have taken this level biology or whatever before you can take this class. And I don't think these people would have the necessary prerequisites. And what's interesting is they don't stick to basic biology topics. This is the thing I want the atheist and skeptical community to pay attention to. What they want to do is they want to jump into graduate level subjects. They don't want to talk about the foundations of evolution or even fossils, genetics, and phylogenies, right? They want to talk about zinc fingers and ERVs or whatever, right? Stuff that, again, I have a graduate student I do some broadcasts with, and I ask him about these things, and he'll just start laughing, and he'll go, "What are you talking about? What do you mean? I've never even. What is that? What is that? What is that?" Right? Because again, it just shows you people are getting their PhDs in this field, and unless that's their little niche of the world,
speciality,
they've never even heard these words. I was in the grad school for 10 years. I never heard these terms 0 times. I'm not exaggerating, 0 times. So when these creationists and people tell you, "Oh, well, this is a big problem for biology," I go, "Well, then I'm really upset." Because I spent 10 years around this place, and apparently there's this big problem floating around that undermines our entire operation here, and y'all failed to bring this to my attention. Y'all had one job, which was to train me in evolutionary biology, and y'all ain't telling me that ERVs undermine the whole thing. Ain't nobody telling me we had a zinc finger problem up in this bitch. You know what I'm saying?
But also the problem is that when they tell you something like this and then you go back to investigate it, or they tell you where they got it from, it will be like 1 or 2 cherry-picked sentences from some paper that 100% complete with evolution.
Yes,
but because
always.
they're honest, they say, oh, we've got a problem with this or this, and maybe they go on to say, we've got these solutions for it that could all be possible, and more research is required. But all they're doing is cherry picking the sentence that says, there is a problem with this, evolution false.
Right, which is... You know, I totally agree. All I was going to say is that sometimes I jokingly say to them, oh, it sounds like you want to become an evolutionary biologist, right? Because that's what we do, is we actually find the problems with the theory. We go, yeah, we haven't solved this thing. And then they expect you to put in a grant application and, get you some lab equipment and get to solving it, right? But they want to say, there's a problem with evolution. Let's just check the whole thing out. I'm gonna go pick up my food. I'm gonna go grab my food, but I'm gonna listen to y'all. Go ahead.
Wait a minute. Before you leave, Jay, I just want to say, do you know Dan Cardinal? Do you know Dr. Dan? It's the guy in the chat. The person's Creation Myths.
Oh, I've heard of the channel. Yeah.
You should connect with him because he teaches biology at Rutgers.
I think we're connected in.
He's super smart. He engages on YouTube. I think you'd really like.
Yeah,
him.
Creation Myths. Email me. I think we might be in a Discord together. I think maybe they invited me to the science team Discord or something. But yeah, Creation Myths, let me know. Please reach out. Jason Torn, I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm trying to link up and do more collaborations, more videos, and I got like 18 podcasts you could probably come on to. So that would help.
I love Dr. Dan. Dr. Dan is an amazing educator. Like, I've seen him talk with he talked with Michael Behe extensively. It was a great discussion because he was very polite to Behe while at the same time pointing out the flaws in Behe's positions. And Behe really couldn't, I didn't have much of a comeback for him. But Dan he is just a really
great.
Not only a very sharp, obviously, and he, is an educator, but he's good on YouTube.
Great. So let's link up. Creation Myths, let's definitely do it. Let me know what's up. Also, Jason Torn as well, Creation Myths, Mark, yourself, maybe even James Apperson, man. I actually need help from you guys because I'm still trying to make the case to my university why this stuff is worthwhile to do. So don't be surprised if I need some YouTube endorsements about, hey, it's really helpful to have evolutionary biologists out here, trying to help us in this struggle. Because one thing I noticed is it's just not a lot of us are really out here giving people the kind of backup they need.
No, I can solve this on 2 seconds. The problem is that a lot of our population are receiving their education from YouTube, and that's just a fact. Kids are on YouTube.
That's what I'm saying.
The time, just watching videos. Now, the intelligent design side and the anti-science side, I'll go so far as to call them that, they're on YouTube making a ton of videos. They are present here. And I think that the science side needs to have a strong science presence in order to, sort of provide a counterweight against that. Is it worth your time as a highly educated science to be on YouTube doing this stuff? I don't know. That's up to someone other than me to but the reason why I appreciate that you're here and Dr. Dan is here and Jason is here is because you guys are voices for science in a sphere that has a lot of crap on it, right. That's why I appreciate it.
And even myself, my case to Rob for doing our class was twofold. One, he's really, he did the Kitzmiller versus Dover thing, so he gets that science communication is important. It's an important part of the public good and civic work of science. And so he was a little bit sold, because at first I was like, hey, Rob, we should stream our class, right? And he's like, right, the university probably won't. And then he came back and he was like, well, it would be a great opportunity for our students to learn to communicate better, right? No, to show them, no, you got to go. There's a public. Give your presentation. Because normally they're in a class where it's just their classmates and then us, and we're like, no, you guys should be live. Get the experience of really having to, really explain your stuff to the public. And And then the other thing was exactly what you said. I said, Rob, this is where people are getting their education. So we actually are teaching this at the highest level. Why don't we just stream it? And we can do both, right? That's what I said. I said, why can't we just do both? Why can't we just stream our class, and therefore people can go to YouTube to get an education, and at least on our channel they can actually get, this class taught by some people who, one, know what they're talking about, and two, have some accountability, right? We can't just get up here and talk on some bullshit about evolution. There are consequences. You can go to our deans and say, Jason's teaching evolution wrong, and I won't get hired if I keep doing that, right?
Actually, Jay, that's an important point to bring up as well, that in the debate, that Kent's not accountable to anybody if he gets
not
stuff
at all.
wrong. And none of them are. That nobody's going to, go and pull a Tangelo aside and say, hey, you have actually got this thing wrong and you need to be held accountable for it. You do have that. You have somebody who is going to actually hold you to account. I don't know if that's worth bringing up. It's just saying.
No,
really
it is.
It
really is, because these are the things the audience don't. These are the things the audience doesn't get a chance to think about. I think, and this is the kind of stuff I want to clue them in on. Even when I say I'm not going to dive into Kent's stuff, I'm just going to say he's wrong, and if he were in my class, I'd fail him. Now, some people are just going to think, yeah, he's just being a jerk and just being stupid. But some people are going to go away and think about that and go, hey, wait a second, I think there might be something to that, right? Like, because again, what I'm saying is there is a space, and I'll tie this into the evolution on trial thing, right? Here's where I'm really taking that, Mark Reed. I started a little bit of my backstory. I started all this stuff. My journey in evolution started because I wanted to be a dating coach, right? And I made a degree at Penn State in social dynamics because I wanted to be the only dating coach in the world to actually have a 4-year degree, right? Most dating coaches out there are self-styled gurus, and some of them are good coaches, but a lot of them are creeps who are just want your money, right? So I was like, I'm going to go to Penn State with a full academic scholarship and know what I'm talking about. And so that's how I got into evolution. I started in biological anthropology, studying human sexuality. So when, I get into this stuff, one of the things that I'm trying to get, one of the things I got into that stuff was I learned evolution really helps people work, right? And then I also had to take seriously the responsibility. Okay, now you're not just some self-made guru on the internet. You're going to be telling people, well, I went to a university, Penn State University, a very prestigious one. I have this master's degree in biological anthropology. Well, now if you're telling people some antisocial bullshit, that's going to be a problem, right? And so I had to learn, even in that context, why being an academic had value, because one, I was kind of representing a public university. I had to say, I have to teach my male students who want my help with dating, quote unquote, in a way that wouldn't offend me if the person asking me for help was one of my female students. I can't give you advice as a male student that would bother me if somebody did that to one of my female students, and vice versa, right? So it puts you in a very different space, right? To where if I can just say, this book is the guaranteed way to get you laid, and you just gonna be smashing females over the head with it, you know what I mean? And I'm like, I'm not gonna do that. That's way too antisocial. The point being, for me, I really sort of took to that, and I became sort of the anti-pickup artist. That was the joke, right? Like, I know all that stuff, but I'm here to tell you why you shouldn't do it, right? Because it's going to do you more harm than good. And now that I'm in this space and I'm doing more of this stuff, I'm sort of becoming the anti-YouTube YouTuber. Listen, I love these debates on YouTube, but look, we got to leave that science and theology alone. It ain't really doing much good for you. Oh, yeah, I'm doing this debate, but look, really, these YouTube debates is not really the place to learn these things. And so it's going to sound hypocritical for you to be like, I'm an educator on YouTube telling you why you shouldn't get your education on YouTube, just like I was the anti-pickup artist dating coach. But it nevertheless is the reality of how I feel. I'm here to tell you, YouTube is not the place to get your education on these things, right?
Look, that's just blatant hypocrisy as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Well, I was trying to dance around it and give you the whole song and dance, but there you go.
I'll say things about hypocrisy, right? And I love this about hypocrisy, that number one, everybody does it.
I tell people hypocrisy is fun. Yeah.
Well, number two is that just because something's hypocritical doesn't make it bad advice. Like you can be smoking away and say, "Hey, don't smoke.
Don't smoke."
Exactly. For you. That's hypocritical, but it's still.
Well, listen,
really
people would ask me this all the time. They'd say, "If you're a dating coach, why are you single?" And I would say, "Well, you could be a really fat, out of shape, fitness expert, but that doesn't mean your advice about fitness is wrong." I said, "The reason I'm single is the reason everybody else is single. I'm a normal person, and my relationships haven't worked out. What do you want from me?"
Or you could be single by choice. You could.
Well, now I'm learning. Now I'm living that life. You hear about the incels. I'm the voluntarily celibate, whatever they call that. Again, I'm much more like I was when I was a Christian. I'm just chastened, and I'm in a period of abstinence right now, I guess.
It's cool. It's your life, your choice. One thing I did want to mention though, when you said, "Hey, I just fail people if they don't live up," something you do in debates is not only do you give reasons, what you wanna or what I think you should focus on is what's the impact. You've got to show the impact, right? So you say, okay, I just fail people if they don't meet these criteria. Now, the thing that you want to explain is why we do that, like why we fail students that don't meet up to this criteria. It's because you have medical students coming through, right?
Right.
If they don't meet up to the criteria, they're going to go out into the world and kill somebody, right? Because they don't have the education they need. So it's your responsibility to make sure they are educated in the foundations of medicine, which happens to be, germ theory and evolution.
Yeah.
Hey, Jay, is Dan backstage?
Oh, let me see. Oh, yeah, he is actually. All right, guys, I'm never going to eat. Dr. Dan, I'm super glad you're here. I'm super. I keep telling my stream they've got to play it cool. We're A-list atheists now. There's going to be celebrities coming through. You guys just got to relax and take it all in stride. But look, I would be rude for you to
atheism.
It'd be rude for you to jump on and me to hop out the chair. So I'm gonna let my food get cold and then have to reheat it. But please, let's chat for a few minutes and then I'll get that so I can eat. I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Oh, you're such a rookie, Dan.
I thought you guys told me this was a big time YouTuber. No. Guys, this is the impersonator. See, there are these internet deep fakes. This is one of those deep fakes.
CGI.
Oh, he said check the studio.
Do you have him muted?
No, I don't have him muted. Yeah, he said it's on his end. He said he's going to look into it. Okay. Great.
All good.
Yeah. No worries. Take your time. I'll put him backstage just so he's not troubleshooting with an audience. But I'll bring him back once he tells me he's ready. So yeah, let me go actually stir my food and heat it up, and then I'll be listening to you. But yes, Mark, I think that's a tremendous point about why we do that. And I've also made the point about the two-way accountability. It's a two-way street. My students get to also hold me accountable if I'm not teaching them correctly. And that's important as well because, we have a Bread of Life in our community. She's often tutored by Sal. And we say the problem is, on YouTube, neither of them has accountability. The student doesn't have accountability for learning the correct things and demonstrating mastery of the correct knowledge. And then this teacher, in this case, and just another YouTuber, also has no accountability for teaching this person. And so what you have is a person who needs to be lied to in search of a liar, and a liar in search of someone to lie to, right? And it just is a disaster. Okay. All right, let me go get my food, but I'm listening.
Wait, I think
Dan's back? Yeah, I think Dan's back. Okay, good. All right,
Can you hear me?
Yes.
There we go.
Yes.
I hadn't set the audio source.
Your camera looks fantastic, by the way. Like there's so much depth to that room. It looks like a short room, but it just looks stunning. Very good.
You have no idea how happy that makes me because I just changed my lighting situation. It used to be really aggressive fluorescent lights, and now it's nice indirect light. And you saying that it looks nice.
Oh, it looks. I think it looks really nice. What do you guys think? I really do think it looks great.
You look soft and warm, Dan. It's very soft, warm light. Yeah.
I used to get a lot of like the forehead reflection, and now I think I've killed that. Which
I think I'm still suffering from that. But
studio lighting, guys. It's a thing. It's a thing. You got to keep playing with it and just keep playing with it. Yep.
I'm new to the game, Jay. I got to admit, I'm new to the game.
So, go ahead, Dr. Dan. I wanna give you a couple minutes, and then I'll be right back.
I just want to say, look, you should go. Don't let me keep you from eating. I just happen to jump in, but I think
so can you? So if I go heat up my food, you guys can talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah.
We got rid of people. If anybody else comes with a bad signal, just tell them to shut up. All right, guys. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Jay.
Hey, Jason and Mark, how are you two?
Yeah, good, mate. How's yourself?
I'm good. I can't complain. So funny story. I actually screwed up my last video. But other than that, I'm good. So I just had to put up a correction because I, cited the wrong paper, and that's embarrassing. But
everyone makes mistakes. Yeah, everyone makes mistakes.
Happens. It's fine.
Are you teaching this semester?
I am. I can't wait. It's my first semester in like 2 years back in person. I'm so excited. I legitimately can't wait. For people who don't know, I got like 450 people in the room. It's just go. I'm so pumped.
I'm feeling seriously out-credentialed here. I really am, I gotta say.
That's what. I mean, but are you guys starting teaching this week, or is it next week? Or
I got a couple weeks. I got a couple more weeks, thankfully, which is good because got to get everything ready.
Wait till the last minute. Wait till the Sunday.
Look, there's a version of like the Galaxy Brain meme, and it's like, prepare before class, prepare right before class, a week before, a day before, the morning of, and then there's like, prepare during class. And like, I've legit done that where like I've in the middle of class been saying something. I'm like, hang on a second. I've like edited what's on screen during class to make it make more sense. I've 100% done that. It's fine. That's allowed. It's fine.
I mean, it's like the same thing with like, I try to explain to folks that like one, don't think that like you can pull one over like for cheating on a professor because they've seen it all. They've seen all kinds of like they've been a perpetual student for like 15 years. Like don't think that we don't know what's going on with that stuff. The other one is like procrastination. Don't think that we don't understand procrastination because we're the masters of it in some respects.
Right. You think I'm not doing stuff last minute? Give me a break, man. Absolutely. But I just hopped in because I just happened to see you all talking, and what you were talking about and the value of doing this and trying to convince people that like this is important and relevant. I could not agree more. And the pandemic especially has made this like super obvious because every like form of pseudoscience is a gateway drug to all the other kinds.
Absolutely. Yes.
So, like, you get like the young earth creationists, and then they're all of a sudden anti-vaxxers.
Yes.
Flat earthers.
Have you all seen this? Like when like James Torr and James Torr, the chemist, and like he does a lot of abiogenesis stuff. He's a creationist now, and he does a lot of like abiogenesis couldn't happen, therefore creationist stuff. And then Rob Carter from CMI and Jonathan Sarfati, they've only a handful of them, but they've been like, you should get vaccinated. It's really important. And the comment threads on Facebook and on YouTube when they say that stuff are just like vicious.
So you're talking about something super important because it's almost like audience capture, right? And what happens even if the creator or the person with the platform actually does try to be reasonable, right? This is the one thing where even Trump, who will try to take credit for the vaccine, which is god awful, but they'll boo him, right? Like that's the one thing. Trump. I mean, you guys remember they threw a rally for the man getting investigated by the FBI. The FBI is breaking into his house to get back the records, and the newscaster can barely tell you that this is happening because the trumpet's like, macho man, I got to be
Teflon Dan for a
right.
Teflon Don for a reason.
But if he says, and maybe you should take that vaccine, boo! They'll throw tomatoes at him, and it's like, wow. All right, but go ahead. I'm gonna grab my food, and y'all keep going. You're dead on.
Well, it's incredible when you dig down on flat earthers. It always comes to religion. I don't think I've seen many flat earthers that aren't young Earth creationists. Like I just haven't.
Oh,
yeah.
See, I've actually purposefully not gone down that rabbit hole because I just can't.
No, that's fair. That's
I deal with the
fair.
young earthers, and I will tell you all, when I took a few years off in grad school, I disconnected from the creationism thing, and when I was in college, it was intelligent design was the big thing. My freshman year of college was the Dover trial. That was the thing. And so for, up until 2009, 2010, it was all intelligent design. And I took a few years off, and I came back, and I'm on Reddit talking about this, and somebody mentioned something about the age of the Earth, and I was like, wait, that's still a thing? No.
Yep.
Are you serious?
Oh, yeah.
And now, the intelligent design people are, persona non grata. They're they don't talk about them anymore. They're doing their own thing. And it's the young earthers who, have the big platform now. And it's just astonishing.
Well, one usually goes with the other.
That's really interesting.
Yeah, and... Sorry, Jason, go ahead.
No. I mean, I was just going to say that, I've mentioned this before on multiple streams about, like what Dan was saying, these connections of these conspiratorial aspects that have, kind of increased over, a number of years. Yeah. So now, anti-vaxxers, flat eartherism, creationism,
climate denial.
Climate denial, absolutely. It's all in the same area of, kind of this intersection of cognitive dissonance and social media tribalism, so it's a really interesting and there's been a lot of research on this cognitive dissonance around climate change and how people can be actually think that they agree with climate change and they're one side they believe in it, but their tribe is telling them that it's fake, and there's a dissonance in their brain of which way am I going to go?
Right, it's a series of boxes you have to check. Yeah,
that's right. And
so sorry, go Jason, go. No, you're good.
No,
all right.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah,
no, go, Jason. I interrupted you. You go. Seriously.
No, I mean, all I was going to just finish with saying is that there's an interconnection between this, and I think it has a lot to do with lack of education. We've totally disintegrated our education system, at least in the United States. The increase of social media that allows people that have very niche viewpoints to find others that are like them. Previously, with white supremacy, you're white supremacy is evil. People are it really we pushed it into a fringe, but given social media, they can find each other, and then folks like Trump are I can tap into that. I can be I can use that to an advantage. We see this across all these disciplines. So now this who would have thought that in 2022 we'd be having debates about whether the Earth is flat? I mean, it blows my mind. It says something about our society.
Actually, I wanted to bring this up. That I just did a debate on Modern Day Debate whether dinosaurs were real, and if you do want to see how far the rabbit hole goes for some of these people, it is definitely worth a watch, because it went to Prince Charles is a descendant of Dracula. There's a sort of pebbles on the beach are in fact fossilized organs. Just
oh, I've seen that one. Yeah,
bizarre stuff. Like it was a rollicking ride through complete insanity for me. This kind of stuff is, and that's how deep it goes. That's the worst I've ever seen. Was this?
Okay, let me just add one thing before then. Dan, I know Dan wants to probably say something. Is that Jay and I have talked about this, which is that like folks in academia, most people in academia are like, look, all this stuff that people talk about, like, I could care less. I'm focused on my research. I'm focused on like legitimate science.
True.
But there is a movement among social media and YouTube and whatever, where there is a collection of people that are picking up steam and thinking about this. So in some ways, I'm wondering, like, when is it going to become more prevalent in like academic circles to say, look, academics who are experts in fields need to actually be engaged in these areas. And, you know, so I don't know if that's going to happen, but I mean, like, Dan, you're on YouTube. Like, I think that it needs to be more of this kind of stuff.
I honestly, like so many things, I really do think there's a generational component to it where, Jay and I are probably about the same age, and it's just what you have to do. It's just kind of part of the deal is like there's misinformation out there on the thing that you're an expert in. So, in social media, you see that you have an obligation almost like to society to contribute to addressing that. You've all probably seen
I gotta just get in here real quick.
Go ahead.
But you're just so on, man. It felt like, okay, I was a streamer. It had nothing to do with no counter-apologetics or religion. I was just streaming WWE games, chilling with my friends, ATS, driving my little wheel, having a good time. But then I said to myself, when I found all this stuff, I was like, I'm a streamer already.
I got an audience built in.
I'm in Richard Lenski's lab already. Experimental evolution is what they literally pay me to do.
Perfect. Yeah.
I'm already in an evolution education and outreach group. Right? And so I'm sitting there like, who the hell am I going to pass the buck to?
What? Right. If anybody's going to do it.
If I'm little Rob Pennock Jr., if I learn philosophy of science from the dude who was the expert witness at Kitzmiller versus Dover, and then I'm like, nah, I don't really want to talk to y'all about this. I mean, so that's what I felt like. I just had to jump in because it just spoke to me. So I was like, literally, that's what I felt like. I couldn't, if I pass this buck to somebody else, who am I passing it to?
Who like Joe Schmo is going to do it that's going to like half-ass it and not know what they're talking? No, Mark, I've seen your stuff. You actually know what you're talking about.
Look, but I've got no formal degree in any of this stuff. I just do my best.
But you need to try. You need to make an effort to learn it. And that's
I certainly am trying. It's just I am a Joe Schmo that doesn't really know what, like, because the level of where I am, where I have a decent understanding of the basic concepts, right? The basic concepts I kind of understand, but your guys are on such a massive level, and I understand that. You're so far, so much more than I do, that I wouldn't dream to say, hey, you're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. It's often hard, and this is part of the problem with people in the field. It's really hard for somebody who is like a working evolutionary biologist, and all you do all day is think about this stuff and talk to evolutionary biologists and argue with evolutionary biologists.
Yeah.
It's hard to translate that, which is very technical and very specific. And there's a lot of language that is not familiar to people who don't do that, and take that and make it digestible for an audience on YouTube or streaming or whatever, right?
Yeah, my thing is I had to focus on it. I had to say, as part of my graduate training, I want people who are not just experts in evolutionary biology, but experts in evolution education and outreach. And that was a huge part of my training. Even a whole chapter of my dissertation was all about, educational stuff related to my work.
That's really cool.
When I recommend that Carl Zimmer book, it was actually the original version.
Which book?
Evolution. It's just a textbook. It's like the Carl Zimmer Evolution textbook. You have it? See, I was trying to tell Otangelo. That's really the book. And y'all see, I wasn't messing with him. Now, open that up. Let me see something. Open yours.
What you got?
What's the first chapter? Is there a chapter on religion and evolution in the beginning, like at the very beginning?
So this is the second edition, I think.
It might not even been in the second edition.
Let's see. So I have the second edition physical, and I have the third edition as like the electronic version. I don't think this one has anything on religion.
Yeah, look at like the very beginning. It'd be like a prologue or some sort of introductory chapter before chapter 1, probably.
The intro chapter on this one, I love it. Even though I don't use this book anymore, I still use my intro class from it because it's the virus and the whale. So it's the whale evolution and the influenza, and it goes through.
Okay, who wrote that?
I don't know. I don't know who wrote that chapter.
Because I don't. All right, I'll tell you why I bring it up. My friend Louise Mead, who's one of my mentors, was actually asked to write a prologue to that book on the relationship between, I think, religion and evolution or creationism and evolution. And it's for one of the later versions of this, because I remember she was asked to do it a few years ago, and she had to go back and forth with Zimmer on the drafts and all of this.
Yeah, it's not in this one. This is the 2013 one. This is an old version.
Actually, I showed up 2013, so it would have been after that. So, but my point is, like, I work with these people, right? I work with the person who Carl Zimmer said, I'd like you to write a chapter on the relationship between creationism and evolution. That's the person who trained me in evolution outreach. Go ahead.
Oh, man. I should get the updated version then. That's super cool. Can I just say how jealous I am that you're like, oh, I work with Jay Len. I was in the LNCA lab. Oh, Rob, who's an expert witness at Dover. You mean Rob Pennick? Like, man, that's freaking cool as heck. That's
actually
awesome.
I appreciate it. It's a sweet group. Yeah.
The crazy thing about that, and where I first sort of learnt of Jay, was in an after show to one of my debates. He was sitting in a room with creationists, and one of them tried to tell him that he didn't read the paper that he wrote properly. Yeah, that is insanity.
That's how that was in the LPP after show, and that's how I found Jay as well. That little bit was perfect. That was perfect.
Yeah, I think it was Biblical Account Tools or something. Some
Bible research tools.
Bible research tools. Yeah.
You who graduated from the LNCA lab don't actually understand the LT.
Right. Yeah. And the funny thing I told people afterwards, there's so much you don't really say on a show like that. I said, because somebody made the joke, Jay could probably show you where the bathroom is in that lab. I said, it's worse than that. They forgot to take my key. I still have the keys to the lab. And I said, it's worse than that. Most of us do your own research when you're in the LNCA lab. And even though my research is primarily computational, you don't work off the LTEE working stocks, right? Because that's like the master experiment, and there's people in there. Right. So everybody gets their own little working stock. So I have 3 of my own copies of the LTEE that have my own strains and shit, right? You know what I mean? So exactly, right. So it's like not only do I know the LNCA lab experiment, I'll have it with me the rest of my life, right? When Rich retires, he'll just be I can mail you samples of the LNCA lab. You know what I'm talking about? You better ask nicely. You know what I'm talking about? So it's just the levels to which they're saying, you're just like, if only they knew just how bad it is. You're kind of embarrassed for them in a way.
My older daughter, my younger daughter is too small to do stuff like this. My older daughter plays with Legos of various sizes, and she's 4.5. And she did something a couple weeks ago. She built this tower on top of a Duplo car. It's like the big Legos for kids. And she built like this tower, and it was about as tall as her. Like, it was legit. It was a good size for someone her age. And she was like, "Daddy, this is the biggest building ever." And it's like, that's what creationists are doing, not realizing that like actual skyscrapers exist.
Right.
Like the house that you live in is not actually the tallest thing on earth. Like, there's actual buildings that are more than that. And we see these conversations on YouTube, and the people participating in them, like the creationists that are like, well, have you read this paper? Think that like they're pushing up against the boundary of the knowledge, when they're actually like inscribing clay tablets with like angular figures, not realizing that we've already been to the moon and like done calculus, right? That's the discrepancy here. And going back to a few minutes ago, the challenge is bridging that gap in a way that is accessible and not talking down to people. And that's a really hard thing to do. And people think like, oh, I'm a scientist. I can debate a creationist because I know the field. But it's a specific set of skills for that specific venue, for that specific goal. That is not something they teach in graduate school.
Yeah, I wanted to touch on this because you bring up so many great points. And obviously, Dr. Dan, we're just going to have to start tag teaming a lot of stuff. And
we need to do stuff.
Yeah.
Can I just say, Jay?
Yeah, sure.
So Lenski is my academic great-grandfather. Is if you go back through advisors. So
explain to people what that means, and then fill them in, because I try to explain this to people, but I don't want to be the black kid that gets in there and be like, Rich Lenski is like a father to me, and people think I'm being hyperbolic. I'm like, no, for my entire career, people are going to call Rich Lenski my academic father. So now explain to people that that's a very literal thing we're talking about.
Yeah. So it's so what it is when you're in a lab and you have the PI, the primary investigator, and you graduate from that lab, then the PI, that's your academic parent, right? And then whoever their PI was, that's their grandparents and great-grandparents. So it goes Lenski, Turner, Duffy, me is the process.
Right.
And
so what is say this. You said Lenski, Turner.
Duffy.
Okay, so what he's describing is Paul Turner, who is one of the first 4 black biologists, evolutionary biologists ever. But yes, he's at Yale. Good mentor friend of mine.
And then Siobhan Duffy, through his lab,
he trained Duffy
at Rutgers, and then I in her lab at Rutgers. Yeah.
All right. So that's the expansiveness of the Lenski tree. Now, this is another important point that I've made to people. I once had the honor of writing Rich a letter for academic, like it's outstanding advisor of the year or something like that, which he won rather easily. But the thing I always tell that I said in that letter was, if he had never started the LTEE, if he had just never done that, if we just took the longest running evolution experiment in history of science, that's nice, get rid of that, just toss it out the window, he would still be one of the most important modern biologists in the history of science because of the tree. Because of all the people he's trained, who have come out of his lab, who are now training other people. He's considered literally the father of experimental evolution because of that, more so than anything. Yes, the experiment, but then also all the people he's trained over the years and everything they've gone to do. So I'm like nobody. I'm literally the baby. I'm like part of his last group of 3 grad students, and we literally might be the last 3 grad students he ever trains. So to most people, we're like the young baby cousins you don't even really know. They still kind of snot-nosed. They haven't really done anything in the field. Nobody really cares about them, right? And then there's all these other people in the family that have done stuff, and they're out there doing stuff. And so I'll be telling you, ain't nobody sweating me. Like, nobody really cares about it. I'm new. I'm having a good time. But thanks for explaining that, Dr. Dan. And go ahead.
Yeah, and I just want to say that, like, so everyone has an idea of how important the Lenski lab and the LTE is to just the practice of experimental evolution. My graduate work was on viral experimental evolution. And if you're working on viruses in the lab, you're doing bacteriophages because the hosts are easy to deal with. You don't have to deal with animal hosts or anything. It's super easy. And the way we did, and it was E. coli, it was bacteriophages of E. coli. And Jay, you know exactly how we do the E. coli transmissions because it's the same way with the little flasks and the beaker on top, and you lift it up and you do the transfers. It's exactly the same way that Lenski does it. Prior to that way, there was a super messy way of doing it that involved like cotton. It was a mess. It was a pain in the butt. Nobody liked it. And the Lenski way of doing it is now how everyone does it. It's just this basic lab technique in microbiology and evolution that just like everyone does it that way now. It's just one of those things that no one really thinks about it, but it was new 30, 40 years ago.
Yeah, and now he refers to it as a Lenski's old-fashioned lab experiments. And I think the thing that's great about that is it is really so simple. Even the experiment itself, it's like Darwin's theory. It's really one of those things where most of your colleagues read about it and then they go, "Good night, Melody. Thanks, Cameron. Joel, big thing." Man, you know, when these celebrities come in, we got to kind of get a panel their attention because the chat just be on fire. But we really do appreciate you guys. But no, it's really interesting because just like people said with Darwin's theory, right? It was kind of like oh damn, why didn't I think of that? Once they really read it and understood it. And I think the LNCA experiment is the same type of deal. Really, all he did was he took the very simplest environment. I always tell people it's a bacteria food, right? It's basically salt water with glucose in it. And then what he did was he just took, E. coli are asexual. So he took, a single colony, let it clone, overnight, and put the same genotype in 12 separate flasks, and 35 years later or whatever, 30 years later or whatever, it's still going and just moved on to its new home. So again,
I just want to apologize. We could nerd out about this for literally 4 hours.
Well, hey, that's you know what? It's kind of important though because my work is basically digital versions of that. Which I actually think is really great because the idea is that you can do them much faster. I don't need 30 years. I don't have 30 years to do an experiment. And you can do a lot more of them, right? I can do experiments with sex and asex and all types of different environments and much longer. So I always call them rapid long-term evolution experiments. And that's kind of my hallmark is the virtual long-term evolution experiment. So I say that hopefully people will tune into the channel. I'll be working on these experiments and building these sort of digital systems, and hopefully that's a good plug for you guys to bear with all of the programming and coding that you'll see on this channel. There's a sweet, sweet evolutionary pot at the end of the rainbow. Also, guys, we're on our little march here to 1,000 subs. And we got to check off all the little benchmarks on the way. And the next one's 300. So please like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Really appreciate that. And I think somebody else may have popped up back here.
Is it Midnight?
Speed of Sound. Yeah, anybody know Speed of Sound? Y'all know Speed of Sound?
Yeah.
Speed. Y'all talking about Speed earlier.
Hey.
Hey, Speed.
Hello.
How's it going? How's it going?
It's going okay. I was interested in your conversation. Yeah, it is late for me.
Well, thanks for joining. Thanks for joining.
I have never been on Restream before, so apparently my camera has to get set up here, but I kind of do it without. But I was interested in your conversation about, dealing with creationists.
Sure.
My big rock in my shoe right now is Cel Cordova and Zinc Fingers. And it's really interesting. He creates this narrative, right? And he does it with a lot of technical.
So wait, I think Answers in Atheism has the same beef right now, right?
Yeah.
This Answers in Atheism.
Oh, that's not. I'm used to seeing him on camera. Okay, Speed. So yeah, Speed. I heard that you have a thing with Sal, and I just want to quickly say that I'm with you, and I think we should make our goal mutual, like destruction. Like I think the deal is I'm not going to rest until Sal either changes his tune or deletes his channel. I'm telling people, I'm not here to be friends. I'm a bad guy. I'm not here to play nice cop with people. I'm here to tell some. Now, there's some people out there like Rob. What's the name of Rob's channel, y'all? Sentinel Apologetics. Yeah. Now, I think Rob needs to delete his channel because he's just so boring. It's just anti-entertainment. It's time you'll never get back. And so he should just be banned for. No, I'm not being funny. Look, telling a content creator to delete their channel is the meanest thing you can ever say to a content creator. And with that being said, Rob, we're doing you a favor. Delete your channel immediately. But Sal Cordova's in the same boat because I consider Rebecca Davis a friend. And so it's personal with me and Sal because we're really trying to help, Rebecca see the light, and he is just coaching her real heavy. And I feel like the way he positions himself as an expert, he has far more responsibility than she does. She don't know what she's talking about, but he is positioning himself as an expert. And so, like I say, with the William Lane Craigs and the Jordan Petersons of the world, if you're going to brag about your expertise and call yourself Dr. this and so, well, then I'm going to just tell you my opinion as an actual academic expert. You're supposed to be able to handle it, right? You're a big boy, right? So I'm not pulling no punches with Sal. Delete your channel. All right, go ahead, Speed of Sound. Let us know what the beef is, because I can't stand that fool.
Yeah, the problem is that his narrative is peppered with really good technical information that makes it extremely deceptive and much more dangerous than like standing for truth and guys like that. And that is why I usually go after Sal. But the other thing is he gets me into interesting bits of research. But I mean, it's really difficult to counter that narrative, right? Because like, okay, his Dr. Dan, his protein orchard stuff. I mean, my God.
I know. That was,
and he
don't
quotes you
get
constantly. Like,
don't get me effing started on that, because
go ahead, you're good. And you can curse on this channel.
Dude, this bullshit, okay? Like,
there we
he's
go.
got this thing where he's like, Dr. Dan said proteins don't share universal common ancestry. No fucking shit. No genes are a thing.
I know. And he says it's like you're the only one that agrees with him. Like, what?
Like, no, what he presented at that conference as like evolutionists admit that literally nobody disagrees with that. That is the thing. If it was the opposite way, evolution would be impossible.
Right. Exactly.
So what did he say? Sorry, I just heard him talk about going at a creationist conference, and the only point I made to the audience was, as soon as somebody says that, you don't have to listen to anything they say afterwards. But go ahead.
I think that's generally fair. So what he said.
Okay, he was on one of my streams about a year and a half ago, and he asked us if he asked us something about, do all proteins evolve from like one protein, right? Like all the protein families that come from one protein. And we said no. And he said, really? Okay, I'm writing this down now. You guys are saying this out loud. You're admitting it, you evolutionists. And he has been going on about this for a year and a half. And now he went to a conference and did a big presentation on it. And it is so, I don't know if that's a straw man or what kind of man it is, but there's something really fucked up.
What it is this. So most like YouTube creationist debate bros don't know anything. So like you got your LPPs, you got your SFTs, they don't know anything. So you've got statement, therefore conclusion, right? For most of them, it's the statement. That's like ass backwards, and they just don't understand the basics of anything. For Sal, the statement is mostly okay, but then it's the therefore conclusion, and you're like, how did you do the therefore part of that? That's the
and that's and he gives you that when he says, well, I just decided that I was gonna accept young Earth, that the Earth was young, even if I didn't have all the facts that I would like to have. I just decided I was gonna accept it. And I was like, see that? That's what we call not science. And when you say that you accepted your theory in absence of the evidence and facts you'd like to have, I no longer have to take you seriously as a scientist. I have very limited time, and you're now wasting it, right?
Yeah. I just want to say on a personal, I know Speed, I know you got a beef with Sal, and I've watched his stuff, and a lot of the stuff he says about you is way out of line, and I've told him that, and like, it's bullshit, and not okay.
It's okay, Sal, you can insult me, because I'm going to insult you too, so go ahead. You can say whatever you'd like about me.
I just want to say about Sal, because I feel like I have to make this disclaimer, is that Sal, over in the past, he was, on, I don't know if anyone remembers the blog, I think it's still around, Uncommon Descent, the intelligent design thing, like way back in the day of like Dover stuff going on.
Okay.
He was big on there, and he got the nickname Slimy Sal. Well earned, I think, back in the day. And over the last few years, in my experience and in the experience of a bunch of other people, not Speed, I don't know why, because I think you're fine, but in the experience of a bunch of other people, he mellowed out a lot. And I really appreciate that, because we used to really go at each other. And we're like, almost, like
oh,
we're
it's
friends
interesting
now,
you
which
say
is
that
weird to
because
say, but we're friends now. But also,
yeah,
like,
okay.
Sal, if you're watching this, I really do appreciate our the way we interact now. But also, like, you're wrong about freaking everything.
Yeah,
but I've never encountered Sal. I've never run into him. He seems like a nice guy from the debates I've seen.
Yeah, on YouTube, for me, the thing was when we talked on YouTube 2 years ago or so, more than 2 years ago at this point, we'd only talked on via text on blogs and on Reddit. And we talked on YouTube like this. And we both came into it like daggers out. And we ended up having like a really nice conversation. And we're like, oh, we could actually talk and it's fine. And I think that's a lot of people's. Sal kind of does the thing that's like the opposite of SFT, where people start off not liking Sal and then they talk to him in person and it's kind of okay. Whereas with SFT, like people start off thinking he's okay and then learn that he's a dick. Like it's the inverse path.
Yeah. So Dan, you realize this is his strategy.
No,
him and Sanford cooked up this strategy. They are playing a strategy on you. I mean, I was really good friends with Sal. I even taught him carbon chemistry. I taught him that carbon hooks up the four things. For God's sake.
He didn't know that? Yeah, to know that.
Huh?
Come on.
No, he didn't know that. I've got the videos where I taught him carbon. I taught him what methanol looked like. Right? Okay, a year and a half ago. And now he's talking about hang
on one sec. I know I laughed, and I know people in the audience are thinking, well, I don't know what it is. But again,
that's
folks,
what I'm thinking.
But folks, here's the thing. I don't either, but here's the thing. You're not making a YouTube channel where you're saying that the scientific consensus is wrong based on a non-theory that you accepted without all the facts you need to have. Continue, gentlemen.
Yeah, and then we were good friends, and then all of a sudden, and then I think I challenged him in some way. Oh, I wanted him to show me a spreadsheet where he had done this amino acid racemization bullshit, right? Because I wanted to.
That bullshit. Bullshit. Give me a break.
Well, I couldn't believe he was doing what he was doing, so I wanted to see the spreadsheet. I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt, and he just turned on me like a snake, and like the snake is still in there, Dan. You're just being tricked.
Now let me say this. I'm caught in the middle.
Okay, people confirmed. Yeah.
I was just going to say that
you're wrong. I'm just saying I don't have direct evidence to that effect right now.
I got you. And I feel this way about a lot of people. So there's so much I find interesting here, and I feel caught between this because I feel what you're saying, Dr. Dan, and I've criticized a lot of people in this community for this. Like, oh, this person's just an insufferable jerk or whatever, right? And so I didn't know that Sal. I've only ever known the new Sal, the nice Sal.
Right.
But I hate that about him. Like, I hate the fact that he's trying to present himself as this nice, really friendly guy who just wants to tell you what he's learned over his humble years in the scientific fields, and it drives me crazy. Whereas I've told people, I like LPP. Why?
Because he's up front. He doesn't hide it.
Yes, he's up front. He doesn't hide it. And because I'm a Word Wrestling Entertainment guy, I know we're cutting promos against each other. I told people this. Before that night you guys saw clipped, we had been in there several nights before that. So Danny from Phil Talk sent us in there because, Danny's just looking to troll. He's trying to send. Danny's going, oh, there's some Christians that want to talk to you. Danny's just trying to get his kicks, watching us go down in flames, right? So, at the time, No Name was rolling with us and Lena and a bunch of other people, I think Tux, right? And so we had gone there and he had yelled at all of us, muted all of us, put people in timeout. But the point I made is like, it's all in the game. It's like Rebecca does this to me. If Rebecca mutes me, and she puts me backstage, and I'm just sitting back there, and then she's going to lecture me and then let me back on later. Y'all, we're not beefing. She's just flexing her muscle on her channel. It's all in the game. If she really was mad at me, she'd have kicked me from the studio and muted me. You see what I'm saying? So even if LPP kicks us from the studio and mutes us, if he lets me back on within 30 seconds of calling into his channel the next day, he's saying, bro, it don't matter, bro. It's all in the game. Come on here. We know what you're going to say. Let's argue. It's going to be fun and interesting. And so y'all saw me, like when he would mute me, I would just go and just sit there because I know that's what he does, But to your point, I'm like, I'm with that. Like, just go ahead and do that rather than try to pretend you're like the used car salesman and you want to make sure I get the best deal ever and you're just so sweet. Like, I don't. So it's funny to hear y'all say that. That's all. Yeah.
I got a few thoughts on that because the one thing I've noticed is, and this is me because I used to have a really bad temper, fly off the handle all the time kind of thing, and we all get passionate and lose it sometimes, right? We all get into arguments and stuff where we probably shouldn't. Like, everybody does that. But LPP, what I've noticed is that people get angry when they're afraid of something. I think that anger trigger is either the cognitive dissonance setting in, or you're sort of afraid of what the other person is saying. I don't know. It's really strange because I've been kicked by LP. He hates my guts. Like, he absolutely loathes me. Mostly because I don't get angry at him, because he's looking to get that anger back. He wants you to engage into an argument, because nobody can talk in an argument. You just go round and round and round. So I think sorry, speak over it.
Also, hang on, Derek, James, Apperson, Derek, guys, feel free to call in. The panel's open. I'm trying to keep the crazies out. I'm gonna be honest with you. So if I don't really know you, or you don't call in a lot, you kind of get the 2-minute thing. But otherwise, like James or Derek, if any of you guys want to call in, anybody else that's has something to say about these topics, go ahead and call in. We'd love to hear from you.
I got to dip soon to have lunch.
Yeah, Mark, we got to set something up because I only got to the 29th, so we got to do it. We got to do something soon. So if I email you, we can set something up maybe later this week or something, or over the weekend.
Yeah, sure, man. Look, I understand you're busy. It's not a problem at all. You've got my email address. Drop me something sometime. Easy, no problem at all.
I super appreciate your feedback. Give me any last tips or anything. I want to make sure we get that in before you get out of here.
Yeah, so and maybe I want to ask Dan and Speed whether they've debated Hovind and if they can contribute any tips as well, because I know Dan does debate.
I wouldn't debate Hovind.
I have twice.
Right.
Once the topic was macroevolution. And the second one was the arc possible, and he presented some truly fascinating thermodynamics to get around that one. But I won't do that again, because the second one was a little bit before his conviction for domestic violence, which I didn't know was a thing that was going to happen. So I think if you want to engage with people, there are people who don't beat their wives that you can do it. So I think my position is don't debate Kent, because he's a wife beater and generally a transphobic jerk. So screw that guy.
Yeah, I mean, like I tell people, I have a record, so I tend not to disqualify people based on stuff like that, because they could do the same thing to me. But I get that other people, make those type of decisions. And then also, I feel like, I came into this to find the extremes. Like, in some sense, I'm an atheist worship drummer, right? So pre-COVID, I was, playing drums at an evangelical church, and people would often ask me, like, why? Well, it was like, because I get to be in relationship with people who literally don't think that what I do is real, right? And so it's like, again, that same thing. If I pass that buck, then who am I passing it to? But so yeah, I have, but I do have colleagues. Even Rob doesn't want me to debate Ken Hovind. He told me, he said don't.
I mean, the thing is with Kent is, it's two things. One, him being on camera is just like, he's just going to preach his sermon, and like whatever you say is going to bounce off him.
Sure.
He doesn't care what you're saying, because he has a script and he's just going to do it. So the way so you have to deal with that.
Right.
And the way to knock them off that, I think, is because it's not about facts. It's not about who's right. It's not about who I don't want to say makes a better argument, but it's about who, to put it in oversimplified, it's about who looks better. And I think it really is about making Kent look weak. So the way I would, if I was to go up against Kent again, and I won't, just straight up, I won't do it. But if I did, what I would do is basically be like, look, dude, you are here saying you can disprove evolution and you can explain it in a way that a 5-year-old understands. You do not understand what you are saying.
Right.
Explain to me, tell me what Darwinism is, and tell me what the modern synthesis is, and tell me how that's different from evolution in 2022.
Right.
Explain those three things.
Yeah, other people brought this up that very point, to have him try to explain that. That's a very good point. I also thought of it as I get the point that as an evolutionary biologist, there's nothing to be gained by debating Kent Hovind. But I thought of it more as a very small, just starting out Counter-Apologetics channel. There's a lot of value in the exposure of debating Kent Hovind. That's what made me feel like it's an opportunity I can't miss. Not I'm going to convert Kent Hovind, but I'm going to get to do real evolution stuff on this channel and real educational stuff, and this is a chance to me to pull in a few more eyes to the very legit stuff we want to do.
Make him look weak. That is the key. You go in there and be like, look, dude, you're telling me X, Y, and Z. You don't even know what X, Y, and Z means.
Yes.
Tell me the mechanism. If I teach intro evolution is one of the classes I teach. Every summer I do a 200 level intro evolution class.
Right.
I would love.
And hang on, notice he's teaching the same book. I told Otangelo that he should get that book, and he came back in here and told me, "Oh, well, you sent me this Carl Zimmer, and he's not even an expert, and I want you to present the case to me. Why won't you present the case to me? I want to talk about the science and the facts." I go, "Otangelo, I just recommended the textbook we use to teach us out of university."
Is that a good book for lay people? Is that a good book?
Yeah,
for
it
lay
is.
people?
No, it's a no prerequisite type of book.
Show the book during the debate. Tell people to read it.
Okay.
Here's the thing.
Sorry, Dan.
With that debate, you gotta get Kent. You're gonna do it fine, but you gotta make him look weak. That's
my goal. Yeah, and my goal also is to bring out the difference in our training.
Kent, you're telling me evolution can't do X, Y, Z. What are the mechanisms that you're talking about? Name 2 mechanisms other than natural selection. Name them.
Right.
So tell me
that's a great idea.
Do it.
Has anybody seen Arn Ra's debate with Kent Hovind?
Yes, and thank you. I want to thank the community. I have a community, and we have a Discord, and we've had a debate questions thing. So last night, we were just going through it. But yeah, I've got a library full of Kent Hovind debates, thanks to the very active community here.
Arn Ra made him look horrible. He made him look weak.
So I think I'll focus in on that one too.
He did it.
I'll revisit that.
I think there's a number of different strategies you can do. I think that's completely valid. I completely agree with Dan. You can make him look weak by doing that. There's a number of different strategies you can do. I think being authentic as well is really important, because the audience will be able to tell if you're sort of doing strategies that aren't going to work. I think the real chink in his armor is the kinds argument, because he sort of says, well, kinds are things that bring forth after their own kind, and you're like, well, is there a eagle kind or a bird kind of thing? How do we structure this?
Is there a way to concede that? Is there a way to go? Because we often say, evolution is as atheistic as plumbing, right? So is there a way to go? Yeah, Kent, I agree. Based upon the law of monophyly, everything produces after its own kind. What's your point? Right? Yeah. I'm just asking you guys. I don't have as much experience. I just thought of it just now.
My first foray with him was the topic of macroevolution. So I gave him a bunch of examples that we've directly seen. So I gave him Chlamydomonas becoming multicellular in the lab. It's Heron 20-something paper. Heron 28. I forget.
Yeah, we do multicellularity in the Travisano lab. Experimental for
multicellularity in response to predation. Went through animals becoming photosynthetic. Went through the what's the rhizarian?
The plant rhizobium thing.
Doing primary endosymbiosis. I forget. It's an amoeboid rhizarian, and it's what's the name of it? I can never keep the names.
No worries. Yeah, I know. They're biology terms. They're like
off the top of
their head. People design them to be the least memorable stuff ever.
But they're Polonella chromatophora. It's a modern example.
There you go. How the hell is somebody supposed to remember that?
I don't know, man. It's a primary. It's an ongoing example of primary endosymbiosis. So it's like it's a heterotrophic rhizarian that's becoming a new form of green algae with a completely new kind of plastid that nothing else has.
Sure.
And like I gave him these examples, and he was like, "Yeah, they're all the same kinds." So my conclusion to that debate was like, "Look, you're telling me that things that within the same kind can go from unicellular to multicellular." Can go from a heterotroph to a photoautotroph. Animals can become photosynthetic. Lizards can grow placentas and start giving live birth. These are all with changes that happen within the same kind. So, okay, let's say you're right. Macroevolution can happen. What do we need macroevolution for? All these things that I just described in microevolution, fine. We don't need macroevolution.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing.
There's no boundary. It just doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm going to go, but I'm going to say one last thing on what sort of add to what Dr. Dan said of what you should expect. So when you ask questions like something he doesn't know, like the 2 mechanisms about evolution, right? That was a perfect question from Dan. He won't know it kind of thing. What he'll do is he'll say, well, scientists say X, Y, and Z, and sort of ramble a bit, right? So he'll basically loop around the question by rambling around it, saying, oh, they say that natural selection happens and we've never seen this. And then he'll go off to something that will make you angry, right? He will gish gallop along multiple topics and then say something that is horrendous. Now, the trick is to make him look weak, is to go back to that thing. Now, my strategy is to I am OCD about notes. I note every conversation. I have made notes about this conversation. I do it automatically. I am obsessed with notes. Look, it helps my mind.
It does. I should be better about notes. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, I don't think it's a should. Different people have different strategies, but I think it's beneficial to have some way to cope. Like if you just want to ignore everything except for that one question, and it's helpful to go, hey, you said a lot of stuff in your gish gut. Let's go back to the question that you didn't answer and really
I felt like Dr. Dave, is that the name? Dr. Dave did a good job of that with Professor Dave.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. He was sort of, and I think, I mean, he has a different style. I try not. He got really angry, and I don't.
He did, and he said he wishes he didn't get as angry. But yeah, go ahead.
Right.
You know who also did a really good job with that was Maddie from Science Side Up. She debated Kent on, I think it was The Age of the Earth, and she did that exact thing where Kent would just spin off in 12 directions, and she'd be like, okay, but you never addressed this thing.
Right.
Let's go back to that. And was constantly like dragging him back to the last thing of like, address this before you move on.
Can somebody find that for me and get me a link of that in a Discord or something under the debate questions?
And when I say I admire his rhetoric, it's those sort of dishonest tactics that he is very good at. That's why he's a good rhetoricist. It's because of these. Now, in the sort of debating sphere, they're considered insanely dishonest. You know, there's a reason why it's called the gish gallop. It's you know, it shows that you're being dishonest about what you're doing, but they're effective if you don't know that they're coming. But anyway, I got a jet. I love talking with you guys.
Yeah. We'll do it again. Appreciate your time, Mark Reed. Thanks. And please just let the people know about your stuff coming up. So you haven't scheduled your third debate with Kent. But you do have a channel. They can go to your channel and see your other debates and stuff like that.
I have a channel now. Yeah, and so I basically do debates. I occasionally throw myself into rooms and panels with very hostile people and see what happens. So yeah, I've just gotten started.
Are you? Is it Mark Reed in the chat? Because if you're in the chat, I can do permit Mark Reed, and then you can drop it'll give you like 2 minutes to drop a link.
Yeah, sure. I can do that.
Yeah, send a message in the chat real quick just so I see your name and make sure I get the. Is it just like, I don't know if your YouTube name is the same like it is. I'm looking at it.
No, it's just Mark Reed Atheism, all one word like the C. I'll just grab a link. Just make sure this works.
So the SFT method, I've analyzed a number of his debates. What he does is he'll start to answer your question, and then he'll spin off on a whole bunch of topics, and he'll make you dizzy. And then at the very end, he will throw out a piece of bait that you cannot resist. Like he'll be talking about one thing,
and then he'll all of a sudden he'll throw out, like for me, he'll throw out chromosome 2 fusion, right? And I can't resist. I'm like a cat with a toy, right? And it's like, and he always spins you that way, and he does it over and over, and you can see him spinning you, and doing he does a little gallop, and then he tosses out the bait. And I think Hoffman does that too with the, oh, you think you're related to bananas, or
yeah, it's dumb. It's the same. Well, because SFT tries to emulate Kent's style.
But drag him back is the whole point. You like when I had SFT on my channel once, and he refused to come on. He has not come on again in 2 years.
I can't imagine why.
I got him to admit that the whole Neanderthal evolution thing on his timeline happened in 1600 years, from them changing into Neanderthals somehow and
going extinct.
Yeah. And I kept dragging him back to it and making him give me the numbers, and he didn't have a good time. He had a bad time.
He's explained it very clearly, Speed. You're not being fair. They were hypermutating. And they were inbred at the same time. Don't you understand? They both had extreme levels of variation, and they were highly homozygous at the same time. Why can't you see how this is stupid? Like, it's his explanation for that makes no sense.
And then he said that the glacier caused the hypermutation because it was cold out, so obviously
he thinks inbreeding is the same thing.
So I have a question. I think overall I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm gonna overall stay away from debating Ken Hovind. I've only ever been in one other debate, and I did the same thing when that. And that was I more or less try to just ignore the other person and use it as showtime to talk about what I want to talk about. Because again, it's like he's not gonna participate genuinely in the debate, so why should I? So it's gonna be like I'm gonna give a presentation, he's gonna be giving a counter presentation. At some point, I'll say enough to undermine what he said. We'll throw in a sprinkle of theatrics just to, give people something to subscribe for. But because there's certain things about him that bother me. Like, I'm happy to call out, like I did in the promo, that his education is bullshit. That I'm really happy to talk about. Because, again, I spent 3 eternities in graduate school.
Have you read his thesis?
I've looked at it. Yeah. I've read parts of it. I haven't read the whole thing, but it's hilarious. It's a joke. It's an absolute, like, Darwinism is Satanism type of literally, it's actually a joke.
Hello, my name is Ken Hovind.
Yeah, and so, we might show off a little bit of that. We might talk about, I always do this thing. I do a pictorial, right? So I pull up a picture of Penn State University. I go, look at this big sprawling campus in University Park, Pennsylvania. And then look at Michigan State University, this big sprawling public university. Look at the University of Minnesota, right? These are all my affiliations. And then when I pulled up, Patriot Bible University, the little trailer and this little correspondence degree. Now, look, folks, you can tell me which one of us you think has legitimate training, but even sometimes those pictures are worth 1,000 words, hopefully, of seeing the difference between what everybody thinks of when you think of a university and some trailer in the middle of Colorado.
And the trailer in the Arizona desert.
Yeah.
You guys, I've got to get up early. And,
we're the late night crew. We'll be up till probably 3 or 4 in the morning. What time? Well, I got to go to bed early tonight, so I'll stop streaming at 3 or something. So,
I'll probably be
I'm up way too late too, but this is fun, and I'll chill for a few
minutes. All right, so let me talk. Answers in Atheism, you're on my list this week. I got to actually email people and get back to them, so I'll email you. We'll set something up.
And we'll have
whatever you want.
We'll have a private chat and form strategy.
All right, I got you. Let's do it. And Sal is going down. We're going the nuclear plan on Sal.
Okay, and I don't know how to get out of this particular studio.
I could boot you. I'll boot you. I'll do the hang up like Matt Dillahunty. Answers in Atheism. Get the hell out of here.
It's up in that corner. It says leave.
It's all right. So something I wanted to ask you about. I see things kind of differently, weirdly enough, because I do want to so I'm trying to become like a reality streamer. Nobody even knows what that means. But I just felt like the way TV went the way of reality TV, right? Instead of doing the scripted show, we do the show that's just the person living out their life, and maybe part of their life is they put on a show. And so, I've always kind of wanted to do that because I was a variety streamer when I started out on Twitch, and so I was, doing gaming, but I had to do a lot of coding and writing and trying to make content. And I always liked the idea of, people watching me make content. Because it's like, if you work on a video and it takes you a week, why not be live that whole week and people can watch you make the video, and then you put so much more content out there that way, and at the same time you'll build more investment in the final product.
And you're sitting at the station anyway.
I'm here anyway. You're here anyway. You might as well. Yeah.
I'm just thinking through this because I put a lot. I gotta say, I put a lot less effort into my production than you do. You obviously thought this through in a very conscientious way, and I'm sitting at my desk and last week, Wednesday, at some point recently, I put out a video, and somebody in the comments was like, "Hey, did you mean this paper? Because they did this thing, and that doesn't make any sense." And I'm like, "Shit, you're right. Oh, that was the wrong paper." So just tonight, I finally had time because weekends I don't have any time.
Oh, right, to fix this. Yeah.
I'm just home with the kids. So I don't have Saturday and Sunday. I got nothing. I'm just kids, from wake up to they go to bed. And then so I finally had time to sit down and look at this tonight. And I'm like, shit, I got to fix this. So I just, over the last, couple hours ago, I'm like, all right, let me write this out real fast, shoot it, edit, upload, and I'm done. But now you got me thinking okay, how interesting would that be to be like, hey, everybody,
I fucked this up. Let's fix this. Yeah.
Let's pull up Final Cut and let's go through it. No, here's where I screwed up that sentence. So I got to cut that out and fix this. And,
absolutely. Also, because people will watch you more and they'll see the process. It's another educational opportunity. And then you'll find that you'll open up another audience. So unfortunately, I had this argument one time. I had another friend who didn't get things when I first started this. But he was basically saying how he doesn't like this content where we're switching platforms and then we're talking about the benefits of different platforms and why you would go. And I'm sitting here man, I really don't want to have this conversation with this guy because I know what I'm doing and he should just quit bitching. But somebody called in because they thought this was a fascinating conversation. They had nothing to do. They just wanted to ask me, well, why are you using Restream? Yeah, because, a lot of people are using StreamYard and Whereby, And I broke it down for them. I said, oh, look, let me tell you about all these platforms. But I broke it down for them real quick. Because, again, that's the world I live in. And so that type of content is not for everybody. But people's most favorite topic is themselves. And so you might be making a video about having to fix your mistakes in your Counter-Apologetics video, but other people will go, oh, I kind of just like this guy's personality and his content, and some of this stuff is useful. I learned, how to have conversations better, or, I've learned a little bit of editing, or, not a lot of people are actually fact-checking themselves or correcting their mistakes. That's kind of interesting. So there's people who are interested in more than just the thing you're making, right? And there's all these other ways to bring those people in who might say, oh, I'm not going to watch your actual live streams. Yeah, but let me know when you're editing something. Right? Because that's just what they're into, right? They're trying to get help with their stuff, right? They want to, or you might have a time where you say, ask me questions about debates or whatever, right? And then you might have people who just come through and they don't care about your stuff, but they think you're a decent debater, and so they're trying to get ready for their debates, or they're trying to have, they're getting ready, or they could just be there getting ready to go home for the but they want you to give them some game, teach them about fallacies and stuff like that. And they might even be getting ready to just go home for the holidays and got to deal with that uncle or whatever. Seriously though, right? I mean,
that uncle. Everybody's got that uncle.
Yeah.
Nope. Yeah, and so this is actually one of the things. So I saw your thing on LPP, and then I started kind of tuning into your stuff.
Sure.
This is one of the things that I really appreciate about what you're doing, which is you put a lot of thought into the communication, which is not something that like a lot of PhD anything think about.
Right.
And it's a whole different set of skills. And I mean, I don't know what your experience was throughout grad school, but like I TA'd through grad school. That's how I paid for grad school, applied for grants, didn't get big enough grants to pay for grad school. So I TA. And like, that was a thing where I just jumped into it and figured out how to do it. And I loved it. But nobody at any point was like, in theory, everybody doing this thing in grad school, in theory, you're all going to be teaching people at some point, but at no point did anybody say, here's how to do that.
No, you have to literally go out of your way to find somebody to teach with. Matter of fact, that's why I'm so excited about the program I'm in at Minnesota, is because I have I'm a research fellow, but I actually have a teaching mentor. Rob is my teaching mentor. I'm in a program where I'm supposed to be teaching a class under somebody else,
awesome.
right?
I'm so
it's
jealous
huge.
right now. That is awesome.
Yeah, because you never get mentor teaching experience. They just throw you in there like, oh yeah, you'll figure it out. You get out there and you break a leg, kid, you'll be fine. But to your point, I tried to make this point to I'm in a GTA motorcycle club earlier, and we were trying to make. Some of our older officers were getting frustrated because when the numbers get low, like we don't have a lot of members or we're not very active, they want everybody to recruit. They want to double down on recruitment. Like that's, and I go, well, we do that, but this still happens. Right? So apparently putting all this effort into recruitment it's not preventing us from having these things, right? But they didn't want to get that because that's the only thing they know. They know the numbers get low, you go knock on doors. And I go, well, also maybe that's not a good recruitment strategy because that's not fun. So now you're asking your very small club to spend a lot of their very limited time on this game working and doing stuff that's not fun, randoming, messaging people. It's supposed to be fun. Now you've turned it into work.
Now it's labor.
Right. And then I said on top of that, do we really want everybody in our club recruiting? I mean, let's face it, there are people in our club that we love, but their social skills, especially with strangers. Remember how long it took us to warm up to them? Yeah, think about that, right? And it's
any specific thing that people do is necessarily like a kind of a niche thing. So like you can't just throw that in someone's face and be like, I have a lot of fun with this. You should do it.
Yes, right.
That's not going to work.
Right. That was my point. We should have the people who want to recruit, who are therefore good at it, or at least committed to doing it well because they value it or whatever. Do it, and don't drag the people who don't want to do it into doing it because they're not going to be good at it anyway, and they don't want to do it. And this is the same thing with teaching about scientists, right? They barely want to teach. And now you're taking them, but now you're taking the people who don't even want to teach and now saying, well, go communicate with the public. One, what you're saying is they don't have the skill set to do that. And if you want what's in the best interest of science and the public, don't ask them to, because a lot of times they'll do more harm than good.
There's only a few schools in the country that do this, and I'm fortunate enough to be at one of them that has full-time teachers and full-time researchers, faculty positions.
Okay.
It's non-tenure track, but it's full-time, so I'm on like a 7-year contract or something.
I got you. It's permanent.
Like it's a good, it's not tenure track.
Right, but it's considered, it's permanent unless you're a moron.
Reasonable job security, right?
Yeah.
And I am a full-time teacher. My title is associate teaching professor right now. And there are assistant and associate and full research professors. So like, if you don't want to be in the classroom, that is a thing you can do, is be a full-time researcher. You can run a lab without having to teach. You can teach a class or multiple classes, without having to run a lab. And that's great because it means you can do the thing that you want to do that you're good at.
Right.
Without having to split your time.
And just so people know, because this is really important for my community to understand, because one thing I'm trying to, you're always trying to educate your audience. Can you say that? Can you say educate your audience to your audience? Is that rude?
Sure. I think so.
I think it's fine.
This is science communication at its heart, right? Like you're conveying information.
So one thing I'm trying to, do you know who Bart Ehrman is? The American biblical historian.
Yes, historian.
Yes.
Yeah, I was like, which field are you doing? Yeah,
I'm always trying to draw out the different types of academics there are, right? And do you know what Richard Carrier is? Mythicism, Jesus, mythicism. All right, so I say one of the difference between Ehrman and Carrier, right, is Ehrman has a legitimate academic job at a public university. So Ehrman teaches a class we all know about, right? And like he teaches at UNC Chapel Hill, right? And he always talks about his, and he teaches and he talks about his, his intro class, the intro to New Testament studies and quizzes he gives his students and stuff like that.
So he can't turn around on YouTube and just like spout off BS that's in conflict with what he's, with what he's teaching.
Yeah.
There's
accountability there. Yes, right.
Exactly.
Now,
accountability is the word.
Now, at the same time, he can sell a lot of books. Why? Because he's in history. And in history, you don't necessarily write a lot of papers. You do write papers. I don't say there's no journals, but you do papers and journals and conferences. But the thing to make tenure or to really make your career is books. Like they expect you to get tenure to history, right? The expectation is you write a book. That's exactly the standard. That's the expectation that you wrote a book. And so that makes what Bart Ehrman does on YouTube good for his academic situation, because one, his field sees him as a teacher, so they want him out there showing the expertise that he has at the university. So they go, great, Bart Ehrman, keep doing YouTube videos, because they want him teaching. That's your responsibility. Go out there and tell me stuff. And then the other thing is they want him to sell books, because he's a historian, and that's what historians do: is write a book, sell a book, sell a lot of books, sell more books, write more books, sell more books. You and I, it's a different story, because STEM, you write and publish papers.
Yeah.
Don't nobody want you to publish no books, so you can't go to your department and be like, oh yeah, well I wrote a book, and then I'm gonna be on YouTube selling my book. They're gonna be like
doing outreach. Yeah. I had a conversation that was the perfect encapsulation of this problem when I was.
Hang on one second. Oh, Tangela, I didn't let you on because we're having a serious conversation, and we got to stay on topic right now. We'll chat some other time. Go ahead.
I started grad school as a master's student because I graduated from college in 2009. There were no jobs. So like, what are you going to do? I'm going to go to grad school and get a master's. And like, that's
what you do. Yeah.
So master's is wrapping up and I'm like, man, I really like teaching. I got to get a PhD. So I'm applying to PhD programs. I interviewed at one place and there was one professor. I really hit it off. We were, not exactly the same kind of systems we were working on, but it was related. And we had a really good conversation in the interview. And then afterwards at the kind of reception, the interview day with all the prospective students, we were chatting for a bit and kind of, conversations kind of winding down. And I just brought it. I was like, so the other thing, so far I've really enjoyed teaching, and what's the kind of situation here with TAing and teaching opportunities, and how does that work? And she said, well, I think it's kind of a waste of time for my students. And I was just like, all right, thank you. Nice to meet you. I'm really sorry.
Yeah.
And it was like, that was it. That was ball game for me. Like, if you're going to say you being in the classroom, developing communication skills is a waste of time, then like, what am I doing?
Why am I here? Yeah.
Giant point of what I want.
But she was STEM, right? And she was thinking, I want my students publishing papers.
Yeah, this was experimental microbiology. Evolution.
Yeah, that's it. And for the most part, like in the LNCA lab, we really didn't have to teach. We were mostly funded. Most of us taught at least a year or two. Rich encouraged us to teach because a lot of us teaching was important to us, and he thinks teaching is important. So the lab is well funded, but it is you do a little bit of it.
That's the key. Is the encouragement is the key. Having an advisor that says what is important to you, let's figure out how to do that. Is so key.
Yeah, but even now, like I said, I'm in this. The name of my program is Training Research Educators in Minnesota. It's an NIH funded program. So the thing is, most of the other postdoctoral advisors potential I talk to said they wouldn't do this. Right? They were like, because I was like, I'm a little bit concerned. I'm supposed to go to this program. It's like 75% research, like 25% teaching. I'm worried that, it might be too much teaching. They're like, yeah, I don't want you doing any teaching. Yeah, none of my postdocs teach at all. Yeah. Because to them, that's just costing you papers and manuscripts.
Right.
So to show people how deep the game is, I have to not only justify like, oh, teaching's really important to me. I have to put extra spin on it. And it's legit, but the extra spin is, no, part of my specialty isn't just experimental evolution. It's evolution, education, and outreach. So I use teaching as the basis to do education research, meaning I'm telling them, you might see me teaching this year, you might see me teaching next year, but year 3 to 5, I'm going to be applying for grants, and we're going to be doing pre and post assessments, and we're going to be talking about how my pedagogy and, my public communication efforts are, quantitatively demonstrating learning gains according to the next generation science standards, right? I have to tell them my teaching is research. And then they go, oh, yeah, we really think you should do some teaching. Why don't we get you a teaching mentor, get you some teaching? Yeah, right? They don't care about kids learning, none of that. Until when I say, I'm going to write grants to give you guys money and write papers about this. Yeah, go ahead, do that teaching. Yeah, teaching.
Oh, man.
Right? But am I lying to the people or am I telling them how it is?
No. We gotta nerd out sometime about teaching. We're working on a paper right now. So we're well into, for the main course I teach, a big active learning transformation that started a decade ago, and it's a whole big thing, and it's really great. And we're trying to like write up some education papers about that thing, that whole process, and the challenges of it and everything. And I feel like you would get exactly where we're coming from there.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I also think it's an opportunity, because one, I think they're wrong. 2, I think you touched on it. There's a generational component to it. Our generation has very different values.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you and I are sitting here. I could not picture somebody a generation up from us.
No, they wouldn't do it. They wouldn't do it.
Yeah. It's a very different situation.
The closest we'll get now is Richard Dawkins and Jordan Peterson realizing, I think 5 million people will watch us talk about psychedelics. So, which good power to them. Go ahead, get your money, guys.
Better than other things they could talk about.
That's totally true. Seriously, but yeah, man. So I think there's a generational thing to it, and also I think the job market's changing a little bit. So now you hear, for instance, DEI, right? It used to be we want diversity, but there was no reward for doing the work of training and mentoring and, going out to different communities. Well, now there's a lot of these things where they're saying, we'll consider that as part of your tenure package. So you might, if before it was, 75% research and 25% teaching, now it'll be 60% research and 20% teaching and 20% DEI. And now you could even, in some limited cases, they'll go, we'll make you a DEI forward candidate, which means yours could be 50% DEI, 25% teaching, 25% research. They're not going to do that for everybody, but they'll do that for somebody that feels like a DEI superstar, has a really great program going on or something, right? So that's why y'all see me on this channel working with another grad student named Rodrigo on this. We're trying to get a big grant for the NSF to train evolutionary biologists. The idea is that we'll, start a multi-year mentored research program where it'd be like really giving these students an edge in getting into PhD programs in evolutionary biology. And we're working with the Society for the Study of Evolution and the American Society of Naturalists and the Society of Systematic Biologists or something. I always forget their name, but I won't on the grant. It'll be spelled correctly, I promise. But it's like, it's like if we get this, then that gets me a job, right? Because all of a sudden a university is not even going to care about how much I've published or my teaching. They're going to say, oh, you got a multi-million-dollar NSF grant? Are you the first author?
That's
right this way, Mr. Bundy.
Bringing in right. You
so
bring
now,
in that money, and then exactly.
Now I could say, I'm really focused on, diversifying the future of evolutionary biology. They're like, as long as you keep that NSF grant money coming in, woo. And again, we appreciate that.
And big thing, as weird as it is, this is part of that.
That's
right.
There you go.
Some way, right? It's all building the same idea of getting more people engaged and informed and involved in this whole thing.
Yeah.
Right. That's the whole thing. No, look, this is super fun. But it's 1 a.m. for me. My alarm is going to my alarm is going to go off in 5 hours. I need to go to bed. I'm really sorry.
No worries. Just
we'll do this more.
Yeah. Just what's the best way for us to link up so we could set something up?
I'll ping you on Discord and we'll email.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Thank you so much for coming in.
It's been a pleasure.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
All right.
See you later. All right, guys. We so I didn't get quite all of the open panel call-in action I was hoping for earlier, but I guess we've more than made up for it. That was super fun. Also, if any of the if Otangelo wants to call back in, he can. I just didn't want to. He had a question for Dr. Dan. Sorry about that. Yeah, I knew he was gonna have to run. Sorry about that, Otangelo. We'll definitely catch up though. Otangelo's welcome to call in anytime, y'all. I don't have any ill will towards Otangelo. Y'all know I've been a little hard on Otangelo lately, right? But y'all gotta remember that's because me and Otangelo know each other by now. We friends. It's like we should be able to talk straight with one another. It isn't personal animosity. I'm just trying to tell him what I think he really needs to hear, right? So that's that. But look, I want to thank Dan for coming through. That was super cool. Answers in Atheism, of course, for coming through. Mark Reed, man, super cool. Want to thank Otangelo, Chris M for calling in, and of course, James Apperson, man, holding it down, man. Jason Torn, man, just superstars from our community. Pleasure to call these people friends. Real joy to be making friends with the rest of them. And man, I told y'all that's what I came out here to do, was make friends in this community. Got a little bored sitting around watching other YouTubers all day and talking in the chat. Figured, why not start my own thing, have a little fun, do shit my way. And, we along for the ride, y'all. Let me see. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I need to get Rob that script, so I'll probably do that. And then we're going to do an after party. So look, here's how we're going to do this. I got to do this script real quick for this video. And then we're going to have the after party. So right now I'm going to put on some music. If anybody else wants to call in, call in. You too, Punk. You trying to do this Tetris stuff, man? You trying to get into this, man? Because it's about to be arcade time. I got to write this one paragraph. I'm going to put on some songs real fast. If anybody else wants to call in, I'm going to leave the line open for like another 10 or 15 minutes while we do this. And then we're going to make a hard transition into after party mode. So, we got some serious gaming business to take care of. So, we should do a weekly chat, man. I'm trying to get more people on my list, man, more regular collaborators like that. More people that we can have regular episodes and shows with, because we all out here a lot. Y'all know I'm out here a lot. So I like linking up with people, having conversations with different people, and I like being live, man. So also I want to link up with people that do videos, because I don't really like, I'm trying to do my own videos and stuff. So I'm always happy to link up with people who want to help me do stuff like that because, you know, I like doing a live thing. Maybe they do the video thing. They could send me some scripts or some stuff to talk about. I could send it back to them. They could put the video together, you know, help each other out. So, all right. Let me go ahead and just real quick. I got a meeting with Rob tomorrow, and he gonna want to look at this. A quick look at this script that we've been working on for this Avita Ed thing. Oh, did I put it on the other computer? Because the other computer is the one that has the. I read it off the other one. But I had to look in here. There's so many. Yeah, GUI introduction. Yeah, I bet you this is it right here. Bet you this is it right here. Yeah, all right, we're going to rock with this one. All right, that looks better. All right, so look. Hang on, y'all. How should we do this? Oh, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to just show y'all this screen. And we're going to just rock like that because it's only going to take me a minute. So I ain't even going to mess around changing stuff up because there's really no need to. Here, let's put on some music real quick. Actually, let's put on some Gin and Truth, y'all. Here we go.
All right, gang, let's jump into this shit.
Let's jump into shit. We haven't Gin and Truth in a little while. We're not going to have time to listen to the whole thing because, like I said, we got some shit to do and we got to get our after party on. But let's get a little Gin and Truth in here, gang.
All right, today's just going to be a random shit that pisses me off.
Random shit that pisses me off kind of day.
Came up with that idea,
Wait, hang on a sec, y'all. I got to hear my little script real quick. That way I could type it up and then we'll be more or less done. We'll get a few minutes of Gin and Truth in here, and then we'll hang on to our after party. YouTube Punk, do you want me to play the video you sent me today or the World Championship of Tetris? Are they the same thing? I guess I'll look at it and figure out what the fuck is up. All right, let's see. Studio. Let's just go through the script, y'all. We got to play this video, and we got to go through the script. Because I got to basically decide if I want to change the script and also got to add the introduction. So we ain't going to take too much time, but I promise you it won't take too long. It won't take like 10, 15, probably 20 minutes at the most. All right, now look. Here's the most latest version. First thing I got to do is the very introduction part I didn't write. I didn't script out, so we're just going to script that out. Nobody cares. Blase, blase, blase. Glavinoids. Hi, I'm Dr. J. Bundy. Welcome to the Avita Ed Studio. All right, now I think when I do the script, I'm gonna actually reverse that. I'm gonna say, in this video. Nope, sorry, I'm using the wrong computer. I'm gonna say, hang on, I'm gonna say welcome to the Avita Ed Studio. I'm Dr. J. Bundy. In this video, we will introduce Avita Ed 4's graphical user interface. Welcome to the virtual lab bench. Oh, fucking sexy. Give me that sweet NSF money. Look at me. I'm out here scripting. I'm out here writing the scripts, recording the shit, starring in the video, doing the audio mix, doing the post-production editing, doing the motherfucking graphics while I'm streaming as I'm doing scientific education and communication, posting panel discussions. God damn it, NSF. Y'all need to send me some more NSF money. Send me some more NSF money. I want some more shit. I want some more keyboards. I need a drum set. I want some more motherfucking microphones, some more cameras. Is that camera on? Put that camera on me. All right, now, here we go. I'll introduce you to Avita Ed 4's graphical user interface. Welcome to the virtual lab bench. In this
Welcome
video,
to the overview tutorial for Avita Ed.
In this video, I will introduce. Here, look, I could bring it over here and you guys could see it. You can see it, you're not going to want to see it. You're going to wish you didn't see it. You're like, well, I don't want to look at that. It's just words on a page. Gross. Gross. Looks like a bunch of words on a page. All right, hang on a sec. Let's see. Let's see if we can show you words on a page. First off, that view sucks. Not even on that view. All right, now let's see. We want to make this thing. Here we go. Show you the laptop, hide that. And then over here, show you that. Look at that. Look at that production value. All right, now. All right. Welcome to the Avita Ed Studio. Hi, I'm Dr. J. Bundy. In this video, I'll introduce you. I will introduce you to Avita Ed 4's graphical user interface. Welcome to the virtual lab bench. Boom. Then we cut. We come back. All right. All right, hang on a second. Yeah, there's a lot of welcomes. There's like 3 welcomes. Welcome to the Avita Ed Studio. I'm Dr. J. Bundy. In this video, I will introduce you to Avita Ed 4's graphical user interface. And I want to change that. All right, what I'm going to say is, instead I'm going to say, it's time to get started let's get started Oh, I got an idea. Let's check this out. Let's take a tour of your virtual lab bench. See, I got it. See the genius of the writing. You see how I give the viewer the ownership there. You see that? You guys see that? That's what we call Hollywood writing right there. See, you could say a lot of things, but when you say, let's take a tour of your virtual lab bench, you go, my virtual lab bench? Yes. Avita Ed is your virtual lab bench. It's free. It belongs to you. And then you just want to get your hands on it. You go, oh my goodness, I have my very own virtual lab bench. So y'all got to give me some credit, man. Y'all got to really acknowledge my Hollywood film writing here. I mean, this is, I mean, this is serious. All right, now there's one other change I want to make real quick. I don't like the whole viewer thing. I want to call it the view chooser. All right. Welcome to the overview tutorial for VDAT 4. VDAT is the digital evolution model system that allows you to investigate. Look, we're gonna search for the word view, and all we got to do is get rid of these views, and we'll be good. All right. In this video, I will introduce the viewer chooser. I don't really like that. The view. The population view, organism view, analysis view. The view chooser. The view chooser. I will introduce the view chooser, freezer, and lab panel. The view chooser. The view chooser, the viewer chooser, no, the view chooser. Yeah, you change views. You switch between the population, organism, and analysis views. The view chooser among the three view modes. Viewing modes, three viewing modes. The population view, find all these damn words. The population view. The organism view. And actually, it should also, I don't like the population. It should be population view, which is the default view. Yeah, when you open a Vita Ed, contains a virtual petri dish, experimental setup, and statistical panels. These panels are blah, blah, blah. The organism button switches to organism, not the, but just, see, it's much more concise and it flows. Nobody would say this. Switches to the organism viewer? No. The organism button switches to organism view. Come on. Come on. Y'all are not ready for Hollywood with this. Which allows you to observe an organism's genome, run that genomic instruction sequence, blah, 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 blah. The analysis button switches to analysis view. See, it's just so much better. So much better, God. They need me out in Hollywood. God, I'm just so money. Which allows you to view data collected from one or few finished experiment runs, blah, 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 blah. The freezer area allows you to save blase glavinoids. Save items are referred to as something else. The configured dish is something, blah, blah, blah. The organism. All right, show me more view. How many more views we got up in this piece? All right, here we go. The organism panel, individual for use in ancestors and population view. Yeah, you don't even have to say in experiments. Like, and I get rid of that whole word. The organism panel stores individual variants for use as ancestors in population view. Wait, the organism panel stores individual variants for use as ancestors in experiments. Come on, what are you talking about? Or for examination. Or for examination in organism view. Is this Mike Weiser's script? Mike Weiser did a great video. He's a great teacher, but we got to talk about this script. The populated dish panel stores experimental populations for continuing experiments. For continuing experiments. That's it. For continuing experiments, that's all you got to do. For continuing experiments. Or for examination with the analysis mode. Or for examination in analysis mode. Come on. This is just my mouse being an idiot. Examination in analysis mode. Period. Boop. The lab bench areas where experiments are performed. Avidian individuals and populations observed data is collected and analyzed when in population view. Lab bench consists of the virtual petri dish or map, which is the digital environment which is being reproduced and being pipers well, right map, blah, blah, blah. When stats mode, something, something else. When the clock, setup, information, something, something, music. Where's music? Play music. I hear the dead air. Uncle Bobby.
Like, that's a pretty good idea. Then I'm like, that could be a really bad idea. Because, gang, everything pisses me off. Maybe you've noticed, where's my extension cord? Uncle Bobby can be a little bit on the opinionated side. Y'all guys know that?
Did y'all know that?
Probably a big reason I just come home, I unplug. Yeah, right? I am the embodiment at times of that scene from the Avengers when Bruce Banner finally shows back up. What does Cap say? Dr. Banner, now would be a really good time for you to get angry. What did Bruce Banner's monkey ass say? That's my secret, Cap. I'm always angry. Gang, that's kind of me. You know the difference between today and 3-4 years ago? Nothing. I would sit here and have these conversations by myself, to myself. Yeah. So talking to a screen and a microphone makes me feel a little bit less
isolated. Y'all, dog, I'm telling you, it would just be me in the studio. No, these fuckfaces didn't just say that. Did this fuckface really just say, as an atheist, I have no objective basis for morality? No, did the fuckface really just say that, y'all? Did he really just say that? Did these motherfuckers just say the most reasonable take of the evidence is that there's historical support for Jesus' resurrection? What? No, he didn't just say that. No, he didn't really just tell me the nigga really didn't just say that. Tell me he didn't just say that. No, I'm not okay with that. I'm not okay with that. So that's what he's talking about. Some of us had to, what's up, Carrie-Ann? Some of us really had to start YouTube channels so that by ranting and raving into a microphone in front of a camera, we were actually just trying to be social. Because we really would just be sitting here ranting and raving on our own. Did these motherfuckers really just try to pretend that the motherfucking vaccine is more problematic than the virus? No. Somebody hold my shit. Are these motherfuckers really trying to tell me the motherfucking vaccine is worse than COVID? No. What the fuck do you mean Donald Trump is still the president? I will choke the shit out of you. What are you talking about, Donald Trump is still the president? You see what he's talking about, y'all? Y'all don't understand. Y'all are really helping black men right now. This is how we show Black Lives Matter. Black men like me and Robert Reed, we was just in our houses by ourselves ranting and raving to these 4 motherfucking walls. And these motherfucking walls, they don't send no money in the golden plate. They don't put no emojis in the chat. They don't ride with you when you got to roll out to the creationist channels and none of that shit. So I appreciate y'all. Just want to send y'all some love. But he's not crazy, y'all. I just want to show y'all he's not really crazy. I really understand what he's talking about. So, and a lot of y'all, if you find yourself ranting and raving, you're black, Carrie. If you find yourself ranting and raving and you think you need help, maybe you just need to start a YouTube channel.
But Uncle Bobby's an opinionated guy. I always have been, and I always notice and absorb fucking everything. So I think we should just jump right the fuck into this because I'm doing everything I can to keep this at or around an hour. But like I said, everything pisses me the fuck off. If I start to get on that kind of roll, I'm just going to make this a 2-parter. But gang, the first one up on the fucking hit list of the random shit that really pisses me off is fuckface Ted Cruz.
Oh, I fucking hate fuckface Ted Cruz.
Now, I would think for obvious reasons, he represents me.
I just named him Ted. Somebody send his ass on a permanent cruise.
And every other Texan when he carries his bad-built ass self to Washington. Obviously, I did not vote for him. Gang, if I've said it once, I'll say it a million times. You just don't fill out a random application for employment and get this job. Ted Cruz should be violently unemployed.
Violently unemployed.
We have
and unemployable.
Him 3 times. Again, that means on 3 different occasions, over half this state looked at what he's done over the previous 2 years and said, that's my guy. And I'm almost at the point where I'm going to stop asking that stupid-ass rhetorical question, Texas, is this us? And come to realize, yeah, it is. We keep giving this fucker the keys to the car, right?
Boom, and there you see it, guys. Even late on a Sunday night, 1:30 in the morning, I could just be sleeping, but I'm not sleeping. I'm doing an after-party broadcast. I had a panel discussion go really late, and I'm like, I still got to get a little last minute work in. I just got to revise the script for a video, send it to my teaching mentor. I never rest, guys. It's just so hard working.
One of the first thing that came to my mind, gang.
He should have been voted out after the first freeze. After the freeze, exactly.
I thought him, Abbott, I thought they were fucking disgusting. Morally reprehensible. Again, the largest shootings in the state of Texas have been under Greg Abbott's watch. And like I've said a million times before, you are the head coach of the state of Texas.
So what happens when you rather protect the guns than the children?
There's no excuses past the governor, right? Ted Cruz, what's that on my screen? Ted Cruz would be considered either an offense or defensive coordinator. It just gets to a point to where you can blame everyone. Then you start getting to the OC, the DC, the assistant head coach, and head coach, right? But back to fucking Uvalde. Again, you guys know the story. 19 children, 2 adults. Those children, those bullets literally decapitated them. Took their heads off of their shoulders. Ted Cruz went, and as far as I'm concerned, he just put on this circus event. Pictures of him holding on to people, saying, the bullshit that I'm lifting them up in prayer and the blase and the glavinoids. Now, if he just would have stopped right there, okay. I wouldn't have bought it, but I would have said, okay. But again, do you have any idea how bad of a look it is that you drive your monkey ass to Houston, Texas? Not 24, 48 hours after you sat with those Uvalde survivors. And you get up there and you jerk off the NRA. Gang, that would be like me having like my largest self-defense seminar ever. Let's say there's like 50 women in there. Half of them are teenage girls. I don't leave without hearing about 30 of the most fucked up ass stories of sexual assaults, sexual harassments, brutal rapes at gun, all kinds of fucked up shit. And then going front row to watch Bill Cosby. That is such a horrible look. And then for Ted Cruz to get up there and wrap up his fucked up ass, Second Amendment jerk-off speech with the Wayne LaPierre fucked up ass tagline, which is, say it with me, the only thing that stops a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. And the crowd cheered. Gang, people like Ted Cruz, you should be afraid. Now, gang, what really landed him on random shit Sunday is something else that I took very personally, and that was the Texas freeze. Again,
there you go.
Excuse me. I know this phrase gets watered down a lot these days, like just about all mental health claims. To say that there was some PTSD after that, for not just me, but for all of us, is to be putting it gently. Some of y'all are probably giggling, or when it happened, it's like, oh, Texans don't know how to handle the cold. You're right, we don't. We're not built for this. We're not built for this, right? But at the end of the day, we should not have killed our statespeople. We shouldn't have done it. We should have been prepared, and we chose not to do it. Now, gang, you guys know where I'm going with this. While I am sitting here, literally shitting outside, I shudder to think, Papa and Bubba, they were cold. Yeah. I shudder to think what would have happened if I had Buddy here. I really try not to think about that fucked up ass thought. Again, bottom line is this shouldn't have happened, but it did. But what really, Ted Cruz hopping on a plane. Now, gang, this is one of those moments like Donald Trump where you're like, how did that not just end his career? At minimum, how did not 3/4 of the state call his ass out? Right? He should have been on an apology tour from the moment he got back to the day I'm doing this recording. That's how badly, that's how dirty he did the state of Texas. But he hopped his monkey ass on a fucking plane and went to Cancun. Again, he should have been tarred and fucking feathered. And he represents Texas, gang. He represents Texas. Now, I got a fucking clip. Again, some of this is repeater, but again, this is just random shit that pisses me off. And Ted Cruz, for some fucked up ass reason, is still relevant. Not just in Texas politics, but in United States politics. I pulled a clip from a station in Houston because that's where you have to fly back into. So we're going to sit here and listen to this fuckface make an excuse as to why it is he bailed when he should have fucking stayed. Roll the tape.
All right, guys, I'm going to take a quick little just pee-pee break, and then I'm going to come back, and we're going to go live on the Casino Theater and Arcade channel. Please make your way over to the Casino Theater and Arcade channel. The link is in the description. Let me go ahead and pull up a link to the channel for you guys. Actually, I'm gonna wait because I'm gonna just end up putting a link to the video up there in a second. But enjoy this. I'll be back in a minute, and we're gonna go ahead over and do the arcade party. Also, YouTube Punk, if you're in the stream, let me know. Oh, YouTube Punk is here. All right, YouTube Punk, let me know what to play when we start that stream, because I'm gonna do that when I get back. All right, I'll be back in a minute.
Parts of it haven't been above freezing since this past weekend. Tens of millions without power, heat, and water. That Senator Cruz decided it would be a good idea to fly to Mexico. Tonight, Texas Senator Ted Cruz under fire.
Pause the tape. So now it's the video of him back in the airport. Now, Ted Cruz knew he fucked up. You want to know how we know that? The first thing he did was call Art Acevedo. Art used to be the police chief here in Austin. Then he went to Houston. Art, I'm going to need a police escort, which he is entitled to. It's a part of his job. But he knew he fucked up. In my opinion, he knew he fucked up. Again, this is not a call to violence or anything else. But he knew. Now, again, there's a lot of shit going on in the state of Texas right now. Maybe you heard, fucking Snowmageddon. And police had to be called in because a literally yellow-spined fucking asshole named Ted Cruz needed cops to escort him to his car. Roll the tape.
State was suffering one of the worst natural disasters in Texas history. Millions were without power.
Can confirm. Can confirm.
Cruz and his family were spotted last night getting out of Dodge, flying to Cancun for a beach vacation. Cruz returned this morning and tonight attempted some damage control.
You question what was I thinking? I was trying to take care of my family. I was trying to take.
Pause the tape. No, you were not. No, you were not. Gang, I'm getting powdered donuts. So if you guys didn't hear that, the volume's kind of a little bit low. It's fuckface Ted Cruz making a fucked up ass excuse on why he bailed. Yeah, I'm kind of questioning my judgment as to why I left, and I just want to take care of my family. Dude, shut the fuck up. Now, as we sit here and have these fucked up ass conversation on what's an alpha man and blah, 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 blah. Again, I think it's a stupid ass conversation. But I get the part where you want to take care of your family. You don't want your daughters or your wife, you know, the ones that you won't stick up for. You don't want your daughters and your wife shitting in the backyard, freezing their balls. I get that. But you want to know what an alpha man would have done? You know what I would have done? I would have put my family on if I was in his position, I would have put my family on a plane. And he's got the money, so like stay a week and a half. Dad's going to stay here and go to work. There are things more important than my tan, right? I mean, he's like, give me a break. So again, he is lying because he's Ted Cruz. Roll the tape.
My kids, but at the same time, you're right. As a leader, you need to be here, and you need to be here when.
Pause the tape. If you are just learning that, and you are in a leadership position, you shouldn't have been in a leadership position. Period. Period. End of fucking story. Ted, roll the tape.
Since we're hurting it.
And while Cruz admitted the trip was a mistake and he began to regret it the moment he sat down on the plane, listen to how he frames his error.
In hindsight, if I'd understood how it would be perceived, the reaction people would have, obviously I wouldn't have done it. It was a mistake.
Cruz.
No. Pause the tape. No. Go fuck yourself. Discount rack fucking Wolverine. Translation, I'm sorry I got caught. You guys know as well as I do, if no one would have recognized his monkey ass and he landed in Cancun, he would have stayed for the entirety of that fucking trip. Period. Hold up. Let's rewind to make sure I got all that fucked up shit. Roll it.
Understood how it would be perceived, the reaction people would have.
Nah, pause to take that. If I would have known how it would have been perceived. Fuck nuts. How else was that trip supposed to be perceived? Again, that is 100%. I'm not sorry I did it. That is, I'm sorry I got caught. That's what that is. And again, he represents.
Honestly, it also sounds like that whole "I'm sorry if you were offended" type of thing. Yeah, I know how that should be. Oh, I'm sorry if you were offended by that. Oh, really? Are you though? But you should be. Hang on a sec, y'all. All right, so look, this how it's gonna go down. Yes. We love Gin and Truth. We trying to link up, but look, right now we got to link up with some motherfucking fun. You know, and I got to be honest with you. No, it's time for fun. The real type of fun. The type that involves games and friends and ice cream and snacks and candy, soda pop. You know, real good times. But hang on a sec. Before we do that, y'all. Before we do that.
Well, I've seen prophecies. I think people, a pastor telling to someone which was a stranger things of his life which he couldn't have known unless God would have revealed it to that person.
There's a word for that, cold reading. You know, right now there's 257 people right now listening to us. And hang on. I'm sensing there's a person listening right now who has a scar on their left knee. A scar on their left knee. That person who has a scar on their left knee, listen to me now. God is telling me that there's a relationship in your life that needs improvement.
Yes. Yeah. And wait, hang on. Before I read this, let me add something here. this person really was passionate about something when they were younger. I'm feeling maybe it was a sport or playing an instrument, maybe a club or something like that. And as they got a little bit older, they found that they were actually a little bit better at a hobby that they were not as interested in. But they've seen great acceleration in their personal development in that area. Am I on to something, guys? I mean, unbelievable. I have a scar on my left knee from an old skiing accident, and right now I am in the middle of a crisis in our relationship with my partner of 6 years. God has spoken through Doug. Praise the Lord. See, because like the left knee from the skiing accident, see, skiing was the second passion. There was something before the skiing accident. Before this, the skiing person might have played volleyball or something like that. Yeah, I went to school to be a dating coach. So I think I don't know cold reading. I hope y'all don't think I hope y'all don't think Pine Creek's a better cold reader than I am. Me and Pine Creek could have a cold read off, all right, and see what happens. Because he's just doing that straight cold reading. I can do straight cold reading. I can do handwriting analysis. I can read tarot cards. I can read palms. All right. I could do body language analysis for lie detection. Get the fuck out of here. I'm nice. Shit, I'm nice with mine. All right, y'all. Let me think about what I gotta do with these motherfucking machines. Moral anti-realism. I can't believe y'all really was all excited today about a stream about moral anti-realism. Something wrong with y'all. Y'all need help. Maybe y'all do need Jesus. I don't know. Something is wrong with y'all. Moral and DJ, do you want to talk about moral anti-realism? No, not particularly. The question is, why do you want to talk about moral anti-realism? What is wrong with y'all? Y'all need friends. Y'all. I'm about to come to the arcade. Go over to the Casino Theater and Arcade channel. Y'all need to learn how to have fun. Something wrong with y'all. Now, hang on a second. Let's see what we do. We done that, maybe. We did Street Fighter. We got to do that. We did Skullgirls. We did Dragon Ball Z. Oh, all right. Maybe we could keep Grand Blue. Let's add that to a new list called 8, boop, 22, boop. All right, so we'll do that. And then we got to get this Tetris in there. Boom.
All
we'll
right,
start with that. Boop. Save. Boop. There we go. All right. Ooh. Capcom Pro Tour. That might allow us to kick it back to some Street Fighter. Feeling that. Playlist play in the house. All right, what else we got? Ooh, Tampa Never Sleeps. DNF Duel. Dungeon Fighters, y'all. This shit is the game. This is the fucking A-list fucking fighting game, motherfuckers. Game. All right. Let's see. All right, so now we're gonna go with the 822 playlist. Boy, if you don't show me that playlist. Boop. Did I really put 3 things on this playlist? No, we gotta do way more than that, sorry. What is this? Oh, this is what I've been looking for. Mortal Kombat 11. Yeah, I definitely want to do the Mortal Kombat 11 top 8. That's actually what I really want to do. let's do that. Boop. And I will add this Guilty Gear tournament as a bonus. In case something goes wrong and we just need some extra run time. Perfect. Library. This guy. Nope. There we go.
All right, let's get this going. The finals, best 3 of 5.
Now let's get this in order. MK11. Grand Blue. No, I'll put Grand Blue at the end because we'll probably end up doing that tomorrow. And then we'll do this and that. And that's probably going to be it. And so this will all be bonus, so we won't worry about it. All right, great. All right, now let's... we got to get ready to change channels. What the hell I got to do backstage again? Got to shut off this Pocket Locker machine. Yeah. Close all the other tabs. Boop. All right, here we go. Edit destinations, baby. All right, now what is the casino, theater, and arcade edit? Overnight shift at the arcade, Tetris, Evo 22, Final 8. More. All right, boom, done, saved. All right, guys, so here's what happens now. I'm going to play the end screen for the Pocket Locker 86 stream. The stream won't end. It'll just give me a second to get things straight backstage. Then I'll switch over to the casino scene. You'll see the start screen. We'll start the casino stream. I'll go live on that channel. I'll stay live on Pocket Locker 86 through the first event, and then I'll turn off the Pocket Locker 86 machine. So you do need to make your way on over to the Casino, Theater, and Arcade channel. The link is in the description. Today's been an incredible, awesome day on stream on Pocket Locker 86. Thank you guys so much. Of course, you can catch everything on Twitch. We're back up on Twitch. We're also live on Twitter and Facebook. Thank you guys all so much. In the name of the Darwin, the Dawkins, and the Christopher Hitchens. Science bless you all. Poof!
Yeah, well. Too many cars, gotta stay out the way. Especially the streets when they in a rage. I remember my nigga, he caught a case. On a run on the low and he did the race. Caught a body, it ain't really shot me. Rubbing on demon time since the bottom. All the bro in Miami, we sharing mamas. I wish I could've stayed in from all the drama. Rare roof, we was really there getting money. Is then with the place where the rain or sunny. Know my niggas gonna catch me, I ever stumble. Know my team gonna pick up, I ever fumble. Niggas ain't winning, they really punt. In that location, we coming, so we loud guardian niggas, we stayed 100 if you been on my block when we kept it coming. The plane cause I carry a lot of weight. FaceTime with my baby, make sure we straight. Breakfast with able to start my day. Chop it with Henny and talk with A. Yo, we crack it's my dog and we get it back. Champion style taking down the crash, and somehow I still go and I get the cash. But it ain't never been about the bag. I've been dipping in fashion, I'm about to spaz. Latest release like the sneakers app. So that ain't worth more if you sell it fast. Made more off the merch than I did off rap. Made more than merch than you did off rap. Yeah. Made more off the merch off rap, and I ain't even had to mention my DJ Sass, yeah. I'm gone. I said 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 I'm gone, yeah.
Been going and going, and shit got my main line going crazy. Going, I've been moving strong.
got that sweet juice. Minute Maid, some of out that lemonade. Take a sip, blowing purple clouds, taste like lemon haze. Conversations back and forth like damn, we could go on for days. Looking back at it like damn, she bad when she walk away. Here we go, been down this road, they already know. When we go on tour, I'll take you anywhere you wanna go. People talk about us like they understand just what this is. I just wanna give you all you want and then the double it. They all say I'm way too young, maybe I'm just ignorant. I won't find nobody like you on some real shit. Spend a couple hours on the phone, hey. I don't wanna let you go. I'll be all about you, babe. I'll be all about you, babe. Saying so unless you don't know, they won't find what we got and that gon' drive me crazy. No need to rush, I'ma still be here tomorrow. Had to take my chances, baby, I just struck the lotto. And I'll be so gone, don't know where I go wrong. Don't remember last night, I blame it on the bottle. And I'm just living life.
Welcome everybody to the Casino Theater and Arcade. And yes, that is right. For those of you that cannot believe your eyes, we are starting another show. It was that hot program, Sacred Death Motorcycle Club, the Atheist Crew Book Club. Is that show number 4, number 5? Anybody keep track of how many shows we've done today? I don't even know. And yeah, we're live on a whole new channel. YouTube Punk, we got to build up the store for this channel. We don't have shit in the store for this channel. Although I think you could, yeah, we're not gonna. We want everybody over on the Casino Theater and Arcade channel. We do need to build up the store here. But we've got pocket change, we've got games, we've got gambling. And we will build up the redeemables. Guys, what you want to do is you want to make your way from Pocket Locker 86 on over to the Casino Theater and Arcade. Now, I'm going to try to help you out here a little bit. What we do is, here's the video. There it is. All right, you go to it. You do that. Then you go over to the thing, and you go to the other one. That's the wrong other one. You go here, and you go to the video, and then you post the thing. Look, so all 8 of you that are over here on Pocket Locker, just click the pinned comment, and it'll take you to the right channel. You're on the wrong channel. Unless you want to go to Pocket Locker 86 on Twitch, that's always the right channel. But otherwise, stop being a Bible nerd. Stop being a philosophy dork. Come over to the arcade with the cool kids. Cool kids are at the arcade. They don't want to hang out at the Bible channel anymore. We're no more science education tonight, you nerds. All right, here we go. Let's have some fun. Grab some ice cream. Grab some soda. Hang out with your friends. Carrie, take the goddamn batteries out the smoke detector. You know, the goddamn fire marshal's not coming here at 2 o'clock in the goddamn morning. All right, now, and don't make no noise complaints from the neighbors. This fucking establishment is in a respectable neighborhood, and when I leave you kids to it overnight, I don't want any fucking noise complaints.
Let's count it down in 3, 2, 1. Tetris!
Go!
Buko.
Oh shit.
Tetris Time did a Buko earlier, but it was
What? Are they playing the same? Is it the same game? Oh, they both have to play the same exact thing? Ooh.
Neither player went that push-down point.
Ooh. Oh, this is for real.
Do you think it's an advantage to play back-to-back like Nevinator, or do you like to have that break between the
it depends on the
semifinals and your
person.
finals?
I like having breaks, but it really depends. Some people like that grind, you know.
Oh, slid it in there. Oh, he didn't get that all the way over. Oh, yeah, he did.
If you're in the zone, I would want to keep playing.
Right. He's got to be. Well, that game 3 was not. He wasn't in his zone, but every other game he was great. So.
Yeah, when you're in the zone like that, you can keep it going.
When you're in the zone, dog, I can never do this, yo. This Tetris shit is fucking. Tetris is. People don't know Tetris is fucking crazy, and it's like cult. So you gotta really be nice because there's so many people that are so good at Tetris. All ages and generations.
Undefeated in live tournaments.
It's some boomers that'll whoop your ass in Tetris.
Won WPL last year.
You know, ain't no boomers you gotta really worry about in Fortnite and shit.
If I'm not mistaken.
That's right, that did go 5.
But them boomers is a wave in Tetris.
Oh, man.
You know how they keep that line open? They keep that line open for them 5 bars. Whoop, like them.
Huff came all the way here from Michigan with his mom, correct?
Correct.
Oh shit, yeah.
Detroit area.
Here, look, let's just do a poll. Hang on.
Flat burn just for Kingsman, the Kingsman special.
Shit.
And a nice S.
Shit, I gotta get the right browser tab open. Shit, go.
He's just lost the lead, but still in good shape.
Yeah, no, that was well played by Nevinator.
Hang on, I gotta figure out their names and shit. All right, y'all, we about to open up the poll lines. The score is very close right now. So let's do this. Let's open up this poll real quick. All right. Who will win the Tetris championship? All right, you got Nevinator. That's gonna be Neva. You vote Neva. N-E-V-A, never. Or Huff. And you're just gonna vote Huff. Boop. Advanced. 300 seconds, y'all. That's y'all know what that is. That's time. You know, time. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. There you go. Use timer, send chat notification, done. Boom. Boom, started. Boom. 3 minutes. 5 minutes, rather. 5 minutes, sorry. I don't know how to do math. I'm a scientist. I don't do math. Math's not my subject. And I got to vote real quick. I'm going to vote never.
That's easily a situation where you can
I take Puff, usually way better, exactly.
If this,
Huff and puff and blow the house down.
The script could go, they play even, then it becomes a 29 off when Huff has the advantage. But up until that point, I don't know if Huff matches that or not. Like right now, they're neck and neck. T-Spin. Crowd reaction. See, that's life. T-Spin. Followed by the whoops. Oh, interesting. You put that on the left. He did shake
I
his
like
head
what
a
he's
bit.
doing here. He's probably just shaking his head because he wants it done as quickly as possible, and pieces aren't necessarily allowing that. Gets a Tetris.
Nice. Good game. 300,000 through not even 80 lines for both players.
Yeah, this, pretty standard, standard max out pace, but we've kind of ascended past that the last few years, right?
Come on, play it up a little bit.
These two players are on max out pace.
Oh.
That was when you go above the score.
Max out.
That is acceptable. Tetris for Nevinator. Another one. Pretty close. Tetris lead for Huff.
Crazy.
It's only a 2-line differential, so I guess it's actually like neck and neck, as they say.
Right.
Pretty close.
Not us. We would never say that garbage.
Right.
The normal commentators must be on vacay.
Oh, he missed it.
Oh, but dirty maybe?
For the world championships?
With the square maybe.
I will say
They're not traveling due to COVID.
sometimes, like on a different setup, hitting those spins can be a little more intimidating right off the bat. But
when you start to think about the timing, then you miss. You have to just feel it. I think any of us NES players, playing something like Mike Tyson's Punch Out when you have to have
NES.
On like the Bull Charger or Mike Tyson, like you just
These are some throwback classic gamers.
Yeah.
Nevernator handling business right now.
But like my first game today in quals, I missed like 5 spins in a row just because it's like.
But it's close.
It's a different setup, a different TV,
different
so,
time zone.
Yeah, that too. Yeah. Nice. Far left there for Nevenator.
All right, he's built up a Tetris and a half lead now.
Yeah, that's what he's going to need. And Huff is very good at 29.
Yeah,
what is the Tetris lead?
Where the script is heading so far, but let's see how they do at 19. Well, as we say that.
Is the Tetris just a line?
Gets the L.
Good pieces. Not opting for any triples. There it is.
There's a deep breath from Nevenator. Into the transition, 50% increase in speed, as everybody knows.
Yeah, that's a really comfy transition board.
And Huff's going to Tetris in and get a 492.
Opting not to burn for the Tetris for Nevenator. He's trying to get all the points he can. Okay, gets a perfect piece there.
Oh, Tetris is 4 at once.
That was good. No, that was good. You can feel out the right.
And you can hear the crowd who aren't maybe used to this, getting nervous for covering the well.
Oh,
and that's gonna do it.
Huff game 2.
Huff.
Or game one. Yeah, sorry.
Wow.
Huff is good. Huff takes game number 1.
All right. Y'all saw it. One mistake. One very critical error. Didn't get it all the way over. Stacked up on him quickly and just let it go. He knew that was it. No point in even trying to recover. So, definitely appreciate the high level play at anything. Tetris is nice. A lot of people throw back. Everybody knows how Tetris goes. Sort of easy to follow. Incredibly difficult to master or be great at.
I always like it.
It's good. The word is getting out. Yeah.
Man, we don't need no stinking commentators around here, man.
I'm not gonna be that guy.
You guys have a Tetris gym at home. You can follow the seed at the bottom there.
Oh yeah, you can play along at home.
Yep. See if you could win this match.
All right, game number 2. Count it down in 3, 2,
when they hit line 130.
Tetris. Nobody cares anymore. It's all right.
Boop.
Clone Tris. Keep it going, Clone Tris.
Clone Tris, yeah.
Nice.
Synchronize. Oh.
Synchronized.
Decision was better. Interesting. Big double well there for, yep. Huff waiting for long bars, so none coming, just gonna opt for 2 burns to set up Tetris. A little bit of a drought to start this off.
Yeah.
So I think, yeah.
No, he got it. He's behind. I guess Huff's behind by a couple pieces.
Yeah, about 1 to 2.
Damn, these guys are good.
3 squares. I've seen a lot of square bursts today.
I'm shit at Tetris.
Okay, a little adjustment there. Cheeky from Huff.
Ooh, last second change there.
The Nevenator. Okay, yeah, I was about to say, roof burner is probably the better idea there.
Roof burner?
Instead of trying to
long interval between long pieces. Yeah, I caught that.
Oh, I didn't get it over for the tuck.
Gets the Tetris.
Yeah, got a Buko chant.
Yeah, no. no need to like wait for a long bar there. I like the idea of just bringing that down. You could burn in a way that, yeah, exactly. Try to get that J
Yeah,
piece.
it's like, how do you solve this? Oh, there we go. He's waiting for that. You hate to let that linger that long. I mean, I don't know how much longer he would have held out.
So 240K for Huff, 183 for Nevinator.
Wow.
And Nevinator fills in that. Having stairs go down on the left, don't really like that. It's that two-piece dependency with the T piece and the Z.
Nev dances the pieces in. Yeah, it's really nice to watch him play. But right now, Huff is getting it done.
Huff having a pretty good game here to start off.
Yeah. He's in the zone now. He looks like he's studying.
Yeah, about an 80K lead. Same line count. Alright, Nevinator stack looking really nice. Nice. Using that far left to make for a really clean right, which should allow for nice burns.
Oh, that's okay. I was watching Nevinator's whole time, and now Huff's in a predicament.
Yep.
Not game over predicament like we always say. Just
right.
This Nevinator's going to get back.
Well, he gets a dirty Tetris here, and not too many burns.
8,000 point difference.
Yep.
Wow.
Nevinator pretty much all Tetrises that whole time.
Shaking his head, even though he filled that in what I thought was proper.
Tetris was showing to help veterans with their PTSD. Damn. That's crazy.
Nice. No, nicely done.
Good. Good stacking from Nevinator. Little tricky here. There we go. Oh, that's the perfect sequence.
Yeah, that side was getting tacky. Both players getting droughted right now.
Yeah.
The two line sequence.
Huff a little bit in the
Huff
pass here.
got two Tetrises. Nevinator only was able to get one.
Huff sets up the peg, as I call it. I guess it's a little low for that, but.
Oof.
All right, 10,000 point difference. Let's take this to 19, gentlemen and ladies.
Damn, it's getting so tense. Oh, it's just getting faster. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, there we go.
The dirty Tetris into the transition.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
And
what's
there we
going
go.
on?
That's a nice
I mean,
Tetris.
that's luck and skill, but there was still a luck portion of that.
Holy shit.
So we're virtually tied, but Huff is
There we go.
only 4 lines ahead.
Yeah, it's really close.
So not that line dependency on the left. Now he
Feels that. There you go.
Oh,
Great.
a fortunate
Wow.
line burst. Wow.
Oh, nice.
The pieces. Look at 1,000 point difference. Level 21, let's go.
Yeah, great sequence there for Nevinator.
Holy shit.
Holy Tetrises. Oh, a little bit of screen watching.
Yeah, Nev's into it.
The LPs.
It's golf. This is so good. Oh, it missed the spin. It's fixable, obviously, but the points.
It's a Tetris in Nevinator size.
It was. And now that's going to be 7-8 lines of burning to get that back. That could be the difference in the end. We don't know yet.
Tetris for Nevenator. Yep, about a Tetris and some change lead here for Huff. Actually, just about a Tetris.
All right. We're getting into the 30,000 point territory now for Tetrises.
Same line count, so real-time leads.
Less than a Tetris difference now.
Oh, okay.
Well, Huff can roll out of this, but now the pace is going to go back to Nevenator with that Tetris.
Unfortunate T orientation
Holy
there,
shit.
but keeps it moving. Nice stack right
Needs
now.
a line. Needs a line. Needs a line. Is he going to get it? He's going to get drowned out. And Huff takes game
2-0. 2-0.
Very close.
Huff now on the precipice of winning the title up 2 games to 0.
Wow.
That drought did him in. He was getting really good luck early on, and it didn't show up at the end.
Tetris gamers at home, you can play along by entering the scene.
Nope. All right, count them down. Game 3 in 3, 2, 1. Tetris!
2-0 start for Huff. Nevenator looking really good today. Just stacking a little too high there on 25.
Well, I think he relied on luck a little too much. He got out of some sticky situations.
To be fair, he was getting some great sequences there, so
yeah.
you kind of think it's going to keep coming. But another 3 square burst there for Nevenator. Square's coming out in full force today.
All right, let me give away some tickets over here.
Had last time in game 3.
All right, YouTube Punk was first. That's $1 million.
Pick himself back up and get back to the bottom and score again.
Yeah, Huff.
And then also
Huff's
give out the polling.
Killing it right now. He's Terminator mode.
He was looking shaky earlier today, but he's been.
He started off
second half of the day.
Yeah, he just. I mean, he only
That's what
missed
you expect.
#1 seed by a few thousand-point kicker. But early on, he had his whole rental station.
The rental
hour.
with no maxes.
No maxes for a whole hour.
So probably. I saw him fine tuning his controller, had a screwdriver out and everything. So I think he found the sweet spot, or it looks like he found the sweet spot, and is bringing his A game.
Joel, come over to the casino, bro.
Still really early though. Nevenator can get caught up here.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, he's already caught up. He's only like 15,000 behind.
High left here for Huff, and a pretty wide well, so no dependencies really in that far right.
Carrie Ann was second.
When you have that far left,
$500,000.
like the second half of the board, you'll be surprised though. You got to be careful because it fills up really quick. Because, like as we see from Huff,
yeah,
you think you have so much space, but you really don't. Gets over. Oh wow, nice.
Ooh.
Oh, you good, Joel? No worries. I appreciate the second device, actually. Actually, Joel was third.
Nevenator, give him the peace game.
Come on, man.
Give him the peace game. Come on. Come on, Nevenator.
Nice.
Well done.
Oh.
Still not out.
Okay, good.
Opened up. Give him the line.
It's that T piece is always nice.
Got it. Tetris Nevenator.
Whoa.
Yeah, having that vertical T piece always is good to fill out the left there, and it's got good. Well, yeah, good parity right now.
Not over. It's 50,000 difference.
Oh, that's nothing.
There's a pretty clean burn sequence, all said.
Boom. clean play from both players. Huff with a double well. Huff has a bit of a lead, so that's a safe way to play it too. I don't know if he's actually factoring
now
that
that
in.
he knows that he's winning, he's up 2-0.
I think it's just a good habit in general if you want to play these long games.
So this isn't a bit. So he's going to do the L-Vits. What do you call that? A Litz? I don't even want to try to figure out what silly an acronym you're going to call it. Up 80,000 point lead now. So when you're behind like Nevinator is, when like everything's on the line.
Yep.
Where do you take every single possible risk? Not 18, right? You wait the transition before you start getting too crazy.
Well, it depends. I mean, we all know how consistent Huff is.
Right.
Like for these players, playing 18 is easier, so you want to squeeze out. I think of it, it's not free points, but you want as many points as you can going into 19, and then from there you can judge. I think everyone is confident on 19, especially if you're, or on 18, especially if you're a fast tapper or whatever. This is the place to greed, and every point does add up. So
Yeah, appreciate you guys. Thanks for getting over here.
This is on 19. This is where you circumvent that.
No, he's back to the bottom. He's down 79,000. Huff transition to 503. That's your good CTWC transition.
Yeah. Nevinator not too far behind.
Right. He's going to get a 450 to complete this.
I'm curious on how Nevinator is screen watching, because you saw a few flashes, right?
I mean, he isn't hearing us, so we're not, giving the score updates.
So fast.
You can see a little bit of panic in his motion. I mean, I know it's the forensic type of player that he is, but maybe it's even slightly more exaggerated right now, knowing his situation. But now he's nailing.
Dang, there we go.
Now he's banging him down. He's down to a Tetris difference. He's come all the way back. And Huff's looking completely clean too. It's not.
Oh, takes a. I don't think he wanted to take that triple.
He's back to 70,000. Oh
man. I've given Nevinator some room to get caught up, and Nevinator, if these burns are clean, can take a Tetris here in that column.
Column 7, column 8.
Tough.
Playing up. Get over. Nice.
Oh, just in time.
Oh, he doesn't take the. There we go.
Oh, he's going way dirty.
Yeah.
No, that's triple though.
Yeah, I think the burn there was
he's in
probably
trouble.
ideal.
He needs this down. Get it down, Nevinator. Get it down. Nice. Oh, and he hangs the away. That's always happens. You did a good move and you just slightly ease up.
This is tough.
Could he have Vinced that? Vincent! Oh!
Oh! Huff's the winner.
And Hufflepuffus
Wow.
is your 2022 CTWC Las Vegas qualifier champion!
GG.
Give it up for Nevinator, the runner-up.
Oh, it was a qualifier championship. That was great, man. That was crazy. Yeah, we'll check out more of that. Let's go to the Evo. So I don't know what's going on. I guess this is main stage day 2. Some of this we may have looked at, but I want to see the Mortal Kombat 11 Final 8s. And I want to jump straight into them.
Yeah! All right, still losing side. It is with great pleasure I get to announce the legendary Foxy. Or will she get Dixon?
All right, look at Fox. See, he won the fucking
that
Skullgirls, but he's got that jacket on.
Next up, can I get Nicholas?
What is the other games here?
All right, and still on the winner side, can I get Scorpion Prox to the stage? Make some noise there, stand up, make some noise.
What? Oh, Melty Blood type Lumina. Okay, this is good. This is fine. This is fine then.
Rewind, get up here.
There's three we haven't seen.
Rewind. Yeah.
All right, we'll be good. At like noon. I gotta go to bed in like
All right, so that sets our winner side now.
half
Kick it over to
hour,
the
so I
loser
gotta get
side.
off
Can
here.
I get King Gambler? Where you at, King Gambler? Yeah. All right, still a loser side. It is with
Night,
great
Cameron.
pleasure I get to announce the legendary Foxy Grandpa. All right, and now coming up next, can I get Killer Shinnok? Get up here. Yeah. I like that, crowd. I like that.
Guys, did we see the MK11 Final 8s already?
And the last player in this top 8, MK11 Evo 2022. Hey, Rashid, get up here, hey, Rashid. Get up here. Yes, yes, yes. Yes.
Carrie, did we see this already?
Right, one more time, please, Manuel by Evo 22. Give it up for our top 8, MK11.
All my Evo days are running together on me.
All right, now with that said, I'm going to give it up to our commentators out in the back so they can finish off and we can see who is the best MK11 player. Let's make it happen. Evo 2022, make some noise, one more.
Yeah, I think we did. I think we did.
Extremely excited for this. We've just gone through the top 8, right? You've seen the...
I think we saw this, right, guys? Guys, somebody let me know if I'm crazy. Are there timestamps? Why don't you guys put timestamps on these things? Curse spell check. Think so. All right. Yeah. All right, cool. Small Mortal Kombat? Yeah, all right, Mortal Kombat. Boop, 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 boop. All right, hang on a sec. Let's do this. Evo, MBTO, finally. Yeah. Matches only. Yeah, let's do that. And then we'll do... I want to do the Guilty Gear Strive top 8, but not tonight. So, all right, so let's just add this to our list. Add this to our list. Boop. All right, now let's go to the list. Library. All right, here we go. Let's do this instead. So we're going Melty Blood. We can do a Strive preview because, yeah, actually we could do the Capcom thing. I love Capcom, but we won't be missing a tournament. Or we won't be missing the EVO tournament. So we could do the Capcom Pro. And then, yeah, let's remove this.
Part of the winners have a multi-blood type Lumina here at EVO.
Yeah, Tono Shiki being pilot of Uncle Aki. He's definitely
Daytona never
sleeps.
sleeps.
Tono with some really strong basic game plan.
Tampa Never Sleeps is great commentary.
Or will Misoma just, not let...
So these will always be good Tampa Never Sleeps streams.
Yeah, that's something that the Japanese players highlighted, that Americans use their moon drives very differently than the Japanese players do. So that is something that I know they are not prepared for. Oh, we get a big opening here from Uncle Aki. The first real damage of this, and went ahead and spent their bar of Magic Circuit.
This shit is very fucking like gothic anime.
Overhead here. See how this goes. Okay, finish it out.
Yep. And Misoma, we got a lot of meter to work with. No moon drive though, which might be a little more important. We can see Stand though with the long roll.
That delayed A counter was really scary.
Huge heat though. We're regenerating a lot. We have 3 meter here too, so we're gonna definitely see something dumb, but no conversion.
No, this is looking definitely first match of the day, but this the Misoma especially go ahead do the double down B, double down C, finish out the combo. Really well done.
Uncle Aki getting air unblockable. That's huge.
Misoma takes the first one. This is already so explosive.
Well, yeah, I blinked it. When did Misoma get more moon drive to do it again?
I have no idea. And the thing with Blob is that he operates really well with moon. So
yeah, I don't know how people pick a game out of all these damn games to play.
The overhead, it committed to the low shield, so now does a lot of damage. He flipped out the corner.
Holy shit.
Great opportunity here. And again, Misoma kind of out of gas. Uncle Aki got to be feeling good about this one. A lot of opportunities here.
No drops.
Yeah, hard knockdown. That's 2 bars Magic Circuit. Shield the shield. The A counter takes it, but he techs out in the air.
And we see Misoma definitely has been getting the advantage in these shield interactions so far. So, even though he's burned his resource a lot of time, he's able to make that deficit. Again, there it is. You can't be jumping against that. If
I don't know who Foamy is.
Drive, you're just going to get air unblockable, and just like that, a lot of damage.
I like the way that Misoma decided, instead of doing his traditional knockdown and then charge, he went ahead and did the launcher. We got a tech there, though.
Yeah, that's actually very clutch here. Uncle Aki, very low health. If we could get a heat maybe, but nope, there it is, 5A, 2A. Catching him standing up. All right, Misoma, that was looking clean. Uncle Aki definitely got caught by those air unblockable several times, so...
Yeah, somebody sent me a link.
See that being
Cartoon Squirrel.
There's a counter moon drive, though.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of the Japanese players are starting to counter the moon drive much more quickly to just...
Oh, nice.
adapt to what's going on screen. All right, B counter once again is just kind of neutral.
I gotta put together a list.
Just waiting for the moon drive to get end down, and he will be ahead in the moon drive resource game.
All right, opened up by Uncle Aki here with that overhead. Gonna carry him all the way to the corner. Uncle Aki has a lot of meter if they're gonna go ahead and spend the bar, get the hard knockdown, and overhead. Oh, he put himself in the corner.
Yeah, that was surprising, but it's gonna pay off dividends. Here we go.
All right. Oh, I like that the triple A and then the jump back in.
Could possibly do one more here off from 2A starter. I don't know if this will kill. Oh, wow, never mind. Maybe?
Yep.
Okay. Wow, that in the air was so... Like, the combo was over, but the way that he was able to dash in and then finish the combo there...
I've been looking forward to this because I've never really seen this game before.
Yeah, not letting Masoma get a chance in that round. I think very huge. If you're not familiar, Melting Blood is a game where you do regenerate or carry over resources over the rounds. So there is a lot of subtlety as far as like how you actually finish your play in each individual round.
And so Masoma is now in ice mode, so his projectiles are bigger, and it's going to carry more of the screen. Oh my god, he almost perfected that.
We didn't even need to spend any meters, so going into round 3 here, both players with 3 bar.
Okay.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, this is.
I'll put together a list with some scroll stuff on it. I gotta.
Nice tech.
If I get longer clips, I gotta take. It takes me longer to put together the playlist because I gotta make sure that I have a playlist to go overnight.
With the knockdown, and then he put himself on the other side again, but the throw to get Masoma in the opposite.
And right now, this damn thing keeps skipping frames.
That's been catching Uncle Aki multiple times now, and that's gonna cost him a lot. Able to sneak after Masoma on the offense.
All right. Good blocking out of Uncle Aki. Doing a great job.
Uncle Aki, he gets hilarious. That move. Here it is. Meter.
Holy shit. Up in the
He has
air.
so much to spend. And look at his moon. He's got a lot. All right, we do have the moon drive activation on the side of the Soma.
Yeah,
Good D, good D.
Nice.
Oh, no, the commitment to the
Got
shield
caught,
in
though.
the air. That meant he couldn't do anything till he landed, and that is the death of him. It's 1-1.
Wow. Okay, Uncle Aki. It was looking very one-sided for Soma in game 1. These adaptations, though.
That is one thing that we're seeing. All of these players in top 8 are so good at making adaptations on the fly. So let's see what Masoma does now in response to Uncle Aki taking that one.
I mean, it's really just been the Lariat, I feel like, just good moments to try and just lunge in with. Tono has just been what's been making the damage rates in Uncle Aki's favor here.
Yo, those projectiles are crazy.
Getting a very nice hit. We'll take the damage.
Yeah, now you see the other player. Really, wow.
Space gets some moon back.
Yep, you know how important this moon is for being able to drive cancel and forcing their block. What a confirm.
Just like that, gets the charge GC in the air.
Done.
Gonna go ahead and finish it. Oh, he moved just to get the extra damage.
It's not enough.
Didn't kill.
You know what? We'll see if it pays off here. But someone though probably feeling
I thought that was it.
At least you can
I mean, shows how much I know about this
It's
game.
gonna be very difficult for Tono to actually make this comeback here, but we'll see. 45 seconds on clock, plenty of time, but there's the air dash.
Yeah. JC is such a strong button on block, and especially because you can charge it, so that overhead just went ahead and took it.
Yeah, and the nice thing is that Masoma was able to build a decent amount of
I stigmata. I got you.
that round. And might need it actually, as he is in trouble here. Uncle Aki with 1 knockdown.
Yeah, Uncle Aki working on his 4th bar of Massive Circuit and has full moon as well. Oh, that's the overhead. He has every opportunity to take a ton of health off of Masoma here.
Yeah, got him out of corner, but we're seeing the wall-to-wall here, almost to the other corner now.
Just throw him.
The backdash.
Yeah, that backdash just avoided a ton of damage tech. And now this is the opening from Masoma.
Yeah, the call from Masoma after his store gets tech. He's gonna spend the meter. He's confident he wants to try and make a play here. I mean, if he can win this round, that's the game. So he's going for it. Looks like.
Yeah, that throw too. That's really unexpected.
Catch attempt. That is huge. Uncle Aki getting opened up. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, they look. The players look at each other like.
Good stuff.
I feel like that's not a character that you.
Hey guys, if you're on, look at the bottom of the stream you're on. If you're on the stream and it says Pocket Locker 86, please come join us on the other channel. There's a pinned comment in the chat. Hang on a sec. Oh, maybe it's not. For some reason I clicked on it, it's not doing anything. There it is. Yeah. All right, guys. So the reason we want you to click the pin chat is because what's happening is we're trying to build up the casino, theater, and arcade channel, but our Pocket Locker channel is growing rapidly. So we want to give people who are finding us on Pocket Locker 86 a chance to see what we do on our casino, theater, and arcade channel. But after this next match, I'm going to shut off the Pocket Locker 86 stream for the night, just so that stream isn't overnight and people aren't getting confused. And we will be live overnight on the casino, theater, and arcade. So if you're on Pocket Locker 86, there's a casino, theater, and arcade link in the description, and there's one pinned in the live chat comments. Please head over to the casino, theater, arcade, and after this match, I'll give out 10 million pocket change. 10 million arcade arcade tickets rather to everybody at the Casino Theater and Arcade chat, and I'll throw in another $1 million for everybody that's in the chat.
All right, well, here we go. We got Jing versus Kiri in game one. And off the back, Kiri dumping a lot of meter to just try and get their turn. Very patient shield in the air there, kind of hit the classic melting blood pickup.
All right, go get the ladle. Expect the
Also, we had 4 votes, so I'm going to close the poll and give out $4 million for the 4 votes.
Okay, empty low. No gas here.
Thank you, guys.
Another turn. Oh!
Okay.
The defense over Kiri, yes.
Yeah, the bento in the corner, that's really one of the only times that Jing seems to use like the smaller bento is in that corner situation. Good blocking, misses the overhead. Shield BC keeps him safe though.
And spending a lot of resources to just try and get out this corner. But you know, Kiri was able to block a lot of the mix-up, but it might not matter here. Jing getting a kind of nice cross under.
All right, table is set up in the corner. We get the launcher.
One more hit.
Yeah, just needs one. The chair does not get anything. Side switch is just with jumping. Nothing really happening now.
Okay, and the table would finish it off from the B follow-up.
So something I notice a lot about Kiri's gameplay is they're very liberal with their use of black keys, and sometimes they will end the round with 0. So it's important to watch how often that they're throwing those, just because that's such a huge resource for Noel.
Yeah, we do see taking resources. Kiri got a lot of it, spends it immediately, gets that EX confirmed. Looking really good.
This is a very strong start for Kiri. Has plenty of meter to do more if she wants to.
Yeah, Jing just trying to patiently get out of the corner with a cannonball super jump. And there's the pot. Gonna stop the projectile super.
And we've got a Moondrive activation. I think Kiri was unsure. Oh, that clash in the air though.
Yeah. Wouldn't answer from Jing. Gonna get this to be a little closer here. We're gonna have this hard knockdown. Let's see if Kiri can escape. 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's
nice.
Fantastic blocking.
Still his turn.
Yep.
Into the corner.
Back into the corner. Throw. Tech that time though. All right.
Oh, yep, gotta be careful about that one. Huge hitbox to armor,
that's a drop.
Yeah, that was actually huge. That could have been the kill. So
it definitely could have been. We got the bento set up, but that is going to
be
the game for Jing.
The idea was good. I think that was the right idea. And it's unfortunate because kind of cannonballing with the huge charged air normals is definitely a very valid strategy, but one that you definitely don't want to get caught overusing. So it's a little bit unfortunate that Kiri able to use their Ace up their sleeve, but could not get the confirm. That's got to be a heartbreaker. But going into game 2 now, Jing leading. See what happens in terms of adjustments.
This is the first time really, like in between that set, where Jing actually looked stressed. Like the big sigh of relief that they did that. A lot of people weren't even able to damage Jing yesterday. So the ability to open them up like that, Kiri is doing a spectacular job. All that studying paid off.
I mean, Kiri's actually been doing a pretty good job mitigating Jing's offense, been blocking most of the mix-up, eating some interactions, but overall, I think doing a lot of other players, but I spoke too soon.
Of course it did. Commentator's curse wouldn't be a Evo without it.
Moondrive just super safe. That's so smart.
Wow, and then that time connection, they're going to take the round against Jing.
Oh, I got you, Carrie.
Just, get that air dash and just be okay with it. We've seen how good Jing is at capitalizing.
Yeah, I'll put together some more intricate playlist over the week. I want to get some different type of gaming activities in here and some card games, and I might do some of my own gaming too. But these last couple nights, I've just wanted to put on something that'll play overnight so that everything so I can make sure everything's running smoothly. But yeah, I appreciate you guys. Now that we have more people showing up here, we can definitely start to put more requests and stuff like that into the playlist.
Difference against Jing. Other players have been opened up immediately against things like that.
Okay.
And there's the air challenge that you're talking about.
Yeah, autocorrect is the worst.
Yeah, I think neither player was really quite sure whether they're going to get away with that. And, oh my god, nice defense here from Kiri. The shield, the re-shield. We're still pressuring.
Who puts these animations in? It's like, let's put a picnic in the middle of this fight. I love it. Oh, snap.
But Kiri is taking advantage of the situation.
Yeah, that's big. Kiri only needs one more hit now. She has meter, so let's see if she can find the hit here. It's just Jump trying to keep the offense, but out of the corner goes Jing. There's the cute
great.
Look at that life.
Yeah, there's so much life being regen. You're getting a little bit of charge, too.
Yeah, look at her life being regenerated.
Really
Holy crap.
Sort of threatening. The dust cloud is out. And another tech and a throw in response to it.
Oh, no, it doesn't get the confirm off of it. Just holding it down. Kiri, finds the head.
She doing that defense with that pot, but
okay, they have 2 bars of magic circuit. They want to benefit at the end of it. Drop moonshot activation.
Missed. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, what a turnaround. Sets out the table.
Time!
Oh, and Jing wins. Jing wins on bar, I think.
So focused on the gameplay. So Jing wins on a timeout, and it was so close.
Timeout. Had more health bar.
And now Jing, and that's why the Kyrie finds the first hit. And
Peter Pan.
recent round loss. It's been really good for Kyrie, I feel like. The momentum.
Yo, these games that we've seen have been so different stylistically.
Almost has 4 bars. It built that 4th bar, goes ahead and spends.
I don't know how these people pick a game.
Kill here, unless it's throw.
The shield challenge throw comes out. We tech overhead with the chair.
Pressure from Jing. So patient though.
Yeah, and again, this immaculate blocking from Kyrie.
Man, I think I would love playing this
We've seen it in
game.
the previous round, and yet again, Clutch Sheet gets the air unblockable.
Carries to the corner. At the last second of that, able to get their arc drive in there.
Set up.
Setting out the picnic.
Committed to the low shield, so the overhead going to open up Kyrie. This could, if there's a bar built in this, which they're going to get right now.
Here's Moondrive and so much meter. Block. Oh no, they're there.
Got through it.
That might be it. Jing!
Wow.
And Jing moves forward into Winners Finals. Going to be playing against and sticking their game plan. I will say, a character like DA Noel, a lot of it relies on you just having clean execution. As far as as soon as you drop one opportunity, as soon as you miss some kind of mix, especially if you get hit on accident instead or something goes wrong, it all goes downhill, right? So you got to make sure you're really on point, and that's really a testament to Lunar, who was saying before that one of their weaknesses is that they're kind of in their own heads, and so it looks like they've really kind of overcoming that in this Evo bracket, right?
Yeah, they've been working really hard to just stay in the moment, get out of their own head, stop doubting what they're doing, and they got here in the top 8.
Yeah.
All right, a lot of pre-round movement too, and already shielding the incoming from Uru. I think this is going to sort of set the stage for what we're going to see the rest of this match.
The patience from Uru, just being able to navigate through the projectiles and find their own turn. So let's see what happens. Lunar able to get out of the corner, but still weathering the storm. But
all right, Joe.
Okay.
Yeah, so an advantage that Lunar does have is DA Noel is very fast and is able to already... The movement from Lunar is really good, staying away from Tono the entire time. We do get a shield BC.
Missed it, yeah. You can actually punish the BC fault with your own BC, but the timing is kind of tight. So, unfortunately, Lunar are going to eat a pretty huge hit here from Uru's. They got the first real hit. There's the throw. They went empty low. The shield out recovery. Crazy.
Yeah.
The layers.
Yeah, there was so much nothing happening at the beginning of this, and all of a sudden, Uru just gets started and takes the round very quickly after
Tono
that.
doing Tono
Once you close the gap, that was it.
Crumbling from Uru's offense, but the highlight so far has really been the patience of Uru, just finding their opening, not just cannonballing in, using good air movement, just really patient because these projectiles, they don't really do much if you're not just hanging yourself, and I think Uru knows that very well.
Yeah, that's the whole thing about DA Noel is that she lets you hang yourself, and right now Uru's not letting that happen. Opens up with a fantastic low. This is going to be another huge combo. There's 4 bars of magic circuit that Lunar hasn't been able to use.
Yeah, Lunar has just been not doing well in the RPS on shield. That's really been the story of it so far.
No, following up a lot of those projectiles too, that's another thing that DA Noel can do, is just follow that up. But not getting anything from it. Great
Labyrinth with David Bowie.
Yeah, that was kind of Luna's moment there. Got the throw into Oki, but no dice.
No, text the throw too. Luna is so prepared for this match.
Gotta love it. What a confirm! Air hit 2B, Moondrive activates. Gotta love it. Doesn't get the ender, but still in a good spot here. Great shield.
Shield. This is an opening for Lunar though, because committed to the shield after Lunar.
I mean, they very well may have. I mean, that's part of the fun.
This is the sort of traditional.
Part of the fun of being a game developer, I'm sure, is putting your influences in there.
Low from Uru takes the and is going to end it with the arc drive.
That's a tough one. Lunar went for some very conservative knockdown, right? Got that Oki, but did not go for the left right here. Really got the stare down, and Uru was willing to just
that corner
see nothing and basically take the turn off of that. So that was really huge. I mean, maybe we're gonna have to backtrack about getting in your own head because that really did look like getting in their own head a bit.
Yeah, and looking at him now on the stage, like he's really thinking about it.
I mean, I think that
Yeah, look, they got that pondering music on while he's sitting there looking. That was
also
pretty
losing
good.
to RPS. I mean, they did have a really clutch win towards the end of that last round with the Shield RPS, but this is a big thing in Multi-Blood type Lumina is, I think it's really valuable to stop for a second, think, and remember what the options the opponent did on Shield are, because, yeah.
All right,
this is huge, too. Like,
I feel like Uru is now comfortable in this match. There's none of that sort of footsie situation that we saw in the first one. Get a nice big damage, hard knockdown in the corner.
Yeah, Uru's strategy has been kind of getting into that BC range. Not to hit with the BC, but just to use the BC to lunge in and win neutral. He's done that 3 or 4 times now, and that's really powerful. Luna's got to figure out a way to deal with that. Yeah, BC's the BC.
Situation.
Yeah, Luna missed the punish when he attempted it, but Uru very happy to get that punish. That is a huge statement. And Luna's in trouble.
Oh,
serious trouble.
Big heat does a lot of.
Oh, but look at that bar coming back, but doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
And now Uru takes it with a perfect.
Yeah, did not. A lot of American players do the long hold shield, but Lunar opting to try and get away with just a one press shield. Didn't work out. Uru, like you said, only 1 round away now. Can taste it. I love this strategy. Just get into slightly outside the BC range, and then if you shield something, just go ahead and cancel it and see what happens here.
Yeah, Lunar getting caught by so many overheads. Those jump overheads from Uru just gaining him so much life. All right, and we do get a Moondrive.
Okay, nice.
We got a nice blowback edge there from DA Noel, but these throws, they're not getting anything. So much shield flash.
Okay, Lunar keeping the turn, but that's nice challenge from Uru.
What a slide into. This is going to take corner to corner, and Lunar has to be careful. Okay, another heat comes in, more health coming out, but this is taking all of DA Noel's resources away.
And the full confirm here from Uru. We can spin meter? No.
Wow.
Tries to catch him back down, doesn't get him. Jump C though. We're still alive. Jump A. Is this enough? Yes, it is.
It is enough. Incredible gameplay from
Yeah, I know. This damn gambling.
Obviously excelled really well there. Took first place with Mario. And we're going to keep seeing him playing that. Also, I really like that he uses the Xion colors because we both love her very, very much.
It's great. Mario is still a character I feel like that's constantly getting developed, and the other players are kind of still at the back foot trying to figure out how to fight this character a little bit. So we'll see. But right off the bat, safe. Wins neutral at first. Going to apply some pressure here. Let's see if Mario can disengage if it finds a hit here. Chasing in the air, but no dice.
No, Mario has so much movement, and there's so many things that you have to pay attention to, especially with that sword gun. Scott uses that sword gun so effectively, and then also is not afraid to fight with Mario himself.
Okay, here we go. The knockdown. Let's see it. Some gross stuff here with Mario, but so far just the mids. More pressure.
Yeah, it gets the throw, and then they get the punch done out. Axon comes out, is managing to block a lot of this. The lows not getting anything either.
Yeah, you gotta be careful about that axe. Oh, there's a crouch shield, but not too huge of a punish. Staying alive. Oh, no!
Speaking of huge punishes, so that heat was anticipated. The accident came out, so as soon as Blas was vulnerable after the invincibility of heat, he was caught. That was it.
Hang on, let me do the games command, I guess.
Very scary about Mario is, yeah, as the Mario player, if you know that the opponent doesn't want to deal with your stuff and you call it out, it is pretty devastating for the opponent.
All right, this is a much stronger start for Safe. Gets a little bit of a charge in, getting lots of moon back. He's got a big opportunity. Can choose to end this in Magic Rocket if he wants to. Nope. He did spend that one. It gets the hard knockdown, but not finishes it yet. Just JC. What a button.
Very nice stuff from Safe. Super clean round. See how round 3 plays out here. Off the bat, Mario with some pressure. We've got a lot of resources. We're going to use it. Uh-oh.
All right. Wow, really nice blocking.
Here we go. Some more.
Safe. Okay, so just still blocking it, not committing, stands, shield, and then the B counter, but nothing really after that. We did get a little bit of damage, but now Scott gets his opportunity.
Yeah, and we're going to spend the meter. Gotta love it. Gets a little bit of concentrate as well. Safe. Just playing safe.
Playing very safe. Okay, there's that nice BC. We get the forward projectile into the floor, get a nice block combo, do it again with the C version of
did not get it on West there, and with the Moondrive gonna try and make a play. Oh, just barely didn't get a punch for that shield recovery.
It was like a second outside of that window.
Oh, and Save trying for the entire run under, but Scrot still on the chase. Both players be seeing a lot of that today.
Yeah, and these two in particular like to counter with a BC when they just think it's not going to end up well for them. Like, Clash in the air doesn't net anything. God, these guys are actually really even. There's no moon, there's no magic circle. We finally have an opening for Scrot. Gonna go ahead and finish it with that little bit that they just built, and I love that they were in the middle of a charge when it ended.
Yeah, definitely. Melfi, a game with a lot of air options, so you are truly blessed when you have good air normals that cross up, and we're seeing here Scrot definitely leveraging them. And, you know, Scrot nodding to himself, looks pretty confident.
Yeah, I know Scrot also doesn't feel really great about starting on the player 2 side.
Yeah.
Mario does have some disadvantages from that, and so I feel like coming into this and then actually taking your first round from that disadvantage, that's good for your mental state. Comes in really strong with this one, taking a now going to take like half of Safe's life.
Yeah, Scrot just landing the meaty here. Safe. Trying options to get out of the corner, does succeed. Hits one nub, but not the other.
All right, lots of fire. Oh, that was nice air movement. But if we have a moon drive to
oh my God!
The air. That was so delayed.
Okay, and Scrot looking very close to closing this out here.
Yes. All right, now we have moon drive to the Scrot. We're trying to see what was going on.
Yeah, look at this
really.
aggressive use of moon drive, right? It's like, oh my.
Safe's blocking is really good. We get a clash and then just catches with good old nuns.
Yeah, the classic Hunted character strategy there, just absorbing the poke, the challenge with your own nun. The chase down, doesn't get air blockable, but still Scrot's turn here.
Nice throw, changes sides, gets the punch nun to come out, but committed to the shield, and now the beat counter is allowing Safe to get a lot of damage coming out here.
Yep, easy hit. We got meter, yeah, we're gonna spend it. Oh no!
Oh no, this is very messy.
Oh! Doesn't get the confirm.
No, oh my God, they're both scrambling right now.
Yeah, a lot of damage left on the table for Safe. But, you know, we are going to get this one, and let's see if it's enough. Yes, it is.
All right, fam. I added a games command.
That was a little bit messy, but, you know, it is top 8 here at EVO.
It
you got to
is.
expect that.
And it's loud, and there's a fantastic crowd, and there's all of you at home watching, too, so thank you for joining us as we get into this. Scrot Vermillion is opening up with another combo, but committed to a button on the other side.
Yeah, Safe trying to stay alive here. It is match point for Scrot. And Scrot has a lot of meter. No drive access, though, so that's the big thing here. Safe has moon drive. Doesn't even need it.
No. Okay.
Uh-oh. No moon drive cancel on that. Wow. Scrot just getting a nice jump in here.
Has 4 bars.
Yeah, we're going to definitely spend meter.
Yeah, already went ahead and spent one. Spent another right there. Gets the knockdown. Was a set of accent comes in overhead and the low. Same time. How do you block? I don't know.
Gotta be careful here. Scrot finds it with the shield, but let's Safe get out of the corner. Oh, yo!
Okay,
there it is.
You know, you
the
can deal with any of
pop-off.
those long-range options, because Noelle just kind of struggles at that long range, and then Tono kind of wants to be in your face, and so she feels like Noelle and Tono's not too bad.
Yeah, you have a lot of fake buttons you can throw out. You can kind of force your own pace, and that's definitely not what Tono wants to do. However, we've really seen some great patient play from the Tono so far in the bracket, right? I mean, I've just been loving the game plan from Udo, not trying to rush things too much, you know, just knowing, hey, you know, like if we see keys for zoning, it's just not going to be a big deal.
Oh, it says it's like,
They both went boing! This is explosive.
hang on. It says it's like 5 minutes. I'll make it like 10 seconds. All right, now you should be able to gamble every 10 seconds. Sorry about that.
Kiri wants this so badly.
Neither player has fear here going into this first round. Pressure from Kiri. What's it going to be? We're holding down the board.
And there, again, said patience from Udo. Waits for their opportunity, trying to get in the air, but when they can't commit, they go ahead and go that jump back.
Okay, finds the hit here, Udo. Here we go. Just
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, nice air combo.
Oh, wow.
Thanks for bearing with me. We'll probably be tweaking stuff for a while until we get it, you know, the way we really like it.
Okay, one more.
Knockdown, and then a shield, but no commitment, as then low shielded again. It worked out. Tried to get just a couple little jabs in from Udo, but nothing really happening. God, there's such a similar mentality in the game plan.
Udo, though, again, nice to see that move so fast. Not going to be quite enough. Yep.
Barely.
One throw, though. Anything, honestly, we ought to do. Let's see.
Yes.
Kiri, though, you know, if we get a heat or something, we land a hit. Can definitely be in this game, and we win neutral. The big slam into keys.
All right, still not committing to a heat, trying to save that meter for when they really need it. Shield and then just an air throw.
I love that. I love that because we haven't seen, Kiri's been very timid about the shield. When Kiri's seen Uru do a shield, rather than trying to actually punish, just playing very conservatively, just kind of jumping around, seeing what's going to go on, because right now there's definitely been a lot of layers of what people do as far as the re-shield goes. Are you doing the long hold shield? And it's definitely a point in the Evo bracket where it's very scary to try and gamble on Slang, but we choose to gamble here and we get our reward, Kiri, with a big, nice BC.
Yeah, and goes ahead, spends the bar, almost had 4 bars of Magic Circuit, still working on 3. Still pressuring immensely. Good tech there on the grab. All right, we have shield. B counter comes out.
Yeah, I did. It's in the description. Should be in the description. YouTube phone.
Today than they were yesterday.
Oh! The drop, so it caught in the air. Pressure here from Uru. Oh! Just barely missing the shield punish.
God, just the relentless pressure from Uru does happen to open up Kiri. Spends the bar, gets the launcher, and goes ahead, gets the throw. Gets, what a
oh my God!
Kiri's so ready, but then drops the pump.
Wait, should be enough, I think, with meter.
Maybe chooses to use it.
Oh, the paration.
No.
Charge by Tino, but armor, yeah. One step ahead.
Wow. Kiri did that with 2 health.
I mean, that was the math, right?
And the thing is, both of these players being so defensive and so patient that they are, these matches are lasting a really long time.
Yeah, I think they're really feeling each other out. they're playing kind of similar in that regard.
They are. They really are. Okay, finally opens up with the overhead, gets a nice.
You just ask it a question.
Gonna get a good combo out of this. Spend some meter or save it. We're gonna save it for now.
More pressure here. I'm liking it. Nice work from Kiri. Another one.
Do it again. I dare you. No.
Works out. We did rock positions that time to land the hit, and that's gonna count.
Crowd is actually kind of losing it for Kiri right now.
Yeah, I mean, again, Kiri's really impressing people, I think.
Well, of all of the players, I mean, yesterday during our pools, we said we listed 7 of these players. We did not have Kiri in there.
Love it. Definitely not one to be by that first game loss here. Putting on the pressure yet again. Oh, wow, empty low.
All right, this is a lot of damage coming out. Chooses to spend 1 bar, gets a lot of damage off of that, and there's not a lot of recoverable health coming after this, too, if Kiri chooses to go ahead and use their heat.
Oh, getting caught.
Hit by the low. Yeah, this is...
Just OTC for some more damage. The crouch shield, the stare down. There it is, the BC punish for the BC. BC is such a good way to keep yourself safe and not have to deal with
Yeah, so be careful what you ask the 8-ball. Don't ask questions you don't want the answer to.
Okay, shooting the air launch, that's so risky, but it ended up working out for Kiri. Now, Tono is stuck in the corner. They both got
the trade, and he actually gets a confirm off of that.
Yeah, and had the advantage because of the fatal counter there, too.
That is nasty.
Oh, the empty jump there and just trying to go for the low, getting Kiri to commit to things that are just really dangerous.
Yeah, Larry EX confirm from Uru.
All right, Kiri's got to find an opening. All right, there's the heat. This is an opportunity. There's not a lot of health left, and just blocking. They're not getting anything out of this.
Oh, this pressure from Uru.
No, nothing. Just so much pressure.
Again?
Wow. At the end of the little dash through with the BC was able to get the overhead, but still, Kiri's blocking continues to impress.
Yeah. We get no punch for the BC. Chance here for Kiri. It's going to be, we don't really have much, but we do have Moondrive. We're going to use it.
All right, nothing.
Didn't see anything, yeah.
Get a clash and then go for the low. Slides through. Now Moondrive activated for Udu. Has 3 bars. Going to go ahead and end it in Arc Drive, and that's going to take it.
All right, 1-1. Wow, that was a very slick kind of trip guard from the clap sequence from Uru. We're tying it up. It's pretty back and forth, and I'm not just saying that because it's one-to-one, but the interaction so far, very interesting stuff.
It is. This is... They play very similarly.
Yeah.
And for an...
oh, wait, no, really?
No.
Yo!
Wait.
Oh, Seal, do it! No. Don't play with my heart. Oh, come on.
Don't do this to me. Look.
Now we're just trolling.
Well, you know what?